Don't be greedy. Yun Tianla sighed. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Ji. Lu Zhou replied casually, not caring. Small matter. At this time, out of curiosity, Yun Tianla didn't hesitate to ask the question directly. May I ask, Brother Ji, the method of advancing to 9 leaves? He was a man who had already stepped into the coffin. Daring to ask about the method of breaking through to 9 leaves was only to seek a way out for his disciples. No one else dared to speak. Nangwang Wei and Feng Yi listened in silence, their hearts pounding. The disciples of the 3 sects also looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The method of chopping the golden lotus can be used. Everyone was in an uproar, so the method was completely correct. The method of chopping the golden lotus was circulating in the cultivation world, but the number of deaths was too high, causing many people not to dare to try. But the more they tried, the more they found that the number of survivors was increasing. However, without the golden lotus, opening the leaves became a major problem. In the end, no one knew whether it was possible to bloom leaves and condense the golden lotus again. Now, with Lu Zhao's confirmation, the cultivation world became even more determined. Lu Zhou himself was the model for them to follow. Who would be willing to reveal the method of advancing to 9 leaves to others? Such a broad mind cannot be compared by ordinary people. Yun Tianla suddenly called out in a deep voice. Nanggong Wei, Feng Yi's he. The two said in unison. Your disciple is here. Hurry up and thank the senior. Nanggong Wei and Feng Yi's he came to their senses. Nanggong Wei did not immediately bow, but took a few steps back. His original energy vibrated, planted 2 speakers, and transmitted the sound throughout the 10 great sacred grounds. Thank you, Senior Ji. The disciples who had left the heavenly virtue sacred ground not far away, hearing this transmission, also understood the meaning of the sect master. All the disciples of the 3 sects spread throughout the 10 great sacred grounds, flew into the air, bowed and kowtowed to Lu Zhou. Thank you, Senior Ji. The sound of kowtowing came from all directions like a roaring tide, causing Ming Xiyin to stick his nose in the air. At this time, the system sent a notification. Received 3,500 people worshipping, 1,500 people sincerely worshipping, gained 18,500 merit points. Lu Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhou was also surprised when he heard the system's notification, and then quickly calculated it. There were many disciples of the 3 sects, but the number of people who could freely enter and leave the Holy Land was only more than 5,000, and the proportion of sincere worship was not high. Although this method can quickly harvest merit points, faster than killing targets. But if you make a mistake, and the system gives you negative points, you're screwed. Like when Lu Zhou first transmigrated and had negative 100,000 merit points. If he couldn't return to 0, he would have no way to recover. Yun Tianla said, Brother Ji, you have advanced to 9 leaves. What are your plans for the future? Lu Zhou replied casually. Of course, to reach 10 leaves. Hearing Lu Zhou's answer, he froze for a few seconds. Yun Tianla seemed to remember something and said, Brother Ji came to me because... Lu Zhou replied, That's right, I came to you for 2 things. One is to visit you and say a final goodbye. As he spoke, Lu Zhou reached out and grabbed the handle of Yun Tianla's wheelchair and pushed it gently. Lu Zhou continued. All life in this world cannot escape death. Losing one person means losing an old friend. Hearing this, the crowd sighed softly, showing the right expressions, their voices sincere but looking very tricky. Yun Tianla was not like the disciples. His voice became low and weak. With these words from Brother Ji, my life has not been in vain. Ming Xiyin originally wanted to make a vomiting gesture, but seeing that the old man's expression was not good, his breath was faint, and his vitality was gradually fading, so he had to stop. But unexpectedly, Ming Xiyin was shocked to discover something. This old man's expression is not right. At this time, Lu Zhou picked up Yun Tianla. Ming Xiyin thought to himself, qi like silk, vitality passing away. Yun Tianla recalled the past. Brother Ji doesn't need to explain the second matter, I already know. Teacher, Brother Ji finally believes. I believe. 300 years ago, if it wasn't for her leaving behind the cultivation method, how could I have established the 3 sects? The world still thinks I am a cultivation genius. Yun Tianla shook his head and said, Ha, in fact, I am just an ordinary person. Everyone's eyes widened. Who the hell is she? What is the ancestral master talking about? So the 3 sects survived, cause some big shot helped them out. That's also the main reason Lu Zhou came to the Heavenly Virtue Holy Land. Back then, Yun Tianluo was just a cultivator with some talent. But suddenly he leveled up like crazy. He and Ji Tiandao have known each other for ages. Even though their paths are different, they didn't have beef. Everyone's been wondering why Yun Tianluo's cultivation improved so damn fast. Yun Tianluo said he meant a VIP. The VIP said there ain't only 8 leaves in this world, but also 9 leaves, 10 leaves. But no one believed his cap. They all laughed at him. Lu Zhou nodded. Indeed. Back then, I thought you were talking mad sht. Yun Tianluo looked smug. Time will prove everything. And 9 leaves is the best proof. The square-headed dude watched Lu Zhou and Yun Tianluo chatting and kept narrating. Looking back at everything he'd done, Yun Tianluo didn't regret anything, especially seeing the 9 leaves before Lin Zhong. He lived a good life. In his memories, Yun Tianluo remembered what happened 300 years ago. Too bad the scenery's still there, but the person isn't. His mind's all messed up. The ancestral master in his head probably saw flashbacks of 300 years ago. Yun Tianluo remembered him and Lu Zhou chatting in a tavern, and Yun Tianluo telling Lu Zhou, "I'll tell you a secret." But Lu Zhou was like, "I don't give a damn." People sitting nearby also started gossiping. "Where are those 2 kids? Didn't pay yet?" "Forget it, boss." Yun Tianluo lowered his head sadly. "Too bad the scenery's still there, but the person isn't." Lu Zhou said, "She left behind a cultivation method, you learned it, and leveled up like crazy, becoming the head of the 3 sects. No one would believe that back then." Hearing this, Yun Tianluo nodded. Lu Zhou asked, "What's her name?" Yun Tianluo looked regretful and shook his head. "Someone like her is always moving around, how would I know? Maybe she's already reached 10 leaves. Living in seclusion." Lu Zhou asked curiously, 10 leaves exist? Everyone freaked out when they heard 10 leaves. 9 leaves was already despair-inducing, but there's 10 leaves? Is the ancestral master delirious? 'Cause he's about to die? Yun Tianluo looked exhausted. "That's just my guess based on what she said. I don't know if it exists. Cough cough, maybe it doesn't." Lu Zhou asked again, "What does she look like?" Yun Tianluo weakly replied, "Looks young." At this moment, Zuo Yushu, who was standing next to him, suddenly shook her head and said, "I'm afraid she's no different from me now, just an old hag." Ming Shiyin glanced at Zuo Yushu curiously. Yun Tianluo looked up at Zuo Yushu, made an ah sound, and didn't say anything else. Ming Shiyin said, "Even if that's not true, the person who helped Senior Yun level up so fast must be extraordinary." That made sense, and Zuo Yushu couldn't argue. Ever since she joined the sect, Zuo Yushu had been hailed as a genius for centuries. Too bad she failed, because she was a woman. If she could have reached the peak of life, maybe she could have reached 9 leaves. Maybe she'd be 9 leaves now, or maybe she'd be dead already. But who the hell are you that could help Yun Tianluo defy fate? Where did she come from? Yun Tianluo was old and confused, making it hard to remember everything clearly. Short images flashed in his head like a school of fish swimming in the ocean. He wanted to reach out and grab one, but he couldn't. The sea of memories gradually turned dark, and his consciousness faded. Nang Wangwei and Feng Yi saw Yun Tianluo drifting off like he was about to fall asleep, and they got worried. The 2 shouted, "Ancestral Master! Ancestral Master!" Nang Wangwei quickly stood up, channeling his vital energy into the Ancestral Master's body. A surge of powerful vital energy entered Yun Tianluo's body, and it seemed to have some effect. The square-headed dude got teary-eyed, saying a surge of powerful vital energy kept entering the Ancestral Master's body. Maybe this last effort would help a bit. Yun Tianluo opened his eyes, as if he'd figured something out, and muttered, "Haha, her surname is Luo." Lu Zhou looked surprised and asked, "Luo?" Everyone was confused. Is there anyone with the surname Luo in Great Yan who is a cultivation genius? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and thought, suddenly remembering what Siwu Yai said. The world is a cage. The golden lotus is shackles. So are these people the masterminds behind everything? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou was shocked, but quickly shook his head. No way. Humans are still humans. Who can turn the world into a prison? What's the answer? Yun Tianluo laid on Lu Zhou thinking. Didn't think Ji Bro would be moved to shake his head. Lu Zhou asked again. What's her full name? Maybe finding this person will clear everything up. What's the big deal? Yun Tianluo weakly replied. I don't remember. The core disciples of the Heavenly Virtue Holy Land rushed over one after another. Some people were already crying. Sniffling gradually rose, and some people knelt down. Lang Luo and Hua Wudao were slightly moved. Hua Wudao bowed to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou understood what he meant, and waved his hand. Hua Wudao immediately knelt down with the people from the 3 sects. After all, he used to be Yun Tianluo's disciple. At this moment, the crowd kneeled down and mourned for Yun Tianluo. Yun Tianluo raised his hand to touch the void, his wrinkled hand slightly clenched, but there was nothing inside. Ji Bro, do you think we can meet again after death? I think I saw it just now. But Yun Tianluo stubbornly tried to grab it, his speed getting slower and slower. Ji Bro, let's bet. If I can catch it, you'll treat me as a guest next time. Then his hand stiffened and slowly dropped, his deep eyes losing their sparkle, turning empty and lifeless. Suddenly, Lu Zhou reached out and tightly grabbed Yun Tianluo's stiffening arm. Under a big tree, Yun Tianluo was still lying in Lu Zhou's arms, smiling contentedly. The sound of painful crying echoed throughout the Heavenly Virtue Holy Land. Ancestral Master! Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the entire Tiande Holy Land. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Tao Vuyang, tears and snot streaming down his face, narrated the scene. The barriers in the sky lit up one by one, and thousands of 3 sects disciples who could fly rushed over to pour their primal chi into the barriers. The tide-like primal chi illuminated dozens of layers of barriers. Inside the secret cultivation pagoda of Tiandao Holy Land, the pagoda gradually dimmed. The legend came to an end. Lu Zhou suddenly unleashed a palm strike, the powerful gang chi engulfing Yun Tianluo. At this moment, Yun Tianluo and Lu Zhou were floating above a large tree, the gang chi still surrounding them. Feng Yizhi, who was injured, was shocked to see this. He was about to get up when Nan Gungwei held him down. "Wait, hold up, don't go over there." The 3 sects disciples all looked up. As Lu Zhou raised his hand, unleashing torrents of gang chi, he thought to himself, "Obtaining the incorporeal wisdom divine power allows one to remain unmoved and benefit all living beings in the 10 directions." Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew, carrying Yun Tianluo into the sky. A blue lotus exuding powerful vitality surged into Yun Tianluo's body like a sweeping tide. The blue lotus bloomed beneath their feet. Everyone held their breath watching this scene, but some couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Such powerful life force. Healing. What kind of healing is this? Nan Gungwei and Feng Yizhi were shocked by this scene. Only now did they realize that Lu Zhou was saving the Grandmaster. Thousands of disciples watched intently. On the Holy Land, the withered plants and trees turned green again, blooming and bearing fruit in an instant. Everyone felt the immense power in the blue lotus, believing it to be the power of the 9-petaled. Tu Vuong said in astonishment, sensing the immense power from the blue lotus. Could this be the power of the 9-petaled? Fully bloomed. With a boom in the sky, after the blue lotus bloomed to its limit, everything became silent again. The blue lotus vanished, and Yun Tianluo's figure disappeared from the sky. Stars of light appeared and fell onto the Holy Land. Feng Yizhi and Nan Gungwei held their breath, watching everything in the sky. After a while, however, Lu Zhou slowly descended with his hands behind his back, his expression not very pleased. Lu Zhou frowned, hovering in the sky above the Holy Land, shaking his head and sighing. Resurrection? Easier said than done. Tu Vuzhong chimed in, echoing Lu Eju's words, implying that the attempt to save Yun Tianluo had failed. All the disciples knelt down in unison. Even the 4th divine power of the heavenly book, using up half of the extraordinary power, could not defy fate, let alone resurrect the dead. Fate is like that. Lu Zhou shook his head. Even if he had saved Yun Tianluo, it would only have prolonged his suffering for a few more years. The barriers of Tiandao Holy Land continued to resonate, and all the disciples prostrated on the ground. Even the playful Ming Se Yin and Zhao Yanhe stood there seriously, not joking as usual. As Lu Zhou descended onto the Holy Land, Nan Gungwei suddenly spoke up. "We implore Senior Ji to preside over the 3 sects. We implore Senior Ji to preside over the 3 sects." Previously, the conflicts of the 3 sects had become extremely intense. With the Grandmaster in seclusion for 100 years, the 3 sects had descended into a civil war with no semblance of order. Yun sect's current fate was reaping what they sowed. Even if the 3 sects had a great foundation, who dared to say that their sect could continue to exist before the threshold of the 9-petaled? Beneath the 9-petaled are all ants. Yun Wuji, the sect master of Yun sect, was dead, and the Yun sect disciples were in chaos like snakes without a head. If Grandmaster Yun Tianluo were still alive, things would be easy, but now that the Grandmaster had kicked the bucket, who would care about them? Nan Gungwei and Feng Yizhi were of the same rank, and who dared to say they had no ulterior motives? Therefore, having the Evil Sky Pavilion step forward to preside over the overall situation was the safest bet. After all, they were the strongest experts of the era, with the 9-petaled as their backing. What did the 3 sects have to fear? Moreover, Senior Ji only verified the method of severing the Golden Lotus. No one knew how difficult and dangerous the process would be. If they could get guidance from the 9-petaled, the road would be much smoother. The 2 sect masters and the disciples all looked at Lu Zhou expectantly. Lu Zhou glanced over the crowd and shook his head slightly. Life and death are predetermined. Wealth is determined by heaven. The Evil Sky Pavilion is not a charity. Nan Gungwei and Feng Yizhi said disappointedly. But Grandmaster. Lu Zhou glared at them, not needing to say everything. They still dared to mention Yun Tianluo. Nan Gungwei and Feng Yizhi were startled by Lu Zhao's words. Being a Grandmaster himself, Lu Zhou understood Yun Tianluo's feelings very well. Yun Wuji betrayed his master and annihilated his ancestor. If Nan Gungwei and Feng Yizhi had cared about the Grandmaster, such a thing would not have happened. Just like when the 10 great sects besieged Golden Court Mountain, if Yu Zhanghai or Yu Shangrong had been willing to appear, would the 10 great sects have dared to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion? What's done is done. There's no point in thinking too much. Lu Zhou turned and walked towards the cloud shuttle, Xiao Yanhe, Ming Seyin, and Leng Luo followed behind. Hua Wudao bowed to Tiande Holy Land 3 times. Nan Gungwei pleaded. Elder Hua, can you say a few good words in front of Senior Ji? Hua Wudao's expression was still dazed. He was still immersed in the sadness of the Grandmaster's passing, and had no mind to care about these things. Hearing Nan Gungwei's plea, Hua Wudao shook his head and said, "Self-inflicted sins cannot be forgiven." With that, Hua Wudao got up and left Tiande Holy Land. He used to have some affection for the 3 sects, but now there was none left. Zhuo Yushu didn't think anymore, and turned back to the flying shuttle. The second elder Lu Ping immediately ran over. Senior, let this junior steer the flying shuttle for you." Seeing his fawning appearance, Dan Yunzheng was a little angry and wanted to reprimand him, but Feng Yizhi suddenly said in a deep voice, "Shut your mouth." Feng Yizhi's gaze sank, causing Dan Yunzheng to be frightened and not dare to say anything. The crowd looked up at the cloud shuttle, watching it slowly rise high and pass through the layers of barriers, disappearing into the clouds. Feng Yizhi turned his head and asked, "Dan Yunzheng, are you tired of living?" Dan Yunzheng gasped in surprise. Feng Yizhi, sounding annoyed, told Dan Yunzheng, "If Lu Ping wants to be a simp, let him simp. Can you handle the consequences of offending Zhu Ye?" Dan Yunzheng stammered. "But it seems like the MOTC doesn't even glance at us." Feng Yizhi snapped. "That's their problem." Nang Wangwei nodded, saying, "More like MOTC doesn't glance at anyone these days. No need to inflate our importance. It's not even that important. Pass down my order to all 3 sects. Everyone must unanimously tell the outside world that the MOTC personally came to Tiande Holy Land to guide the 3 sects in their cultivation." The disciple was stunned for a moment before looking up and asking, "That's it?" Feng Yizhi nodded, saying, "That's enough." The disciples were surprised, but didn't dare to ask more. The 2 looked at each other and chuckled. The surrounding elders quickly understood their sect leaders' intentions. Spreading that news alone was enough to prove the connection between MOTC and the 3 sects wasn't dead. Let the outside world speculate. The less info, the harder to see through. Who would dare underestimate the 3 sects then? On the cloud-piercing flying boat, Lu Ping steered out of the outermost barrier, the boat smooth as silk. Ming Shi Yin praised. "Not bad at the helm. Interested in joining the MOTC?" Lu Ping, hyped AF, asked, "Really? I can really join? Who wouldn't want to join MOTC these days?" Ming Shi Yin replied, "Nah fam." Before, he might have considered convincing his master to take this guy in, but now, MOTC only accepts the strong. Seeing this, Zhuo Yushu frowned. Even a Yuanshen realm cultivator isn't good enough for the MOTC? She turned to look at Lu Zhou, finding him lost in thought, gazing absent-mindedly at the scenery. Who the hell is Luo? What's his identity? What secrets is he hiding? How could someone like Yun Tianluo ascend to the heavens in 1 step, yet no one knows? Yun Tianluo didn't know. Leng Luo didn't know. Hua Wudao didn't know either. Zhuo Yushu, hearing him murmur Luo, said, "Brother Ji thinking about that mysterious figure?" Lu Zhou said calmly, "You hold the secrets of Zhu Ye, even Shi Ye. Are you not curious?" Zhuo Yushu replied softly, "Unfortunately, this old one has never heard of this person." Ming Shi Yin interjected, "Isn't it normal for there to be hidden masters?" Leng Luo suddenly said, "If Yun Tianluo is telling the truth, then this person's cultivation must be ridiculously high." Ming Shi Yin chimed in, "Yeah, and he can casually give pointers and turn someone into the founding father of the 3 sects. It feels even more like the Shifu." Ming Shi Yin stopped mid-sentence. He was about to say that the person was even better than Shifu, but then he thought about how Shifu had to take care of 9 disciples, while the mysterious person only took care of Yun Tianluo. Zhuo Yushu suddenly turned around, placed her cane down, and knelt down to kowtow to Lu Zhou. "This old one unintentionally offended the MOTC before. I apologize to Brother Ji. Whatever you want to do to me, I won't complain." Ming Shi Ying glanced at Zhuo Yushu. She called him Brother Ji but was still as sly as a fox. Lu Zhu looked at Zhuo Yushu, saying calmly, "This old man can overlook the past." Zhuo Yushu was overjoyed. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Lu Zhu continued, "But there's a condition. Whatever the condition, just say it. Even if you have 10 conditions, I'll agree." Lu Zhou moved closer and said, "Hear me out first." Lu Zhou looked very gentle, like a kind old grandpa next door. "My condition is simple. Join the MOTC. Don't rush to agree. Think clearly, carefully, then answer me." Zhuo Yushu was stunned, and everyone looked at her. Xiao Yanhe tilted her head, feeling like her Shifu's tactics were familiar. She blurted out, "Shifu, should Yaner help you count?" Lu Zhou didn't answer, but quietly looked at Zhuo Yushu, as if waiting for her answer, but his attitude was very clear. You have no choice. Zuo Yushu was frustrated. She had thought clearly and carefully. And Lu Zhou, standing on the side, was envious and admiring to the point of tears. No wonder they didn't accept me. Look at me. Then look at Senior Zuo's cultivation. Compared to Senior Zuo, Lu Ping was just a sesame seed in the cracks of the earth. After thinking for a moment, Zuo Yushu answered, Okay. At this moment the system announced, Ding! Acquired a subordinate. Reward. 1,000 merit points. Sometimes Lu Zhou thought, if recruiting subordinates gave more merit points, why not expand Jinting Mountain's forces and recruit a ton of people? After all, there were too few people on Jinting Mountain. Luckily, the female disciples from Yanyu Palace managed the daily affairs, so it was barely enough. Lu Zhou was afraid that the merit point rewards would be too low, and he would have to support them, so it wouldn't be worth it. He couldn't turn MOTC into an old folks' home for a few merit points. Lu Zhou stood up softly and said. Zuo Yushu stood up. Leng Luo cupped her hands to her, as a greeting. Hua Wudao was more polite. Hello, Elder Zuo, Lu Zhou said. You've been living in seclusion in the canyon for years. You don't know much about the outside world. With your 8-leaf cultivation, why did you choose to live in seclusion in the mountains? Thinking about it, Zuo Yushu was once a legend. Zuo Yushu shook her head and sighed. The past is unpleasant. I really don't want to remember it. Lu Zhou said, Since you've joined MOTC, I have to say one thing first. Just give me your orders. Lu Zhou added nonchalantly for Zuo Yushu's understanding. I didn't originally intend to target the great Yan imperial family, but the imperial family has repeatedly provoked the MOTC. There are many hidden masters in the Shendu of the Confucian school. Not a few of them are high-ranking officials. When the time comes, the MOTC can't forgive anyone for letting personal feelings ruin the overall situation. Hearing these words, Zuo Yushu seemed to understand Lu Zhuo's meaning, and she lowered her head and listened carefully. Hearing this, Zuo Yushu was shocked. Most of the great cultivators of the Confucian school hold official positions in the court. Everyone knows that. The royal family has always been the strongest force in the country. Otherwise, how could they maintain peace for the great Yan? Why did the Demon Heaven Pavilion and the godly capital suddenly become enemies? Zuo Yushu's mood was utterly screwed at this moment, suddenly feeling like he was about to fall into an abyss. Zuo Yushu felt like he had just been played, but thinking about having Zhu Zhuye as a backer, he felt a little more at ease. Meanwhile, at the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Yu Shangrong stood calmly in front of the cave entrance, facing the wall. He came to talk to Si Wuya. The female disciples Pan Zhong and Zhao Jifeng were standing nearby, looking at him with eyes full of adoration. The return of the sword devil moved them endlessly. They secretly glanced at Niu Shangrong from afar, not daring to show their faces. Knowing that his senior brother had arrived, Si Wuqia's voice came from inside the cave. The cultivation world all thought that the second senior brother was seriously injured, even dead. Yu Shangrong chuckled lightly. Just rumors. Don't take them seriously. Si Wuya asked, Second senior brother, do you know that Master has broken through to 9 leaves? Yu Shangrong replied very calmly. I know. His voice was very indifferent. Si Wuya asked again, Aren't you worried? Yu Shangrong glanced at him. Worried? The ones who should be worried are the enemies. Why should I be worried? His voice was still calm, as if everything was natural. Hearing Yu Shangrong say this, Si Wuya was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. I'm worried about the eldest senior brother. Yu Shangrong frowned and replied, As you sow, so shall you reap. Worrying won't do any good. Si Wuya couldn't help but blurt out, Eldest senior brother, but he stopped, not saying anything more. He knew that his senior brother didn't want to say much. Yu Shangrong said, 7th junior brother, I admire you very much. If it weren't for giving you face, I would have gone all out in the battle at Yunzhao Forest. Sing Wugeya shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't understand why the eldest senior brother and the second senior brother treated each other like mortal enemies. The problem is, the two of them don't have any deep-seated grudges. Even if there are, it's just a little conflict. If fellow disciples have conflicts, wouldn't a fight solve everything? Si Wuya said, Second senior brother is right. Good that you understand. Stay in the cave and repent. I'll take care of the eldest senior brother's matter. Yu Shangrong felt that Yu Shangrong was about to leave, so he quickly said, Second senior brother! Yu Shangrong stopped. Si Wuya said loudly, Master has taken away a copy of my diary. If you have the chance, second senior brother, please read it. Okay. Yu Shangrong answered very straightforwardly and decisively, then turned and walked towards the south pavilion. Zhao Yu suddenly appeared, with a worried expression on her face. She looked left and right, and when she saw Yu Shangrong, she ran to greet him. Second senior brother, Yu Shangrong asked suspiciously. What's wrong that you're so worried? Zhao Yu raised the flying letter in her hand. It's urgent. A big event has happened. Yu Shangrong's voice was extremely calm. Don't panic. If Master isn't here, there's still me. Yu Shangrong took the flying letter and opened it. Old senior, I'm telling you good news. The cultivation world has officially entered the era of severing the Golden Lotus. The Northern Dipper Academy, in conjunction with the Dan Yang Sect, has refined the Golden Lotus Severing Life-Saving Pill and the Leaf Opening Pill. The Golden Lotus Severing Life-Saving Pill can ensure that cultivators are not fatally injured when severing the Golden Lotus. The Leaf Opening Pill can help cultivators open leaves again. I am witnessing a new chapter in history. Aka. The content of the flying letter is simple and summarized, but the news inside is extremely important. After reading it, Yu Shangshong smiled and returned the flying letter to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was confused and didn't understand. Second senior brother? Why aren't you worried at all? He smiled and replied, rushing won't do any good. Just stay calm. Zhao Yu was speechless and didn't know what to say. This isn't urgent at all. Yu Shangrong seemed to think of something and suddenly said, Fifth junior sister, have you opened your leaves yet? Zhao Yu replied, I just entered the primordial spirit realm and only condensed the 100 Tribulations Cave Illumination Dharma body. Yu Shangrong added, then sever the Golden Lotus. Don't wait any longer. Hearing this, Zhao Yu was surprised and exclaimed. Yu Shangrong finished speaking and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the second senior brother, Zhao Yu said to the second senior brother, severing the Golden Lotus will kill people. He walked away, his voice echoing back. I know. Zhao Yu asked blankly, and you still told me to sever it? Yu Shangrong had disappeared from her sight. Zhao Yu had no choice but to shrug her shoulders, sigh, and feel a little puzzled. At this time, Pan Zhong cautiously walked over and carefully said, Fifth Immortal Master, my brother Xiao and I have a question we would like to ask. Not knowing if it's a bother, Zhao Yu acted as if she didn't hear or see anything. The two people turned their heads and went to the main hall of the Devil Heaven. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng were embarrassed, but didn't dare say anything. How clumsy. Zhao Yu didn't bother to speak, turning her face and leaving. A gentle voice suddenly came from the beachy cave. What's the problem? Si Wuyai tossed the paper with the topic on the table aside, rubbing his temples. Can't solve it for now. Let's continue researching it later. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng were overjoyed and immediately ran to the entrance of Beachy Cave, bowing and saying, Greetings, seventh gentleman. Si Wuyai didn't like these troublesome formalities, wasting his time. Spare the formalities, speak your business. Pan Zhong scratched his head and said, Recently, we've both felt that we've reached the peak of the divine court realm, and seem to be on the verge of breaking through. Nowadays, the method of severing the Golden Lotus is circulating in the cultivation world, and more people are following it. Even the sect leaders have approved of this method. The sect leaders also mentioned another method, which is to directly bloom leaves without condensing the Golden Lotus upon reaching the nascent soul realm. We're afraid that this method is not feasible. Si Wuyai explained. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? This method isn't very dangerous, while severing the Golden Lotus requires betting your life. Why don't you think about it? If directly blooming leaves wasn't possible, why would anyone spread it? Pan Zhong slapped his head in realization. That makes sense. There must be someone in the cultivation world who has successfully used this method, but is deliberately keeping it a secret, secretly improving their strength. Si Wuyai replied. Probably. Pan Zhong praised. Seventh gentleman is brilliant. Truly a word to awaken the person in the dream. Si Wuyai said calmly. It's not worth mentioning. Ordinary people can think of it. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng felt mentally damaged by these words. The two looked at each other. Is he roasting us? Si Wuyai continued. Don't be too happy yet. Cultivators who haven't bloomed the leaf of return lack a lot of experience. Hearing this, the two lowered their heads. Seventh gentleman is right. No matter the era, experience is always extremely valuable. Just as the two were preparing to leave, several female disciples hurriedly ran to the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, announcing, Pavilion Master is back. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng simultaneously looked up at the sky. The cloud-piercing flying chariot had passed through the barrier of Golden Court Mountain and was slowly descending. The two hurriedly headed towards the main hall. A moment later, in the main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat on the main seat, looking at Yu Shangrong standing in the hall, inwardly astonished. The others were all present, all looking at Yu Shangrong in surprise. Greetings, Master. Yu Shangrong bowed and said, his attitude as calm as if nothing had happened. Lu Zhou nodded. It's good that you're back. Yu Shangrong saw Zuo Yushu standing among the elders and smiled, asking, Who is this? Ming Shiyin replied, Second senior brother, this is Senior Zuo Yushu, a new elder who joined the Demon Sky Pavilion. 500 years ago she was a cultivation genius of the Devil Sect. Hearing this, Yu Shangrong's expression remained very calm. Perhaps when facing enemies, he was used to hearing them proclaim all sorts of formidable identities, so he had long become immune. Yu Shangrong greeted. "I've heard of you for a long time." Zhuo Yushu sized up Yu Shangrong. Whether from his attitude or aura, she felt that the person in front of her was much stronger than the other disciples. Zhuo Yushu replied, "Good." Leng Luo raised his eyebrows. "Good, what's good?" "Second senior, how have you been since we parted?" Look, this is the difference between people. Leng Luo knew how to deal with people. He respectfully asked about Yu Shangrong as soon as they met. "Well," Yu Shangrong replied, "I've been very well since we parted." Zhuo Yushu scornfully looked at Leng Luo. "Why be so obsequious? You were once a big shot, Leng Luo." Leng Luo walked to Zhuo Yushu's side, lowering his voice. "The Demon Sky Pavilion's second senior is a perfect 8-leaf. Zhuo Yushu's heart trembled, her aged eyes widened. She immediately bowed to Yu Shangrong. This old one didn't intentionally offend. Yu Shangrong waved his hand, not minding. "Elder, there's no need to mind. According to etiquette, I should still pay respects to you." Dare not, dare not." Zhuo Yushu gripped her crutch tightly, her whole body unsteady. "In the future, when you encounter second senior, it's best to be sensible and humble." Lu Zhou stood up, clasping his hands and walking down the steps, approaching Yu Shangrong, and said, "Summon your dharmic body for your teacher to see." Previously, Lu Zhou was worried that Yu Shangrong's severing of the Golden Lotus would be dangerous. Now that he had safely returned, of course Lu Zhou wanted to see what a dharmic body without the Golden Lotus looked like. The others were all dumbfounded, not understanding what the pavilion master wanted to do. Could it be that he wants to intimidate the new elder? Yu Shangrong respectfully replied, "Yes." Yu Shangrong didn't hide it, slightly smiling as he raised his hand. A small dharmic body, sparkling with golden light, floated in his palm. Everyone's eyes were focused on the dharmic body. The little golden man floated, his feet completely empty, without any golden lotus. Around the little golden man, 3 pieces of lotus leaf were slowly rotating. Ming Shiyin stared intently, muttering, "No golden lotus." The others also exclaimed, "3 leaves, no golden lotus." Zhuo Yushu's aged eyes widened again. Didn't Leng Luo say second senior was a perfect 8-leaf? How come there are only 3 leaves now? She couldn't believe it. Anger surged in her heart, but upon closer inspection, there really was no golden lotus. Zhuo Yushu gaped. What's going on? It was only because she had hidden in the canyon for too long, completely cut off from the outside world, so she didn't know anything. She didn't know Yu Shangrong, didn't know the 9 great disciples, and didn't know that everyone in the cultivation world was now clamoring to sever the golden lotus. Leng Luo was still the same, the first to clasp his hands and bow. Leng Luo is impressed. Extremely impressed. How could he not be impressed? The era of severing the golden lotus had only just begun, and the number of people who dared to do it was very small, and the number of 8-leafs who dared to give up the perfect 8-leaf realm to start over was even fewer. Surviving was already a heaven-sent blessing, and most exaggeratedly, Yu Shangrong had opened up 3 leaves. Who dared to say he was weak? Hua Wudao bowed and said, 3 leaves, no golden lotus. Second senior is fully worthy of being the number 1 person in the cultivation world. Ming Shiyin gave a thumbs up, unable to hold back his praise. Second senior brother, you're so savage. Yu Shangrong smiled and replied, "It's not worth mentioning. With master here, how dare I call myself number 1? The crowd then remembered that the master of the Demon Sky Pavilion had long ago entered the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhao's expression remained calm as always, stroking his beard and pondering. This old man also wants to be a 9-leaf, but my merit points won't allow it. It seems like my second disciple has finally tasted the sweetness after bitterness with this achievement. As his master, he also gets to witness this historical moment." Just then, Zhao Yu quickly walked into the main hall, bowing and presenting a flying letter. "Master, Jiang Aijian sent a flying letter. Second senior has already seen the first one, and there's a second one that was just sent." Lu Zhao received the flying letter and read it once, his heart slightly shaken. The speed of the cultivation world is faster than he expected. Lu Zhao was doubtful. Lotus-severing life-preserving pill? Leaf-opening pill? Zhao Yu replied, "Master, as soon as this news came out, the North Star Academy and the Danyang Sect became the focus of attention for the entire cultivation world. The nascent soul realm experts in the major sects have all begun to sever the golden lotus." The others in the hall understood upon hearing this. Ming Shiyin hurriedly said, "Master, then our Demon Sky Pavilion can't fall behind. We should quickly begin." Lu Zhao glanced at Ming Shiyin, nodding and saying, "Then let's start with the elders." Leng Luo and Hua Wudao bowed simultaneously. It's all up to the pavilion master to decide. Zuo Yushu seemed a beat slow, finally catching up, bowing and saying, "Then it's up to you, senior brother." Ming Shiyin, wielding a shiny blade, declared fiercely, "Then this disciple will go rob the Danyang sect." "Ah no, ask for some life-saving pills." Yu Shangrong suddenly spoke up. "Leave this to me." Ming Xinyin looked at Yu Shangrong. "Second senior brother, you just chopped your golden lotus, it's too dangerous." Chopping the golden lotus, and starting cultivation again, even with experience. 3 leaves is still a bit low. At this moment, Hua Wudao also flexed his bulging muscles. Yu Shangrong smiled. "Don't worry, I've met the Danyang sect leader a few times." Ming Xinyin asked suspiciously, "Met a few times? What if there's a conflict, how will you handle it?" Yu Shangrong patted Ming Xiyin's shoulder, a sword in his hand. "That's enough." After speaking, he bowed to Lu Zhou. Honestly, Lu Zhou was a bit worried about Yu Shangrong's current condition. Going out like this, who could guarantee he wouldn't encounter a powerful enemy? Yu Shangrong was used to being an 8-leaf. Afraid he couldn't accept this, Yu Shangrong said softly, "Please give the order, master." Lu Zhou asked again, "Are you sure?" Yu Shangrong never did things he wasn't sure of. He said again, "Please give the order, master." Lu Zhou waved his hand, shouting softly, "Bixi!" A deep roar came from outside the main hall. Everyone knew it was Bixi without looking. It was very obedient, coming to stand outside the main hall as soon as it was called. Bixi's sharp eyes looked towards Lu Zhou, waiting for orders. Lu Zhou said to Yu Shangrong, "Take Bixi with you on this mission." If there's a life-threatening danger, it can lend you a hand. If he sent someone to help, Yu Shangrong definitely wouldn't agree. Yu Shangrong replied, "Thank you, master. Go." Yu Shangrong and Bixi turned and left the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even though the Sword Devil is only a 3-leaf now, his experience and skills as an 8-leaf are enough for him to deal with cultivators below the 5-leaf stage. Moreover, with the Evil Sky Pavilion as his backing, who would dare to touch him? Remember, Yu Shangrong could kill a nascent Divinity Realm cultivator with his bare hands, but there's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. Lu Zhou watched Yu Shangrong leave, and then looked at the system interface. Sure enough, a mission appeared. Yu Shangrong obtains life-saving pills, with a reward of up to 10,000 merit points. Looks like this mission isn't simple. Ming Xinyin bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is still a little worried about second senior brother." Lu Zhou said calmly, "For safety's sake, assist him from the shadows. Given your second senior brother's temperament, you better not let him notice. Go." Ming Xinyin bowed his head. This disciple understands. This disciple will definitely protect second senior brother well. Then he quickly followed after Yu Shangrong. If it weren't for the high reward points of this mission, Lu Zhou wouldn't have sent Ming Xinyin to assist Yu Shangrong. Zuo Yushu couldn't help but finally ask, "Senior brother, what are life-saving pills? Why doesn't Yu Shangrong's Dharma body have a golden lotus?" Leng Luo waved his hand. "Elder Zuo, come outside with me, I'll tell you." "Your information is too outdated." Zuo Yushu followed closely behind Leng Luo. "Sorry for troubling you, Elder Leng. This old one is truly ashamed. All of Zuo Yushu's arrogance has disappeared without a trace. Newcomers should be aware of their status as newcomers." Lu Zhou called out. Hearing her master's call, Zhao Yue immediately replied, "This disciple is here." Lu Zhou said, "Send a letter to Jiang Aijian and Shiwang Qinjun. Tell them to use all their strength to find a woman with the surname Luo." This woman appeared 300 years ago, helping Yun Tianluo become the founding ancestor of the 3 sects. Zhao Yue hurriedly replied, "This disciple obeys." After Zhao Yu left, Lu Zhou thought of Siwuya again. Finding someone is like finding a needle in a haystack. If he could use the network of his disciples, there would be a higher chance. After a period of absence, the square-headed youth continued his commentary segment. At the same time, the birth of the life-saving pill, refined by the Beidou Pavilion and the Danyang sect, shocked the entire cultivation world. Many cultivators sought out these 2 major sects to exchange for pills, even willing to offer priceless treasures in exchange for life-saving pills. The pill hadn't been refined for long, and the name hadn't even been set yet, but it was called life-saving pill because of the 2 words, life-saving, spreading throughout the cultivation world. The number of golden lotus severing life-saving pills refined was quite large, while opening leaf pills were hard to come by. In the Yongqing Palace in the divine capital, the newly appointed eunuch Naicheng was trembling as he carried a tray of items into the hall. "Your Majesty, this is a life-saving pill and 5 opening leaf pills sent by the Beidou Pavilion." Dean Zhu, of the Beidou Pavilion, said that opening leaf pills are extremely precious. The 2 major sects jointly refined 1,200 life-saving pills, but only refined 8 opening leaf pills, and they immediately sent 5 to your Majesty. Liu Chang snorted. If it weren't for the imperial city conducting countless experiments on golden lotus severing, how could they refine life-saving pills? For us to take 5 is already a great benefit for them. Your Majesty is wise. Eunuch Naicheng continued. Zhu Yongkai said that each opening leaf pill can provide a great deal of medicinal power to assist in opening leaves, but cannot guarantee that each pill will help open one leaf. Liu Chang showed no expression on his face, only glancing indifferently at the items in eunuch Ni Chang's hands. Medicine is still an external force. Life-saving pills are more important. Now that the world is changing drastically, with internal and external troubles, if the Imperial Guards want to sever the Golden Lotus, they must ask for our permission. Understood, Liu Chang said. In addition, convey our decree, ordering General Ping Qian, the leader of the Imperial Guards, to lead troops to protect the Beidou Pavilion. Pills are precious. We hope Dean Zhu can understand our good intentions. Yes. Eunuch Nichang placed the tray of items down and respectfully retreated. On the surface, he was protecting the Beidou Pavilion, but in reality, Liu Chang wanted to prevent the pills from spreading throughout the cultivation world. At least the first 9 leaf to appear must be in the divine capital. Liu Chang picked up the life-saving pill in the tray, murmuring, 9 leaf Ji Tiandao, how did he do it? Are we not as good as him? As he kicked the door open, he spoke up. Master Wu, he's gone! In the corner of the room, Wu Daiyong shakily walked out, wiping the sweat off his face. He then stealthily looked up at the sky. After confirming that Yu Xiangrong had left, he finally opened his mouth and said, Luckily, you dealt with it in time. I was scared to death. Don't panic, Sect leader. Second Senior didn't have any hostile intentions. Shen Liangshao reassured him. No matter what, our Dan Yang sect can't afford to mess with the Sword Devil, let alone the Evil Sky Pavilion. Wu Daiyong breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, after a night of comprehending the heavenly book, Lu Zhou opened his eyes, sensing that his extraordinary power had recovered about 1/5. At this rate, he'd be able to recover all the extraordinary power in his body in just 5 days. As expected, the speed of comprehension has increased. What will the 5th type of heavenly book divine power be? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. He got up to observe the map of the other ancients. Apart from the Great Yan, the other places were shrouded in a hazy mist, and nothing could be seen. Might as well do a little lucky draw to brighten the mood. Lu Zhou sat down and silently initiated the lucky draw. Consumed 50 merit points, consumed 54 luck points, obtained 5 face-changing cards. Face-changing can alter one's appearance, with each use lasting continuously for 5 days. Face-changing card? Lu Zhou looked at the newly appeared item card with suspicion. Are systems these days all screwing over players like this? They just throw out a bunch of useless chicken rib cards at every turn. What good are face-changing cards? Lu Zhou's appearance has already changed a lot since he first transmigrated. The item cards are getting more and more trash. Master, Si Wu Yai requests an audience. Zhao Yue's voice came from outside the courtyard. What is it? He said he's figured out something about the crystal ball of memories. Bring it here. Yes. Not long after, Zhao Yue brought Si Wu Yai to the East Pavilion. Si Wu Yai's mental state was clearly much better than it had been in the past few days. He carefully pushed open the door and entered. Zhao Yu remained waiting outside. Stepping into the room, Si Wu Yai saw his master sitting on a prayer mat with his eyes half closed. Master! Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Sit down. Disciple wouldn't dare. Then speak, Lu Zhou said. Si Wu Yai nodded and slowly said, These past few days, Disciple has been meditating in the cave, constantly thinking about the crystal ball of memories. Disciple feels that the crystal ball should be in Rongxi, not Rongbei. Why are you so sure? Lu Zhou asked. After Master sealed my memories, your disciple made a trip to Rongxi. Rongxi has 5 kingdoms, including Qiguang, Wuhan, Suchen, Jianggu, and Lulan. The people of the 5 kingdoms worship demonic gods. After Master sealed my memories and returned, you were besieged by the 10 great experts for the first time. Understanding Master's movements, offering a plan for the siege, and having enough motivation and strength to do so, it can only be the people of Lulan. Lulan? Lu Zhou questioned. When Lu Zhou first transmigrated, he always thought that Ji Tiandao was besieged because of the wicked disciples' tricks, with Yu Zhanghai being the biggest suspect. Now, listening to Si Wu Yai's explanation, it seemed quite plausible. Si Wu Yai went on. Second senior brother once killed a Western region princess. Does Master know why? Lu Zhou frowned at him, his expression as if to say, You trash. You still dare to act cool in front of me? Startled, Si Wu Yai quickly explained. That princess was a witch, daring to try and control second senior brother. How could second senior brother let her trick him? He immediately swung his sword and killed her. Afterward, the royal family, wanting to continue their marriage alliance with Lulan, had no choice but to bring in Kuai Yufei. Kuai Yufei was ordinary, but she brought Mo Li with her, wanting to take the opportunity to mess with Great Yan. But the Evil Sky Pavilion was the biggest obstacle. Lu Zhou nodded. You're saying the one who framed me is from Lulan? 8 or 9 out of 10. That's right, Si Wu Yai replied. But what does this have to do with the memory crystal ball? The people of Lulan know your movements so well, they must also know which areas of Rongxi you visited. If we can trace Master's movements back then, we can find the memory crystal ball. Hearing this, Lu Zhou stroked his beard, thinking, this little bastard has a point. But how do we trace it? Si Wuyai seemed to understand. Master, over the years, I've arranged for some spies to infiltrate the alien races, especially Lu Lan. Lu Zhou looked at him again, seeing that his loyalty had increased compared to before, but it was still not high. Master, only I can do this. Although Jiang Aijian is the third prince of Great Yan and has many spies, he knows too little about the alien races. Besides, that guy is lazy by nature, and only likes freedom, often ignoring some news. I had to borrow the name of Darknet many times to inform the Evil Sky Pavilion. Clearly, Jiang Aijian could have done it too, but he didn't. That guy is not trustworthy. At this point, Si Wuyai suddenly stopped. He realized that Master was staring at him without blinking, staring so long that his heart started to tremble. I didn't mean to insult Jiang Aijian. Please forgive me, Master. Si Wuyai knelt on one knee. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Do you know why I made you face the wall in the cave to repent? I know I committed the crime of betraying the sect. Unforgivable. All of Master's punishments I have no complaints about, Si Wuyai replied. You're wrong. It would be unreasonable to punish you just for leaving the sect. Si Wuyai knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the Heaven's Choice Temple to save Zhu Honggong, ran all over Great Yan to find runes to save Yu Shangrong, and even saved Yu Zhenghai's life. If I were to blame him for these things, I would be deceiving myself, Lu Zhou said calmly. You are very similar to Yu Shangshong, both carrying unnecessary arrogance. Arrogance and confidence are good, but too much confidence turns into conceit. Arrogance often blinds your eyes. Si Wuyai was stunned, remembering the questions in the cave, his face gradually burning. He called himself intelligent, called himself resourceful, but he couldn't solve those questions. Master is right, I understand, Si Wuyai said dejectedly. Lu Zhou stood up, walked to the chair next to him, and sat down. You still won't tell me about Yu Zhenghai? Si Wuyai's whole body trembled. I promised eldest senior brother. Seeing his determination, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. You say you've seen the light, but in reality, you haven't. Lu Zhao's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, if you don't tell me, I will expel you from the sect. From now on, you will have nothing to do with the Evil Sky Pavilion. The peacock plume is here. I'll return it to you. Lu Zhou gently lifted his right hand, and the peacock plume appeared, thrown in front of Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai was stunned. Lu Zhao's eyes shone brightly, staring at Si Wuyai, waiting for his answer. You can leave. If we meet again, if you are the enemy, I will definitely show no mercy. Lu Zhou didn't believe his words. What promise? Si Wuyai, you can leave the sect, and you dare to say you made a promise to Yu Zhenghai. How ridiculous. Si Wuyai stared blankly at the peacock plume, his mind completely blank. Ding! Subdue. Si Wuyai gained 500 merit points. A moment later, Si Wuyai knelt on the ground and said, I can tell, but please agree to one thing. You want to bargain with me? Si Wuyai quickly explained. I absolutely have no rebellious intentions, and I dare not bargain with Master. That's what you just said. Lu Zhou's eyes flashed with fire. Si Wuyai was extremely ashamed. All his original confidence and composure became extremely awful under Master's gaze. His heart was in chaos and lost its direction. For a moment, Si Wuyai didn't know what to say. Lu Zhou took out Si Wuyai's diary from his sleeve, flipped through it for a while, and placed it on the table. The room was very quiet at this time. The two masters, one sitting and one kneeling, were silent for a long time before Lu Zhou opened his mouth and said, You think I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? Si Wuyai looked up at Lu Zhou. You already knew? The Wookiee tribe's body died, but their heart did not. Buried deep in the ground, watered, they can be revived. Si Wuyai stared blankly at the diary on the table, the content of which was too detailed, clear, and difficult to hide. Master, you still knew. Si Wuyai knelt on the ground, stammering. Eldest senior brother, his fate is bitter? Is he? Lu Zhou said disdainfully. Yu Zhenghai personally established the Nether Sect, goes everywhere to seize power, has 4 valiant Dharma protectors under his command. Now the entire world is controlled by him, swaggering around on flying chariots to establish his authority, conquering cities and seizing territory. Where is he suffering? The appearance of the diary shattered Si Wuyai's defense. After Lu Zhou got the diary, he thought for a long time. What kind of person can be revived? Even the mysterious woman named Luo who helped Yun Tianluo couldn't help him revive. So what does Yu Zhenghai rely on to do it? So Lu Zhou searched in his memory, finally finding it in some records about this tribe. Watering can revive them. This characteristic is too obvious. Si Wuyai knelt on the ground, slowly recounting. Hundreds of years ago, the Wookiee tribe originally lived within the Great Yan, Later the war broke out. The Wookiee tribe had to move around, from the far east Yangzhou to the far west Liangzhou. At first they were safe and sound, then the war between Great Yan and Lu Lan broke out. The Wookiee tribe was implicated and almost exterminated. Only 3 people remained in the entire tribe, including eldest senior brother. At that time the 3 of them were still very young. They had to beg for a living everywhere, wandering in the streets, being beaten and scolded by people. They could only grit their teeth and endure. Eldest senior brother often had to steal some food back for his 2 junior brothers. Shixiang is stubborn AF and always gotta have the last word, even if he's getting his ass beat. Lu Zhou gets his personality. Stubborn doesn't even begin to cover it. Once he makes up his mind, ain't no change in it. Then his bros got clapped, and he got sold off to Lu Lan by slavers. Si Wuya pauses, checks out Shifu's face. Still blank AF, who knows what he's thinking. Lu Zhou pipes up. Why can the Wookiee clan revive? Wookiee folks can't just do it willy-nilly. There are hella strict rules. Gotta have someone watching over you when you bite the dust. And they only get 3 revives in their whole life. Each death sucks away 300 years of lifespan. Ouch. Shixiang is an 8-leaf. Got 1,000 years to burn, Si Wuya adds, pausing again for dramatic effect. Lu Zhou strokes his beard, nodding. Yeah, if they could just keep respawning, they'd be immortal. OP, PLZ nerf. Continue. Lu Zhou orders. Shixiang thought Lu Lan would be a better life, but LOL, NOPE. Life just had to be extra brutal. Some Lu Lan royal prick hated Yan with a passion. For kicks, he chained up Shixiang and carved him up for 7 straight days. Shixiang bled out and died. Si Wuya's hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white as a ghost. But plot armor. Shixiang's not dead yet. They tossed his corpse in a ditch, and after 49 days, BAM! He's back! He bounced from Lu Lan with some merchants, snuck back to Yan, and became your disciple. Si Wuya still kneeling, but his back straight as an arrow. This disciple is down to help Shixiang take over the world. No regrets then, no regrets now. Lu Zhao's got a lot on his mind. Yu Zhenghai's got a wild story. So does Yu Shangrong, Bai Min, the Junzi Nation, and even the Wookiee clan. It all links back to Tao Ming. According to the disciples, Ji Tiandao wanted to use them to hit 9 leaves, or live longer. But why didn't Tiandao do anything? Weren't all 9 disciples supposed to be sacrifices? WTF happened? Lu Zhou glances at the diary, then asks, what about this diary? It records Shixiang's 2nd death and revival, back when he was an 8-leaf. That's why this disciple begged Shifu to spare Shixiang a 2nd death. Yu Zhenghai joined the Ma Tian sect and was a cultivator. How could he die that easily? Only Shifu knows, Si Wuya replies. Lu Zhou furrows his brow, stands up, and paces. If Lu Zhou knew, he wouldn't be so damn confused. He's got 0 memory of Yu Zhenghai's death. Ji Tiandao, you sneaky bastard. Did you really seal away all the memories of killing your disciples? Sure, Lu Zhu's just an isekai dude. None of this is technically his problem. But Lu Zhou Ji Tiandao now. He's stuck with the baggage. You think I killed Yu Zhenghai? Lu Zhou asks. If he just got isekai'd, he'd probably think the same thing. But now it seems like there's more to it. Ji Tiandao's got a temper, sure, but he ain't a born killer. This evil reputation is just propaganda. This disciple wouldn't dare, Si Wuya replies. This disciple will retrieve the memory crystal ball for Shifu. He didn't want it before, but Shifu's 9 leaves now, so the old worries are gone. Si Wuya, listen up. Lu Zhou booms. Yes, Shifu. I'm giving you 2 tasks. 1. Retrieve the memory crystal ball. 2. Convince Yu Zhenghai to return to the Ma Tian sect. Si Wuya kowtows. This disciple obeys. Only what? The first task is no problem, but the second. Shixiang is stubborn. AF. I fear. Si Wuya looks troubled. He expects a command. But Lu Zhou just says, figure it out, dismissed. Si Wuya's taken aback, but Shifu's already back to meditating. He doesn't want to push his luck, so he stands up and says, this disciple takes his leave. Tell Panzhong to unlock your cultivation. Take the peacock plume. This disciple thanks Shifu. Si Wuya's stoked. He grabs the peacock plume and respectfully leaves. Lu Zhou turns back, about to get back to the heavenly book. But then he glances at the calligraphy hanging on the wall. A bright moon rises over the sea. From afar, we share this moment together. What are the odds? If this calligraphy is anything to go by, then I still got 1 more disciple out there. Meanwhile, in a Rusheng City tavern, Jiang Aijian clutches his head and mutters, a woman named Luo? Where the hell am I supposed to find a woman named Luo? Is this a joke? Does old Devil G really think I'm friggin' omniscient or something? Jiang Aijian strokes his chin. Okay, yeah, I am pretty omniscient, but this is pushing it. Muttering to himself, he grabs a passing waiter. Hey waiter, you know where I can find a woman named Luo? The waiter's face goes blank. Sir, If you're looking for a woman, go find one yourself. What a psycho. Jiang Aijin shoves him away, muttering again. Luo, someone who can help Yuntian Luo ascend to the heavens in one step? Sounds way too good to be true. Whatever, I'll give it a shot. Jiang Aijin leaps out of the tavern, his figure blurring and disappearing. Dozens of miles north of the Danyang Sect, Yu Shangrong leisurely steered Beishan, enjoying the scenery along the way, feeling chill and carefree. Suddenly, Benshan roared. Awoo! Yu Shangrong was puzzled. Huh? Awoo? Up ahead? Yu Shangrong looked towards the woods, where faint black mist was rising, circling around. Belian obediently changed direction, avoiding the forest area. The air was now filled with poisonous mist. Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. His gut told him this mist was sus AF. Just then, a spooky voice came from the woods. Friend, why not come down for a bit? Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm and composed. He had anticipated obstacles. That black mist clearly wanted to stop him. All right. Yu Shangrong directed Beian to slowly descend to the ground. 3 figures emerged from the woods. A man in brocade robes with a long beard in front, seemingly the leader, spoke up. Friend, I want to buy some things from you. What things? Trans Pearl life-saving pill. The man waved his hand, and the 2 behind him took out a pile of scrap silver from their bags and held it up. Scrap silver to buy treasures of the cultivation world? You serious? Yu Shangrong asked with a smile. Of course. You could also say, I'm robbing you. The man laughed. The Danyang Sect has a protective barrier. We can't get in. We've been lurking here for days, and have snatched quite a few people who came to trade. But it's the first time we've seen someone using a mount like you. Yu Shangrong nodded. Able to control witchcraft, are you from Lulan or Ruli? The man in brocade robes was slightly surprised. You have good eyes. The Great Yan has entered the Trans-Gold Lotus era. We Ruli people can't fall behind. So they were Ruli people. Thinking about it, it made sense. Great Yan cultivators started Trans-Gold Lotus cultivation. Once enough 9 leaves appeared, it would be the time of annihilation for the foreign races. The Rongxi and Rongbei people would naturally not miss this opportunity, and hurriedly sent people to investigate. Yu Shangrong kept a smile on his face. My sword doesn't kill nobodies. You're arrogant, but unfortunately arrogant in the wrong place. The man in brocade robes waved his hand slightly, and the 2 others immediately took off their clothes, revealing strong muscles, their bodies covered in all kinds of weird symbols. Boom boom! 2 Wolf King Dharma bodies appeared. Yu Shangrong glanced over. Both second-leaf gold lotus Dharma bodies? The gold lotus itself can attack and defend, and its defensive power is extremely terrifying. If used properly, a second leaf with gold lotus will be much stronger than a second leaf without gold lotus. But Yu Shangrong wasn't someone who could be judged by logic. The 2 foreign races charged forward with their Dharma bodies. The Wolf King Dharma body had incredible speed and power. Yu Shangrong turned to pat Beian's back. Move aside. I'm afraid of hurting you. Awoo! Bethlan was annoyed at being looked down upon, but still obediently followed orders, taking a few steps back. As the 2 Wolf King Dharma bodies were about to strike, the everlasting sword burst out of its sheath, flashing crimson light. Yu Shangrong tapped his toes and flew into the air, using force to slash out a sword. The phantom flashed, almost impossible to see the shadow of the sword. Sword intent knows no bounds. Swoosh! The everlasting sword swept past the 2 Wolf King Dharma bodies. 2 screams rang out, and the Wolf King Dharma bodies shattered in the air. Yu Shangrong landed behind the 2, knowing the result without even turning his head. Clapping sounds. Nice sword skill, my guy. The man in brocade robes clapped his hands and said, You overpraise me. The Great Yan has many people with high sword skills. Many sword Dao experts, like sword freak Chen Wenji, sword demon Yu Shangrong, sword wrath Wang Haichao. Sadly, you are far behind them. That's true. Yu Shangrong didn't deny it. Yu Shangrong's current strength was only 3rd leaf, far from his peak. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zalan, the younger brother of the great general of Ruli, Zala Er. Zalan smiled confidently. Never heard of him, but the name Zala Er sounds familiar. HMPH. Yu Shangrong's right hand held the sword at a 45-degree angle, stepping forward, a smile on his face that didn't take Zalan seriously. A gust of wind blew, fluttering Yu Shangrong's robes. Zalan immediately felt a strange aura radiating from Yu Shangrong's body. Boom! Zalan raised his hands, and a giant Wolf King Dharma body appeared behind him. A 6th-leaf gold lotus Wolf King Dharma body. With the witchcraft formation here, my strength can explode to 7th leaf in a short time. Zalan smiled sinisterly. Yu Shangrong continued to walk, the smile never fading. Rustle. When only 10 meters away from the Wolf King Dharma body, Yu Shangrong summoned his Dharma body. Boom! A 10-meter-tall Dharma body appeared. 3rd leaf. Zalan frowned upon seeing this Dharma body. then threw his head back and laughed. Looks like I overestimated you. At the same time, the black mist in the woods began to converge into the Wolf King Dharma body. Just then, Yu Shangrong darted forward. Zalan was stunned. He immediately felt that the world before him was being distorted, twisted, surrounded by illusory sea waves, extremely hazy. 3 figures, left, center, and right, flickered before him. At this time, Zalan noticed 3 pieces of lotus leaf spinning around the azure sword. He was shocked. Dharma body without gold lotus. Boom! Zalan burst out his entire origin energy, the origin energy radiating from his body. Sorry, you're too slow. A sword pierced through. 3 souls align. The sword pierced through the Wolf King Dharma body, and also pierced through Xylan's chest. The battle ended, and everything became quiet again. Yu Shangrong stood behind Xylan, his hand holding the sword still pointing forward, his back straight, his sword-holding posture extremely elegant. So elegant that it was unbelievable. Yu Shangrong ignored Xylan's life or death, his gaze now looking at the crimson everlasting sword, the 3 pieces of lotus leaf sparkling with golden light still spinning around the everlasting sword. Yu Shangrong's judgment had been confirmed. The gold lotus had terrifying defensive power. But the sharpness of the lotus leaf was also extremely admirable. Cough cough. Xylan covered his chest, kneeling on one knee, his face full of horror. He hadn't even had time to enjoy the feeling of increased cultivation, thanks to witchcraft, when he was killed by a sword annihilation. How could this be? Why would randomly robbing in the Great Yan encounter such a terrifying cultivator? You, Xylan said, can you tell me your name? So I can die in peace. As he spoke, fresh blood gushed from his mouth, staining his clothes red. Yu Shangrong slowly turned around, not even glancing at Xylan, but walked past him, looking at the 2 corpses of the 2-leaf cultivators from earlier. Yu Shangrong raised his hand, and the pouches from the corpses flew over, emitting a familiar medicinal scent. Life-saving pills. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, Sword Devil, Yu Shangrong. After speaking, he lightly tapped his toes, flew up, and stood on Bion's back. Bion soared away, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Xylan collapsed to the ground, bitterly laughing. Sword Devil, haha, no wonder. Well, guess I'm just unlucky. Xylan spat out another mouthful of blood. That last sword strike left him with almost no chance of survival. But under the intense desire to live, he still didn't fall. I can't die. Sword Devil, you know too little about the alien race. Xylan tore off his clothes, using fresh blood to smear all sorts of bizarre symbols on his body, covering himself in blood. Clap, clap, clap. A figure walked out of the forest, clapping, his face full of shock and admiration, watching Yu Shangrong disappear into the horizon. No way! That actually worked? A 3-leaf killing a 6-leaf? Xylan was startled and turned around, seeing the newcomer. It was a man in strange attire. He didn't seem to see Xylan, continuing to praise, how the hell did he do that? Am I hallucinating? Or is this 6-leaf guy a fake? No way! Absolutely no way! That's totally absurd. Xylan was dumbfounded. Yo, I'm talking to you. The man in strange attire kicked him. Xylan, already on the verge of death, was kicked violently, his internal organs almost shattered. Just when his body felt a little stable, it all dissipated again. You. Who are you? You bastard. Taking advantage of someone when they're down. Xylan was furious, his eyes bloodshot. The man in strange attire scratched his head, suddenly remembering Yu Shangrong's appearance. So he cleared his throat, his attitude changing as fast as lightning, becoming indifferent. My apologies. I am Yu Shangrong. What the hell? Xylan's mind went blank. Could he be seeing hallucinations from being killed by a sword devil? That guy just now was also named Yu Shangrong. Why is another Yu Shangrong popping up now? Cough cough. Hallucinations. It must be hallucinations. Xylan closed his eyes to stabilize his chi, then suddenly opened them wide. SW Sword Devil? The man in strange attire nodded slightly. Just a meaningless title, not worth mentioning. If you're so good, fight me fairly. Xylan gnashed his teeth in hatred. Sorry, I love taking advantage of people when they're down the most. The man raised his hand, and the Li Bi Gao appeared in his palm. You're so shameless! The Li Bi Gao flashed across Xylan's neck, and several gang seals simultaneously struck his heart. A moment later, Ming Shiyin raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of chaotic palm strikes, beating the 3 corpses until they were completely mangled, before nodding in satisfaction. Second senior brother, you're really too ignorant about the alien race. Dealing with these guys is better left to me. He stretched his arms, looked at the fading sunlight, and sighed. Feels good. It's still early. Gonna head to the North Star Academy to snag some opening leaf pills. At this moment, inside the Eastern Pavilion, ding! Killed a target. Gained 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed a target, gained 1000 merit points. Ding. Killed a target, gained 1500 merit points. Hearing the 3 consecutive system notifications, Lu Zhou couldn't help but wake up from his state of comprehending the heavenly book. For Yu Shangrong to kill great cultivators with his current 3-leaf cultivation, it would still be a bit difficult. Ming Xinyan must have assisted him. Knowing how to help each other, well done. Lu Zhou contentedly closed his eyes, continuing to comprehend the heavenly book. The next morning, Yu Shangrong returned to the Matian Pavilion, standing outside the courtyard, bowing and saying to Lu Zhou, "Disciple was fortunate not to fail the mission, bringing back 223 life-saving pills." "Very good," Lu Zhou replied. "Did everything go smoothly?" "Very smoothly, no difficulties at all," Yu Shangrong replied. Lu Zhou was silent for a moment and said, "You've never liked lying." Yu Shangrong was startled, immediately bowing and saying, "Disciple knows his mistake, it's just that I encountered 3 petty thieves on the way back, not worth mentioning." "Good, as long as it went smoothly, go rest." Just as Yu Shangrong was about to leave, he remembered Si Wuya's words and said, "Disciple has a request." "Speak." "Disciple wishes to see 7th junior brother's diary." "The diary." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked towards the desk, casually waving a gangqi, grabbing the diary, and flying it out of the room. Clang. The door closed. Yu Shangrong reached out and caught the diary, bowing and saluting. Disciple takes his leave. Ding! Yu Shangrong completed the mission, obtaining life-saving pills, received 10,000 merit points. Lu Zhou contentedly closed his eyes, continuing to comprehend the heavenly book. For the next 4 days, Lu Zhou did not leave the Eastern Pavilion. Until the morning of the 5th day, Lu Zhou felt that his extraordinary power had fully recovered. His mental and physical state was much better than before, and his cultivation seemed to have increased a lot. Lu Zhou murmured to himself, "It seems that the speed of breaking through and upgrading through cultivation is not slow at all. In that case, Lu Zhou can save a lot of merit points to buy Golden Lotus opening leaves. Later, when upgrading his cultivation becomes more and more difficult, he can use merit points to buy them, and the speed of increasing his cultivation will still be very fast." Lu Zhou did some exercises in the room, then pushed the door open and stepped out. "Master! Yesterday, 7th senior brother went to Jing province. He saw that you were resting, so he asked disciple to inform you," Xiao Yanjie said while practicing with the Brahma lingo. "Understood." Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back and walked down the steps. With Si Wuya's cultivation, it is almost impossible for him to capture Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhou sent him, because Si Wuya could easily meet Yu Zhenghai. Even if he couldn't bring Yu Zhenghai back, he could at least help Yu Zhenghai deal with the royal family. Remembering what Si Wuya said, Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. Sinful disciple. Truly unlucky. Before finding the memory crystal ball, Lu Zhou did not dare to determine whether Ji Tiandao killed Yu Zhenghai or not. This old man is a reasonable person, you know. "Yan Coulter, how's your cultivation been lately?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yanhair said with grievance, "Master, opening a leaf is so hard. I still haven't manifested the 3rd leaf." "3rd leaf? When did you manifest the 2nd leaf?" Lu Zhou clearly remembers that this girl only manifested the 1st leaf not long ago. Most cultivators experience a sharp decline in cultivation speed after entering the nascent divinity realm, but this girl is getting faster and faster, which is just illogical. It seems like it was about half a month ago. This disciple doesn't remember clearly. Zhao Yanhair scratched her head. Half a month? Lu Zhou really didn't know what to say. You want to manifest the 3rd leaf after just half a month? That's beyond imagination. I'm going out for a trip, you stay on the mountain, and cultivate diligently. Master, this disciple wants to go too, Zhao Yanhair said excitedly. Listen to me. Lu Zhao's face turned stern. Yes. Lu Zhao waved his sleeve and walked towards the back mountain. Watching her master's back, Xiao Yanhair felt extremely aggrieved. In the past, master would always take her along, but now he won't let her go anymore? How could she not feel sad? Master must dislike her for having too low of a cultivation level. Xiao Yanhair mumbled with a pout and went to the back mountain. Lu Zhao raised his hand, and a disguise card appeared in his palm. In the past, Lu Zhao didn't have the ability to protect himself, so he had to bring Xiao Yanhair with him. But things are different now. Now he is a nascent divinity realm cultivator, and also has the heavenly writing divine power and a bunch of prop cards. He's more than capable of protecting himself. If he brings Xiao Yanhair along, it will be easy for those with ulterior motives to recognize them. In the cultivation world, only those who enter the nascent divinity realm are considered to have truly entered the door. Only those in the nascent divinity realm can use great divine powers. In fact, the cultivation world doesn't have a precise definition for great divine powers. Most cultivators believe that the strongest moves in the cultivation methods of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are all generally called great divine powers, such as the sword demon's sword techniques, the karmic severance blade technique, the arcane heavenly starburst, and so on. Also, only those in the nascent divinity realm can open leaves. Once you enter the nascent divinity realm, you are no longer weak. Jing Province. Lu Zhou looked towards Jing Province. This old man wants to see what that Xingtou is thinking. With the disguise card in hand, it will be much easier for Lu Zhou to catch that sinful disciple, Yu Zhenghai. Even if Lu Zhou temporarily leaves the Evil Sky Pavilion, no one would dare question it. Golden Court Mountain has the group of idiots Shang Rong stationed there, and the barrier formation has been restored, so the level of security has reached its highest level ever. Bai Zi! Lu Zhou called out. Bai Zi ran over on cloud steps. Lu Zhou jumped onto its back and flew into the sky. His hand clenched, crushing the disguise card. A faint energy immediately enveloped Lu Zhao's entire body. Lu Zhou didn't know what he looked like now, so he landed by a lake at the foot of the mountain and looked down at the surface of the lake. Reflected in the lake was a spirited old man with salt and pepper hair and angular features. Lu Zhou was satisfied. He controlled Bai Zeng to fly to Jing Province. 2 days later, in the Tian classroom on the second floor of the Guest Cloud Inn in Jing Province City, Lu Zhou sat looking out the window, thinking while instinctively reaching out to stroke his beard. His hand grabbed at empty air. Only then did he remember that his current appearance only had a very short beard. Such a hard habit to break. The appearance has just changed, so he's not used to it yet. Lu Zhou had arrived in Jing Province City yesterday. Surprisingly, the Underworld Church has not yet attacked Jing Province City, and the people don't seem to be affected at all. The Underworld Church has promised not to harm the people. They want to contend for the world, so of course they understand that the common people are the foundation of the world. If they want to fight, they will only fight the Great Yan royal family and the opposing cultivation forces. Jing Province is one of the most central province cities of Great Yan, which the distant Liang Province city can't compare to at all. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou hasn't had a chance to meet Yu Zhenghai yet. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Lu Zhou slowly turned around. Perhaps because he had merged into this body for a long time, Lu Zhou had the habits of an old man, neither Ji Tiandao nor the original Lu Zhou, but a completely independent and objective personality. The matter you asked me to inquire about has results, the waiter said. Come in. The waiter pushed the door open and said carefully. The general guarding Jing Province City is one of the 8 great commanders, who is also the Confucian expert, the Van Thu General. The formation in Jing Province City was set up by the Confucian school. Is there any movement from the Underworld Church? Lu Zhou asked. You can rest assured about this. It is said that the sect leader of the Underworld Church came in person, but he couldn't do anything, and could only watch as Jing Province City remains as solid as a wall of copper and iron, the waiter said. You have a lot of confidence in Jing Province City. It's not just me, but everyone is like that. The people in Jing Province City are not affected at all, the waiter replied with a smile. Are you asking if... The waiter originally wanted to say the word spy, but felt Lu Zhou's murderous gaze and immediately swallowed it back down. Get some rest, my lord. The lackey trembled and scurried out of the room. Lu Zhou turned to look out the window. No Si Wu Yai. As expected, the Nether Sect has weakened a lot. They can't even take Jing Province City. Dusk fell. Within the camp of the attacked Nether Sect, a large flag planted in the middle of the encampment fluttered in the wind. Yu Zhenghai sat on the main hall, eyes closed in cultivation. A cloud of mist swirled before him, sometimes visible, sometimes not. Suddenly, Yu Zhenghai unleashed a palm strike. The jade green blade shot out, slashed a circle, and returned to his hand. Yu Zhenghai's eyes snapped open, his forehead covered in sweat. Phew, just a dream. Master, stop pressuring me. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face. Just then, Hua Zhongyang entered from outside, his face excited. Sect leader, something's happened. 7th senior is back. Yu Zhenghai heard this and immediately stood up, his eyes blazing. Quick, quick, where is he? As soon as he finished speaking, Si Wu Yai slowly entered the main hall. Si Wu Yai wore a long robe, looking like an elegant scholar. He held the peacock plume, his expression calm, his spirit invigorated, his eyes full of life. He walked to the center of the hall. Si Wu Yai clasped his hands and said, Eldest brother, we meet again. Yu Zhenghai excitedly stepped down the stairs, went to Si Wu Yai, and was speechless for a moment. His recent changed demeanor and listlessness completely disappeared. In a flash, Yu Zhenghai placed both hands on Si Wu Yai's shoulders, patted him gently, and said excitedly, Good brother, your brother missed you to death. Si Wu Yai's eyes widened. Hua Zhongyang's eyes widened. Although Yu Zhenghai's behavior was overly excited, they could understand it. During this time, Hua Zhongyang had to listen to Yu Zhenghai's endless rambling every day. Whenever he opened his mouth, it was either, if 7th Junior did it, it would be so much better, or, if only 7th Junior were here. The 4 great protectors were dizzy and had headaches from his nagging. Now that Si Wuyai had returned, they were naturally very happy. Si Wuyai endured the pain from his shoulders and said softly, "Eldest brother, don't be too happy yet. Master ordered me to come here." Yu Zhenghai took a step back and raised an eyebrow. "Master? Master has entered the 9-leaf stage?" Si Wuyai said. Yu Zhenghai waved his hand. "If you want to persuade me to stop, forget it." "I don't mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Yu Zhenghai's tone became serious. "Master is old and muddled. Are you following him too? You want to deal with the great Yan royal family, but you've never thought about dealing with the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Do you understand?" Si Wuyai replied casually. "Understood." "Then why do you want to help Master?" Yu Zhenghai questioned. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Si Wuyai said nothing, only looked at Yu Zhenghai without blinking, waiting for him to calm down. A moment later, Yu Zhenghai finally calmed his breath. Only then did Si Wuyai say, "Master is not muddled." Yu Zhenghai looked doubtful. "Perhaps we brothers are both wrong." Si Wuyai continued. "Master ordered me to come here to take you back to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. But Maester also knows that with my cultivation, I definitely can't do anything to eldest brother." "Then why did Master do this?" Yu Zhenghai said softly. "Master also wants to deal with Great Yan." Si Wuyai did not answer his question, but said, "Master told me to consider it myself, and then decide. I think I've made a decision long ago." Yu Zhenghai was stunned, obviously not understanding what Si Wuyai was saying. Si Wuyai shook his head, then changed the subject. "Why doesn't eldest brother take this opportunity to quickly sever the Golden Lotus to advance to the 9-leaf stage?" Yu Zhenghai disdainfully replied, "Severing the Golden Lotus means rebuilding my cultivation? You want to take advantage of everyone severing the Golden Lotus to seize this world?" Si Wuyai nodded. "Then you have to act as soon as possible." Hearing these words, Yu Zhenghai's heart stirred, and then he was extremely happy. He waved his hand and ordered, "Hua Zhongyang, quickly bring the map here." Your subordinate obeys. Not long after, Hua Zhongyang brought the map and spread it on the table, while explaining the details of Jing Province City to Si Wuyai. Yu Zhenghai pointed to the area around Jing Province City and said, "The one guarding Jing Province City is Wen Shu, one of the 8 great commanders of Shendu. This guy comes from a Confucian family, and is well versed in grand formations. This is why your brother has been racking his brains these past few days." Hua Zhongyang, who was standing on the side, also clasped his hands and said, "If it weren't for this formation, the sect leader would have captured Wen Shu long ago, and Jing Province City would have been breached. Do you have any good plans, my brother? Does Wen Shu have any of your people by his side?" Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuyai with earnest eyes, as if he were looking at a beautiful and moving woman. Si Wuyai's heart trembled. Yu Zhenghai's constant changes in address made him feel very helpless. Si Wuyai shook his head and said, "The 8 great commanders are not ordinary people. It's not easy to plant spies by his side. Moreover, this trick was already used once in Liang Province City, so it can't be used again." Yu Zhenghai looked lost. Si Wuyai said again, "But I have another method." "My brother, quickly! Tell me quickly!" Yu Zhenghai opened his mouth and called him my brother, not caring about his image at all. "The terrain of Jing Province is treacherous, surrounded by mountains and forests. Jing Province is occupied by many ferocious beasts. We can lure the ferocious beasts out to exhaust the formation." Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, "Your brother isn't the king of the beasts. How can I command them?" Si Wuyai said again, "Coincidentally, in 3 days, there will be a live sacrifice held on the sacrificial altar north of Jing Province. Live sacrifice, using living people to sacrifice to the heavens, is just a foolish act. This is not important. What's important is that the person being sacrificed this time is born with the ability to understand animal language and is proficient in music." Hua Zhongyang's eyes lit up, and he bowed and said, "I also know a little about what 7th Senior is saying. When I first arrived in Jing Province City to inquire about information, I heard about this, but I didn't take it to heart at the time." Yu Zhenghai nodded. "My brother means that we should capture this person so that he can work for us?" "That's right." Yu Zhenghai's eyes lit up, stood up, patted Si Wuyai on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "My brother, that's a wake-up call." Hua Zhongyang also showed a respectful attitude. The same kind of information was unimportant in his hands, but in Si Wuyai's hands, it became extremely useful. Si Wuyai almost coughed up blood from the hit, but still gritted his teeth and endured. "But my cultivation is not high enough to catch this person. It's impossible." Yu Zhenghai replied with a smile. "That's easy to handle. Here are the 4 Dharma protectors. You can assign them as you wish. The 3 of them are in Liangjiao, Just give them a call, and they'll be here no matter how far away they are. Seeing that it wasn't sincere enough, Yu Zhenghai patted his chest. This big bro is also at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhongyang hurriedly spoke up. Seventh Lord, leave this to me. I'm quite familiar with Jingzhou City, and know the location of the sacrificial altar. How can we let the master of Nether Sect do this kind of snatching? It's too damn embarrassing. Yu Zhenghai glanced at Hua Zhongyang with admiration. Si Wuyai nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, Zhongyang. This is my duty, Hua Zhongyang replied. Although the forces on the sacrificial altar aren't big, you must be discreet and never reveal your identity as a member of the Nether Sect. Otherwise, even Big Brother can't save you. Also, it's best to use your brains, come up with clever plans, and absolutely don't act recklessly on the sacrificial altar, Si Wuyai said meaningfully. Understood, he replied. Then go. Hua Zhongyang respectfully left the main hall. As soon as he left, Yu Zhenghai nodded with satisfaction and said, With you, things are going much smoother. In recent days, this big bro has been extremely troubled, racking my brain but still can't find a way to take down Jingzhou City. Si Wuyai replied with a smile. The 4 Dharma protectors have profound cultivation, and there's no shortage of experts in the Nether Sect, so how could you not think of a way? Yu Zhenghai explained. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, it's no problem for Big Bro to focus on taking down one city, but it's difficult, even more difficult, to stabilize the entire situation. Bai Yuqing and Yang Yan are stationed in Liangzhou to guard against the Rorian people. And with so many concerns, my mind becomes chaotic. Once the mind is in chaos, it's impossible to calm the mind and come up with countermeasures, especially when the era of the Golden Lotus has begun, and the emergence of the 9 leaves makes Yu Zhenghai's heart burn like fire. On the surface, the Nether Sect is stirring up the 9 provinces to the point of chaos, and many places are controlled by the Nether Sect, but as long as the divine capital Imperial City remains, the Nether Sect will not succeed. Don't worry, big brother. Si Wuyai's tone sank. I will do my best. For some reason, Yu Zhenghai felt that Si Wuyai had changed a lot compared to before. He didn't know why Si Wuyai had become so resolute, nor did he know what Si Wuyai had encountered that made him look so much more stable. Yu Zhenghai said nothing more, clasped his hands together, and turned to look at the map of Great Yan on the table in the Guest Cloud Inn. Everything is normal. Lu Zhou opened the window, observing the movements outside. Still peaceful, as before. Could it be that this old man's disguise card is wasted? Tap, tap. The sound of knocking on the door rang. Customer, your food is here. The waiter pushed the door open and walked in, placing the tray of food on the table. Lu Zhou looked over. In fact, cultivators who reach the nascent divinity realm don't need to eat or drink for 10 days or half a month. But since he's in Jingzhou City, Lu Zhou doesn't want to attract attention. Little has there been any movement in Jingzhou City recently? Lu Zhou asked. Customer, you've asked many times. Jingzhou City is still very peaceful. There's no safer place than this, so rest assured, the waiter replied. The answer was expected. Suddenly, a lively sound rang out on the street, and some low-level cultivators gathered together, formed teams, and quickly flew forward. And there were quite a few people dressed very strangely. Lu Zhou pointed out the window and asked, Little what are they doing? The waiter tiptoed and looked down, then shook his head and said, Live sacrifice, it's boring. In previous years, they used sheep, cattle, and pigs for live sacrifices, but this year, it's said that they will sacrifice a person. I don't know if it's true or false, the waiter said as he retreated. Enjoy your meal, guest. There will be such people in any era. Lu Zhou shook his head. He didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs. The street became more and more noisy. When Lu Zhou was about to close the window, he suddenly saw a man walking quickly down the street. This man was dressed very ordinary, but his appearance looked very familiar. Who is this? Lu Zhou couldn't remember who it was for a moment. Who is it? Why does he look so familiar? Alas, this old man's memory is really bad. The more he looked at this man, the stranger he felt. Lu Zhou lightly tapped his toes, left the inn, landed on the street, and followed the man. At the end of the street, the man suddenly stopped, turned around. May I ask why the old mister is following me? The man had noticed that someone had been following him for a long time, so he deliberately walked to the end of the street. Lu Zhou calmly replied, Little friend, this old man seems to have met you somewhere before. Lu Zhou was telling the truth, but these words sounded very funny to the man. I am Hua Yang, old mister. You must have mistaken me. Don't follow me anymore. It would have been better if he hadn't said his name, but as soon as he said it, Lu Zhou immediately thought of a name. Hua Zhongyang, one of the 4 Dharma protectors of the Nether Sect, the chief seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, a 7-leaf Golden Lotus expert. Why is he alone in Jingzhou City? What the hell? Hua Zhongyang turned around and left, his brows furrowed, quickly searching his memory for information about this old man, but found nothing at all. If his identity is exposed and ruins 7th Lord's plan, He's screwed! Lu Zhou looked at the effective time of the disguise card and saw that there were still 2 days left, so he continued to follow. As long as he follows Hua Zhongyang, Lu Zhou believes that he can meet the evil disciple Yu Zhenghai. At this time, Lu Zhou had concealed his aura, looking no different from a passerby. The disguise card works well. If Hua Zhongyang knew Lu Zhao's identity, he would have been so scared that he would have pissed his pants and ran away long ago. After passing through 3 or 4 streets, the two left the city center and headed towards the north city. Halfway there, Hua Zhongyang suddenly changed direction, attacking behind him as fast as lightning. Sorry, old man. As he approached Lu Zhou within 10 meters, Hua Zhongyang noticed the old man remained unfazed, calm, and composed. An inexplicable sense of pressure struck him right in the heart. Just as Hua Zhongyang's fist was about to hit Lu Zhao's face, Lu Zhou raised his hand, his 5 fingers flickering with lightning, and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Their palms collided, the force scattering in all directions. Hua Zhongyang was immediately blown away by this terrifying power, spinning 3 times in the air before retreating. His eyes were filled with shock. Penglai firm palm? Is he a 6-leaf, 7-leaf, or even an 8-leaf? He couldn't figure it out because he only used 30% of his power, not his full strength. But from the old man's calm demeanor, he could tell that the old man was at least a 6-leaf expert or higher. Hua Zhongyang no longer dared to underestimate him, cupping his hands and saying, "Old sir, we have no grudges between us. Why have you been following me?" Hua Zhongyang walked and pondered for a long time but couldn't remember knowing this old man. He had disguised himself for this mission. The 4 great protectors of the underworld sect rarely took action, so Hua Zhongyang wasn't worried about anyone recognizing him. Lu Zhou didn't rush to answer Hua Zhongyang. Instead, he re-examined the extraordinary power of the heavenly book within his body. That palm strike didn't use much energy, only about 1/10 of the extraordinary power. This old man's surname is Lu, from Penglai Sect. Lu Zhou casually made up. Little friend, you look very much like an old acquaintance of mine. This old man has truly mistaken you for someone else. Mistaken? The person this old man is looking for is Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhao's answer made Hua Zhongyang secretly happy. So, senior is from Penglai Sect, my apologies. Hua Zhongyang cupped his hands. You also know Penglai Sect? Only no. Hua Zhongyang said halfway before abruptly stopping, almost ruining his big plan. Lu Zhao's heart stirred. If I had known this, I wouldn't have pretended to be from Penglai Sect, nor would I have used their moves. Hua Zhongyang quickly changed the subject. What is old sir doing in Jing province? Looking for someone, Lu Zhou replied. And what is little friend doing in Jing province? Looking for someone. This conversation made both of them feel very sus. This kind of thing is very common in the cultivation world. Hua Zhongyang's answer didn't surprise Lu Zhou at all. Just then, several cultivators flew north on their swords in the sky, all wearing white robes, moving at a rapid pace. Hua Zhongyang looked up, frowning slightly, and said, "The Henghua Academy." Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands to Lu Zhou. "Old sir, I have matters to attend to. See you later." With that, he leaped into the air, flying towards the northern Jing province city. Lu Zhou found it strange. The Henghua Academy is one of the great sects of Confucianism. They've been working modestly for many years. Why are they suddenly showing their faces today? Now that the 10 great famous sects have disappeared, are those other sects starting to wiggle and move? The era of the Golden Lotus severance has arrived, so all the sects must be racking their brains to increase their strength. Lu Zhou didn't think much of it. He decided to fly after them, using all his speed. Hua Zhongyang, while flying in the air, suddenly turned his head and saw Lu Zhou following behind him, moving at a leisurely pace. He looked at the group from Henghua Academy ahead, and his heart stirred. The older, the wiser. Rushing too hastily might cause problems, so he slowed down. Senior Lu also wants to go to the sacrifice altar to watch the fun. Sacrifice altar? Lu Zhou recalled the waiter's words in the inn and replied, "That's right." Upon hearing this, Hua Zhongyang was shocked to realize that the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. He had thought it was just a normal annual live sacrifice. With his 7-leaf cultivation, he could handle it alone. But now that the Henghua Academy was involved, and even a senior from Penglai Sect was here, this was clearly not simple. Objectively speaking, Hua Zhongyang had more goodwill towards Penglai Sect. Since ancient times, Confucianism has ruled the world. The underworld sect's attempt to conquer it would naturally offend many Confucian cultivators serving as officials in the divine capital. Does Senior Lu know anything about this live sacrifice? Hua Zhongyang flew parallel to Lu Zhou, using his ki to block all the wind. Not much. Lu Zhou wished he would fly slower. How could a 1-leaf nascent divinity realm like Lu Zhou keep up with a 7-leaf like Hua Zhongyang unless he used Bai Zi? But once Bai Zi appeared, Lu Zhao's identity would be immediately exposed. Hua Zhongyang thought for a moment and said, "It's said that this woman has an unknown background. that she is an evil person. Some say she's from Lulin, others from the Endless Sea. In short, she's very wicked. Since she appeared, beasts have been invading the land, and birds have been going crazy. For the cultivation world, this is a bad omen, worthy of being sacrificed alive. After speaking, Hua Chongyang secretly observed Lu Zhao's expression. He wanted to confirm if this old man was here to snatch the person with him. Lu Zhao was naturally not interested in these matters. Lu Zhao's only goal was Yu Zhenghai. You believe this? Of course not. Hua Chongyang shook his head. So you're gonna save her? Lu Zhao asked. Hua Chongyang was stunned. This old man is truly not simple. He couldn't get any information, but he's had everything figured out. Like Senior Lu, I'm just here to watch the fun. It's just that this woman is very special. She's clearly a living person, yet she's being sacrificed. It's truly a pity. The world is vast, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Being able to live a smooth and peaceful life is already lucky. Where do you have the energy to pity others? Lu Zhao said, Old sir is right, I'm enlightened. Hua Chongyang looked ahead, no longer seeing the Hanghua Academy. He said, Senior Lu, how about we speed up? No need, Lu Zhao said indifferently. Hua Chongyang thought carefully and nodded. Senior Lu is wise. The sacrifice altar is an inanimate object. What need do we have to catch up to those people? The two traveled together, flying neither fast nor slow, passing over the forest and the river north of the city, finally arriving at the sacrifice altar. The sacrifice altar's colors were simple but solemn, ancient and classic, resembling a landscape painting. The sacrifice altar wasn't large, about a zhang in area. The entire floor was paved with bluestone, and there were steps leading down to the ground on all sides. Right in the center of the sacrifice altar was a high platform, with a wooden cross erected on it, with dry firewood piled underneath. They're really using a living person for the sacrifice. Senior Lu, there are quite a few people here, Hua Chongyang said. The two slowly descended to the ground, entering the sacrifice altar area. There were many low-level cultivators crowded around, shouting, Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Lu Zhao and Hua Chongyang heard the crowd shouting and turned to look around. The Hanghua Academy scholars in their white robes stood together, silent. Facing them was a group of Taoist cultivators, a standoff brewing. Hua Chongyang frowned. Things are indeed complicated. Zhao Yu, why the long face? Lu Zhao asked. Too many people, so noisy, Hua Chongyang replied. Then let's get out Tada here together. You and I hit it off, how about a cup of tea? Lu Zhao tried his best to be approachable, ditching his usual imposing aura. Hua Chongyang could only shake his head. I'm already here, might as well watch. He'd promised the sect leader and Master 7, he had to complete this mission. No half-assing it. The matter is complicated, but not uncontrollable. Hua Chongyang looked up at the wooden frame, and suddenly said, Senior Lu, you're really not here for this girl? As he asked, Hua Chongyang's eyes were full of suspicion and disbelief. Lu Zhao knew that whatever he said, Hua Chongyang wouldn't believe him, so he thought, you already have your answer, why ask me? Even if Lu Zhao said he was from Penglai Sect, even if the Nether Sect and Penglai Sect were connected, Lu Zhao didn't think Hua Chongyang would believe him. An ambiguous answer was enough. Hua Chongyang pointed to the group facing Hanghua Academy and said, The people from the Supreme Void Academy are here too. Looks like this fight's gonna be huge. Are you scared? What do I have to fear from them? If a fight really breaks out, who's gonna bite the dust is still unknown, Hua Chongyang replied. Confidence is good, but too much confidence is arrogance. Lu Zhao had seen this kind of confidence in Yu Shangrong and Siwuya. Sometimes it helped them, but sometimes it screwed them over. Of the 9 disciples, if asked who was the most reliable, Lu Zhao would definitely choose his 4th disciple, Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin had never disappointed Lu Zhao. Hua Chongyang smiled and said, Confidence comes from strength. Isn't Senior Lu very confident too? Lu Zhao didn't bother to reply. The wooden frame above was still empty. Clearly the sacrifice hadn't been brought yet. Lu Zhao felt bored and said, Tell me about the sacrifice. I don't know much, just that she learned beast language and is good at music. Heard someone saw her sitting alone by the sea, blowing a conch shell, causing fierce beasts from the sea to attack fishermen. Just rumors, of course. Can't confirm, Hua Chongyang said. Lu Zhao originally didn't care about sacrifices, but hearing this he couldn't help but be interested. No one knows where she came from? Could be a member of a foreign race? Or from Great Yan? No one knows for sure. It's not strange for foreigners to know beast language, but to be able to move fierce beasts is rare, Lu Zhao said. As the two were talking, the crowd suddenly stirred, and someone shouted, Bring the demoness here! Hey, everyone's waiting. The people of Jing province are all watching. The demoness must die, or the people can't eat or sleep in peace. Hurry up, urged by the crowd. A middle-aged man in strange attire, wearing a brocade hat, with colorful patterns painted on his face, stepped out and said loudly, Everyone, be calm. Don't rush. His voice contained primal energy. The middle-aged man looked up at the sun and continued, "The time has come. Bring the demoness to the altar of heaven." It became quiet. Everyone looked to the left passage. A slender figure slowly walked out. The sunlight shone on her body. At this moment, the cultivators were all surprised, because they couldn't associate the girl in front of them with the words demoness. Her black hair hung over her shoulders, looking fluffy and a little messy. There was some mud on her face, but it couldn't hide her delicate features. Her clothes were tattered, and she was barefoot. Many people thought of the little mermaid, especially her big, round, dark eyes, which were sparkling, and her long, curved eyelashes. Her eyes were filled with blankness. Her hands were tied tightly behind her back with ropes, and 2 cultivators were escorting her. The girl attracted everyone's attention. She took each step, her white feet stepping on the stone ground. Lu Zhou became curious and narrowed his eyes. What surprised Lu Zhou was that the Eye of Truth didn't provide any information about this girl. What's going on? Could it be that the system was deliberately making things difficult for him, wanting to increase the difficulty of his trip? But there wasn't any primal energy fluctuation on this girl's body, nor was there any aura of a cultivator. How could she possibly move fierce beasts to attack the people? At this moment, the sound of discussion broke the initial silence, and everyone began to denounce, "Demoness! Demoness!" The girl stood there, her expression even more blank, her eyes full of doubt, not understanding what was happening. What was surprising was that there was no fear or confusion in her eyes, only doubt and incomprehension. The middle-aged man standing on the altar of heaven said loudly, "Bring the demoness up here." "Yes." The 2 cultivators unleashed bursts of Gangqi, pushing the girl up the altar of heaven to the wooden frame. The old priest waved his horsetail whisk, and the ropes flew over, tying her tightly to the wooden frame. The scorching sunlight shone on her. Her hair was messy, her face was covered in mud, her clothes were tattered, her feet were bare and white, all of which didn't hide her beauty, but instead made her look more otherworldly than ever. "Why is she tied up?" Lu Zhou asked. "Don't know." Hua Chongyang shook his head. "Do you think she's a demoness?" "Doesn't seem like it." "How so?" "Instinct." Hua Chongyang didn't forget his mission here. "What do you think, Senior Lu?" "I think she is a demoness," Lu Zhou replied. "Why?" Lu Zhou slowly said. "She's not afraid, not flustered, not panicked. How can an ordinary person do that? There's no primal energy fluctuation on her body. How can she move fierce beasts? She's not even 16, but no one knows where she lives or what her name is. How do you explain that?" Lu Zhou asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Hua Chongyang speechless. Lu Zhou smiled and said nothing more. Hua Chongyang clearly came here to save this girl. The old priest, standing on the altar of heaven, looked up at the sky again and said loudly, "The time has come. Begin the sacrifice to heaven." Teng, the gong sounded. The sacrificial ceremony began. Everyone looked towards the old priest. The people from Manhwa Academy and Supreme Void Academy glared at each other, but no one acted first, as if they were only here to supervise the sacrifice. The old priest shouted, "I am Yang Ping from Qingfeng Mountain, using the name of heaven to purify your sins. You will forever turn into dust. You will suffer the torment of fire. You will sink to the bottom of the sea. Your soul will be refined. Your will shall be tested. Your sins are unforgivable. Preaching to the soul is useless. Breaking bones and burning the body is the most suitable punishment for you. Burn!" After speaking, the old priest waved his hand, and the gang energy shot out and fell on the pile of dry wood under the wooden frame. Everyone opened their eyes wide to see the fire rising. "Wait, hold up." The girl looked down, a look of doubt on her face. A surge of gang energy suddenly shot out from the direction of the Taishu Academy, blowing away the burning pile of dry wood. The old priest Yang Ping was shocked and looked back, seeing the firewood scattered everywhere. He immediately angrily pointed at the people of the Taishu Academy. "How dare you? Who are you? Dare to go against the will of heaven?" The person who just made the move also replied loudly, "I am the senior disciple Jiang Renyi of the Taishu Academy. What you said is not right, so of course I have to object." Yang Ping snorted coldly. "Whether it is right or wrong is not up to you to decide, but to see if the people here agree." The old priest never expected that someone would interfere at this critical moment. For so many years, there has never been a problem with the sacrificial ceremonies in Jingzhou City. The only difference is that this time, a living person is sacrificed, so the number of people who came to observe is a little more than before, and of course there are many cultivators who also came. The sacrifice to heaven is originally supported by the people. Although the people are very weak, in the cultivation world, only a fool would openly oppose the people. The people are the foundation of cultivators. To be the son of heaven, one must follow the will of the people, and so are cultivators. Openly attacking ordinary people will definitely be spurned and opposed by other cultivators. This is an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. As expected, the common people spoke out to criticize one after another. Demoness! Should be killed! Kill the demoness! You can't protect the demoness. The senior disciple, Jiang Renyi of the Taishu Academy spoke again. You are a Taoist priest. Why do you use the sacrificial methods of foreign races, and dare to sacrifice living people, deceiving the people for your own benefit? Who gave you the guts? Yang Ping's expression darkened. You dare to say that the sacrifice of the Taoist sect, the Taoist sect, has existed since the time of the Celestial Emperor. The origin Qi gave birth to all things. Jiang Renyi said loudly. I just said, I am from the Taishu Academy. You are a Taoist priest who only knows how to talk nonsense. Your sinful soul is unforgivable. Who taught you to say that? Hearing this, the cultivators present all felt it made sense. No matter how the common people shouted, it was just trivial words, and they could not control the thoughts of the cultivators. The great Yan cultivation uses ideology to forge theories, and uses theories to guide practice. Among the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, none of them has such a sacrificial method. On the contrary, it seems similar to those foreign races. Hearing what the disciple of the Taishu Academy said, everyone understood, and Yang Ping took a step back in panic. Clap, clap, clap. A cultivator from the Henghua Academy wearing white robes suddenly clapped his hands, causing everyone to turn their heads to look over. As expected of the senior disciple of the Taishu Academy, I agree with the Taishu Academy's statement. This old priest has the appearance of a great Yan person, but has the dirty soul and ugly thoughts of those foreign races. I suggest killing him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The disciples of the Henghua Academy spoke with one voice. The roar caused the origin Qi to fluctuate, and the world changed. The senior disciple, Jiang Renyi of the Taishu Academy, cupped his fist and said, Thank you for your support. He turned his head and looked around, and said to the surrounding people, Folks, don't be deceived by this old priest. Please open your eyes and see. The girl who was caught and tied to the wooden frame, is she really a demoness? On the wooden frame, the girl blinked her big round eyes, showing a curious look at the scene in front of her. Jiang Renyi said again, Old man, you treat human lives like grass. Why don't you quickly confess your guilt? Yang Ping took a step back. Seeing that the situation was not good, he stomped on the ground and flew up. If he didn't run, Yang Ping could still argue a few words. After all, it was just a war of words, and there was no concrete evidence. But as soon as he turned around and ran away, the people were immediately stunned. You want to run, huh? Elder Zhang Shan of the Henghua Academy drew his sword. Origin Qi vibrated. 4 or 5 sword gangs revolved around the green longsword, both palms pushed out, and the sword gang shot out and flew away. Yang Ping was originally just a low-level cultivator, not even at the Vanxi realm, and in an instant he was pierced by 4 or 5 sword gangs. He screamed and fell to the ground. This kind of beastly person should have died long ago to atone for his sins. Zhang Shan shouted. Good. Very good kill. Jiang Renyi looked at the girl standing on the wooden frame and said loudly, I am ordered by my master to take her back to the Taishu Academy. Wait a minute. Zhang Shan raised his hand to stop him. What do you mean? What are you and the Taishu Academy relying on to take her away? Dare to not put our Henghua Academy in your eyes, Zhang Shan said coldly. Yo, things are getting spicy. Seems like both sides have made their intentions crystal clear. Wait, hold up. You Henghua sect guys want to get in on this too? Jiang Renyi said. All serious. Taishu Academy disciples, form up! And the Henghua sect peeps? They straight up unsheathed their swords. Civilians, GTFO. The crowd, sensing the impending chaos, noped out Teta there faster than you can say cultivation. But nah, Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang were just chillin', standing their ground. Talk about sticking out like sore thumbs. Henghua Sect and Taishu Academy both did a double take, like, who are these guys? Irrelevant people, scram. Zhang Shan barked. Hua Chongyang just shook his head. I got a proposition. Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi exchanged glances. Oh? Why don't you ask her what she thinks? Hua Chongyang pointed at the girl on the platform. Y'all so busy fighting you forgot she's even here. How's that gonna win hearts? Hua Chongyang's suggestion had Henghua Sect and Taishu Academy side-eyeing each other. I'm in. Me too. Both sides were suddenly simping for the girl. Jiang Renyi spoke first. Don't be scared. Come with me to Taishu Academy. Anything you want, you got it. Jiang Renyi tried his best nice guy smile, probably scared of scaring her to death. The girl looked at Jiang Renyi, then shook her head. Ha! Zhang Shan laughed. Jiang Renyi, you might as well give up now. Girl, come with me to Henghua Sect. The sect leader himself will teach you cultivation. All the senior bros and sis will help you out. The girl turned to Zhang Shan, then shook her head again. Zhang Shan was dumbfounded, and the Taishu Academy squad started cackling like hyenas. Hua Chongyang suddenly boomed. Yo, what's your name? Lu Zhou, still silent, was getting intrigued. What kind of person makes sects fight over them like this, and promise all sorts of sweet deals? Hua Chongyang's question got everyone's attention again. True! They're saying all this stuff, even killed the old priest, and we don't even know her name. Everyone stared at the girl. She shook her head, confused. Her hands twitched, and the ropes, weakened by qi, loosened. A little effort, and she'd be free. She opened her palm, revealing a seashell. She whispered, "Hai Luo? Hai Luo?" Hua Chongyang smirked. "All right, I'll call you Hai Luo. I'll take you away, sound good?" Maybe because Hua Chongyang asked her name, but the girl flashed a radiant smile. Still, she didn't say yes. Instead, she gently raised the shell to her lips, pursed her lips, and a deep, haunting sound echoed across the sacrificial altar. So unique. The tone and melody were like they came from the bottom of the ocean, totally different from anything in the cultivation world. Even though it was a low sound, it felt as bright as sunshine. The sound filled the forest, and suddenly the sky above the altar was filled with birds. Giant eagles, tiny sparrows, almost every bird in the forest came swarming out. From the forest, beasts stampeded out, their eyes glowing green. This is how you know cultivation is about to go down. The beasts are absorbing the world's qi, becoming scary, strong, and savage. Strong beasts equals danger to humanity. The shell's song left everyone stunned, but the crowd was screaming, "Demoness! Demoness!" Just then, Jiang Renyi, the top disciple of Taishu Academy, suddenly bolted towards the girl, Hai Luo. Zhang Shan of Hengkuai Sect wasn't having it. He instantly charged, throwing a Qi barrier. The two collided in midair. Boom. Let's see whose fist is stronger. You're on. Both were covered in qi and locked in a stalemate. The Taishu Academy disciples charged, and the Hengkuai Sect disciples flew on their swords. Total chaos erupted. Hua Chongyang saw his chance and glanced at Lu Zhou, then didn't hesitate. "Let them fight! I'm swooping in for the win!" Hua Chongyang floated to Hai Luo, blocking the stray qi. "Come with me." Hai Luo looked at him, surprised, and took a step back. As she did, several sword qi blasts shot towards her. Hua Chongyang unleashed a massive qi palm, shattering the sword qi. Then, he pulled back his hand, and Hai Luo was yanked towards him. "Don't let him, you bastard!" Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi instantly stopped fighting, and teamed up to attack Hua Chongyang, a palm and a sword coming at him. Hua Chongyang roared, "Scram! Whom?" A 9 zang tall, golden dharma body appeared, blasting Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi back with qi. They coughed up blood. The Hengkuai Sect and Taishu Academy disciples stared, jaws dropped, at the 9 zang dharma body. "A 7-leaf expert! He's a 7-leaf expert!" Lu Zhou looked up at Hua Chongyang, his face as calm as ever. While using the 7-leaf dharma body, Hua Chongyang wasn't even looking at Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi, but watching Lu Zhao's every move. Out of everyone on the altar, only Lu Zhou was a threat. Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi, gritting through the pain, stopped mid-air and yelled, "Disciples, listen up!" The well-trained Taishu Academy and Hengkuai Sect disciples instantly retreated, forming two huge formations. The Taishu Academy disciples pulled out talismans, and the Hengkuai Sect disciples bit their fingers, using their blood to consecrate their swords. The talismans burned, and the sword Qi blazed. Hua Chongyang didn't expect them to coordinate so well, so he pulled back and unleashed Qia, sending Hai Lu Vao flying away from the altar. Hai Lu Hu was definitely not a cultivator. Bound by Qi, she couldn't break free. "You're not going anywhere!" Zhang Shan shouted. The Hengkuai Sect disciples, swords rained down on Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang retracted his dharma body and landed. "Let's bounce!" Technically, this was the perfect chance to escape. Hua Chongyang was a 7-leaf expert. His mission was to get Hai Luo to safety, not join the fight. But just as he flew out of the sacrificial altar, a dark figure flashed from behind, using no astral qi, not activating their dharma body, but using only their flesh as a weapon, delivering a punch towards Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang's expression sank. He used both hands to block, while simultaneously unleashing astral qi for protection, to resist the self-destruction from the Supreme Mystery Academy and the sword formation of the Hengkuai Academy. Boom! Hua Chongyang managed to block the attacks from the two major factions, but that sudden punch of astral qi was beyond his expectations. Too fast. That punch slammed into Hua Chongyang's hands, causing him to cry out in pain, and he fell straight from the sky. Hua Chongyang endured the surging blood in his chest, and unleashed a palm strike. "Senior Lu, help me!" At this moment, he could only rely on this old man. When that dark figure appeared, he knew that today's mission would not be easy. Hua Chongyang fell, slammed his wide hand into the ground, then spun several times in mid-air, before barely stabilizing his body. At the same time, the conch was pushed by Hua Chongyang, with a palm strike in front of Lu Zhou. Hai Luo opened her eyes wide and looked at the person in front of her. She smiled for the first time, greeting, "Hello." Hai Luo only reached Lu Zhou's shoulder.
Lu Zhou lowered his head to look down, and facing her, as it is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, Lu Zhou saw only simplicity, sincerity, and purity in Hai Lu Zhou's eyes, untouched by the dust of the world.
Hua Chongyang's shout caused the dark figure to stop in surprise. Observing, it was a middle-aged man, wearing armor, with a cold expression and a long scar on his face. The armor clearly indicated his origin, a Jingzhou garrison soldier.
"Hello," Lu Zhou replied. "What's your name?" "This old man's surname is Lu. Name is Zhao. And you?"
Lu Zhou smiled. "Me, I'm Hai Lu." The girl didn't seem to remember her name. She raised her eyebrows. "Duo Luo?" Lu Zhou looked at the conch shell in her hand, calling out softly, "Yes." Hai Luo obediently went to stand beside Lu Zhou. She was so well behaved that she seemed like Lu Zhao's granddaughter, causing the surrounding people to stare in disbelief. The garrison soldier said in a deep voice, "Under the orders of Lord Wen, the sacrificial altar does not allow sacrifices of living people. I must take this girl away. During this special period, anyone who violates military orders will be executed." Hua Chongyang looked towards the crowd standing hundreds of meters away from the sacrificial altar, only to realize that behind them, at some point, there were more than 1,000 majestic soldiers standing ready. Lu Zhou looked at the garrison soldier. "This girl has a connection with this old man. You cannot take her away." HMPH. The garrison general's eyes narrowed. At this time, Jiang Renyi, the senior disciple at the Supreme Mystery Academy, standing on the sacrificial altar, clasped his hands and said, "So it's General Ning, the #1 expert under General Wen Shu, Zhang Shan of Henkuai Academy, pays respects to General Ning." Hua Chongyang's heart turned ice cold. Why did Ning Han appear here? If it were a fair one-on-one fight, Hua Chongyang could duel with this person, but he had been caught off guard and injured. Ning Han was extremely skilled in close combat. He was a killing machine on the battlefield. Before attacking Jingzhou, the underworld sect had thoroughly researched Wen Shu and his subordinates. Ning Han was one of the key targets to be eliminated, but he unexpectedly encountered him here. After the first exchange, Hua Chongyang didn't dare to be careless at all. If this killing machine knew his true identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. If a vice general was so capable, how strong would one of the 8 great commanders, General Wen Shu, be? In the past, the commander of the 3 armies, Wei Zhuoyan, with the help of Li Jinyi, had become a person of high position and power, holding Zhongping in his hands, yet he was still no match for the 8 great commanders. It could be seen that the saying Shendu is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers was not just a joke. General Ning's appearance caused the people of Henkuai Academy and the Supreme Mystery Academy to give up competing for Shendu. If they wanted to capture someone, they could only obediently huddle to the side. Hai Luo was still calmly observing everyone's movements. In her eyes there was no fear or confusion, only curiosity. General Ning looked at Lu Zhou and said, "What did you say just now? This old man never repeats himself." Lu Zhou ignored General Ning and looked towards Hua Chongyang, saying, calmly, "Let's go." He took Hai Luo's small hand and left the sacrificial altar. Hai Luo asked doubtfully, "Go where?" "Wherever you want to go," Lu Zhou replied softly. An old man and a young girl walked and talked. The 2 great sects and General Ning watched the 2 people until Lu Zhou waved his hand, mobilizing primal chi. Ning Han couldn't bear it anymore and ordered, "Capture them!" Dozens of cavalrymen in the front row immediately attacked. In the eyes of the warhorses, a light also flashed. They were not ordinary warhorses. The warhorses stomped heavily, causing dust to fly. The cavalrymen on their backs were all in the phantasmal ocean realm, and the spears in their hands hummed incessantly. Lu Zhou shook his head and stopped. Hai Luo also stopped, placing the conch shell to her lips and blowing softly, a deep, muffled sound coming out. This sound did not mix with primal chi, nor did it carry sound wave attacks. The warhorses seemed to understand her words and immediately stopped, raising their front hooves and neighing. The cavalrymen's faces changed. They didn't understand why the warhorses they had personally tamed had suddenly lost control. The warhorses kept bucking, trying to throw the cavalrymen off their backs. Lu Zhou looked strangely at the warhorses, then turned to look at Hai Lu. "What did you say to them?" "Freedom." Hai Luo raised her head and replied. Seeing this scene, Hua Chongyang and General Ning were also shocked. To be able to use music to change the loyalty of warhorses. What a terrifying talent. Anyone who dares to protect the demoness will be executed immediately. Ning Han stomped on the sacrificial altar, causing it to collapse. Ning Han floated in the air, ordering, "Kill!" The cavalrymen abandoned their out-of-control warhorses, flying into the air. Lu Zhou glanced at Hai Luo. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Hai Luo asked back. To be able to ask like that showed that she was not afraid. Lu Zhou was a nascent divinity realm one-leaf cultivator. These shrimp soldiers were not worthy of him unleashing his trump card. Don't move!" "Yes!"
Lu Zhou unleashed a palm strike. The primal chi around him vibrated violently. Dozens of sword chi formed and fired towards the cavalrymen. Clang, clang, clang. The cavalrymen couldn't withstand a single blow, falling to the ground one after another. Only 2 cavalrymen with the 10 directions Qiangkun Dharma body could barely withstand it, and rushed in front of Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou nonchalantly raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, the palm print flickering with golden light, the minor fearless seal.
2 cavalrymen instantly got wrecked. Hua Chongyang, with a complicated look, asked, "Senior Lu isn't from Penglai sect, is he?
How does he know even the Buddhist sect's chief techniques?" General Ning, hovering in the air, furrowed his brows in suspicion. One wave of failure after another, cultivators rush in, overestimating themselves like total noobs.
Lu Zhou kept throwing out palm strikes. The Great Chongshu seal and Outer Circle Mysterious seal flew out, respectively. The palm prints were very distinct, 2 of the Taoist 9-syllable true words hand seals. Just who the hell is that old man? How can he simultaneously wield the divine abilities of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects?
Clang, clang, clang. Another dozen or so cultivators bit the dust. Lu Zhou was very satisfied. This time, he didn't use any item cards, but completely used the Yuan Shen Realm First Leaf Cultivation to launch palm strikes. Although there wasn't the intense vibration as before, the feeling was even more real. Ning Han shouted loudly, "2 great sects! What the hell are you standing around for?
It's time to contribute to the imperial court?" Having lost so many troops from the get-go, he decided to let the Taishu Academy and Henghua Academy people fight it out.
Willing to exert ourselves for the general? Jiang Renyi bowed and said, "It's better to leave it to our Henghua Academy."
Zhang Shan had no intention of letting the Taishu Academy have a chance to shine, and immediately waved his hand.
The Henghua Academy disciples condensed sword chi. A sword carrying 4 or 5 paths of sword chi hovered in the air. "Senior Lu, be careful," Hua Chongyang reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, the densely packed sword chi filled the sky and strafed towards Lu Zhou, forming a long line of sword formations. Lu Zhou looked up. His thousands of years of combat experience and knowledge were now taking effect.
Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. The nameless sword left his hand. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8.
Clang, clang, clang. The swarm of swords were instantly chopped down to the ground by the nameless sword. The Henghua Academy disciples' faces were extremely unsightly. Trash weapons.
General Ning was still observing in the air. Continuing like this wouldn't do. A Yuan Shen Realm First Leaf couldn't sustain a long battle.
Lu Zhou thought of the disguise card. This thing could be used to threaten these people, but one card was worth 10,000 merit points. What a waste to use it. While Lu Zhou was still thinking, Jiang Renyi and Jiang Shan had already rushed over like lightning, striking with a sword and a palm, respectively. A measly first leaf dares to act so recklessly. After fighting for so long, they had naturally recognized the old man's cultivation. Whatever. Lu Zhou flew into the air, his hands crossed and pushed out a palm. Blue light appeared, and dense sword chi appeared in the sky. The great river sword comes from above. How can he not be first leaf? Zhang Shan and Jiang Renyi exclaimed in shock.
The sword chi, like a tide, smashed straight into their faces, and then swallowed them both whole.
The 2 were twisted into pieces by the sword chi, not even having time to scream. Eldest brother! Elder! The Taishu Academy and Henghua Academy disciples stared blankly.
General Ning Han's eyes turned cold, and he stepped into the void, attacking towards Lu Zhou, throwing a punch like Mount Tai pressing down, his fist glittering with golden light.
Ning Han wants to break the sword chi filling the sky? Not enough power.
Lu Zhao's expression was indifferent. His hands clasped together and placed at his dantian. The sword chi, like an avalanche, suddenly disappeared.
Looking to die. Ning Han was overjoyed, and punched Lu Zhao's chest with lightning speed. Boom! It hit. Ning Han couldn't help but be pleased. All those who were hit by his close-quarters combat would be minced meat. Ning Han could see very clearly that his fist had hit the old man's chest, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a layer of blue light on the old man's body. This is the divine power of nirvana. Lu Zhou controlled the heavenly writing divine power to focus on his chest. There was no blue lotus eruption, no dharma body appeared, but Ning Han still felt heavy in his heart, secretly calling out that something was wrong. This old man's bones haven't tasted fists and feet in a long time. With that said, Lu Zhou swung his fist and punched Ning Han. Boom!
General Ning suddenly felt as if his chest had been struck by 10,000 pounds of force, and his entire body flew backwards.
No chi seal. How could a cultivator not need to condense chi into chi seal, and completely rely on the strength of his flesh to unleash such great power, let alone the other party was an elderly man.
Just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Zhou stepped down and rushed down, rushing in front of General Ning at an extremely fast speed. No one noticed that blue light was emanating from Lu Zhou's finger, and he punched Ning Han's chest again.
General! General! The crowd stood there dumbfounded. Hua Chongyang stared wide-eyed at this scene. Ning Han was originally a body refiner. That was the type of cultivator who didn't have the talent to control qi and condense qi seal, so he took the path of body refining, wrapping his skin with qi, and at the same time increasing the intensity of his body to the highest level.
This type of person could fight in close quarters and withstand attacks very well. Their whole body was as hard as a rock.
When Ning Han flew backwards, Lu Zhou chased after him again and threw a punch. A total of 3 punches were all slammed into Ning Han's chest. The 3 punches in a row caused Ning Han to fly into the sacrificial altar, his whole body slamming hard into the bluestone floor, creating a large pit. Lu Zhou observed the stone pit in the air.
Through this battle, Lu Zhou better understood how to use extraordinary power to fight. Without using a single move to control the enemy, Lu Zhou could completely use less extraordinary power to defeat the opponent. Furthermore, Lu Zhou was now a Yuan Shen realm cultivator. The 3 punches just now only consumed 1/4 of his extraordinary power.
In total, the entire battle had only used 1/3 of his power. If it were before, Lu Zhou would need about 2/3 of his extraordinary power to achieve the same effect. The whole place was silent. The Henghua Academy and Taishu Academy people stood like statues, constantly swallowing, and no one dared to speak. As for the deaths of Jiang Renyi and Zhang Shan, the sword qi like a tide had twisted them both into pieces. Hua Chongyang's heart was pounding, and cold sweat was streaming down his back. What a vicious old man. A body refiner like General Ning was defeated by his own strengths, and the opponent was still an old man. WTF.
Who the hell could he reason with? Hua Chongyang didn't dare to make a move.
He feared that Senior Luca was petty, and still held a grudge from their earlier squabble. In the stone pit, Ning Han struggled to sit up, his eyes wide as he stared at Lu Zhou hovering in the sky, his face covered in dust and dirt, his chest caved in, clearly badly injured. The crowd gasped. He survived 3 heavy punches.
So strong. Ning Han shakily raised his hand, pointing at Lu Zhou. That fist, so damn hard.
Enduring his serious injuries, he gritted his teeth and said, How? How is it possible? Lu Zhou stared intently at Ning Han for 3 seconds, then replied with imposing manner. When you clench your fist, you will discover that destiny lies in the palm of your hand.
Puffed! Ning Han spat out a mouthful of blood, then his head lolled to the side, lifeless, his eyes wide open, unable to close.
Just a brute. To die with eyes open after hearing that, you took bullshit as truth. Lu Zhou secretly scoffed. Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points.
Hua Chongyang clutched his chest and bowed to Lu Zhou. Senior Lu used 3 punches to decide the victory. I'm enlightened.
In his heart, he trembled inwardly. Old man, please don't get angry. He lowered his head, appearing sincere, humble, and courteous. This old man must be an 8-li.
Lu Zhou ignored Hua Chongyang and turned to look at the cavalry and disciples of the Henghua Academy and the Taishu Academy.
The 3 forces retreated. Lu Zhou didn't want to kill these people, their cultivation was too low. Killing them wouldn't earn him any merit points. Just then, a massive flying arc suddenly appeared from the horizon. Several hundred cultivators guarded the flying arc. Cultivators approaching! Which sect is it? Hua Chongyang looked up and frowned. The Penglai sect.
Various umbrellas were engraved on the body of the flying arc, in different colors and shapes.
At the helm were both men and women, in groups. Such a unique flying arc could only be from the Penglai sect, who mainly cultivated techniques related to umbrellas. Hua Chongyang secretly exclaimed, This is bad. Senior Lu is from the Penglai sect. Now their sect has arrived. Hua Chongyang had almost no chance of taking Hailoa away. The flying arc quickly flew above the sacred altar, and someone at the helm called out, Brother Chongyang, why are you here? Hua Chongyang was shocked. I've been recognized. Which idiot is it? Hua Chongyang looked closely, and recognized the person on the flying arc.
Shen Liangshao, hello, you. Hua Chongyang really wanted to cry. It's true that he doesn't fear strong opponents like gods, only teammates as dumb as pigs.
He was having the worst luck today. A dignified 7-leaf expert who could sweep across a region was now as miserable as a stray dog. Senior Lu Xiao. Who is this old man? Shen Liangshao pointed at Lu Zhou. Hua Chongyang cursed Shen Liangshao inwardly. Damn it, you're an elder of the Danyang sect. Even if you have a good relationship with the Penglai sect, don't act like you're the main character on their flying arc. Lu Zhou looked up and glanced at him. Penglai sect? Just then, an aged voice came from the flying arc. The Penglai sect happened to be passing by, and has no intention of interfering in others' affairs. That's good.
Lu Zhou felt that everything had been handled properly, so he descended and stood next to Hai Loa.
Are you afraid? Not afraid. But Shen Liangshu spoke up. Are you people from the Henghua Academy and the Taishu Academy? Why are you gathered here? Please, senior, uphold justice. That demoness will cause chaos in the world. She must not be allowed to live.
The people of the Henghua Academy knelt down and said,
if our sect can't have her, then we'll destroy her. That demoness is proficient in beast language and music. The surrounding people can all testify. The sacred altar is the place to execute her. Everything this junior has said is true. Please, senior, uphold justice. Inside the flying ark, a voice sounded suspiciously. Proficient in beast language and music? Lu Zhou ignored them and was about to leave when a voice came from the flying ark. Friend, please stop. Lu Zhou stopped and replied, what is it? The matter has not been investigated. How can friend leave? You want to stop this, old man? What if I do? Taking the flying ark as the center, a glittering golden dharma body suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up. The flying ark was completely covered by the 10 zang tall dharma body. Underneath the dharma body was a golden lotus with 8 bright leaves, constantly rotating around it. An 8-leaf expert! Oh no, Hua Chongyang exclaimed inwardly. It's over! This time it's really over. When everyone was focused on the dharma body covering the flying ark, on the other side, a more earth-shattering echo of primordial energy resounded. Behind Lu Zhou, a dharma body slowly appeared. 1 zang, 2 zang, 3 zang, 9 zang, 10 zang. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou in horror. Another 8-leaf. No, not 8-leaf. The dharma body continued to expand. 11 zang, 12 zang, 14 zang, 15 zang. 9 leaves gently rotated around the glittering golden lotus. The 15 zang dharma body faced the 10 zang dharma body, and as soon as they appeared, the difference in strength was clear. The entire sacred altar fell into extreme silence. The disciples of the Henghua Academy and the Taishu Academy widened their eyes as if they were about to pop out. The dharma body was so tall that they couldn't see the top. They could only see the 9 leaves emitting a dazzling light. In the cultivation world of Dayan, apart from the unexplored areas, there have never been reclusive cultivation powerhouses. In legends, the most feared cultivators are 8-leaf experts. After entering the era of severing the golden lotus, ambitious heroes severed their golden lotus to cultivate again. The 7 great sects? Siege of the Matian Pavilion? Whole damn cultivation world is shook. 9 leaves show up out of nowhere, and suddenly, nobody wants smoke. No one knows how Matian Pavilion's founder, Ji Tiandao, even reached 9 leaves. Still the #1 mystery in the cultivation world. But those 9 leaves ain't lying. Some Penglai Sect dude in his airship was gonna flex his dharma body, but nah. Bro's facing a 9 leaves master. 8 leaves are cool and all, but next to 9 leaves? Trash. Hua Zhongyang clutches his chest, struggling to breathe, remembering when he went after Senior Lu. What if Senior Lu hadn't held back? Just thinking about it makes him sweat bullets. 10 seconds fly by, but it's enough to silence everyone, even that big shot in the airship. The 9 leaves dharma body fades away, and the entire ritual platform stays dead silent. The 8 leaves master in the airship suddenly realizes he's being mad, disrespectful. Dude already put his dharma body away, and he didn't even notice. Big oof. Hastily withdraws his 8 leaves dharma body. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Who the hell is this old guy? They immediately jump to Ji Tiandao. Some already think this grandpa is the founder of Matian Pavilion. Someone speaks from inside the airship, and the disciples snap to it, starting to bring that thing down. The big shot in the airship whispers to Shen Liangshao. Is that the founder of Matian Pavilion? Shen Liangshu's jaw drops as he stares at the old geezer. Compared to Ji Tiandao, this dude's skinnier, brighter, and has way more black hair. Besides being old men, they look nothing alike. Shen Liangshu blurts out, not the founder of Matian Pavilion. You sure about that? I'm positive. During the Liangzhu city battle, I got up close and personal with Senior Ji. Every word, every move, everything about him is burned into my brain. No way I'm wrong. Shen Liangshao is confident. The airship finally lands, and the disciples step out, bowing. Welcome, sect leader. A weathered old man steps out of the airship, decked out in fancy robes embroidered with umbrellas and azure birds. He walks up to Lu Zhou and bows. Huang Shiji of the Penglai Sect greets Senior Huang Shiji. Lu Zhou nods. Penglai Sect usually stays out of the cultivation world's business. What's with the sudden interest? The Lord of Penglai Island, aka the sect leader of Penglai Sect, Huang Shiji replies. Just happened to be passing by, sensed some crazy energy fluctuations, so this junior came to take a peek. Didn't expect to meet such a transcendental master. At this point, Shen Liangshao gets brave and sidles up to Lu Zhou, grinning. May I ask what senior's name is? HMPH. Lu Zhou glares, and the sheer pressure sends Shen Liangshao stumbling back, My bad. My bad. A tiny little nascent soul realm cultivator dares to ask a 9 Leaves master for his name? He's got a death wish.
Seeing this, Huang Shiji quickly says,
Senior, the Penglai sect has absolutely no hostility towards you. About that earlier thing, you want me to spell it out? Lu Zhou asks. Wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Huang Shiji turns to the Taishu Academy and Henghua school guys, his face turning dark, and waves his hand. Execute them all. Right here. Right now.
This order sends them into a full-blown panic, and the disciples of the two sects scramble backward.
Huang Shiji knows he can't show mercy now, so he says sternly, What's wrong? My orders mean nothing? Yes, sir. The Penglai sect's head disciple, clutching a black ruler, eyes full of murderous intent, coldly turns around. The other 4 disciples follow suit. The 5 of them fly into the crowd, swords swinging. In the blink of an eye, it's raining blood, and screams fill the air.
Lu Zhou doesn't even glance at them.
They deserved it. Besides, their life or death has nothing to do with him.
Huang Shiji bows, asking,
Is Senior satisfied? Lu Zhou says casually, Just do your job.
Huang Shiji will follow Senior's teachings.
Lu Zhou ignores him and walks over to Hai Luo isn't scared at all. She's actually looking at the carnage with curious eyes. Before Lu Zhou can say anything, Hai Luo says, Saw it! Saw it! Saw what? 9 leaves. Hai Luo waves her hands, trying to describe the golden lotus and the 9 leaves. Lu Zhou is shocked. He knows Hai Luo isn't lying. Her eyes are full of nothing but innocence and truth. There's really more than one? 9 leaves, master? Let's go. Lu Zhou holds out his hand. Hai Luo looks at him, then puts her little hand in his. Under the blazing sun, the birds and beasts in the forest scattered. Li Yongxiao held Hai Luo's hand, flying towards Jingzhou city, muttering, Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang shuddered. A 7-leaf expert, yet he was acting like someone's errand boy, sidestepping the Penglai sect disciples, not even bothering to greet Huang Shiji, and hurriedly flying after Senior Lu. The Penglai sect crowd heard this and realized, turns out this 9-leaf master's surname is Lu. A miracle has finally appeared in humanity's path of cultivation. This 9-leaf, named Lu. He'll be famous in the cultivation world. Junior. I had no intention of hiding my identity. Hua Chongyang stammered. Li Yongxiao ignored him, calmly flying towards Jingzhou city. As soon as Li Yongxiao left, Huang Shiji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. But Huang Shiji was the sect leader. He couldn't show he was scared shitless. He pretended to be calm, glanced at Li Yongxiao's departing figure, then at the Henghua sect and Taishu Academy folks, and ordered, Uproot them all, leave no chance for revival. Yes. The Penglai sect didn't dare offend a 9-leaf, but couldn't afford to offend the Taishu Academy and Henghua sect either. The best way was to eliminate the threat entirely. What happens later? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Shen Liangshu didn't even dare to breathe too hard, wiping the sweat from his face. This Lu guy, his aura is even stronger than Senior Ji's.
Shen Liangshao, once the top dog on the white rankings, is now acting like a servant. LOL. Isn't that Hua Chongyang one of the 4 guardian kings of the underworld sect? Huang Shiji asked suspiciously. It is him. This guy's cultivation is high. I don't know why he's here. Huang Shiji nodded. If he's close to that 9-leaf, the Penglai sect can't miss this opportunity. Don't forget the purpose of Penglai sect's trip. I understand. Li Yongxiao didn't fly straight towards Jingzhou city, but deliberately slowed down to observe Hai Luo's reaction. Hua Chongyang followed silently behind. Flying to the forest, Li Yongxiao stopped and looked at Hai Luo. Where's your home? Let this old man take you home. Hai Luo was stunned, then shook her head. Don't have a home to return to. Li Yongxiao secretly probed Hai Luo again. Besides being proficient in music and beast language, Hai Luo was as pure as a child. How did she end up in such a harsh environment without a home? After a moment of silence, Li Yongxiao said, This old man will take you then. Hua Chongyang suddenly spoke up. Senior Lu, Junior has a question. I don't know if I should ask. You dared to disguise your identity in front of this old man? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Li Yongxiao replied in a deep voice. Hua Chongyang was startled and quickly explained. Junior is Hua Chongyang, one of the 4 guardian kings of the underworld sect, also the Grand Master of the Azure Dragon Hall. The underworld sect is the #1 demonic sect in the world, Senior Lu must know. Li Yongxiao glanced at him. Main point? Hai Luo is innocent and naive. It's difficult for her to survive in the treacherous cultivation world. Junior can take care of her. Junior will treat her as my own younger sister. Just you? Senior Lu is a 9-leaf expert. Junior doesn't dare to compare. Hua Chongyang lowered his head. Cultivation is one thing. Taking care of a girl is another. How can a dignified 9-leaf expert suddenly bring a child home and explain to his family? If he is a secluded expert, How can he have time to take care of a child? Before Li Yongxiao could answer, Hai Luo said, I won't go with you. Hua Chongyang was dumbfounded. His face fell. Hua Chongyang, what is your purpose? Li Yongxiao asked sternly. This question didn't allow the other party to lie. Hua Chongyang's heart tensed, but he still had to obediently answer. Currently, the incompetent ruler is in charge of Great Yan. Of course we must punish the underworld sect, in accordance with the will of the people and supported by the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Jingzhou is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The underworld sect has not yet captured it, so your goal is to use this girl? Li Yongxiao said. The truth is indeed like that. Hua Chongyang looked ashamed in front of the little girl. At this time, Hua Chongyang suddenly realized that Senior Lu was not from the Penglai sect. The previous words were just a flimsy excuse, so he boldly said, Junior has an excessive request. If the underworld sect gets Senior's help, we can definitely conquer Jingzhou easily. With the 9-leaf expert's help, what do they need Hai Luo for? After saying this, Hua Chongyang was so scared that he didn't dare to look directly at Li Yongxiao. After a moment of silence, Li Yongxiao opened his mouth and said, This old man doesn't want to interfere in these matters. But this old man is a little curious about the underworld sect's leader. Hua Chongyang said in surprise. Senior Lu has heard of the sect leader? No, a little. I don't dare to hide it. The sect leader's master is also a 9-leaf expert like you. He is the founder of the Mohaitian Pavilion that shook the cultivation world. I don't know if Senior Luke has heard of it? Hua Chongyang perked up and quickly showed off the reputation of Motion Pavilion. 9-leaf Motion Pavilion? Li Yongxiao pretended not to know anything. Anyway, Li Yongxiao's purpose was to meet Yu Zhenghai and see what that evil disciple Si Wuyai was planning. The master of Motion Pavilion not long ago single-handedly took down the 7 great sects. Once 9-leaf appears, the world is invincible. There was respect in Hua Chongyang's voice, but when he said the 4 words, the world is invincible, he suddenly felt uncomfortable, so he changed his tone. Of course, compared to Senior Lu, he is still a little worse. After all, the pavilion master is old. Even if he breaks through to 9-leaf, the increase in lifespan is still limited. Li Yongxiao smiled slightly. Good. You dare to slander this old man? Li Yongxiao said gloomily. How dare you speculate that stepping into 9-leaf will still grant the same lifespan boost? Even Li Yongxiao himself couldn't be sure of this, because his true cultivation was only the nascent soul realm 1st leaf, but Li Yongxiao could feel that going from 8-leaf to 9-leaf didn't just increase lifespan by 50 years. Senior Lu is right. Junior's knowledge is shallow. Hua Chongyang replied. Yu Zhenghai has such a strong master. Why not invite him to conquer Jingzhou? Hua Chongyang didn't dare to casually talk about it. This was a personal matter of the sect leader. Very few in the Yoming sect dared to discuss it. You can ask my sect leader directly. Hua Chongyang replied. Understood. Lu Zhou nodded and turned to Hai Luo. This old man will take you. Yes. The 3 continued flying towards Jingzhou city. Hua Chongyang secretly nodded. As expected of a 9-leaf expert, stability is king, yeah. Flying in the air, Hai Luo looked excited, as if it had been a long time since she'd flown. She pointed to the forest below and said, Pretty! Then she took out a conch shell, put it to her lips, and gently blew a tune. The low, choked sound echoed to the horizon. The beasts in the forest went crazy following her, dust flying everywhere, and the birds formed neat formations in the sky, flying rhythmically. Seeing this scene, even Lu Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. Hai Luo. Yes. Hai Lu Go obediently handed the conch shell in her hand to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou held it and observed it for a while, discovering that it wasn't a weapon, just a very ordinary conch shell. Hai Luo wasn't even using sonic attacks. Could it be that sound is part of beast language? Lu Zhou returned the conch shell to her. Thank you. Hai Lu Zhou suddenly said her thanks. When the sound of the conch stopped, the beasts and birds stopped as well. Lu Zhou couldn't help but praise in his heart. This ability is truly miraculous. Hua Chongyang couldn't help but exclaim. If this talent can be used properly, it's no different from an armed force. Lu Zhou glanced at him. Just relying on these fierce beasts? Most of the fierce beasts living around human cities aren't too strong. It's difficult to compare them to ordinary cultivators. Hua Chongyang thought to himself, this old senior is definitely knowledgeable, knows everything. He's only asking to test the strength of the Yuming sect, so he replied. These fierce beasts are naturally not worth mentioning. The strongest ones only have Tongshuan, or Ningxi realm cultivation. They can't compare to human cultivators, but the fierce beasts in the 4 great forests are truly to be feared. Seeing that the old senior remained silent, focusing on flying, Hua Chongyang continued. The Henhua Academy and Taishu Academy people not only value this girl's talent, but also the great benefits behind her. If they can nurture this girl and then capture some mounts, I believe that in less than 100 years, they will become the strongest sect in Great Yan. This perspective was something Lu Zhou had never considered.
Lu Zhou's talent for making fierce beasts submit is naturally very suitable for hunting mounts. There's no shortage of powerful fierce beasts in the four great forests. Even an 8-leaf expert like Pan Lishan almost lost his life in the Blackwood Forest.
Lu Zhou thought of his Baize and Bi-an mounts. They didn't come from the forest, so they couldn't be compared.
After flying for a long time, the three of Lu Zhou, Hai Luo, and Hua Chongyang finally arrived at Jingzhou City.
Lu Zhou looked at the tattered clothes on Hai Lu Zhou's body, then led her to a clothing store, bought several sets, and then sent someone to take her to wash up. The mud and tattered clothes couldn't hide Hai Lu Zhou's otherworldly aura, and now that she was wearing beautiful, clean clothes, she immediately became a forest spirit.
2 high buns made her look extremely lively and cute. Hua Chongyang couldn't help but praise, "It's hard to imagine that this is a little girl with no home to return to. What kind of parents could be so heartless, willing to abandon such an innocent, pure, and lovely daughter?"
Hai Luo seemed to really like the new clothes she was wearing. She kept spinning around, looking at the outfit herself, a happy smile on her face.
"Do you like it?" Lu Zhou asked.
"I like it." Hai Luo smiled, her eyes wide. "You're so nice."
Friend-zoned already. This girl is really innocent, doesn't understand the world, and doesn't have much life experience.
In this respect, Hai Luo is similar to Zhao Yaner, except that Zhao Yaner has never suffered a loss, while Hai Luo is the type who will be bullied a lot.
The fact that she was almost sacrificed alive on the sacrificial altar is the clearest proof.
Everything is ready.
Hua Chongyang bowed and said, "Senior Lu, time is running out. There will be a curfew in Jingzhou City at night."
Lu Xiao indifferently replied, "No rush." Then he looked at Hai Luo. "Are you hungry?"
Hai Luo touched her stomach and nodded slightly. Hua Chongyang had no choice but to follow the two to a restaurant. In the restaurant, the three sat together at a round table filled with delicious food. Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang didn't eat, only staring at Hai Luo. Hai Luo didn't eat quickly. She ate small bites, not like a starving ghost, nor like a chicken pecking at rice, but like a rabbit chewing slowly. Hai Luo is clearly not from an ordinary family.
"Where is your home?" Lu Zhou asked again.
Hai Luo raised her head, pointed to the east, and said,
"Very far. Very far."
"Where? Do you still remember?"
Hua Chongyang also asked with interest. Hai Luo shook her head. "Are there any special terrains or objects in your area?"
Chongyang wanted to use these to determine the exact location.
Hai Luo shook her head again. "I don't remember."
Lu Zhou was suspicious.
"Could this girl have amnesia?" he curiously said, reaching out his hand. "Let me see."
Hai Luo raised her hand and placed it in front of Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her wrist, and primal chi like a small stream seeped into her meridians.
After a while, Lu Zhou was even more puzzled.
Hai Luo had never been injured, nor had she bumped into anything. Her mind was very clear.
Moreover, her Dantian Chi Si was in its initial state, never having cultivated.
In other words, she was just a healthy, ordinary person with no problems. But why does she show signs of amnesia? What's even more inexplicable is that she can command wild beasts, and what has been bothering Lu Zhou from the beginning is that Hai Lu Zhou can avoid the analytical ability of the Eye of Truth.
No frickin' way a normal dude could pull that off, Lu Zhou thought. Sus as hell.
He scrutinized Hai Luo's every move. Decent manners, not as dumb as a kid, but not exactly adulting either.
"Yo, sun's about to dip. Let's bounce."
Hua Chongyang rushed them.
"Full yet?"
Lu Zhou asked Hai Luo.
"Yep, thanks."
Hai Luo nodded.
"Aight, let's roll."
And they dipped from the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the underworld sect's branch, Yu Zhenghai was pacing back and forth like a madman.
Si Wuyai just chilled, saying, "Chill, bro. Hua Chongyang's got this."
Yu Zhenghai stopped.
"There ain't no always.
I'm thinking about the what ifs. If this goes south, then we'll wing it."
Si Wuyai smirked.
"Got any bright ideas, lil bro?" Yu Zhenghai asked.
"Not really," Si Wuyai said. "But I peeped the underworld sect's recent activity logs."
"Since when you and the Penglai sect's head honcho became buddies?" Yu Zhenghai chuckled. "Spill the tea. When my Great Xuan Heaven staff hit the big leagues, I needed a sparring partner. Couldn't find second bro, so I hit up Penglai Island.
Beat Huang Shiji in 3 moves. One thing led to another, and we became bros."
"Why you asking? All this? With the Penglai Island boss on our side? Taken? Jing province should be a cakewalk?"
Si Wuyai dropped the bomb. Yu Zhenghai's eyes lit up. "Makes sense."
Just then, a minion rushed in, bowing. "Sect leader, the Penglai Island master is here."
Si Wuyai stood up, eyes gleaming. "Big bro, you're one lucky SOB."
Yu Zhenghai grinned.
"Show him in." Outside, a massive flying chariot slowly descended. Yu Zhenghai went out to greet him, Si Wuyai tailing right behind.
A voice boomed from the chariot. "Long time no see, Shiji bro. How ya been?"
Out of nowhere,
a figure in fancy clothes shot out, lightning fast, attacking Yu Zhenghai. palms glowing in the fading sunset. Huang Shiji's surprise attack caught Si Wuyai off guard. He scrambled back, giving them room to brawl. Yu Zhenghai stayed cool, unhurried, back straight, left hand behind him, right hand raised in greeting. Bam! 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 Huang Shiji's palm strikes blasted out after images and blinding light. Under the blitz of attacks, Yu Zhenghai casually parried, not even breaking a sweat. The Penglai Island disciples stood by the chariot, not lifting a finger, quietly spectating. Same with the underworld sect peeps. Watching powerful dudes duke it out? Always a good time. Consider it a perk. Ever since blastin', out of the chariot, Huang Shiji had been layin' down the smackdown, but Yu Zhenghai was just deflecting. They slowly moved up the steps, when a crescent, moon-shaped blade materialized in Yu Zhenghai's palm. Mountain-shattering blade. Boom! Huang Shiji had to block, airwalking backward and landing on the ground. Fight's over. Both sides barely used 20% of their power, not even warmed up, but the difference was clear. Huang Shiji chuckled. Your cultivation's leveled up. So has yours, Yu Zhenghai replied. What's up? You not happy to see me? Huang Shiji asked. Yu Zhenghai laughed. Of course I'm happy you're here. Come on in. The group piled into the main hall. Inside, Yu Zhenghai introduced Huang Shiji. This is my lil bro, Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai clasped his hands. Greetings, senior. Huang Shiji nodded approvingly. Heard the 7 eunuchs of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Si Wuyai has an intel network spread throughout the land. From the emperor to the common folk, you've got eyes and ears everywhere. Meeting you in person is truly something. You flatter me, senior, Si Wuyai replied. Just then, Shen Liangshao presented a brocade box with both hands. This is the Severing Lotus life-preserving pill that Senior Huang asked our Danyang sect to refine. Yu Zhenghai took the box and placed it on the table. Who's Shen Liangshao? He's just a simp for the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Ever since the battle at Liang Province City, he's been dying to see the 9 disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Now that he has the chance, ain't no way Shen Liangshao's missing out. Standing too close, Shen Liangshao was afraid he'd lose his mind and go hug their legs. He stared intently at Yu Zhenghai, muttering, Sure, really, exactly. Huh? Yu Zhenghai didn't pay attention. Just as I imagined, tall and imposing, truly worthy of being the Demon Heaven Pavilion's first senior. Shen Liangshao gushed. Reward him! Yu Zhenghai waved his hand, and an underworld sect disciple immediately took Shen Liangshao to collect his reward. Shen Liangshao took a few steps back, grinning. Thank you. Then followed the disciple. Huang Shiji finally spoke. Heard the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion already hit 9 leaves? Yup. Yu Zhenghai didn't bother hidden it. The stronger the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the more people would fear the underworld sect. You might not believe this, Huang Shiji said. But today, Passin, by the north of Jing Province, at the Sky Worship Altar, I met a 9 leaves master. Si Wuyai, who'd been silent, suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. 9 leaves master? Did my teacher go to the Sky Worship Altar? Si Wuyai's first thought was his master. Huang Shiji shook his head. Not your teacher, Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai raised an eyebrow. Another 9 leaves showed up? Yu Zhenghai could dominate the world because he was a peak 8 leaves master. Crazy strong. Even at 8 leaves, not everyone can beat him. The only dude who can easily smack him down is his master, Ji Tiandao. Now another 9 leaves pops up? Does this mean his plan's gonna bite the dust? Who is it? Yu Zhenghai asked. Shen Liangshao, who'd just come back from getting his reward, chimed in loudly. First senior, I can vouch for this. This guy's name is Lu, a hidden master. No one probably knows his background. One of the 4 Dharma protectors, Hua Chongyang, is also at the ceremony altar. You can ask him when he gets back. Lu? Yu Zhenghai's face turned serious. If that's true, his plan might be screwed. Hard to tell if he's friend or foe, but he's definitely not a friend right now. Huang Shiji sighed. Who would have thought that right as the cultivation world entered the era of chopping golden lotuses, a 9-leaf expert would suddenly appear? Do you know where this person is, Brother Shiji? Yu Zhenghai asked. Huang Shiji shook his head. How dare I pry into someone like that? Yu Zhenghai looked disappointed. But Shen Liangshu said, The chief of the Azure Dragon Hall seems very familiar with him. Also, there's this little girl, Si Wuyai. Said she's fluent in music and beast language. Huang Shiji asked suspiciously, Did Leader Yu send people to the ceremony altar because of this person? Exactly. She's skilled in music and can command beasts. With her help, Jing Province will be ours for the taking. Too bad, Yu Zhenghai said regretfully. Huang Shiji nodded in agreement. Brother Shiji, your Penglai Island has been hidden for years. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, why not seize the opportunity to give me a hand? Huang Shiji didn't agree immediately. He secretly wanted Penglai Island to reappear in the world. Otherwise, his people wouldn't have been protecting the Danyang sect. And they wouldn't have left Penglai Island to venture into the territory of the underworld sect. Penglai wants to join the world, but it's just missing the right opportunity. Agreeing too quickly would make them seem cheap. Yu Zhenghai said imposingly, "If Brother Shiji helps me, Penglai will become the #1 sect under heaven. There'll be a position for Penglai in the divine capital too." This time, Huang Shiji didn't hesitate. "All right." Yu Zhenghai immediately slapped the table and shouted, "Someone! Your subordinate is here. Today, this sect leader will host a feast to entertain Brother Shiji," Yu Zhenghai said. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Shen Liangshao loudly cupped his hands in salute. Si Wuyai didn't expect things to go so smoothly, so he stood up and walked to Yu Zhenghai's side. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Zhenghai patted his shoulder and said, "Bro, you've worked hard today. Go get some rest. I'll take care of things here." "Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing," Yu Zhenghai said heroically. Just as everyone was celebrating, a disciple rushed in. "Sect leader, the chief of the Azure Dragon Hall is back. Quick, invite him in," Yu Zhenghai said. The Penglai Island group also turned to look towards the main hall. At this time, the sun had set, and darkness slowly spread across the ground. People could only vaguely see 3 figures slowly walking in. When the light inside the hall illuminated their faces, the entire hall fell silent. Leading the way was an old man holding the hand of a beautiful, elf-like little girl. Hua Chongyang followed respectfully behind, looking like a mere servant. The Penglai Island group had met him earlier, so they knew who the old man was, and they were all stunned. "We meet again." Lu Zhou was the first to speak. Lu Zhou's words finally woke up the stunned crowd. Shen Liangshao, the seasoned veteran, immediately rushed in front of Lu Zhou and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Lu. I never expected that this junior would be lucky enough to see you again here." Lu Zhou ignored Shen Liangshao and looked calmly towards Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting upright on the main seat, and Si Wuyai, who was sitting to his left. Huang Shiji and the Penglai Island disciples had no choice but to bow. "Greetings, Senior Lu. You may rise." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuyai carefully stood up. The two wanted to know more about this guy, and seeing Huang Shiji giving him a grand salute, they didn't dare to be impolite. They stood up and cupped their fists. "May I ask where Senior comes from?" Yu Zhenghai asked directly. Lu Zhou couldn't say he was from Penglai Island, but before he could answer, Hua Chongyang, standing behind him, bowed and said to Yu Zhenghai, "Sect leader, Senior Lu has been in the deep mountains for a long time and doesn't care about worldly affairs. The young lady beside him is the sea snail girl from the ceremony altar." Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuyai were slightly surprised, looking at Hai Luo, but they didn't understand the relationship between Lu Zhou and Hai Luo. Hua Chongyang hurriedly bowed and walked to Yu Zhenghai's side, whispering into his ear. As soon as Yu Zhenghai heard that there was a chance to invite Senior Lu to help him conquer Jing province, his eyes lit up, and he quickly smiled. "So it's Senior Lu. It's an honor to have Senior Lu visit the underworld sect. Please, have a seat." Lu Zhou took Hai Luo's hand and walked to the seat. Hai Lu Zhu curiously looked around. "You're Yu Zhenghai?" Lu Zhu asked. Yu Zhenghai replied heroically. "That's right. This junior studied at the Demon Heaven Pavilion. My teacher is Ji Tiandao. My teacher, like Senior Lu, is also a 9-leaf expert of this era." As soon as he heard this, Shen Liangshao hurriedly chimed in. "Sect leader Yu is absolutely right. The master of Demon Heaven Pavilion is truly a hero. When the 9-leaf appeared, the sun and moon lost their color." Sect leader Yu is the chief disciple of Demon Heaven Pavilion, managing the #1 demonic sect under heaven. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, the underworld sect is taking advantage of the situation to reorganize the country. Lu Zhou turned to look at Shen Liangshao. "Is Ji Tiandao really that powerful?" Yu Zhenghai's heart stirred. For a 9-leaf expert like this, you need another expert of the same level to keep him in check. Shen Liangshao replied. "The founding master of Demon Heaven Pavilion is not only a 9-leaf expert, but he also has 9 life disciples. Xianjie is the youngest, and she entered the Yuanshen realm in just 5 years. Unprecedented and unmatched. The first and second disciples are at the peak of the 8-leaf stage, just a little short of entering the 9-leaf. Yu Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. "It's not a waste to reward you. You should talk more if you know how to talk." The 9 disciples are all so talented. One can understand how legendary the founding master of Demon Heaven Pavilion is. After praising his idol, Shen Liangshu suddenly thought that he couldn't just keep praising him and had to bring him down a bit to flatter Senior Lu. Words are a kind of art. Speak well and you'll reach the peak of life. Speak poorly and you'll go straight to hell. Shen Liangshao continued. Of course, Senior Lu is also a 9-leaf hero. Now the cultivation world has entered the era of beheading golden lotuses, and everyone is pursuing 9 leaves. The major sects are fully cultivating. Whoever can enter the 9 leaves earlier than others is naturally a top figure in the cultivation world. What's more, Senior Lu acts modestly and doesn't brag too much. Ji, old fart, needs to learn from him on this point. Yu Zhenghai chimed in. My teacher is indeed a bit of a show-off, making you all laugh. Lu Zhou frowned, finally understanding why the outside world pinned all the sins of these evil disciples on him, and even pushed Lu Zhou to the #1 spot on the blacklist.
Seeing that the opportunity to win over the other party had come, Huang Shiji said, I have a very good relationship with Sect Leader Yun, and I originally wanted to help Sect Leader Yun take down Jing Province. If Senior Lu can help, Penglai Sect is willing to be a subordinate for Senior Lu to dispatch at will.
Lu Zhou didn't answer them, but turned to look at Si Wuyai. And you?
Si Wuyai had been silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Zhou let Si Wuyai leave the Great Mystery Sect because he wanted to see what choice he would make, and now it seems that Si Wuyai has made a decision. Si Wuyai smiled and said, Since Senior Lu has come here, he must have a request.
Please tell us your conditions. Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou. That's right, they had forgotten about this. With a 9-leaf making a move, don't even mention taking down Jing Province? There's hope of taking down the divine capital. What kind of request would such a person make? Yu Zhenghai felt a little nervous, looking at the old man in front of him. Lu Zhou said calmly, This old man wants the entire world.
The crowd was shocked, and the entire hall fell silent.
Yu Zhenghai was silent for a long time before speaking. Senior Lu, are you kidding me? How much time did it take him to conquer this kingdom? The goal is also the entire world. These words from Lu the 9-leaf prove that the visitor is not friendly. This old man's taste has always been like this, Lu Zhou replied. Senior Lu's cultivation is getting higher and higher. Teacher. As soon as the word teacher came out, Lu Zhou suddenly put his hand on the table. Shatter!
The table instantly turned into fine powder. The crowd was startled, and everyone stepped back.
Lu Zhou slowly stood up, looked at Yu Zhenghai. You are also worthy of mentioning your master? Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, Why does Senior Lu say that? The people around him quietly retreated, as if they had sensed an unusual atmosphere.
The Bu blade on the table suddenly made a buzzing sound of resonance. Hua Zhongyang's expression changed drastically. He was the one who brought the person here.
Sect leader is only an 8-leaf. How can he defeat a 9-leaf? Senior Lu, please calm your anger. Hua Zhongyang knelt down on one knee. Lu Zhou ignored him, still staring at Yu Zhenghai, his tone light and deep but very powerful.
You want to have the entire world, and this old man also wants it.
Can it be that you can't let go? How could Yu Zhenghai offer his many years of hard work to others? Si Wuyai said in a deep voice. Senior Lu, do you want to be enemies with the Moktian sect? The Nether sect disciples in the main hall drew their sabers one after another. Shen Liangshu's lips trembled. Senior Lu, please think again.
Who in this world dares to be enemies with the Ma Tian sect? Lu Zhou said, So what if I do?
As soon as he finished speaking, the emerald jade saber suddenly flew into Yu Zhenghai's palm with lightning speed. Yu Zhenghai clenched the emerald jade saber in his hand, his palms already drenched in sweat. Huang Shiji was dumbfounded. His position was naturally on the side of the Nether sect, but he never expected that this 9-leaf would be willing to be enemies with the Ma Tian sect. What choice should he make? Brother Shiji, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you're scared, then leave. Yu Zhenghai didn't like indecisive people with no stand. Huang Shiji sighed and said, All right. I've already made my choice. How can I give up halfway? Penglai Island is naturally on the side of the Nether sect. Good. Having those words from Brother Shiji is enough.
The emerald jade saber in Yu Zhenghai's hand flickered with golden light, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Si Wuyai frowned and said, My master Ji Tiandao is on his way here. This was the strongest move he could think of to deal with Lu the 9-leaf.
It's a pity that Lu Zhou didn't even bother to flinch. Young man, you're still too green. At this moment, the emerald jade saber in Yu Zhenghai's hand suddenly shone brightly, striking directly at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou gently raised his hand and pinched the tip of the saber, his index and middle fingers showing a blue light. Boom! The saber energy dissipated, and the emerald jade saber fell into Lu Zhou's hand. The scene was extremely quiet. The 9-leaf is too OP, so strong that it makes people's blood boil. To clamp a heaven-grade weapon with bare hands, without losing a single hair, so effortlessly, like flowing water and floating clouds. This move made everyone dare not act rashly. If the 9-leaf gets angry, they will all be buried with him. Yu Zhenghai is a peak 8-leaf at the great perfection stage. Although the move just now was not his strongest, others would not be able to block it with their bare hands. He swallowed. Whoever dares to touch this old man, I'll slaughter his whole family. The sound waves spread throughout the main hall. These words were spoken to the Nether sect disciples, and also to Huang Shiji. The people who were ready to attack were restrained. No matter how great their bloodlust, it was suppressed by these words, except for Yu Zhenghai. Everyone else, get out! Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Huang Shiji had never felt so pressured. Even though he was an 8-leaf powerhouse in a high position, he could only bow his head at this moment. Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Seeing this, Lu Zhou added another sentence. If you want to die, then stay. Wu Zhenghai's eyes bugged out, bloodshot as hell. He stared at Lu Zhou, gripping the jade emerald blade with 2 fingers, not daring to move a muscle. He knew even the slightest twitch would bring down a world of hurt on the Nether Sect. Wu Zhenghai then spoke up. Everyone, get out! The crowd looked awkward. Sect leader, senior brother. Wu Hai bit out each word. I am the sect leader. I'll handle it if the sky falls. Get the hell out! His voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Wu Zhenghai now understood. This Lu Zhou intentionally came to stir up SHT. Senior brother Si Wuya wanted to say something, but Wu Zhenghai waved his hand, his stellar energy swirling around Si Wuya and dragging him out. Huang Shiji had no choice but to clasp his fist towards Wu Zhenghai. Leaving the main hall, the others followed one after another. Sacrificing oneself now was pointless. Wu Zhenghai understood this perfectly. Lu Zhou turned to look at Hai Luo, finding that she wasn't affected by the sonic waves at all. Just then, Wu Zhenghai's figure flashed, countless palm strikes rapidly attacking. Even if you're a 9-leaf, I'll still put up a fight. Clash, clash, clash. The aura was like an erupting volcano engulfing the sea, sweeping towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou lifted his hand, unleashing a palm strike. A blue palm print, carrying the seal script command, shot out. Boom! Wu Zhenghai's countless palm strikes dissipated in an instant, his whole body flying backward. Wu Zhenghai's mind went blank. Just one move? This is the power of a 9-leaf? There was a time when Wu Zhenghai thought he could also step into the 9-leaf realm. He didn't expect a 9-leaf to be so much stronger than an 8-leaf. In his youth, Wu Zhenghai had used 3-leaf cultivation to kill a 5-leaf expert. From 7-leaf onwards, it was almost impossible to kill someone above your level. A difference of 1 leaf was like heaven and earth. Although he knew an 8-leaf couldn't possibly win against a 9-leaf, being defeated in one move really hurt his confidence and pride. Boom! The wall in the main hall was smashed into by Wu Zhenghai, creating a large hole, and Wu Zhenghai also slid out a distance before stopping. Outside the main hall, the Nether Sect disciples, Huang Shiji and Si Wuya, all stood frozen in place. An 8-leaf grand perfection couldn't withstand a single move. Lu Zhou stepped forward, walking through the hole in the wall, and out of the main hall. The moon was high, the stars twinkled brightly. Standing up, Lu Zhou spoke. Wu Zhenghai endured the pain, leaping up. Just half a foot off the ground, his whole body crashed back down. Wu Zhenghai was shocked. Where's his cultivation? He hurriedly mobilized the essence energy in his danshan, only to find his sea of qi was empty. His whole body felt like it was trapped in a cage. Lu Zhou continued to advance. His imposing manner, as steady as a towering mountain, Wu Zhenghai was pressured to the point of suffocation. Whoosh! Wu Zhenghai jumped up, his whole body like a wild beast charging towards Lu Zhou, throwing countless punches and kicks. Clash! 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 Lu Zhou lifted his hand and blocked all the punches and kicks. Without cultivation, how could he be a match for Lu Zhou? Wu Zhenghai attacked like a madman. Tired of blocking, Lu Zhou unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Wu Zhenghai flew backward again, rolling on the ground, but remained unharmed. Lu Zhou was surprised. This is the characteristic of the Wuqi race, with only this little bit of strength. Lu Zhou observed Wu Zhenghai. Wu Zhenghai gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. This old man will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Another palm strike was unleashed. Just then, behind Lu Zhou, a pair of wings glittering with golden light suddenly attacked, carrying thousands of strands of astral power. Lu Zhou flipped his hand, the nameless sword transformed into a shield, astral energy enveloping it, forming a light shield behind him, blocking all the astral power. Si Wuya immediately abandoned his attack, rushing towards Wu Zhenghai, wanting to take him away. Lu Zhou lifted his hand again, the enhanced binding shackles card flew out again, but unlike the previous body binding spell, this time it carried the seal script command. Poofed! Si Wuya was hit, falling to the ground, his cultivation bound. Si Wuya struggled to get up, retreating backward, standing in front of Wu Zhenghai. Senior brother, let me hold him back, you go. Wu Zhenghai sighed. Good brother, don't be foolish. As long as the green hills remain, there'll always be firewood. No, the Nether Sect can't be without you. Lu Zhou looked at the two, shaking his head. After being struck by my palm seals, you still want to run? At this moment, Si Wuya discovered that the two brothers had lost all their essence energy. His heart trembled. Captured the villainous disciple Wu Zhenghai, gained 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou had experience. The two enhanced binding shackles cards captured Wu Zhenghai and Siwuya as soon as they were released.
Just now, Lu Zhou used both the item card and the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven to prevent Wu Zhenghai from harming him. Thankfully, everything was under Lu Zhao's control.
Keeping these two cards until now was for this purpose. Siwuya took off his clothes, looking down at the marks on his chest. Under the moonlight, the two seal script command were extremely glaring. Isn't the binding word a technique of the Heavenly Master Dabio?
Siwuya was surprised, but didn't think that the old man in front of him was from the Heavenly Master Dao.
The move just now immediately reminded Siwuya of his master's body-binding spell. Although the form was different, the effect was exactly the same. He raised his head, secretly probing the old man in front of him. Lu Zhou stepped forward, stopping 3 meters away from the two, saying to Siwuya, "You want to die too?"
In front of a powerhouse, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. Siwuya replied, "If I stood by and watched, I wouldn't have the face to face senior brother, the Nether Sect, and even less to face my master." These words surprised Lu Zhou, recalling what Zhu Honggong had said. Siwuya saved Lao Ba, saved Yu Shangrong, saved Wu Zhenghai.
Today, he still chose to save Wu Zhenghai. Wu Zhenghai stood up, patted Siwuya's shoulder, then pulled him behind him, saying in a deep voice, "I said, this matter has nothing to do with you."
"Bro, why you gotta be so stubborn?"
Siwuya said, frowning. "You gotta listen to me on this one." Yu Zhenghai's face darkened. He said seriously, "Move your ass." Yu Zhenghai pushed Siwuya aside again. He had no other choice. It's been tough enough for the Nether Sect to get where it is today. As long as the mountain's still there, we can always find more wood to burn. Yu Zhenghai's died plenty of times already. Hasn't he been bullied enough in this life?
Yu Zhenghai looked up, staring straight at Lu Zhou. "You reap what you sow, fair enough." Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and said, "This old man won't bully you. I won't use my primal chi. If you can beat this old man, I'll let you go."
Yu Zhenghai was stunned. He didn't understand why this old geezer was deliberately targeting him. No grudges, no animosity. Makes no damn sense.
Whoosh! Yu Zhenghai charged forward, throwing a punch. Lu Zhou leaned aside to dodge. Their shoulders brushed against each other.
Boom! Yu Zhenghai was sent flying. Disciplined Yu Zhenghai gained 500 merit points. Is that all you got? Lu Zhao's body refinement was no worse than Yu Zhenghai's. Yu Zhenghai struggled to his feet again. "I'm coming again." Could it be that he couldn't beat an old man without using primal chi? No way! Fists and kicks rained down, attacking Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou remained calm and composed, using a single palm to block all the attacks. Boom! Yu Zhenghai flew out again. Disciplined Yu Zhenghai gained 500 merit points. Again and again, Yu Zhenghai endured the pain and continued to charge. Over and over again. Huang Shiji and Hua Chongyang hadn't left, both of them staring with their mouths agape at the scene before them. Is this a 9-leaf beating up an 8-leaf?
Huang Shiji couldn't believe it. It felt like a senior was beating up a junior, with no power to fight back.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. But why is Senior Lu targeting the sect leader like this? The two exchanged glances. Hai Luo girl stood behind them, suddenly poking her head through the gap between them to observe the fight. Huang Shiji glanced at her, then looked up at Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang understood. He shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. If they used Hai Lu Kao as a hostage, the two sides would truly become mortal enemies, which would involve both the Penglai sect and the Nether sect. Besides, Hua Chongyang couldn't bring himself to do such a shameless thing." Boom! Yu Zhenghai was constantly being knocked out, completely unable to fight back. Once again, he struggled to stand up, gritting his teeth. This scene reminded Yu Zhenghai of when he first joined the Demon Heaven Pavilion and had to go through an extremely terrifying body refinement process. It was one of the memories he would never forget in this life. His master used methods 100 times harsher than others to refine Yu Zhenghai, regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Regardless of hot or cold weather, day after day, year after year, refining his body and will. Being beaten was very normal. Even lying naked in an ice cellar or sunbathing was commonplace. That's why it took Yu Zhenghai 10 years to successfully temper his body to the peak. Stepping into the profound connection realm was no exaggeration. Yu Zhenghai's ability to endure hardship was higher than the other 8 combined. The two fought for who knows how long. Yu Zhenghai was knocked out who knows how many times. Boom! Knocked out again. "Senior Lu, I beg you!" Siwuya knelt on the ground, anxiously pleading. Hua Chongyang didn't say a word, and knelt down right next to him. Yu Zhenghai lay on the ground, panting as he looked at the night sky. He was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. His internal organs ached as if they had been shattered. Lu Zhou spat out a mouthful of turbid air, forcing himself. Can't lose to this unfilial disciple? Fighting for so long, even without using primal chi, Lu Zhao's old bones were about to give out. Lu Zhao had indeed underestimated the endurance of this unfilial disciple. Lu Zhao turned to look at Si Wuyai, who was kneeling and begging for him. "Senior Lu, spare the sect leader," Hua Chongyang said stubbornly. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai suddenly shouted, "Fight!" A second later, he charged towards Lu Zhao like a bull, his aura several times stronger than before. Lu Zhao frowned. Just how strong is this unfilial disciple's potential? Does this old man have to throw away all shame and play dirty? So this is the power of Wuqi tribe. But Yu Zhenghai didn't think so much. Once he had set a goal, he would not give up until he achieved it.
Yu Zhenghai jumped up, like Mount Tai crashing down. Lu Zhao didn't retreat but advanced, stepped to the side, and used a lightning-fast palm to block.
Yu Zhenghai suddenly laughed. "You fell for it." "Huh?" Lu Zhao suddenly felt that Yu Zhenghai's palms were as heavy as 1,000 pounds of force, pressing Lu Zhao into the ground. It's the characteristic of the Wuqi tribe again. Lu Zhu's 5 fingers glowed with a blue light. He shouted, "Rise!" Lu Zhao raised his hands above his head, lifting Yu Zhenghai's entire body high up. The crowd was dumbfounded, their mouths agape.
Si Wuyai and Hua Chongyang looked up in shock. Yu Zhenghai knew very well how heavy his move was just now. He was almost certain that no one could block this move without using primal chi.
Yet in that moment of stunned silence, Yu Zhenghai was thrown out.
Lu Zhao threw him forward. Yu Zhenghai rolled several times on the ground, rolling until the world spun, disoriented and staggering.
Lu Zhao shouted, "You want to trick this old man?" Yu Zhenghai endured the pain and looked up at Lu Zhao in horror. He had completely failed.
Yu Zhenghai's heart was in a panic like a storm. He considered himself invincible in the body refinement realm. Why is this old man so abnormally strong?
Things have come to this. You can chop me, slice me, do whatever you want. Yu Zhenghai was desperate. Below the 9-leaf stage, everyone is just ants. He had never felt so hopeless as he did now. "You think this old man doesn't dare to kill you?" Lu Zhao lightly tapped his toes. Primal chi stirred. He used primal chi! When the primal chi fluctuated, everyone's mood here sank to rock bottom. "Welp, you're screwed." A palm strike came out of nowhere, fast as lightning. Ain't nobody stoppin'. A 9-leaf expert. At this moment, everyone believed that Yu Zhenghai was toast.
Yu Zhenghai watched Lu Zhao's palm strike coming at him, and his mind suddenly went blank. This palm, for some reason, made him think of his master. Guess this is it.
Yu Zhenghai closed his eyes. And in this moment, he felt extremely relieved. It's all in the past now. Can't take anything with you when you die, so why bother clinging on? Why bother struggling in pain? Whoosh! A cool breeze blew across his face. Yu Zhenghai thought that this palm strike from the heavens would smash his head into bits, and all the suffering and troubles in the world would vanish with the wind. But it didn't happen. He's still alive. His thoughts are still there. His body can still move. His fingers can still twitch. Except for the eerie silence all around, there's nothing else.
Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes, and a hand was stopped right in front of him, an inch away but not striking.
Yu Zhenghai felt strange and asked, "Why?" Lu Zhao withdrew his hand. "This old man and your master are old acquaintances. I'm here today because I received his request."
Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang were all shocked.
The gang, led by Shen Liangshao, who were sneakily approaching, heard this, and their faces twisted like they'd just eaten a bitter gourd. They fought for half a day, and it turns out that 9th level Lu and Ancestor Ji Motion of the Heavenly Feather Sect are on the same side. Holy crap, they scared us SHT less. Yu Zhenghai said, "Master asked you to come here?" "That's right." Lu Zhu nodded. Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, "If the old man wants you to teach me a lesson, then I'm afraid he's going to be disappointed."
He propped himself up on the ground, stood up with difficulty, and looked at Lu Zhu. "Even if I die, I will not submit."
Lu Zhao asked suspiciously, "Do you hate your master that much?" "Hate?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head.
"One day a teacher, a lifetime a father. How can I, as a disciple, have the right to hate my master?"
"What if your master has his own difficulties?" Lu Zhou said. "Does anyone care about my difficulties?" Yu Zhenghai's voice suddenly rose, his emotions clearly fluctuating. "It's absurd."
Lu Zhao wanted to scold him.
But he hasn't retrieved the memory crystal ball yet, and the truth is still unclear. If the truth is, as Yu Shangrong, Si Wuya, and Yu Zhenghai say, then Ji Tiandao is completely in the wrong.
But Lu Zhao always felt that things weren't that simple. Ji Tiandao had no motive to do this. He himself had a hot temper, yet he cultivated 9 disciples with heaven-defying abilities, and then coldly took action to kill them all. It's just absurd. Lu Zhao cursed, causing Yu Zhenghai to calm down. He sighed and said, "I admit, I owe my master a debt of gratitude."
Lu Zhao turned his head to look at Yu Zhenghai. After all, Yu Zhenghai's cultivation today was all thanks to Ji Tiandao. "Senior Lu, Can you speak privately with me for a moment? Yu Zhanghai made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou turned his head to look at Hai Luo. Hai Luo smiled and said to Yu Zhanghai, "Don't give up." Under the moonlight, her innocent smile, and the 4 simple words made Yu Zhanghai tremble all over. "Don't give up? There are still many things I haven't done. How can I give up?" Yu Zhanghai said, "Take care of her. If anyone dares to touch her, I will kill them." This was beyond Lu Zhao's expectations. This trash isn't the shameless scoundrel I imagined him to be. The two stepped into the dense forest, the moonlight obscured by the canopy, making it even darker. As soon as they entered, Yu Zhanghai didn't say a word, and immediately knelt down in front of Lu Zhou. Thud. Lu Zhou was slightly startled. This trash couldn't have recognized this old man, could he? No way. Lu Zhou transmigrated here, and the true personalities of Lu Zhou and Ji Tiandao are very different, and now he's disguised. Yu Zhanghai hasn't been in contact with his master recently. There's no way Lu Zhou could be recognized by him. Even someone as intelligent as Si Wuya didn't recognize him, so how could Yu Zhanghai? "Senior Lu, please give me half a year," Yu Zhanghai said. Lu Zhou was suspicious. "Half a year? What do you mean?" "You were asked by my master, and my master will naturally give you face," Yu Zhanghai said. "That's for sure." Lu Zhou said proudly. "When I and Brother Ji were getting acquainted, you were still playing in the mud. Therefore, I implore Senior Lu to give me half a year. After half a year, whether I succeed or fail, I will go to the mountain to beg for forgiveness from my master," Yu Zhanghai said sincerely. Half a year. Lu Zhou wasn't in a hurry to give him an answer. In fact, Lu Zhou could completely bring him back to Golden Court Mountain. But if he did, who would deal with the royal family? Lu Zhou didn't intend to target the royal family, but the royal family repeatedly provoked the Heavenly Feather Sect. Forcing Yu Zhanghai to return isn't difficult, but getting him to willingly submit is probably harder than ascending to heaven. "Is this world that important to you?" Lu Zhou asked him. For a cultivator, being too obsessed with power isn't a good thing. Old memories flashed through Yu Zhanghai's mind, and images from his memories gradually appeared. "It's very important," Yu Zhanghai replied firmly. Lu Zhou looked at him and said, "If you want this old man to let you go, then you must answer a few of my questions." "Senior Lu, please ask." "First question, where is your master's memory crystal ball?" "Rongxi, Lulan." Yu Zhanghai answered frankly. "Where specifically?" "I don't know." "Second question, what is sealed in the memory crystal ball?" This is one of the things Lu Zhou cares about most. If he can't find it for the time being, he might as well ask. Yu Zhanghai hesitated and replied in an uncertain tone. "The same as Yun Tianluo. As for what other memories there are, no one knows for sure." Lucan nodded and asked again. "Last question, why are you so cold to your master?" "Wait, hold up. Is this about the beef between the master and disciple?" Yu Zhanghai's like, "Nah, it's not that I want to be cold, I have to be." "Oh really? Is it? 'Cause you're from the Wookiee tribe? Or 'cause you've been suffering your whole damn life?" Lu Zhou drops the bomb. Yu Zhanghai shook, staring at the old man like, "WTF?" Lu Zhou continues. "Heard about Yu Shangrong. Did Ji, experiment on you guys to figure out the 9 leaves thing?" Yu Zhanghai's mind equals blown. This guy knows too much about the inner workings of the Ma Tiange. After a beat, he nods. "Yeah, that's pretty much it." Lu Zhao's thinking. This whole thing between Ji Tiandao and his 9 disciples is one big hot mess. Suddenly, a flute starts playing from the Yuming sect's branch. Sweet melody, and all that jazz. Glowing eyes pop up in the forest, and the flute's getting louder, filled with life? Forest critters are coming. Out the woodwork. It's that little girl who speaks animal. Yu Zhanghai's like, "No way. The flute and the night? Kinda poetic. If we were just vibing to the music, cool. But when the music can control beasts, that's where the beauty ends." The beasts are closing in. Lu Zhou stomps. Earth shakes, and a ripple effect sends the beasts scattering. Poof! Gone. "So, you brought Hua Chongyang to the Ji Tiantai so she could help you conquer Jing province?" Yu Zhanghai knows it's messed up. Using an innocent girl isn't a righteous leader move, but hey, gotta do what you gotta do. "Yeah," he replies. "I'm curious about the girl's background," Lu Zhou says. Yu Zhanghai suddenly feels guilty thinking about what Hai Luo told him earlier. Never giving up has always been his thing, his motto, his whole deal. Rough childhood. Messy adulthood. The Wutaki tribe wiped out by war. Watching his brothers die one by one. Then getting sold off to Lulan as a slave to be butchered by nobles. Not giving up is why he's still kicking. And now Yu Zhanghai's gonna use Hai Luo? How can he not feel like total trash? 6 months. Just 6 months, Yu Zhanghai says. "You're resisting your master because he wanted to use you to break through to 9 leaves?" Lu Zhou asks. Yu Zhanghai clams up. "It's complicated. Gotta think about how to answer." He's forgotten so much. After a pause, Yu Zhanghai says, Wookiee cultivators only get to die 3 times.
Truth be told, I've already died twice. He says it like it's no biggie.
Lu Zhou remembers Yu Zhenghai back when he joined, always striving to be stronger, no matter what. The first time in Lulan? Lu Zhou asks. Yu Zhenghai nods. The second time, was it Ji Tiandao? Lu Zhou uses his actual name, not Master Ji or whatever. Yu Zhenghai's second death is key. Si Wu Yai saved him, and that's when the diary came to be.
Dayan, Yongqing year 154, early March, our teacher comprehended the Golden Lotus and went batshit crazy, always talking about how to get to 9 leaves.
Mid-March, I and second brother argued at Huoshan Mountain. Our teacher got pissed, and we had a 3-way brawl. That fight lasted 7 days and 7 nights, from Huoshan Mountain north across the Noon River, over the Qilan Mountains. In the end, our teacher beat both of us.
Yu Zhenghai sighs. After that fight, our teacher went back to the Mao Tiange. Second brother and I were badly injured, and we argued for 3 days while we recovered.
Second brother got pissed and left. Lu Zhao's ears perk up. This ain't in the memories.
Lu Zhou pieces it together with what Yu Shangrong said. Ji Tiandao sealed away memories about the 9 leaves. What the hell did Ji Tiandao find out that made him do that?
Lu Zhou can't figure it out. He glares at Yu Zhenghai. Why'd you fight? Just a chill day? And then, boom, 3-way brawl? Weird. Yu Zhenghai shakes his head, clueless. Seeing his calm face, Lu Zhou asks, So, his actions were related to your death back then? Not exactly, Yu Zhenghai says with a wry smile. Huh? I was ambushed after being seriously injured. Nothing worth mentioning, Yu Zhenghai replies.
Who ambushed you? Yu Zhenghai shakes his head. Thanks for the concern, Senior Lu, but I gotta handle my own business.
Alright, can't force it. Even so, Lu Zhou now understands the truth. Yu Zhenghai makes it sound easy, but who knows how much he suffered. Yu Zhenghai ain't one to complain or beg. Never has been.
His actions today surprised Lu Zhou,
which means he really wants this empire. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhou puts his hands behind his back and walks out of the forest. No immediate reply. Senior Lu? Yu Zhenghai is confused. I might be friends with your master, but I can't make decisions for him. Yu Zhenghai stands up and says, Then, trouble Senior Lu to pass on the message. As he finishes, Lu Zhou stops. Without turning around, he says, Remember your place. Yu Zhenghai is stunned. You're just a disciple. How dare you talk about your master like that?
Lu Zhou returns to the courtyard outside the Yuming sect's main hall, looking up at the moon.
The flute stopped. Shen Liangshao comes out of the hall, bowing. Senior Lu, your skills are amazing, truly eye-opening. Lu Zhou glances at the kiss-ass and calls out his name. Shen Liangshao.
Shen Liangshu said, thrilled. I never expected Senior Lu to know of my existence. I am flattered beyond words.
At the same time, Shen Liangshao couldn't help but feel smug. Turns out, the top dog of the white roll isn't all talk, no game.
Huang Shiji, a powerhouse at the 8-leaf stage, didn't recognize me, but Senior Lu did.
Thinking this, Shen Liangshao suddenly felt incredibly proud. You joined the Penglai sect?
Lu Zhou asked.
No. Shen Liangshao bowed and replied, I joined the Danyang sect and am on my way to deliver the life-saving pill to Senior Huang. I've figured out what I should and shouldn't do.
Good, Lu Zhu said. Shen Liangshu suddenly felt these words were familiar, so he said, Senior Ji once said the exact same thing.
Oh, if only Senior Ji could be as approachable as Senior Lu,
Shen Liangshu said flatteringly. Under the moonlight, Huang Shiji, He Luo, Si Wu Yai, and Hua Chongyang also stepped out of the main hall.
Lu Zhu noticed that He Luo had a short flute in her hand, and she seemed to cherish it. Yu Zhenghai also stepped out of the forest and stood under the moonlight. Everyone looked toward this 9-leaf powerhouse. Lu Zhou looked at Shen Liangshao. Approachable? Yes, Senior Lu. As he was, Shen Liangshao witnessed a shocking scene. Under the hazy moonlight, Lu Zhuye's face suddenly twisted. Lu Zhu canceled the remaining usage time of the facade card. A blue light flashed and disappeared, and an old man appeared before everyone, his hair streaked with black, tall and thin, with dignified features, carrying the imposing aura of a master. Shen Liangshao staggered backward, his eyes filled with horror. Ji, Senior Ji! Shen Liangshao was completely dumbfounded. Why did his appearance change? What just happened?
Si Wu Yai was extremely shaken. Others might not know Ji Tiandao, but Si Wu Yai couldn't possibly not know him.
Who else could the person before him be but his master? Master! Si Wu Yai exclaimed. It clicked in his head. How could there be so many 9-leaf experts? Besides his master, who else could use the divine talisman Heavenly Dao so easily?
Si Wu Yai secretly blamed himself. He should have recognized his master sooner. He was just too stupid.
Actually, Si Wu Yai had thought of this for a second, but Lu Zhuye's face made him immediately dismiss the thought. Huang Shiji was extremely surprised. and hurriedly bowed. So it's Brother Ji. I've admired you for a long time. He changed, Hai Luo said with a laugh. Hua Chongyang's reaction was the same as Shen Liangshao's. His whole body staggered, unable to stand, and he collapsed to the ground. Hua Chongyang already regretted leading a wolf into his house, but he never expected this person to be the Demon Heaven Pavilion's founder. What happened? The people present were completely dumbfounded, their spirits utterly crushed. Lu Zhou felt his appearance return, and his beard had grown long. Before everyone's astonishment, Lu Zhou calmly replied, "Just a trivial trick." And the award for most shell-shocked goes to Wu Zhanghai. Standing not too far away, Wu Zhanghai's eyes were bugging out. His face burned like he'd just been bitch-slapped into next week, eyelids twitching like crazy. He used honorifics, but his tone was heavy, dripping with disbelief and resentment. WTF? Wu Zhanghai noped the hell out of there. No time to explain. Gotta bail. Whoosh! He bolted into the deep forest like a bat out of hell. No cultivation? No problem. He ran like his life depended on it. Because it kinda did. Body aches? Screw that. His heart was the one hurting. That old geezer pulled a freakin' disguise trick? Why didn't I see that come? In a flash, Wu Zhanghai's silhouette vanished into the trees. The crowd just stared, dumbfounded. Hua Zhongyang and his goons were equally speechless. This was their awe-inspiring sect leader? Talk about a mood swing. Everyone's brain short-circuited. All they could do was gape at the spectacle. Lu Zhou didn't bother chasing after Wu Zhanghai. He just waved at Hai Luo, play the flute. Yes, master. Hai Luo looked thrilled to be praised for her flute skills. She brought the flute to her lips, playing a familiar, soothing melody. Sound travels faster than legs, duh. Wu Zhanghai was cultivationless now. Even with top-tier human stats, he couldn't outrun sound waves. In the dark, deep forest, pairs of glowing green eyes flickered. Wu Zhanghai stopped dead in his tracks. No key? No problem. Still didn't give a damn about these beasts. Or so he thought. Scram! Wu Zhanghai roared. Some of the weaker beasts hesitated, but the slightly stronger ones kept coming. A wild beast is a wild beast. In their eyes, humans are just walking, talking, delicious snacks. The beasts lunged at Wu Zhanghai. Wham! Bam! Smash! Wu Zhanghai threw punches like a madman, battling the beasts. Back outside, the crowd could hear the sounds of the struggle. Lu Zhou didn't even flinch. He just glanced at the crowd and said, "You reap what you sow." Shen Liangsha was about to cry. He scrambled to kneel on the ground. "Senior Ji, why? Why you gotta do this to me?" Why? Smirks? Because it's fun, duh. Shen Liangsha was bawling on the inside. This sucked big time. Senior Ji could disguise himself. All the hard work he put into studying the quirks of the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion was useless now? What a waste. You seem agitated, Lu Zhou observed. How could Shen Liangsha not be agitated? Agitated enough to cry. Slap! Slap! Shen Liangshu started slapping himself silly. The others sighed. This was an expensive lesson. Never judge a book by its cover, folks. The flute's melody never wavered. The moonlight grew brighter. Si Wuya looked towards the deep forest, suppressing his surprise. Master, if we don't save eldest brother, he might die. Relax. Lu Zhou shook his head. You underestimate him. When he was arguing with this old man earlier, he was tougher than a bull. If he can't handle a few wild animals, he's a freakin' joke. Si Wuya swallowed hard. Master, if you had something to say, you could have just said it directly. Why the... Lu Zhou didn't bother answering. The answer was obvious. If this old man didn't disguise himself, Wu Zhanghai would have bolted faster than a rabbit. We wouldn't even see his shadow, let alone catch him. Si Wuyai realized his question was kinda dumb. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand. Hai Luo, yes. Hai Luo stopped playing her flute. Lu Zhou looked at her approvingly. Too bad this little girl couldn't control her talent yet. But no rush, no rush. If Hai Luo starts cultivation, he can slowly nurture her later. Nurture her, huh? Henghua Academy and Taishu Academy all want her as a disciple, so can this old man take her as his own? Lu Zhou hadn't even thought about it the whole trip. But now that he thinks about it, it's a possibility. While Lu Zhu was pondering, Huang Shiji clasped his hands and said, Didn't expect this girl to have such talent. If taught well, she'll definitely be someone great. Huang Shiji thought of the 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, each more OP than the last. And now another genius? Talk about unfair. Why can't his Penglai sect have some decent disciples? But Huang Shiji could only grumble inwardly, not daring to show it. Lu Zhou looked at Hai Luo with satisfaction. But now's not the time to think about this. Gotta deal with the situation at hand. Boom, boom, boom. After the last sounds of fighting ended in the forest, it finally became quiet. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuyai and sent a palm strike. the Taoist seal, flying towards him.
Si Wuyai immediately felt the spell binding him was undone, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, master."
Then, Si Wuyai quickly stood up to rescue Yu Zhenghai. "Wait, hold up. Does master still remember what I said?" Lu Zhou asked. "Disciple remembers. Then don't regret it. Disciple won't regret it." Si Wuyai bowed in response to Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou waved his sleeve slightly. Si Wuyai understood, and turned to fly into the deep forest.
In fact, Lu Zhou had already guessed Si Wuyai's decision from the start. As a master, he eventually has to let go and let his disciples do what they want. Like kids who've grown up and have to venture out on their own to grow up. No one knows the consequences, success or failure. It's all part of life. Not long after, Si Wuyai carried Yu Zhenghai back, his face bruised and covered in wounds, and now unconscious. Lu Zhou used the eye of truth to look at him. Name: Yu Zhenghai. Identity: unenlightened race, cultivation, nascent divinity realm. Just confirming things, really.
If not for the disguise card and Yu Zhenghai's rabbit-like escape speed, Lu Zhou would have no way of seeing him.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Rather than a strange nine-leaf expert appearing, the Nether Sect members and Penglai Sect disciples would rather it be Ji Tiandao. After all, Ji Tiandao is still the master of the Nether Sect's leader, so he can barely be considered one of them.
Lu Zhou led Hai Lu back to the main hall, and the others followed suit. Slap, slap, slap! Hua Zhongyang patted Shen Liangshao's shoulder and said, "Not done yet? You go first, I'll hit it a little longer to remember it." Shen Liangshu looked up and replied, "Suit yourself." Hua Zhongyang also felt very guilty and helpless, all because he brought Old Man Ji here.
But since things have come to this, there's no other choice but to keep going.
Hua Zhongyang turned and walked into the main hall. Si Wuyai, carrying Yu Zhenghai on his back, said softly, "Master, first senior brother is injured. Disciple, we'll take him to rest."
Lu Zhou sent out a palm strike. Looks like the master is hitting someone, but Si Wuyai sensed that master was undoing the spell binding his first senior brother. "Thank you, master." He carried Yu Zhenghai away from the main hall back to the room. Inside the room, Si Wuyai placed Yu Zhenghai on the bed and sighed. "I told you master wasn't as simple as you thought, but you wouldn't believe me." As Si Wuyai spoke, he channeled his primal chi into Yu Zhenghai. "You got lucky, because this time it was master who came. If it was really another nine-leaf, how could this small Jing province satisfy him?"
When the primal chi entered Yu Zhenghai's meridians, Si Wuyai suddenly said in doubt, "No internal injuries?"
"Whatever. You weren't this bold before. Even the flute of a little girl could subdue you." Sigh, a sect leader, and all. After channeling his primal chi, Si Wuyai felt that Yu Zhenghai's condition had stabilized, so he left the room. The room was pitch black. In the darkness, Yu Zhenghai suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. The night was silent, only the sound of his pounding heart. Yu Zhenghai stood up and quickly peered through the crack in the door. Only then did he pat his chest and breathe a sigh of relief, returning to the bed and quietly sitting down, then softly sighed.
This brother didn't want to resort to this.
Yu Zhenghai tried to circulate the primal chi in his dantian, and sure enough, his cultivation had been unlocked. Still gotta be careful, better not circulate the primal chi. The nine-leaf realm ain't no joke. Yu Zhenghai lay down and pretended to close his eyes to sleep. In the main hall, Lu Zhou looked at the people in front of him without a word.
After a while, Si Wuyai entered the main hall to pay respects to his master. Si Wuyai bowed and said, "First senior brother's life is not in danger." Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuyai knowing he had made his decision, and said calmly, "You want to take down Jing province?" Si Wuyai knelt down. "Master, Jing province is currently as solid as a fortress. First senior brother had no other choice, so disciple suggested using fierce beasts to besiege it."
At this, everyone looked at Hai Luo. "A good idea, but do you know that to manipulate these fierce beasts, a large amount of primal chi is required, and Hai Luo has never cultivated." Hai Luo?
Si Wuyai guessed that was the little girl's name, but he didn't expect she had never cultivated.
Understanding animal language isn't enough. While the fierce beasts are fighting, if you don't constantly urge them on, they can easily be scared away by powerful cultivators. Never cultivated?
Si Wuyai looked at Hai Luo in surprise, then shook his head and sighed.
"In that case, we can only find another way." "Wen Shu isn't so easy to deal with," Lu Zhou said. Si Wuyai naturally knew that Wen Shu was a very difficult person to deal with. Just then, Huang Xiji, who was standing next to him, suddenly clasped his hands and said, "I and sect leader Yu are of the same mind. Penglai Sect is willing to lend the Nether Sect a hand." Lu Zhou looked at Huang Xiji. Feeling nervous, Huang Xiji flinched and hurriedly said, "No need for rewards, purely assistance between friends." Only a fool would believe that. But Lu Zhou replied, "Good." Huang Xiji's eyes widened. Lu Zhou stood up and looked out at the dark night sky, and suddenly called out, "Si Wuyai!" "Hey, disciple!" Lu Zhou boomed, a hint of Yuanqi laced in his voice. I'm giving him half a year. After that, whether he succeeds or fails, I want him alive or dead. Disciple obeys, master. Wu Zhenghai has been taught a lesson, plus 200 merit points. System notification saying Wu Zhenghai was faking being unconscious. But Lu Zhou's here not to drag him back to the Nether Sect. Wu Zhenghai's gotta keep pushing towards divine capital.
Si Wuya made his choice. Lu Zhou, being the master, knows what's important. Teacher-student relationship? They'll sort it out later.
You unfilial trash. Pretending to be unconscious, my ass. I went easy on you with that beating. Just thinking that, Lu Zhou turns and says, Hi Luo. Yes. Hai Luo gets up and gently walks to Lu Zhou's side. I'm taking you back to the Golden Court, you down? Hearing this, Si Wuya's like, wait, hold up, promo. Master wants to take in another disciple? Old man Ji Tiandao hasn't taken in a new disciple for ages. Now he suddenly wants to? If the Golden Court opens its doors wider, peeps would be fighting to get in. Taking in a disciple? We'll think about it later.
Lu Zhou shakes his head.
Huang Shiji and his crew see Lu Zhao's about to leave and quickly get up. Master, it's late. Why not stay at the branch for the night and leave tomorrow?
Si Wuya says.
Ding! Teaching Wu Zhenghai a lesson. Plus 200 merit points. You unfilial brat. Such a trash disciple. You don't want me to stay? Just then, Hai Luo grabs Lu Zhou's hand, all happy. I want to go back to the Golden Court. Lu Zhou looks at Hai Luo. Can you handle staying here for a month?
Ding! Teaching Wu Zhenghai a lesson. Plus 200 merit points. This time, Hai Luo doesn't nod or deny it. Looks like she ain't feeling this place.
Alright, Lu Zhou was about to take Hai Luo away, but then he remembers something and turns around. The Darknet's intelligence network stretches across the lands, even to the western region's alien races.
Talking about this,
Si Wuya confidently replies, Disciple ain't bragging, but it's true. Then use all your resources to find a woman with the surname Luo. Lu Zhou says, 300 years ago, Yun Tian Luo got help from this woman to establish the 3 sects.
Si Wuya bows. Disciple obeys.
Huang Shiji hears this and asks, a woman with the surname Luo from 300 years ago?
Lu Zhou looks at Huang Shiji. You know her? Huang Shiji nods. Coincidentally, I've heard rumors about this person.
Spill the tea. The more info we get on this Luo chick, the easier it'll be to find her.
Huang Shiji says, 300 years ago, I was lucky enough to reach the 8 Leaves stage, but I didn't know jack about the 8 Leaves realm. Penglai sect was going haywire, so I had to suppress it. So I went to the 3 sects to ask Yun Tianluo for advice. Turns out Huang Shiji has ties to Yun Tianluo. Back then, the 3 sects were super famous. Yun Tianluo entered the 8 Leaves stage. From then on, they used the name Yun Tianluo to name the 3 sects, quickly gathering disciples and becoming a major sect. At that time, many sects came to the 3 sects to discuss the Tao with ancestor Yun Tianluo. Of course, not everyone got the chance. Back then, Yun Tianluo mentioned a woman with the surname Luo, saying she gave him the cultivation technique that boosted his cultivation. I didn't believe it at first, but after leaving the 3 sects, I heard others say it was true. She got some kind of special skill? Si Wuya asks. What kind of special skill? The more details, the easier to find her. Proficient in music. Huang Shiji says seriously, I had a good chat with Yun Tianluo back then, so I still remember this woman. So I ordered the disciples of Penglai sect to search everywhere. Later, I heard this woman was good at music, often playing the guqin by the sea. Some people even saw all the sea beasts cheering for her. Everyone thought it was weird. Lu Zhou glances at Hai Luo. She's the same. Hai Luo's the same. This talent ain't that special. Some of the western region's alien races understand animal language, Lu Zhou says. Huang Shiji turns to Hai Luo. Later, the tide came, and the Luo chick disappeared in the waves. Some say she's dead. Powerful cultivators can walk on water like it's nothing. How could she be swept away by the waves and die? Si Wuya asks. Any other details? The Luko chick was low-key. Besides that, no one knows anything else about her. Huang Shiji replies. What about her name? Don't know? Everyone sighs. Hua Chongyang says, sounds like Miss Hai Luo. Hai Luo kinda gets it, kinda doesn't, and nods. Sounds like it, except one's a legendary figure from 300 years ago, and the other's just a 16-year-old. Huang Shiji says. This kid's got some talent. If she goes down the cultivation path, she's got a bright future. Lu Zhou also thinks this kid's got potential. Si Wuya bows to Lu Zhou. Master, I'll use all the Darknet's resources to find this Lu Gao woman. Whether she's alive or dead, I'll give you a good answer. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and nods. It's getting late. Time to go. Just as Lu Zhao's about to turn around, Huang Shiji suddenly speaks up. Brother Ji, please wait. What's up? If possible, would you come to Penglai sect as a guest? Huang Shiji asks. Talking about it reminds Lu Zhou,
It's been ages since he visited Penglai Island. Penglai Island's known as a divine island, a land of talented peeps, but Lu Zhao's got a lot on his plate. He ain't got time to socialize. So he says Penglai Island rarely interacts with the outside world. Now the island master himself is making the trip to Jinju. Is Penglai Island too small for you? Huang Shiji's stunned and quickly replies, it's a last resort. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Zhao waves his hand. Do your job and don't go eyeing what ain't yours. Huang Shiji doesn't dare to argue and says, following Brother Ji's teachings. The other Penglai Island disciples also bowed. We respectfully obey Senior Jilao's teachings. With Zhu Ye speaking, who would dare disobey? Si Wuyai sighed inwardly. Ever since Huang Shiji appeared, this was what Si Wuyai worried about the most, that the eldest brother couldn't satisfy their greed. Now that the master has given a warning, no matter how ambitious Penglai Island is, they must hide it carefully. Lu Zhao stepped out of the main hall, looking around. Si Wuyai followed behind and said, it's just a branch. The environment is a bit poor. This place is just all right. If conditions permit, I will come again, Lu Zhao said. Taught Yu Zhenghai, gained 200 merit points. This disciple will always welcome master's visit, Si Wuyai replied. Taught Yu Zhenghai, gained 200 merit points. They chatted a bit more afterwards, but the system stopped sending notifications. At this time, Lu Zhao finally stopped and summoned Bai Ze. Hai Luo and Lu Zhao stood on Bai Ze's back, flying away into the sky. The people from the Nether Sect and Penglai Island all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Si Wuyai also wiped the sweat from his face. Hua Zhongyang hurriedly knelt down. Seventh gentleman, it's all because this subordinate is incompetent. Please punish seventh gentleman and the sect leader severely. If I'm not punished, I won't be at peace, Hua Zhongyang said. Si Wuyai shook his head. Punishment is necessary, but not now. The battle at Jingzhou City is about to begin. Go atone for your sins with meritorious service. Hua Zhongyang will definitely do his best. Si Wuyai turned to Huang Shiji and said, Senior Huang, sorry for the trouble. Please stay at the branch today. It's nothing. Huang Shiji turned and left. When no one was around, Si Wuyai went to Yu Zhenghai's room. Standing in front of the door, Si Wuyai softly called out, Eldest brother, master has left. There was no movement in the room. Eldest brother? Still no response. Master has really left? Si Wuyai felt strange. When he transferred his vital energy to the eldest brother, he discovered that the eldest brother's body had no problems. After master dispelled his cultivation and abilities, he should have recovered and woken up. Just as Si Wuyai was wondering, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Tell Yu Zhenghai, if he dares to act in the name of the Evil Sky Pavilion, I will remember this debt. Taught Yu Zhenghai, gained 500 merit points. Si Wuyai jumped in fright, immediately looked up, and saw Bai Ze hovering in the sky. Si Wuyai hurriedly said, This disciple respectfully obeys master's command. Master, you really are like a divine dragon, showing your head but not your tail. Who can withstand this kind of mental torture? By the time he looked up again, Bai Ze had disappeared into the horizon. Si Wuyai looked towards the eldest brother's room, which was still as silent as death. He thought for a moment and said, It seems eldest brother's injuries were not light. After speaking, Si Wuyai left. Inside the room was a dark, eerily silent space. After Si Wuyai left, Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, and then closed them again to continue sleeping. The next morning, Si Wuyai stood in front of Yu Zhenghai's room again, bowing and saying, Eldest brother. Still no movement. Bro is overacting. Eldest brother already has a plan to deal with Dai, and can take Jingzhou within 7 days. 3 wooden doors were shattered by a burst of vital energy. Yu Zhenghai stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back, first looking around before asking Si Wuyai, Good brother, is that true? Eldest brother, did you rest well yesterday? I had a long dream, and my whole body feels uncomfortable. Dream, Si Wuyai understood. He said, Eldest brother has been working hard for a long time. How about I handle the sect affairs on your behalf for 2 days, so you can have more time to rest? That would be great. Sorry for the trouble, good brother. Yu Zhenghai raised his hand and cast a mark. In the stable, Kui Niu received the signal and immediately ran over. Yu Zhenghai stepped onto Kui Niu's back, waved to Si Wuyai. See you in 2 days. Farewell, eldest brother. Moo! Kui Niu roared and rode off on clouds. At this time, Hua Zhongyang hurriedly ran over, his hands shielding his forehead, his head raised high, observing Yu Zhenghai leaving, and suspiciously asked, What's the sect leader in such a hurry for? Si Wuyai didn't answer him, but calmly returned to his room for a rest. On the Evil Sky Pavilion, Duan Musheng, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, and Xiao Yanhe stood around Hai Luo, as if afraid she would suddenly run away. Master told them not to scare this little girl, and definitely not to let anything dangerous happen to her?
Zhu Honggong smiled and looked at Hai Luo. Sig, Master is so old, why did he suddenly pick up a child?
Do you think she's Master's illegitimate daughter? Zhu Honggong whispered. Bam! Ouch! Third brother, why did you hit me? Zhu Honggong rubbed his head and said, daring to slander Master behind his back. Are you tired of living? Duanmu Sheng scolded sternly.
Ack! Third brother is right. Zhao Yue stood in front of Hai Luo, waved to her, and asked with a smile, What's your name?
Luo Luo. Hai Luo, one hand holding a flute, one hand holding a conch shell. Is her real name also Hai Luo? Zhu Honggong said with a laugh. Xiao Yanhair hopped over to Hai Luo, held out her hand to compare their heights, found that they were about the same, then circled around Hai Luo and said with a giggle, Where do you live? Far away. A very far place. Hai Luo pointed to the east. Xiao Yanhair ran back to Zhao Yu, secretly tugged at Zhao Yu's sleeve, and whispered, Senior sister, it seems like her brain isn't very sharp. Hai Luo blinked her eyes and asked suspiciously, What does not sharp mean? It means dumb. Dumb, Zhao Yanhair said with a giggle. But it's okay, I'll protect you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll smash their heads. Thank you, Hai Luo replied. Let's go, I'll take you to play. Okay. The two held hands and ran down the mountain. Duanmu Sheng, Zhao Yu, and Zhu Honggong stared blankly as the two little girls ran away. The three were still stunned. Weren't they supposed to interrogate Hai Luo together? Why has Xiao Yanhair already defected before anything even happened? In the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat on a futon, opened the system interface, and looked at the merit points. 54,680 points.
The trip to Jingzhou City yielded more than Lu Zhou had imagined. Slaughtering the so-called righteous of the Taishu Academy and Xiangshan of the Henghui School, plus that Vice General Ning Hanchong, only rewarded a few thousand merit points. The remaining merit points all came from Yu Zhenghai alone. Just how much does this Sixto trash disciple resent me?
I'll hit you up for merit points later if I'm short, the old geezer muttered, checking his disciple teaching quest interface. All 9 disciple quests popped up. Li Yongxiao noticed one at the bottom. Find the last with the surname Luo. What the hell is this Luo chick hiding? Where is she? The system's pinging means she ain't dead, so... Slow burn, I guess. Li Yongxiao glanced at his current merit points, debating whether to cop that golden lotus leaf. Nah, saving up for the heavenly demonic Vajra form is just not realistic. Li Yongxiao noticed a disclaimer under the heavenly demonic Vajra form. Requires at least the 8-leaf stage to purchase. So 9-leaf it is. Heavenly demonic Vajra form is a pipe dream, but buying golden lotus leaf now feels like a waste. From 1-leaf to 5-leaf, you can cultivate your way there. Better save these points for when SHT hits the fan. With that in mind, Li Yongxiao yelled, Spin that wheel! Ding! This pull cost 50 merit points and got him a reverse aging card. Not bad. But the next 10 pulls? Thanks for playing. Li Yongxiao noped out of the system interface. He placed his hands on his dantian, circulating his primordial energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians. The energy surged like a tidal wave into his dantian. Cultivation speed is faster than when he first got isekai'd.
Li Yongxiao yeeted all distractions and focused on cultivating. Meanwhile, Hai La and Xiao Yanhair were off exploring.
That's the East Pavilion, Master's crib. Don't bother him unless you want to get smacked. That's the South Pavilion, where the senior bros and sis live. Oh, and 3 old farts and 1 old hag. West Pavilion is where the other disciples and servants hang out. Plus, all the scriptures, techniques, and weapons are stashed there. Here's the North Pavilion. It's basically a haunted house filled with cursed objects, Zhao Yanhair explained. Hai La nodded, taking it all in. Behind the North Pavilion is the back mountain.
Xiao Yanhair grabbed Hai La's hand and headed toward the back mountain.
On a towering tree, the two girls spotted Yu Shangrong clutching the longevity sword, leaning against the trunk, scribbling in a journal, eyes gazing into the distance like he's contemplating his life choices. Who's that? Looks kinda sus, Hai La questioned. Zhao Yanhair snickered. Just ignore him. He's been up there for days. No sooner had she spoken than Yu Shangrong pocketed his journal, flipped around, and landed gracefully in front of them.
Xiao Yanhair stuck out her tongue and bowed her head. Second senior brother. Yu Shangrong smiled, patting her head. Got a guest, eh?
Hi. I'm Hai La. Hai La flashed a sweet smile. Hai La, what a lovely name. Yu Shangrong complimented. Xiao Yanhair then tugged Hai La toward the back mountain, blurting out, Second senior brother, Master brought her back and told us to take good care of her. Master? Yu Shangrong gave Hai La the once-over, finding nothing particularly special about her aside from her innocence. It's been ages since Maester brought someone back to the mountain. Why now? Before Yu Shangrong could ask, Zhao Yaner and Haila vanished into the depths of the back mountain.
Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly, deciding not to overthink it. With a light tap of his toes, he soared toward the mountainside like a swallow.
Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng just happened to walk by and exchanged glances. Another newbie? You better learn from your mistakes. No more causing trouble, got it?
Got it.
This time, I'll listen to you bros, and if I see her, I'll run the other way.
The two nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Night fell, and Li Yongxiao felt the energy in his danshin growing stronger by the second. Maybe because he's been relying on his avatar to boost his cultivation, the energy stored in his body hasn't been depleted. The longer it sits, the more there is. Could he use it to break through?
Li Yongxiao wondered. Based on his experience, he had enough juice to try sprouting a leaf.
Ever since he transmigrated, Li Yongxiao's been stuck in an old man's body, making it tough to cultivate like everyone else. He's been relying on cheat items, but now that his body's recovering, his cultivation speed is picking up.
But hey, items are just items. A fake 9-leaf can scare people for a hot minute, but it ain't gonna last forever. The age of slaying golden lotuses has begun. Everyone's constantly upgrading their cultivation systems, even foreign countries. Billions are hustling to get stronger. The youngins will be coming for his throne soon, and the first batch of 9-leaf geniuses will be here before he knows it. If Li Yongxiao doesn't get some real power, how's he gonna deal with the future? Li Yongxiao raised his hand, and a miniature avatar appeared in his palm. A nascent soul avatar. Golden Lotus 1-leaf. The entire Golden Lotus only had one solitary leaf, looking super lonely.
Usually Li Yongxiao's out here flexing his 9-leaf, but seeing this single leaf just annoys him.
He's still a freaking noob. Li Yongxiao summoned the energy in his danshin, and the avatar immediately began to transform, golden halos appearing and merging into the Golden Lotus. Sprouting leaves is a meticulous process, like tending to a plant. When the nutrients and conditions are just right, the seed will sprout, and the more leaves that grow, the lusher the plant becomes. Li Yongxiao's often wondered. Many records talk about the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stages, and even mention a mysterious heaven realm beyond the nascent soul stage. So why is everyone stuck at 8-leaf? What earth-shattering secret is the 9-leaf world hiding? Among countless sages, someone must have found the answer, but they were all buried in the sands of time. At the same time, someone else was also trying to sprout a leaf. Emperor Liu Zhang, deep in secluded cultivation in the Eternal Peace Palace. The eunuch carried a tray of pills past layers of security and into the study. Your Majesty, the Northern Dipper Academy has just concocted a leaf-sprouting pill.
The palace eunuch knelt respectfully on the ground, reporting in. Liu Shang sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes, looking towards the Kaye pill.
Refining one Kaye pill requires a ton of manpower and resources. Dean Zihao said he'd already tried his best. The eunuch's voice trembled, unable to hide his fear. Lu Zhou was silent for a moment, then raised his hand, using his qi to grab the Kaye pill and send it flying. Relay my decree! The Beidou Academy must fully commit to refining Kaye pills. The imperial family will supply all necessary materials, no expense spared. Mobilize all forces, except for the imperial guards, to cooperate with them. Understood. The eunuch respectfully left the study, and the room returned to its previous silence. Liu Shang raised his hand, and a Dharma body appeared. Below the Dharma body was not a golden lotus seat, but 4 pieces of glittering golden lotus leaves rotating around it. Liu Shang nodded in satisfaction, then retracted his Dharma body and shoved the Kaye pill into his mouth. Just as he was about to enter a cultivation state, Liu Shang suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Guards!" A eunuch jumped in fright, rushing into the study. He stumbled and fell to the ground, looking up at Liu Shang, who was fuming. "Yo, your Majesty! The medicinal effects of the Kaye pill are insufficient." "What's the deal?" Liu Shang questioned. "Your Majesty, this Kaye pill was personally refined by Dean Zhao, personally placed in the box, and then sent in. That's one of the Kaye pills with the best effect," the eunuch replied nervously. Liu Shang frowned, suspicious. Could it be that his cultivation has increased, making it more difficult to advance? But the effect of that pill was unbelievably bad. After a moment of thought, Liu Shang said, "Withdraw." "Yes." The eunuch was also suspicious, but dared not ask more, quickly retreating. Outside the Beidou Academy grounds, a disciple carried a bucket of manure, pinching his nose, walking quickly, muttering, "Make way, make way." The other disciples pinched their noses and avoided him. "Damn it, that stinks. What kind of job are you doing? Why didn't you wait until there were fewer people to dump the manure?" The disciple looked up and chuckled, saying, "Oops, sorry, I've never seen you before?" A disciple with a long face approached. "I'm a newbie, so I got stuck with this job." "Really? Let me see your token." In the past, this disciple wouldn't have bothered with such things, but now the Beidou Academy is in a critical period, with strict discipline. No negligence can be allowed. All disciples entering and exiting must be strictly checked. "Sure."
The disciple carrying the bucket of manure took out a token from his pocket and handed it to him.
Ri Xiansheng? Why does this token look brand new? It's gotta be new, because I just made it. Huh? Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and the Levi hook swept across his neck. Ming Shi Yin used one hand to cover the disciple's mouth, dragging him into the dense bushes by the roadside, still carrying the bucket of manure in the other hand. A moment later, in a forest more than 10 miles from the Beidou Academy, Ming Shi Yin held a pill in his hand, sniffing it. Holy crap, that stinks. Nah, the manure bucket stinks. This is the Kaye pill? Can someone who hasn't severed the golden lotus use this? Such a big Beidou Academy, and I only got one pill. So stingy.
Ming Shi Yin didn't take the Kaye pill, but wrapped it up and left.
Not long after, inside the Beidou Academy, all 10 pill refining rooms were in chaos. Hundreds of disciples floated in the air, searching the entire academy. A moment later, the disciples gathered outside the pill refining room. Dean, can't find it! We've searched every direction, east, west, south, and north, very thoroughly, but it's nowhere to be found. The last pill must have been swapped out. As soon as the disciples finished reporting, Zhu Yukai frowned, so angry that his eyelids twitched. These shameless rats are too arrogant. Dean, calm your anger, the crowd exclaimed. Zhu Yukai tried to suppress his anger, saying in a deep voice, Seal off the news. This never happened. Submit to my order. Yes, the Beidou Academy disciples bowed in response. At Dong Pavilion, Lu Zhou watched the light circles merging into the golden lotus, feeling his dharma body growing stronger. Finally, a lotus leaf appeared on the golden lotus, emitting a dazzling light. Success! The light gradually dissipated, and the 2 lotus leaves began to slowly rotate. Honestly, this was the first time Lu Zhou relied on his own cultivation to manifest a leaf. This made him feel even more joyful and proud than when he used a prop card to buy a dharma body. After half a day, Lu Zhou officially became a 2-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. At this moment, Lu Zhou opened the system interface to check the price of the prop cards, and sure enough, all types of cards had increased by 1,000 points. The current price was no longer suitable for using prop cards. Anyway, Lu Zhou also had the extraordinary power of the heavenly book. As long as he kept comprehending it, he could use it to replace the cards. For a fatal blow, unless it was a life-saving moment, he would have to use the prop card, no matter how expensive it was. Lu Zhou looked at the price of golden lotus leaf manifestation again. 50,000 points. Should he just buy it? What's more important than increasing his cultivation? But the problem is, if he used up his merit points now, it would be even more difficult to buy golden lotus leaf manifestation later. The initial leaf manifestation stage isn't too difficult. If he could achieve it through cultivation, he shouldn't waste merit points. Gotta hold back. Lu Zhou stood up, walked back to the reading table, and examined the map of the ancient land. He suddenly noticed a drawing of an island appearing in the northeast area. Lu Zhao's heart stirred. Is the map hinting at Penglai Island? Could it be where the woman surnamed Luo resides? Lu Zhou recalled what sect leader Huang Shiji had mentioned about the woman surnamed Luo. Could it be that he knew news about this person and was deliberately hiding it? Coincidentally, Huang Shiji also advanced to 8 leaves 300 years ago. Could it be that he was also helped by the woman surnamed Luo? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Zhou then opened the system interface to check the mission board. At this time, a new mission appeared. Find the Earth Book. Open the scroll. Earth Book scroll opening? Until now, Lu Zhou had mastered 4 types of heavenly book divine powers. Sound attack, the mass subjugation. Sound attack that attacks a wide area. Law annihilation wisdom that imitates other divine powers. Instant arrival, and the healing divine power of immaterial wisdom. Lu Zhou thought there would be a 5th divine power, but this time it was actually the Earth Book scroll opening. While Lu Zhou was thinking, a voice suddenly came from outside. Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, walked out into the courtyard, and saw Ming Shi Yin kneeling outside. Lu Zhou glared and said, You know the way back? This guy is like a street urchin, always running around. Ming Shi Yin glanced around, and seeing that his master didn't seem angry, he said, Disciple just took a trip to the Big Dipper Academy. Big Dipper Academy? Lu Zhou was suspicious. Ming Shi Yin presented a perfected leaf opening pill with both hands. Disciple found this. A top-grade, leaf-opening pill. Disciple deliberately brought it back to show filial piety to you. Lu Zhou took the leaf-opening pill and brought it to his nose to smell it. The medicinal scent was very strong. Lu Zhou returned the leaf-opening pill to Ming Shi Yin. Keep it for yourself. Master, disciple turned the Big Dipper Academy upside down, even searched the toilets. No, disciple didn't mean that. Ming Shi Yin carefully put away the leaf-opening pill. I'll take it out to use after I chop my lotus, disciple understands.
Lu Zhou also noticed that Ming Xinyan's loyalty had long exceeded 80 points, so even if Ming Xinyan took the liberty of messing up the Big Dipper Academy, he wouldn't blame him, no need to.
Just then, Yu Shangrong walked into the courtyard from outside. Greetings, master. What's the matter? Jing province is at war. Disciple wants to go see, Yu Shangrong replied.
Lu Zhou frowned. He knew that Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were always incompatible and had always been in constant conflict.
Yu Zhenghai wants to attack Jing province. Lu Zhou had given him half a year. Yu Shangrong's cultivation is only at 3 leaves now. What does he want to do there?
Lu Zhou said indifferently.
Yu Shangrong, within half a year I forbid you and Yu Zhenghai from having any conflicts.
Can you do it?
As soon as these words were spoken, Ming Xinyan couldn't help but be surprised. Why is master suddenly so generous, wanting to let eldest senior brother off the hook?
Yu Shangrong was startled,
looked directly into his master's eyes, and replied, Master misunderstood. Swords and sabers may clash sometimes, but they can also combine sometimes.
Ming Xinyan's eyes widened. Lu Zhujiao's gaze began to examine Yu Shangrong. Seeing that he was holding Siwuya's diary in his hand, he understood in his heart.
Lu Zhu said, Still at 3 leaves. Yu Shangrong stood up straight and replied in a light but confident tone. With a sword in hand, there is no need to fear.
Lu Zhou was speechless. It seemed impossible to get Yu Shangrong to abandon his solitary and arrogant nature.
Lu Zhou calmly said, Then go. Thank you, master. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, remember to save your life first.
Lu Zhou instructed.
Disciple has encountered countless disasters in my life, but only enemies need to save their lives, Yu Shangrong replied. Lu Zhou frowned, revealing an angry expression. Only then did Yu Shangrong bow and say, Disciple remembers master's instructions. Thank you for teaching. Lu Zhou rewarded 200 merit points. You won't listen when I speak normally, you only listen when I have to put on a stern face. Go! Yu Shangrong nodded and turned to leave. Out of Dung Pavilion. Second senior brother.
Second senior brother.
Ming Xinyan ran after him, calling out, What's the matter?
Yu Shangrong stopped and looked at Ming Xinyan suspiciously.
I'll give you this leaf-opening pill.
Ming Xinyan smiled brightly and offered the leaf-opening pill with both hands, a conspiracy to win over second senior brother.
Yu Shangrong glanced at the leaf-opening pill and then smiled and replied, Keep such a precious thing for yourself. After saying that, he lightly tapped his toes and darted down the mountain, disappearing in an instant.
Ming Xinyan held the leaf-opening pill in his hand, tilting his head and doubting his life.
Could it be that this thing isn't worth that much? So all my hard work was for nothing? Allah! That wimp fourth elder, Zhu Jifeng, suddenly steps up all shocked.
Spit it out! No one wants the pill?
Zhu Jifeng gulps. You want it? Thanks, fourth elder. Zhu Jifeng bows like crazy.
This dude's mental!
Did I say I'd give it to you? Ming Shiren grabs the pill and dips.
Zhu Jifeng is dumbfounded.
Instead of heading to the East Pavilion, Ming Shiren goes back to the South Pavilion to chill. Just a few steps in, he spots little Yanter and Hai Luo holding hands, chatting and giggling. Huh? Newbie alert? Ming Shiren steps up. Little junior sister. Little Yanter spots the thing in his hand and asks casually, Fourth senior brother, did you bring me something yummy? Hai Luo smiles at Ming Shiren. This is Hai Luo. Little Yanher replies. Hai Luo? Ming Shiren's like, wait, hold up. He circles Hai Luo, sizing her up, plotting something devious. Fourth senior brother, what's that? Kaye pill.
Ming Shiren answers without thinking.
Let me see. Ming Shiren hands the Kaye pill to little Yan'er and steps aside to keep check-in. Out Hai Luo. Little Yan'er opens the pouch and dumps the pill into her palm to get a better look. The Kaye pill is all shiny and sparkly, giving off a sweet scent. First time they've seen one, so they're all curious and staring at it. Hai Luo's also mesmerized by the round pill like a little gem. Give it to him. Little Yan'er shoves the pill into Hai Luo's hand. Hai Luo carefully holds the pill up to the light. The two girls are whispering and giggling. Can you eat it? Yeah, give it to him. It's like candy. Hai Luo stares at the glowing Kaye pill and swallows hard. Ain't no kid gonna resist candy, so she raises her hand and shoves the Kaye pill in her mouth. That's when Ming Shiren snaps out of his thoughts and sees Hai Luo's hand is empty, so he's all, Yo, where's my Kaye pill? Ate it. Hai Luo says innocently, a little sweet, kinda salty, and a bit hot. As soon as she finishes talking, Hai Luo closes her eyes and passes out. Ming Shiren's like, WTF? The Kaye pill is for cultivators who've chopped their golden lotus, used to stimulate the Danshin Kiasi, generating massive amounts of vital energy, thereby increasing the chances of Kaye. And every single person who's tried it has been a Yungyan Shen realm cultivator. Even though it's Ming Shiren's first time seeing a Kaye pill, he knows the basics. Normal people can't eat this, or some bad SHT will happen. Seeing Hai Luo faint, Ming Shiren throws out a palm strike, using his Q to envelop her, sealing the acupuncture points on Hai Luo's body with one hand. Fourth senior brother, what's wrong with Hai Luo? Little Yankare finally realizes Hai Luo's in trouble and asks anxiously. Ming Shiren was gonna scold little junior sister, but seeing how scared she is, he can't bring himself to do it. Get Hai Luo inside, quick! Ming Shiren and Little Yankare quickly take Hai Luo back to Little Yankare's room in the South Pavilion. Little Yankare's super worried. Is he gonna be okay? Ming Shiren ain't so sure. Don't freak out! He mobilizes vital energy into her 8 extraordinary meridians. Hai Luo entered the body's 6 internal organs. Hai Luo is displaying extremely powerful medicinal effects that are stirring everywhere, becoming increasingly intense. Ming Shiren's shocked. No wonder Hai Luo couldn't handle it and fainted. She really is just a normal person. Ming Shiren says in surprise. If Hai Luo had ever cultivated, Ming Shiren would have a way to handle it. The vital energy produced by the medicinal effects is guided by them into the Dantian Qi Si, helping Hai Luo break through and turn danger into safety. But Hai Luo's just a regular person, and the medicinal effects don't know where to go, so they're just running wild through her organs. This ain't good. All medicines have side effects, and even cultivators get tortured when they take this pill. And they're all body tempering realm, so their bodies are already super strong. Ming Shiren doesn't say much, keeps channeling vital energy. Wait, is it being produced? Ming Shiren suddenly feels all the vital energy rushing towards Hai Luo's Dantian Qi Si. This will endanger Hai Luo's life. Ming Shiren immediately uses vital energy to stop the medicinal effects from entering the Dantian Qi Si. Just then, Hai Luo cries out in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Little Yanar jumps, urgently saying, "Fourth senior brother, I'll go find master. I gotta go find master!" Ming Shiren doesn't stop her, just focuses on protecting Hai Luo. Little Yangare runs off to beg master for help. Ming Shiren is going all out to save this kid. Saving someone is way harder than killing them, especially when SHT like this happens. It ain't long before Ming Shiren is drenched in sweat. Not long after, Lu Zhou shows up at the South Pavilion. Boom! Lu Zhou waves his sleeve, his tough energy shatters the door, and he steps inside. Master! Ming Shiren says sheepishly. This disciple didn't do it on purpose, he ate it too fast. But don't worry, he's gonna stabilize soon. Lu Zhou looks at Hai Luo, her face contorted in pain, blood oozing from her mouth, and her whole body reeking of foul air. All signs point to Hai Luo not being in good shape. Get out of the way! Yes, sir! Ming Shiren immediately steps aside, wipes the sweat off his forehead, and stands still, not daring to move. He sneaks a peek at Hai Luo and shivers. Don't screw this up, please. If something happens to you, Master's gonna beat me to death. Lu Zhou walks to the bed and uses 2 fingers to channel vital energy into Hai Luo's body, discovering that his 8 extraordinary meridians are completely messed up. A normal person who's never tempered their body, their Dantian Qi Si, has no way to consume vital energy and cultivation. The end result is exploding and dying. At that moment, Lu Zhao's 5 fingers glow with a blue light. This is the innate, unobstructed skill. The skill enters his body, and the medicinal effects are immediately crushed by the powerful force. Lu Zhou doesn't use too much extraordinary power, only daring to use a small portion. But the more Lu Zhou healed, the more he noticed something was up. Wait, hold up! Ming Shiyin was anxious, quickly pulled little Yuanhare aside, and asked in a low voice, where the hell did this kid come from? Little Yuanhare honestly recounted everything. When Ming Shiyin heard that Hai Luo was just a normal person, he became even more worried. Just then, the blue light in the room suddenly intensified. A powerful blue lotus, centered on Lu Zhou, expanded continuously, covering the entire southern pavilion. A powerful life force surged out in all directions like a tide. The first to notice the anomaly were the 4 great elders. Old age pavilions Leng Luo, Pan Litian, Hua Wudao, and Zuo Yushu stepped out of their rooms and looked up at the dazzling blue lotus. What the hell is going on? Never seen Pavilion Master use such a massive healing technique. I'm afraid he's in trouble. The 4 frowned. Leng Luo didn't say a word, raised his hand, and summoned his 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma Body. Leng Luo's Dharma Body didn't have a golden lotus. He yeeted his Dharma Body into the air. Elder Leng? What are you doing? Pan Lishan asked suspiciously. I get it. Hua Wudao also summoned his Dharma Body, also 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination without a golden lotus. Hua Wudao's Dharma Body flew into the air. Pan Lishan shook his head. All right, this old man should be the first to assist. Pan Lishan stood up, combined his palms, summoned his Dharma Body, and also pushed his Dharma Body out. All 3 Dharma Bodies didn't have a golden lotus. Zuo Yushu asked in surprise. You all chopped your golden lotuses off? What about it? The 3 looked at Zuo Yushu. They could understand that, from Zuo Yushu's perspective. Having just joined the Old Age Pavilion, Telling her to chop off her golden lotus was a bit unrealistic.
Zuo Yushu smiled sadly.
I thought you guys wouldn't chop them off.
The crutch in Zuo Yushu's hand slammed hard on the ground, and seals flew out of the crutch, piling up into 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma body.
The three elders looked over, marveling. The methods of the Confucian school are truly numerous. Then, they realized that Zuo Yushu's Dharma body also didn't have a golden lotus. All 4 Dharma bodies were bare. The 4 elders exchanged glances, chuckled softly, and simultaneously controlled their Dharma bodies to cover the southern pavilion, then flew towards little Yuanir's room. Although they had chopped off their golden lotuses, and their height had decreased, the 4 Dharma bodies, 10 feet tall and sparkling with golden light, still inspired awe. The 4 Dharma bodies, 3 male and 1 female, revolved around the blue lotus, and energy poured into the blue lotus like a waterfall. On the mountainside, the female disciples who were cleaning successively looked up to admire this heart-stirring spectacle. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng also looked up at the 4 Dharma bodies that were constantly pouring vitality into the blue lotus. What is that? Such a dense vitality and energy. The 2 of them had been stuck at the divine court realm for a long time. This burst of energy and vitality suddenly made the chi seas in their dantians stir. The 2 exchanged glances, then sat down cross-legged. Since going there wouldn't help, they might as well take the opportunity to break through. Not opening the golden lotus? Yeah, not opening the golden lotus.
The 2 decided to choose a new cultivation method.
At the same time, Lu Zhou used all the extraordinary power of the heavenly book to pour into the immaterial misery wisdom. This was also the most powerful deployment of the heavenly book's divine power to date. Ming Xingyin's eyes widened at this scene. Is Master crazy? He's actually going all out to save a stranger. Why? Little Yuan Carrere ran outside, looked up at the 4 Dharma bodies sparkling with golden light in the sky, and whispered, "The 4 great elders, 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma bodies, the heavenly book's extraordinary power supporting each other, 1 gold and 1 blue, spread out in all directions." On the mountainside, the trees were verdant, and in the pavilions, the withered flowers and plants sprouted and grew again. In the forest, the birds and beasts chirped happily. At the foot of the mountain, the barren lands affected by the great battle with Basima began to become fertile, budding, and sprouting. In the southern pavilion, Princess Yongning slowly walked out, and when she saw this magnificent spectacle, she was stunned. Yongning opened her eyes wide and whispered, "So beautiful." She had heard Si Wuya say that the Evil Sky Pavilion was inviolable, and others say that Golden Court Mountain was evil and filthy. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, all the rumors completely collapsed. If possible, she wanted to abandon her identity as a princess and stay here forever.
The cultivators around Golden Court Mountain stopped to watch. The farming people also stopped their work and gazed at the distant scene. Even if they couldn't see clearly what was happening, the dense golden and blue light usually represented good things, and a sense of awe arose in their hearts. The blue lotus had now covered the entire Evil Sky Pavilion. "I can't hold on anymore." Hua Wudao was the first to give up. "Keep persevering," Lang Luo said. "Who the hell is Pavilion Master saving that's causing such a big commotion?" "No matter who it is, our purpose is to assist the Pavilion Master." The 4 nodded in agreement. At this moment, their faces were covered in sweat. Maintaining the 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma body was a very tiring and energy-consuming task. It was already rare for them to persevere until now. A moment later, the bodies of the 4 great elders began to sway. Lang Luo said in a deep voice, "Follow my command, retreat at the same time. If we continue, we will exhaust our energy and will definitely suffer a backlash." Understood. Lang Luo's Dharma body slowly moved. Lu Zhou sensed the movements in the sky, and knew that the extraordinary power in his body was almost exhausted. Success or failure depends on these final seconds. The extraordinary power used up can be comprehended and replenished later. But if this kid dies, the secrets on her body will be buried forever. The heavenly book's divine power reached its peak. The 4 Dharma bodies retreated simultaneously. As soon as they retreated, a lotus leaf suddenly appeared around each Dharma body. Kai Ye. The elders all Kai Ye. The 4 Dharma bodies simultaneously Kai Ye, once again stepping into the first leaf of the nascent divinity realm. From the outside looking in, the scene was extremely magnificent. Originally 3 meters tall, the 4 Dharma bodies simultaneously grew to 6 meters. The 4 great elders were overjoyed. Keep going without Dabio? They wondered. Does the breakthrough in cultivation mean they can continue what they were doing? But at this moment, Zuo Yushu suddenly spoke up. No need. She retracted her Dharma body and said, "The sect master has stopped." The others also sensed that the sect master had stopped, so there was no point in them continuing. After the 4 of them retreated, the blue lotus also dissipated. The elders retracted their Dharma bodies and immediately sat down to regulate their breathing. Simultaneously breaking through were Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng, only they were advancing from the divine tribunal realm to the nascent divinity realm.
Although their current cultivation is on par with the elder generation, their true strength is worlds apart.
The commotion when the two of them broke through was completely overshadowed by the Blue Lotus. Even so, they are now both in the nascent divinity realm.
In Zhao Yanhair's room in the southern pavilion, all movement had completely stopped. Lu Zhou had tried his best, stroking his beard while looking at Lu Zhou, using 2 fingers to check the pulse on her wrist. Lu Zhou suddenly frowned, startled by the enormous commotion just now. Ming Xinyin immediately knelt down and said, "This disciple knows his mistake. This disciple didn't intentionally harm her." Zhao Yanhair sobbed, wiping away her tears. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and scolded, "Shut up! Stop making noise, yes!" The two hurriedly shut their mouths.
Lu Zhou didn't have time to listen to his 2 disciples crying and complaining. He was extremely shocked to discover that all of Lu's 8 extraordinary meridians were unblocked, and her Dantian and Qi Si were open.
How could this be? Lu Zhou thought he was seeing things and checked again. Only then was Lu Zhou certain that Luo was now a 5th aperture mysterious enlightenment realm cultivator. No way, dude.
Normally, cultivators have to go through the body tempering stage, including training the physical body, bones, skin, and tendons, and refining all the 8 extraordinary meridians.
After the body has been tempered, the cultivator can enter the mysterious enlightenment realm. After opening the 5 apertures in the mysterious enlightenment realm, the senses become much stronger.
The human body is a container. The higher the quality of the container, the more it can withstand the ravages of primordial qi.
Primordial qi can condense into gang, and raising a hand or foot can create gang qi for protection. This is the cultivator's entry level. No one can skip this initial body tempering step. Yet Luo is a born mysterious enlightenment realm cultivator. Just now, Lu Zhou used the celestial book of the divine mystery to protect Luo's 8 extraordinary meridians. But that was just protection.
He couldn't help her temper her body, nor could he cultivate for her.
Yet now Luo has suddenly become a mysterious enlightenment realm cultivator from a mortal. How can this be explained? What the hell is going on? Ming Xinyin knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word.
Zhao Yanhair looked at Luo lying on the bed, no longer crying,
and pondered for a moment. Lu Zhou had to give up. Even with his thousands of years of experience, he couldn't explain it. Lu Zhou stood up and muttered, "Inconceivable." Ming Xinyin raised his head and asked doubtfully, "Master, how is she?"
Seeing that Lu Zhou only frowned and didn't answer, looking at Lu Zhou, who was breathing very steadily and didn't seem to be in any danger, Ming Xinyin got up and went to the bedside, placing 2 fingers on her wrist to take her pulse.
Suddenly, Ming Xinyin's eyes widened. Holy crap! Ming Xinyin didn't believe it and checked again with his left hand, but the result was still the same. Mysterious enlightenment.
Ming Xinyin immediately jumped back, extremely vigilantly saying to his master, "Master!"
Could she be a spy sent by other sects, deliberately concealing her cultivation and strength? Without waiting for Lu Zhou to say anything, Ming Xinyin shook his head in denial. "No way!
Spies can't only have mysterious enlightenment realm cultivation." Zhao Yanhair asked in surprise, "4th senior brother, is Luo dead?"
"She's not dead, but she's now in the mysterious enlightenment realm?" Ming Xinyin replied. Mysterious enlightenment? Skipping the body tempering stage and directly entering the mysterious enlightenment realm. Lu Zhou still couldn't understand why Luo had directly entered the mysterious enlightenment realm. What a strange thing in the world. This girl, if she were a modern person, would be even more terrifying than those students who skip grades.
Skipping grades is just learning faster than others, but still going from basic to advanced.
But Luo is completely different. Skipping the body tempering step and entering the mysterious enlightenment realm. Even someone with top-notch talent like Zhao Yanhair couldn't do such a thing. While Lu Zhou was still thinking, the 4 elders entered the courtyard.
"Greetings, Sect Master," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "Everyone, come in." The 4 elders entered one after another, looking around at Lu Zhou.
"What happened?" Zuo Yushu asked doubtfully. Let me tell you."
Ming Xinyin raised his hand, his face clearly showing that he was the most skilled storyteller. Ming Xinyin went in front of the 4 elders and cleared his throat. "Genius!
Super genius. Super duper genius. Born mysterious enlightenment realm. Don't look at me with that, you're mentally ill, look.
Seriously.
If you guys think I'm mentally ill, I also think you guys are mentally ill."
The 4 elders were dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Finally, Ming Xinyin told the whole story.
The 4 of them were amazed to hear this. That there really are people in this world who can enter the mysterious enlightenment realm without tempering their bodies. The 4 of them stepped forward to check Luo's meridians, then frowned in thought, unable to figure it out. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the 4 elders. "Elder Pan, any clues?" "This." Pan Lishan's old face twitched slightly. "Elder Leng must know something. This old one wouldn't dare to show off," Leng Luo said in a deep voice. Elder Hua, you answer. I think it's better for Senior Zuo to speak. Hua Wudao immediately passed the buck to Zuo Yushu. Zuo Yushu raised an eyebrow. The three old geezers are bullying an old lady? Aren't you ashamed? They really have no shame. Even so, Zuo Yushu still had some insight and said, this old one doesn't think she skipped body tempering realm. Everyone turned to look at Zuo Yushu. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, why are you so sure?
Zuo Yushu glanced at the elders, and then, with the demeanor of a female immortal, softly replied, the sect master used extraordinary methods to protect Hai Luo's meridians, and the four of us added our strength.
Under these conditions, it's very likely she passed the body tempering realm in a short period of time, but Hai Luo's physical functions are not strong at all, no different from ordinary people. Ming Shiyin said doubtfully, the sect master's power, and the power of the four of us supported each other. When opening up Hai Luo's Dantian and Sea of Qi, it was completely offset, creating this result?
Zuo Yushu clasped her hands and said to Lu Zhou,
of course, this is just my speculation. To enter the mysterious heaven realm under such a mixed force, this girl is really something, Pan Lishan said. So, is this girl a cultivation genius that's hard to come by in 1,000 years?
Zuo Yushu replied.
That's right. Ming Shiyin glared at the four elders. Showing off your cold faces for so long, isn't your conclusion the same as mine, in the end? At this moment, Hua Wudao walked up to Lu Zhou, bowed and said, Sect Master, I am willing to take Hai Luo as my disciple, wholeheartedly teach her everything I've learned in my life, without holding back anything.
Please, Sect Master, grant my wish. Leng Luo laughed when he heard this. You want a little girl to follow you to learn your turtle-style fighting?
Leng thinks this little girl is very suitable for learning the Taoist art of concealment. Leng guarantees she will definitely become an 8-leaf expert. Pan Lishan disdainfully said, this old one doesn't see any difference between the Taoist art of concealment and turtle-style fighting. Hai Luo has this kind of talent, so she should learn my Vajra fist. What's so great about 8 leaves? This old one even expects her to step into 9 leaves. Zuo Yushu entered the Demon Heaven Pavilion later than these 3 old geezers. Seeing such a rare talent, she couldn't help but say, this old one. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. Enough. The room suddenly became quiet. You're already fighting over disciples?
Lu Zhao's eyes swept towards the 4 elders, and all 4 of them were silent, no longer daring to speak.
Hai Luo's matter. This seat has its own arrangements. Everyone, disperse.
The 4 elders obediently bowed and left the South Pavilion.
As soon as they went out, all 4 of them sighed and shook their heads. Such a genius can't become my disciple, what a pity. Pan Lishan sighed. Don't think about it anymore. With the sect master here, how can it be our turn?
The other 3 nodded in agreement and were slightly startled.
This makes sense. How could they forget this point?
In the room, Lu Zhou glanced at Hai Luo lying on the bed. True, he also intended to take her as a disciple, but taking in disciples doesn't bring any benefits, and it also distracts attention. Lu Zhou followed the procedure of Ji Tiandao for accepting disciples. The 9 great disciples were all related to that pause. So will the 10th disciple named Hai Luo escape the original trajectory? Take care of her, Lu Zhou ordered. Disciple obeys. First, figure out the secrets on Hai Luo's body, then we'll talk.
Why can't the Eye of Truth detect her? Why is she a natural Tongshuan realm cultivator? Where did she come from, and where is she going? 2 days later, Jingzhou City erupted in war, supported by Penglai's sect. Under the leadership of Yu Zhenghai, the Nether sect went all out to attack the city. 2 great 8-leaf experts, Huang Shiji and Yu Zhenghai, along with Hua Zhongyang and many other experts, attacked Jingzhou City. Jingzhou was in chaos. In less than 3 days, the defending army was repeatedly defeated, and the Nether sect took the opportunity to occupy the general's mansion. In the general's mansion, Yu Zhenghai was in a much better mood. This time, defeating Wen Shu was thanks to Shiji Bro's assistance.
Yu Zhenghai said to Huang Shiji sitting next to him. Huang Shiji waved his hand and replied, I just got lucky.
Sect leader Yu's move, Saber shakes the mountains and rivers from the great dark heaven scripture, really opened my eyes. The world says Yu Zhenghai's cultivation is very high, but very few people have seen him make a move.
Huang Shiji had to admit that even though he was also an 8-leaf, it would be difficult to defeat Yu Zhenghai.
If Shiji Bro has any requests, just say it. This sect leader will definitely try my best to satisfy you.
Huang Shiji originally had many requests, but thinking that Ji Tiandao was a 9-leaf golden lotus, he replied, Friends help each other, why be so polite?
Cough, cough, cough. Huang Shiji coughed up blood. Shiji Bro, are you okay? That old thief Wen Shu is really hateful. Couldn't beat me head on, so he played dirty with a sneak attack. At this moment, Hua Zhongyang strode in from outside, clasped his hands and said to the 2.
Reporting to the sect leader, we have searched every corner of the formation, but we can't find that old thief Wen Shu.
Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai said in a deep voice, Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find him for this sect leader.
Following the sect leader's orders,
Hua Zhongyang bowed. At the same time, in the north of Jingzhou City, in a ditch, 5 people in armor were struggling to escape.
General Wen, this way. Running straight along this ditch for about 50 miles will lead to the crossing Heaven River. Your subordinate has prepared a boat waiting there.
Running in the middle was an old man wearing tattered armor, covered in wounds.
This person was one of the 8 great commanders guarding Jingzhou City, General Wen Shu, a master of the Confucian school.
Wen Shu turned his head to look at Jingzhou City. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a man. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and gentle voice suddenly came from a large tree by the roadside. I'm sorry. The fleeing group were all easily startled birds, and everyone was seriously injured. The voice made all 5 of them jump. Who is it? General Wen, be careful. On the towering tree, a cyan-robed swordsman, holding a long sword, stood on a branch, looking down, and said with a smile,
Sorry, you have to stop here.
Who are you? One of the dudes in the group was like, Wait, hold up. Ain't you Ngu Shangrong, the sword devil? Ngu Shangrong?
As soon as those words dropped, Wen Shu's heart skipped a beat. Even at his peak, he was only slightly stronger than Huang Shi, but still couldn't hold a candle to Yu Zhenghai. Wen Shu had heard tales of the epic battle in Yunzhao, where this sword devil Ngu Shangrong was practically neck and neck with Yu Zhenghai.
Wen Shu's eyes locked onto Ngu Shangrong, blazing with intensity. He had to play it cool. I've heard of the sword devil's legendary name. My respects, my respects, Wen Shu said with a bow. Ngu Shangrong replied coldly. My sword doesn't waste itself on nobodies. Everyone except Wen Shu, get the hell out, caught on my sight within 3 breaths.
The remaining 4 exchanged glances. Wen Shu raised an eyebrow and barked. Desertion in the face of battle is a capital offense.
But these guys weren't idiots. They knew they stood 0 chance against the sword devil. Desertion? Aren't you deserting, dude? Sorry, General Wen. What can you do in 3 breaths? Run like hell, duh. The 4 immediately turned tail and vanished into the woods. Can't really blame them, though. How were they supposed to know Ngu Shangrong had already chopped down a golden lotus? Who wouldn't freak out facing an 8-leaf Ngu Shangrong? Wen Shu's brow furrowed, his face ugly. Suppressing his discomfort, he clasped his hands.
I heard you and sect leader Yu Zhenghai. Truth be told, I just threw down with Yu Zhenghai for a few hundred rounds. You'd definitely beat him if you came looking for him now. From the tree branch, Ngu Shangrong smirked. Seems like the general doesn't know me at all, huh? What's the point of winning now? It's just a win. Not heroic. Wen Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm currently suffering from internal injuries, my lord. Ngu Shangrong suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him, and shot the scabbard into a tree trunk with his chi. The longevity sword glowed crimson, hovering in the air. Too bad, you gotta die. With that, Ngu Shangrong rode his sword down. Wen Shu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated, unleashing several talismans with both palms. Bang, bang, bang! The 2 clashed violently. Even though Wen Shu was heavily injured, he tried his best to fight back, knowing his opponent was the sword devil Ngu Shangrong, who kills with every strike. Wen Shu's eyes widened, his talismans and seals becoming more numerous. The sword devil's figure flickered closer and closer, the longevity sword moving so fast it created a dizzying display of sword shadows. Seeing the sword devil about to reach him, Wen Shu immediately summoned his 8-leaf avatar. The avatar appeared, and oomph! The surrounding trees within a few dozen meters were destroyed. Then, in an instant, the avatar vanished. Wen Shu felt the pressure ease. He looked up and saw Ngu Shangrong spinning backward in midair, forced to retreat. Wen Shu couldn't believe his eyes. Given the sword devil's personality, he would have just sliced the opponent's avatar to pieces, easily killing Wen Shu. But here he was, actually retreating. Are you toying with me? Wen Shu felt humiliated, and his palms unleashed a barrage of talismans. Meh, golden light. Ngu Shangrong tiptoed and flew into the air, the longevity sword hovering before him. The sword devil of destiny unleashed a storm of sword chi towards Wen Shu. Wen Shu scoffed. So this is the sword devil? You'll pay dearly for underestimating me. Wen Shu clasped his hands together, raising his 2 index fingers, pressing them close together. Golden light erupted between his fingers, surrounded by a chain of talismans. Absolute Saint Chi. This was the strongest move of his school. The Chi imprint shot towards the sword devil like a cannonball. The sword devil of destiny collided with the Chi imprint of the absolute Saint Chi, but couldn't stop it. Ngu Shangrong's face remained unchanged. He spun 180 degrees, retreated, and summoned his avatar. Whoa! A shocking scene unfolded. Ngu Shangrong and his avatar merged as one.
the avatar's palms perfectly aligned with Ngu Shangrong's palms. The 4 palms crossed to meet the great divine power. Absolute Saint Chi. Time seemed to slow. When Shu looked at Ngu Shangrong's avatar. Ha ha ha! Heaven is truly helping me. A 3-leaf sword devil without a golden lotus? You have a death wish. When Shu's spirit surged, releasing all the rage in his heart, Absolute Saint Chi lunged forward, striking the 4 palms of Chi. Do! Thwack! Oomph! The impact was violent. The surrounding trees were cut down by the Chi and collapsed with a crash.
Wen Shu was still maintaining the attacking posture of Absolute Saint Chi, while Ngu Shangrong was barely holding it off. Wen Shu's eyes were filled with shock. 3-leaf. How can he withstand it? Why can the avatar move? Wen Shu's voice trembled. The 2 began to fall. Too bad you know too little about avatars. Ngu Shangrong looked at him like he was already dead.
Wen Shu, consumed by rage, said unwillingly, So what? Even if I'm heavily injured, a tiny 3-leaf like you can't possibly. Swish, swish, swish.
3 lotus leaves rhythmically sliced across Wen Shu's neck. The 2 landed on the ground. Wen Shu stared wide-eyed as the 3 lotus leaves flew back to the longevity sword.
Blood gushed from his neck. 2 of the 3 lotus leaves suddenly split in 2. 5 lotus leaf shadows radiated dazzling golden light, spinning continuously before flying towards the avatar and disappearing in the bright sunlight. Ngu Shangrong stood against the sun, his tall, slender figure impossibly distant.
Wen Shu couldn't make out his expression,
only hearing Ngu Shangrong slowly say, I am invincible within the 8-leaf realm. I was before, and I will be in the future.
Fresh blood soaked Wen Shu's chest until he could no longer breathe.
He felt his soul being grasped by an invisible hand, pulled out of his body, through his chest, his heart, his throat, and then completely detached from his body. Wen Shu fell backward, facing the sky. Sunlight shone on Ngu Shangrong's body, casting a shadow on the ground, revealing his calm composure. Having seen too many corpses, Ngu Shangrong didn't hesitate. He slightly raised his hand, and the scabbard, stuck in the trunk of an ancient tree, shot out and covered the longevity sword. Ngu Shangrong then suddenly remembered his previous words. He seemed to have forgotten to exclude his master. He had just exhausted the extraordinary power in his body. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was comprehending the heavenly book, suddenly received a system notification of 1,500 merit points, causing him to be puzzled. Among the 9 great disciples, only Ngu Shangrong had the opportunity to kill a great cultivator.
Yu Zhenghai hadn't returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion yet, and Ye Tiangxin had already been expelled from the sect.
Wait, hold up, there's also Ming Xiyin who's got skills in the Shuntian abode. He offed a 5-leaf using his 3-leaf cultivation. Too bad Ming Xiyin's still playing nice in the MOTC.
Who else could it be besides Yu Shangrong? Dude's a 3-leaf with the experience and skills of an 8-leaf. Killing a 5-leaf is no biggie for him. Figuring it out, Lu Zhou closes his eyes and keeps on comprehending the heavenly book. Jingzhou City's lost its former glory after the battle. The streets are crawling with underworld sect followers.
Besides some collapsed buildings, the city itself isn't too damaged overall. With 8-leaf cultivators going at it for days, it wouldn't be weird if the whole city was wrecked. Looks like the 8-leafs were fighting carefully, making sure not to mess up Jingzhou City too much. Also, the formation took some of the damage. The city walls are covered with underworld sect disciples. All that's left are the bodies of the city's soldiers, attracting flies and ants everywhere. The Jingzhou City formation is controlled by the underworld sect cultivators. From one end of the street to the other, it's all drenched in blood. Inside the general's mansion, Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Huang Shiji are brainstorming their next move.
Bro, Liangzhu, Yizhu, and Jingzhou are all under the underworld sect's control now. Are we heading north next?
Yu Zhenghai asks. Si Wuya is about to answer when Hua Zhongyang suddenly barges in, reporting, Sect Master, we found Wen Shu's head at the north gate. The 3 of them jump up, looking shocked. Huang Shiji frowns. Who did it? Hua Zhongyang shakes his head. Unknown. Yu Zhenghai says, hands behind his back, anyone who can kill Wen Shu must be an 8-leaf expert. Did they leave anything else behind? Only Wen Shu's head, but the cut marks suggest the killer used a sword. Hua Zhongyang says. A sword master. Yu Zhenghai bursts out laughing. Justice prevails. Evil gets no love. If I ever meet this brave hero, I'll definitely thank him. Yu Zhenghai shakes his head, looking regretful.
Hanging Wen Shu's head at the north gate is clearly helping the underworld sect.
Huang Shiji says, Sect leader Yu's following the will of the people. This world will belong to the underworld sect sooner or later. Hua Zhongyang adds, this subordinate sent people to scout the North City area. The battlefield shows that Wen Shu unleashed a lot of power. But the opponent's swordsmanship was too good, not wasting a single bit of sword energy.
Si Wuya's confused.
Second senior brother? Who else could do this? Yu Zhenghai shakes his head. Bro, I already badly injured Wen Shu. If it was second senior brother, Wen Shu wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. It's definitely not second senior brother. Besides, he wouldn't attack someone who's already badly injured. Everyone nods in agreement. Si Wuya was about to mention chopping the Golden Lotus, but then shuts up. Now's not the time to bring it up. The big picture comes first. The underworld sect needs to focus on conquering the 9 provinces. In the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou spends 5 days comprehending the Heavenly Book. Lu Zhou feels his extraordinary power has fully recovered, but comprehending the Heavenly Book isn't enough. The barrier has been restored. The 9-leaf is shaking the entire cultivation world. This is the perfect time to focus on cultivation. If he can break through to the 2-leaf, he can definitely reach the 3-leaf and 4-leaf. Lu Zhou opens the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 167, 144 days. Reversal cards, 48. Lu Zhou only has about 45 years of lifespan left. His body isn't in top condition yet. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou uses 10 reversal cards. Remaining lifespan increased by 4,000 days. Lu Zhou doesn't use the rest of his reversal cards. Something tells him they'll be worth more after he successfully opens the Earth Book. Master! Little Yuan Hair's voice suddenly comes from outside. Come in! Little Yuan Hair opens the door and leads Hailuo into the room. Hailuo looks shy, probably still scared from the last time she ate the Kaye pill, and holds out her hand. Lu Zhou says, Lu Zhou takes her pulse. Lu Zhou feels that besides the opened Qi Si in her dantian, there's also a faint stream of original Qi moving through Hailuo's meridians. This is weird. Hailuo hasn't cultivated before. How does she have original Qi in her meridians now? Hailuo hasn't tempered her body. If the original Qi hardens, it'll damage her eyes. Lu Zhou stares at Hailuo. Hailuo, tell me, do you really not know how to cultivate? Cultivate? Hailuo blinks her big round eyes. Lu Zhou raises his hand, and a miniature avatar appears in his palm. Under the avatar is a golden lotus, with 2 rotating lotus leaves. Little Yuan Sir doesn't find it strange. Master's good at controlling all kinds of avatar realms. What's so weird about that? This is cultivation, Lu Zhou says. I've seen it before. Hailuo tilts her head and replies. Really? 8 lotus leaves, 9 lotus leaves, and 10 lotus leaves.
Hailuo points at Lu Zhou's avatar, happily saying.
Lu Zhou's shocked. Where? Hailuo shakes her head, murmuring, Can't remember. I think I saw it in a dream. Lu Zhao's speechless. Seeing it in a dream counts? WTF? Seeing that Hailuo's back to normal, except that her 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened, Lu Zhou calls out, Yuan Share, disciples here. Tell everyone that for the next 6 months, they need to focus on cultivation. Whether or not they chop the golden lotus is up to them. The disciples of the MOTC will help each other improve. Second, no one is allowed to teach Hailuo how to cultivate in any way, shape, or form. Little Yuan Care understands the first thing, but the second thing leaves her confused. Little Yuan Hair is about to ask when Lu Zhou says, If there's nothing else, you may leave. Disciple obeys. Little Yuan Jie leads Hailuo out of the East Pavilion. Lu Zhou keeps thinking. If 9-leaf or 10-leaf cultivators really exist, where are they now? The 10-leaf has only existed in ancient texts, the Celestial Vajra. Lu Zhou opens the system interface and checks the price of the Celestial Vajra avatar. 500,000 merit points. To buy the Celestial Vajra, I need to reach 9-leaf cultivation first. It's clear that this path is still very far away. He needs to save up his merit points and not spend them carelessly. Lu Zhou sighs, closes his eyes, and continues to cultivate. The next morning, outside the East Pavilion, old 8th Zhu Honggong is wandering around like a jobless bum. 5th senior sister. 5th senior sister. You're even more beautiful today than you were yesterday. Zhu Honggong chuckled mischievously. Zhu Yu frowned. Old 8, spit it out. Zhu Honggong looked around, then whispered. 5th senior sister, have you chopped the golden lotus yet? Not yet. Why? Just asking. Mental case. Zhu Yu gave him a complicated look, then turned and left. Zhu Honggong continued to wander around, and when he saw Xiao Yanhair and Hailuo strolling, he ran over to greet them. Little junior sister. 8th senior brother. Little junior sister, you're even more beautiful today than you were yesterday, Zhu Honggong said. Hee, really? Zhu Honggong walked up to Xiao Yanhair and asked in a low voice. Little junior sister, have you chopped the golden lotus yet? Not yet. Why, 8th senior brother? Just asking. Whatever. Zhu Honggong replied casually.
Xiao Yanhe rolled her eyes at him, bored, and dragged Hai Luo towards the back mountain.
So no one dares to chop it. You guys want to trick me into chopping first, huh? No way. If you guys don't chop, then I won't either. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Chopping early means recovering early. The longer it drags on, the worse it is. Fine.
Zhu Honggong watched Xiao Yanhe's figure disappear, stroking his chin as he thought,
maybe I should ask third senior brother? Zhu Honggong was about to go to the martial arts practice square on the mountainside when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Eighth junior brother, come here. Fourth senior brother. Zhu Honggong saw Ming Shiyin standing not far away, waving at him, so he walked over.
Arriving in front of Ming Shiyin, Zhu Honggong bowed and said, Fourth senior brother, have you chopped the golden lotus yet?
Why are you asking? Ming Shiyin wasn't like the others. He immediately became wary upon hearing this. Just asking. Don't ask. Your fourth senior brother's gonna give you a hand now. You just condensed the 100 tribulation insightful Dharma body and haven't even opened a leaf yet. Chopping the golden lotus early means early rebirth. Stop with the uh-oh. This golden lotus chopping usually can't be done alone. We have to help each other out. I'll help you, you help me. The four grand elders all did it that way. Hey, don't you think what I'm saying is right? Ming Shiyin asked.
Right. Zhu Honggong nodded. He definitely couldn't bring himself to do it. Ming Shiyin grabbed Zhu Honggong by the collar and dragged him towards the south pavilion like a little chick. Stepping into the room, Ming Shiyin said, Summon your Dharma body. Don't worry, my farewell hook is fast and accurate. One chop and it's done.
Ming Shiyin raised his hand, and the farewell hook instantly appeared. Without a heaven-grade weapon, it's hard to chop the golden lotus. Using earth-grade or Xuan-grade weapons requires several chops to sever it. Some people are extremely miserable, chopping for half a day and still not finishing. Why are you sweating so much?
Quickly summon your Dharma body. Don't dilly-dally.
Whoosh! Zhu Honggong immediately turned around and ran, smashing through the door and rushing out of the south pavilion. You want to run? Ming Shiyin's figure flashed. His Dharma body appeared, blocking Zhu Honggong's path, and casually grabbed him. Senior brother is helping you. Why are you running? How can a grown man be afraid of this? Look at second senior brother. He's a true hero. You should know. When second senior brother chopped the golden lotus, he didn't have a life-saving pill to use. Second senior brother was truly the first to walk the path of chopping the golden lotus. Old 8, be confident, be strong. Hee, I'm just warming up. Zhu Honggong's face was full of tears, and he reluctantly summoned his Dharma body. Senior brother, slow down a bit. As soon as Zhu Honggong's Dharma body appeared, Ming Shiyin's farewell hook flashed with golden light, chopping fiercely towards the golden lotus. Swish! Ah! A miserable scream like a pig being stabbed echoed throughout the south pavilion. As the golden lotus fell to the ground, the Dharma body above merged into Zhu Honggong's body. Just then, Ming Shiyin suddenly scratched his head and said, Old 8, I think I forgot to give you the golden lotus protection pill. Zhu Honggong gave a bitter smile, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground, unconscious.
Ming Shiyin was completely speechless. He took out a life-saving pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhu Honggong's mouth, then took out a leaf-opening pill and fed it to him.
Ming Shiyin got up, carried Zhu Honggong back to his room, and dumped him on the bed. Lucky you, you're getting all the results of the Beidou Academy's new research. This leaf-opening pill isn't as good as the one Hai Luo ate, but it's still very effective, and using it together with the life-saving pill can help you open your first leaf.
Ming Shiyin waited in the room for a while, and when he saw that Zhu Honggong's condition had stabilized, he turned and left.
As soon as he left the room, Ming Shiyin saw Panzhong and Zhao Jifeng sneaking past. Hey, wanna chop the golden lotus? Free assistance here, Ming Shiyin shouted. Ah, no need. Fourth Immortal Master, you've worked hard. Panzhong and Zhao Jifeng immediately turned and ran. Eighth Immortal Master is so miserable. So chopping the golden lotus is so painful, even more unbearable than suicide. Who can stand it?
Fortunately, both of them chose the path of cultivation, not condensing the golden lotus.
Seeing them run away so quickly, Ming Shiyin shrugged helplessly. Old Fourth! A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Third senior brother! Ming Shiyin turned around and saw Duan Musheng calmly walking over, carrying the Overlord's spear. Old Fourth, I've been thinking all night, and I finally figured it out, Duan Musheng said. What did third senior brother figure out? Ming Shiyin smiled obsequiously. We're senior and junior brothers. We should help and support each other. You help me chop, I help you chop. What do you think? Duan Musheng wasn't the type of person who was afraid of pain. It's just that swinging the blade to chop his own golden lotus was too cruel. It would be so much better if someone could help. Right now, the vast majority of sects in the cultivation world are chopping the golden lotus and rebuilding.
Before long, the Dark Sky sect will be left behind. How can we lose face for our master?
Third brother, I'll help you chop the golden lotus, but how exactly are you planning to chop it for me? Ming Xinyin asked guiltily. Of course, with the Overlord's spear, Duan Musheng said confidently. My spear technique has reached its peak. I can unleash hundreds of spear shadows at once, enough to chop down the golden lotus. Ming Xinyin's eyes widened. Fourth brother, why are you sweating so much? Don't worry, I won't be merciful. These past few days, I've been thinking about the best way to chop the golden lotus, and this is it. Before Duan Musheng could finish, he suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by. Fourth! I'm ordering you as your senior brother, quick! Get back here now! But Ming Xiyin was still as fast as lightning, rushing towards the foot of the mountain. What the hell? Chopping like that? No one can handle that.
Ming Xiyin decided not to chop the golden lotus anymore. Isn't it good to obediently be an 8-leaf expert for life?
Why do I have to aim for 9 leaves? Why are there so many brain-dead people in the cultivation world? They won't even reach 8 leaves in their lifetime, so why bother chopping the golden lotus? What's wrong with being an 8-leaf? Ming Xiyin flew down the mountain at lightning speed, landed on a branch, and leaned against the tree trunk, happily taking a nap. While he was sleeping soundly, a piercing cry came from afar. Caw! Caw! The distinctive sound traveled far.
Ming Xiyin sat on the branch and looked out, seeing a fierce flying beast pulling a flying chariot through the sky.
Oh! Such a big, fierce beast. That fierce beast had a wingspan of 4 or 5 zang, its whole body was dark red, its eyes were as big as fists, emitting a dark light. Ming Xiyin didn't recognize this kind of flying beast, but he could confirm that a species like this didn't exist in human-inhabited areas.
Ming Xiyin was startled.
Could it be from the 4 great forests?
Ming Xiyin flew into the air, welcoming the fierce beast. Sure enough, it was flying towards Golden Court Mountain, but according to etiquette, it didn't fly too high, only flying in the lower sky.
A moment later, it stopped at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. 5 people stepped down from the flying chariot, all wearing red foreign attire, brocade hats, and catfish beards. The leader was tall and sturdy, with bright eyes. He looked up at Ming Xiyin, who was standing in the air, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and bowed slightly, saying in a friendly tone,
I am Lan Ni, an envoy from Ruo Li, requesting to meet the master of the Dark Sky Sect. Quack! The fierce beast raised its head, its sharp beak open, making a piercing sound, as if trying to intimidate, making it difficult to have a good impression.
Using fierce flying beasts to pull flying chariots is quite common, but it is only suitable for use in sparsely populated areas. This kind of flying beast is difficult to tame and often behaves erratically. Once it goes crazy, it can injure the residents below.
Ming Xiyin looked at the 5 people,
finally stopping at the one who had greeted him. Ruo Li envoy, it's an honor to meet you. Lan Ni's handlebar mustache tilted up, as if he was smiling. This friend. You appeared at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, so you must be a friend of Golden Court Mountain. If you could lead us up the mountain, we would be very grateful. Ming Xiyin said indifferently. Your Dayan language isn't bad, eh? Does Ruo Li have an academy that teaches the language of Dayan? Lan Ni replied. Ming Xiyin felt strange. Right now, Ruo Li is at war in Liang province. The 2 countries are at war, but the Ruo Li envoy isn't looking for the senior brother or the royal family, but instead came to the Dark Sky Sect, burying the rooster's head under the New Year bamboo? They definitely don't have good intentions. Ming Xiyin scratched his head, looked in another direction and said, What are you guys saying? I don't understand. After saying that, he immediately flew away. Lan Ni hurriedly said, This matter is of great importance. Please reconsider.
Ming Xiyin flew a few meters away, heard this, and stopped in mid-air, turning his head to ask, How important?
Is the sky falling? Lan Ni was speechless but still tried to answer, No. Then what's so important?
Ming Xiyin turned around and flew away, using the great divine power technique, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving Lan Ni and his group staring blankly at the Golden Court Mountain barrier.
Lan Ni wasn't angry but smiled and said, I've known quite a few Dayan people, but someone who acts so strangely is rare, truly a fascinating person. Leader, should we just barge in? A subordinate next to him said. Are you tired of living? This is the Dark Sky Sect. We didn't come here to fight, not to mention that this barrier is not ordinary, you can't just enter if you want to. Then what should we do? Wait until evening. Ming Xiyin flew back from afar and found that Lan Ni and his group were still waiting at the foot of the mountain. Lan Ni saw Ming Xiyin and hurriedly stood up. Friend, we meet again. You guys are really persistent. The day we don't get to meet the master of the Dark Sky Sect, the day we won't leave.
Lan Ni was afraid that Ming Xiyin would leave again, so he added, This matter is related to the secret of the 9 leaves. Please be sure to pass on the message.
Quack! The fierce beast made another piercing sound. 9 leaves? Ming Xiyin became wary and didn't immediately agree to them but only said, Wait a moment. After saying that, he He turned around and entered the barrier. Lan Ni looked at the blue barrier and couldn't help but smile confidently. The subordinate next to him whispered, "Leader, what if he refuses to meet?" "He won't. No expert in this world isn't interested in the 9 leaves. The master of the Dark Sky Sect is no exception," Lan Ni replied confidently. "It is rumored that he is already a 9-leaf. Why would he still care about this?" Lan Ni clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "First, if he really is a 9-leaf, then he will be the #1 9-leaf in the cultivation world. The thing this kind of person cares about the most is their status. If another 9-leaf appears, what do you think he will do?" The subordinate heard this, his eyes lit up, and he made a neck-cutting gesture. "Second, if he isn't a 9-leaf, and it's all an illusion created by Diane and the Dark Sky Sect, then this is a very good opportunity for us and Lu Lan to take down Liang province." The subordinate looked respectful and bowed, saying, "Lord Lan Ni is wise." Another subordinate piped up, "What if he really is a 9-leaf?" Lan Ni scoffed. "The Great Yan's avatars all look human. If beheading the Golden Lotus actually works for reaching 9-leaf, then we newly, who worship the Wolf King, have an even bigger advantage." Then he paused and continued, "It'll be the end of Great Yan." Moments later, Ming Shiyin flew down from the mountain, announcing, "My master invites you." Lan Ni turned to look at Fei Lian and ordered, "Bring Yang! Understood!" The 4 subordinates were even more in awe and fear of Lan Ni. In the past, the Nuli and Lu Lan allied forces had fought the Great Yan army several times, and later participated in the Liang province war. After the Nether sect occupied Liang province, the Nuli still wanted to take advantage of the unstable situation to retake Liang province city. However, the appearance of the 9-leaf and the theory of beheading the Golden Lotus forced the Nubali to abandon this plan. "Tiangu, wait here obediently." Lan Ni flicked his finger, and a ray of light flew out, landing on the beast's forehead. Tiangu obediently lay flat on the ground. Ming Shiyin secretly shook his head in disdain. "It's clearly a bird, yet they named it Tiangu." The 5 followed Ming Shiyin up to the Fiend Temple. A moment later, in the main hall, the 5 members of the Nuli nation, led by Lan Ni, entered and bowed to Lu Zhou. Nuli nation's envoy, Lan Ni, pays respect to the master of the Fiend Temple. Lan Ni spoke up. Lu Zhou looked at him. "Name? Lan Ni. Race? Nuli. Realm? Yuan Shen realm." Lu Zhou finally opened his mouth and said, "Speak! What's the matter?" Lan Ni bowed again, smiling. "Respected master, I've heard that you are the foremost 9-leaf Golden Lotus expert in the cultivation world, so I've come to pay a visit. If possible, Nuli is willing to have 100 years of happiness with the Fiend Temple." Ming Shiyin, speechless. 100 years of happiness isn't used like that. Duan Musheng frowned. "Don't interrupt. Let him speak." Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes. Lan raised his head to look at Lu Zhou. "I have 2 purposes for this trip to the Fiend Temple. First, I hope to establish a relationship with the Fiend Temple. And second, I want to exchange insights with the master regarding the 9-leaf." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "Does Nuli Nation have someone who has advanced to 9-leaf? If you don't have a 9-leaf, what kind of exchange are we talking about?" Lu Zhao's question left Lan speechless. "You guys don't have any experience in advancing to 9-leaf, and you want to exchange pointers with this old man? These foreign folks are using all sorts of flimsy excuses to figure out the truth." At this time, Lan lowered his head and said, "Please hear me out. I come from the Ba Na family of Nuli. About 1900 years ago, my family acquired an object." Lan waved his hand, and the 4 subordinates behind him carried a long, narrow box. Lan pointed to the box and said, "This is originally a coffin." Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Duan Musheng suddenly attacked, his figure like lightning, whoosh whoosh whoosh, spear shadows, attacking Lan. Lan didn't expect the people of the Fiend Temple to attack without warning, so he hurriedly retreated, dodging continuously. Bang! 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 The overwhelming spear shadows terrified the Nuli group. "Stop! Master, please hear me out," Lan explained while retreating, and seeing the spear shadows about to hit him, he hurriedly said, "There are records related to the 9-leaf in the coffin." Boom! Lan was still struck by the spear shadow, spinning in mid-air before staggering backward, slamming hard against a pillar in the main hall. He widened his eyes, assessing Duan Musheng, his chest still aching. Duan Musheng also looked at Lan in surprise. This guy has strong defensive abilities. Even Hua Wudao's turtle shell can't withstand the attack so easily. Yet this guy only took a few steps back. "Stand down." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Musheng clasped his fist to Lu Zhou and stepped aside. Lu Zhou looked at Lan and calmly said, "Present it." Lan endured the pain in his chest and waved to his subordinates, blaming himself for being too rash. Bringing a coffin into Great Yan
without explaining was indeed disrespectful.
A subordinate opened the lid of the coffin, picked up a thick set of records, and respectfully presented them in front of Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou glanced at it. The cultivation method of the nine-leaf?
Lu Zhou didn't quite believe in this so-called nine-leaf secret manual.
You can find this kind of thing on the streets of Great Yan. It's all just a scam. Lan hurriedly explained. 1900 years ago, our ancestors harvested this coffin on the coast of the northern border. Our ancestors' manuscripts recorded that a powerful nine-leaf cultivator cultivated inside it.
Ming Shiyin was speechless. Bullshit, keep making stuff up.
Lan raised her voice.
I swear in the name of the Banna family, if I utter half a lie, our family will be slaves for generations, cursed for eternity.
You're good, keep going. Ming Shiyin gave a thumbs up. Lan lowered her voice and slowly said, Later, that cultivator stayed in Rulai for a month, gave us a scripture, and left. It is said that he went to Dayan, and then there was no news. This is sus AF. If nine-leaf really existed 1900 years ago, why wasn't he famous, and why ain't he in the history books? There ain't even rumors about him in the cultivation world. Lu Zhou didn't rush to deny it, but took the scripture and slowly flipped it open.
The cultivation methods inside ain't much different from those in Dayan.
In theory, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are all the same at their core. Lu Zhou quickly flipped to the nine-leaf's cultivation methods, only to find that the paper was smeared with ink, with only a short sentence written. The people here are weak, but they are also very safe. Hope this place always stays this way. Moreover, this sentence was written in the Dayan language.
Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows and continued to turn the page, but the following pages were smeared with black ink, just like the first. Each page had a few sentences written. Hope this place always stays this way. May it always be like this. May there be no nine-leaf in the world. May there be no ten-leaf in the world. I like gold, not red. There are no cultivation methods, only random notes, like prayers, like a diary.
Lu Zhou looked at Lan Ni. Lan bowed and said, The cover of the scripture is engraved with anti-decomposition runes, which can be used to prove the age of this scripture. Lu Zhou closed the scripture and saw dense lines on the cover. It's just a pity that these lines are all discolored, and only 4 or 5 lines exude a bright red glow. In that instant, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the words written on several pages. I like gold, not red.
This was the first time Lu Zhou had seen a red rune.
Lu Zhou raised his hand and slapped the cover hard.
Boom! The rune emitted a magical force, and the bright red lines flew into the sky like butterflies and scattered in all directions. Because too much time had passed, these butterflies no longer had much power.
Lu Zhou slapped it again. Yuan Shi entered the lines, and the golden light immediately flourished. The rune became much brighter, and the red lines disappeared, replaced by golden ones.
Lan nodded.
Each line can protect the scripture for 20 years, and every 20 years a line will fade. Lu Zhou raised his hand, outwardly calm but inwardly extremely surprised. This is indeed a scripture that has existed for nearly 2,000 years. Do you know where the person in the coffin went?
Lu Zhou asked.
Lan shook her head and replied, My family has been guarding this thing while searching for that senior, but to this day, that person is still missing.
Lan continued.
This is the sincerity of our Banna family. We are willing to give this scripture to the Evil Sky Pavilion.
Gifting a scripture is whatever, but gifting a coffin feels kinda sus.
If it weren't really an antique, Duan Musheng would have thrown it all out. Lu Zhou then said calmly, This seat will accept the items. His eyes sank as he looked at Lan. What do you want? No one does anything without benefit. Does anyone just come to give gifts without asking for anything in return? Lan placed her right hand on her left shoulder, appearing very gentlemanly, upright, and not asking for anything in return. Only one remote hope. We want to see the demeanor of Nineleaf. Only that. Lan Nai nodded solemnly, with expectation in her eyes. Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back and walked down the steps, uttering each word. Ru Li has always been treacherous, repeatedly invading the borders of Dayan.
Pretending to seek peace is false, investigating the truth is real.
Lan Yi's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, This is a misunderstanding. A disguise card costs 10,000 merit points. How can I waste it on you barbarians? How laughable. Lu Zhou took a step forward, and Lan retreated. At this moment, a sharp voice came from outside. Squawk!
Squawk! Ming Shiyin cursed, You beast! And hurriedly ran out to sea.
In the sky, the ferocious flying beast spread its 5 zang-long wings and screamed outside the barrier. Lan hurriedly said, The beast is out of control. Let me go subdue it. 4 subordinates also ran after Lan. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Musheng, disciple is here. Capture them. Disciple obeys. Although I don't know where these barbarians got the courage to play mind games at the Evil Sky Pavilion, since they've come,
We can't let them leave. Duan Musheng accepted the order and rushed out with the Overlord spear.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Surrender and be bound. Duan Musheng unleashed hundreds of spear shadows, attacking fiercely.
Lan turned around and used both palms to block it hard. The Gangqi blocked the spear shadows, and Lan flew backwards in the air before landing on the ground. We came here with sincerity. Why does Pavilion Master need to be so aggressive? Lan's eyes flashed with anger. Lu Zhou slowly walked towards the coffin, secretly thinking, what is Ban Na Lan relying on to dare show his face here? At this moment, Lu Zhou discovered that the coffin was engraved with dense red lines. Guardian runes. These runes look even more complex and powerful than those on the cover of the scripture.
Lu Zhou walked out of the main hall and looked up at the sky. The ferocious flying beast was constantly attacking the barrier, creating ripples.
Boom! 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 Ming Xiyin glared and said, stop pretending. Your pet bird can't even fake it anymore. Lan frowned and looked at the sky dog, suspiciously saying, how could this be? Boom! The sky dog attacked the Golden Court mountain barrier again. Duan Musheng couldn't bear it anymore, and the Overlord's spear immediately pressed forward. Right then and there, a massive brawl broke out in front of the main hall. Duan Musheng went full Chad, taking on 5 dudes at once. Ming Xiyin was like, nah, I'm good, just watching the show. That heavenly dog's wings were going wild, slamming down wind blades like nobody's business. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bunch of arrow blasts rained down on the heavenly dog from the Nemo Sect's direction. Boom, boom, boom. Hua Yuexing's arrows. But the heavenly dog just lost a few feathers. Its wings blocked everything else.
Squawk! Squawk! This fierce bird beast was getting pissed. What the hell even is that thing?
Ming Xinyin's eyes widened. Hua Yuexing's a top-tier archer from 3 Leaves, and she couldn't even scratch this beast. While fighting Duan Musheng, Lan Yi pleaded, Sect Master, it's all just a misunderstanding.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, looking up at the heavenly dog. Just as he was about to bust out the unnamed bow to deal with this thing, a flute melody drifted in from afar.
The flute music was lively and smooth, a relaxing tune like water trickling through a silent forest. As the flute music filled the Evil Sky Pavilion, the fierce bird beast suddenly chilled out. No more attacking. Lan Yi's eyes bugged out. No way. The flute kept playing. The simple flute music carried no vital energy, enchanting anyone who heard it. Everyone knows Heilu can control beasts, but making a wild, untamable beast like the heavenly dog listen? That's some next-level stuff. Little Yuan here clapped, cheering. Awesome! Awesome! Keep going, Heiluo, it's not attacking anymore. Hua Yuexing couldn't wrap her head around it. Her endless arrows were useless compared to a song played by some regular person. Hua Yuexing couldn't help but glance at the 16-year-old girl.
She was fair-skinned, beautiful, and heart-stoppingly cute. Her eyes were focused and determined as she played.
Gotta be a natural talent. Lu Zhou was also surprised. The heavenly dog wasn't just any beast. It seemed like the Niru clan had given it some special training to make it so strong. It hadn't broken the barrier yet, but its previous attacks showed how scary its power was. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, Duan Musheng was swinging his overlord spear like a boss.
Lan Yi and the others were getting hammered. Sect Master! Senior!
It's just a misunderstanding, please let me explain. Lan Yi didn't expect a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion to be this strong.
Duan Musheng was taking on 5 people with 0 problems, getting even more pumped as he fought.
This can't go on forever, and there are a lot of people watching.
It'll be too late if the Evil Sky Pavilion guys all jump in.
Duan Musheng snarled. Explain what? Just die already. Duan Musheng's arms blurred. All that waterfall training was paying off. His spear speed and accuracy were near perfect.
The Niru, who always bragged about their speed and physical prowess, were getting wrecked by Duan Musheng, unable to fight back. Someone used a technique on the heavenly dog to force Sect Master Lu to show himself. Lan Yi yelled while dodging, Lu Zhou! Looking up at the well-behaved heavenly dog floating outside the barrier, Ming Xiyin smirked. If you came here sincerely, why use a technique on the heavenly dog? Lan frowned. Not bad with that reverse psychology. Learned 80% of my essence. But still not enough. Ming Xiyin dove into the fight. Bang! Bang! 2 people were sent flying by Ming Xiyin.
Hey, your grandpa's here. Ming Xiyin joined the battle, instantly changing the game. Just then, Lan Nai suddenly made a stance. A weird hand seal flew out. Boom! The coffin in the main hall suddenly shook. Lan Ni flew back behind it, now sporting a 5-leaf avatar. At the same time, the coffin glowed red and shot out of the main hall.
Ming Xiyin jumped back to dodge the coffin. Duan Musheng stabbed the overlord spear at the coffin, finding it did 0 damage.
What is this thing? How is it so tough? The coffin suddenly spun 360 degrees. Boom! Duan Musheng blocked with the overlord spear. A heaven-grade weapon couldn't even budge the coffin. The formation patterns on the coffin were still glowing red. Vital energy normally condenses into gold, So why is this formation red?
Ming Shiyin gave up on the coffin and attacked Lan's 5-leaf avatar below. To defeat the army, first capture the king. Ming Xinyan's figure flashed, slashing at Lan with his separation hook.
Lan pushed out with both palms, and the Wolf King avatar counterattacked. At the same time, the golden lotus under the Wolf King avatar glowed red. Red again. Lu Zhao's expression turned serious. He remembered the note in that ancient book. I like gold, not red.
The red here must refer to this red glow.
Boom! Ming Shiyin slashed at the vital energy shield around Lan.
Lan's vital energy rippled, then quickly closed up, leaving no opening.
How's that even possible? Ming Shiyin looked back at the coffin. Duan Musheng was still tangled with it.
Who would have thought a small fry 5-leaf could handle Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin at the same time? But let's be real, Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin are really 3 and 4-leaf. They themselves are freaks, so don't blame others for being freaks too. Suddenly, the red glow on the coffin intensified. Duan Musheng was pushed back, his hands shaking. He had to retreat.
A coffin blocked Lan Ni's path. With 2 subordinates flanking him, esteemed master, we came from afar seeking friendship, not enmity. Why so hostile?
Ming Seyen coldly replied.
Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
You dare swagger around Matian's sect and expect to leave unscathed?
Matian's sect ain't some place you can waltz in and out of. This retreat for advancement tactic is so basic. The people of Dayan are way better at it than you newly guys.
Lan looked up at the skydog, unleashed a palm strike, and the coffin began to spin.
Lu Zhao lifted his hand, sending a massive palm seal crashing into the coffin.
Boom!
The coffin kept spinning. But then, Lan's expression suddenly turned hyped AF. As I thought, you're not a 9-leaf.
Lu Zhao was confused.
He just threw a single palm strike. How did he know Lu Zhao wasn't a 9-leaf?
Lan cackled like a maniac.
Everything I said is true. The coffin is real. The records are real. The coffin's owner once said, only a 9-leaf can destroy the formation on it. The people of Dayan are so damn sneaky, making up stories about a 9-leaf.
With that, Lan abruptly pointed at the skydog.
Whoosh!
A beam of light shot out, hitting its glabella.
Scree!
A piercing screech accompanied by sonic waves erupted. The flute music stopped abruptly.
Lu Zhao turned to look at Hai Luo and Xiao Yaner. Hua Yuexing and Xiao Yaner were already standing in front of Hai Luo.
Hua Yuexing drew back the falling moonbow, firing countless arrows.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At the same time, Lan leapt onto the coffin and bolted out of the barrier.
Lu Zhao thought of the fatal strike card, then of his extraordinary power, and pointed at Lan's 2 remaining subordinates.
Capture them! Duan Musheng and Ming Seyen nodded. The Overlord's spear and parting hook shot downwards.
Lu Zhao didn't hesitate and strode through the air. His palm opened wide, rotating 360 degrees, his arm straight, unleashing a blue palm strike. The 4 seal characters of the ultimate virtue seal swirled around his 5 fingers, then shot straight towards the coffin. This palm strike could shatter the heavens. Lan, standing on the coffin, could still feel the incoming palm seal tearing through space.
Boom!
The ultimate virtue seal slammed into the coffin. As Lu Zhao predicted, 1/3 of his extraordinary power should be enough to kill Lan Ni. But when the palm seal struck the coffin, a dazzling red light erupted from it. The palm seal collided with the light, and the kia emanating from the light was blown away, becoming dim.
Lan Ni received the aftershock of the palm strike, his whole body flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
A single palm strike seriously injured Lan. Ming Seyen and Duan Musheng easily defeated the 2 subordinates, then looked up at the sky. That was Master's palm strike. This was the second time Lu Zhou had used the ultimate virtue seal. The first time was during the battle in Liang Province City, when Lu Zhao used the Confucian School's ultimate virtue seal to kill Xiang Li. This move requires both palms and most of the primordial ki in the body, but Lu Zhou casually unleashed it with one hand, and its power and lethality far surpassed those of the Confucian masters. The coffin was sent flying, spinning non-stop, losing its light. But Lu Zhao didn't hear the system notification, and felt suspicious. A regular 5-leaf avatar should have been killed with 1/3 of the extraordinary power, so why was Lan still kicking? This coffin is no joke. Lu Zhao stepped through the air, a faint blue light appearing at his toe, stomping hard on the coffin. Boom! The people below trembled, their eyes following every move of the sect master. The people of Magotian sect loved watching the sect master make a move, because it was a kind of enjoyment not everyone could have. Lu Zhao's kick sent the coffin flying into the Golden Court mountain barrier. Ming Seyen and Duan Musheng understood, and immediately flew up, using their kia to catch the coffin and bring it down to the ground. Just then, the skydog in the air suddenly flapped its wings. Scree! Sonic waves accompanied by piercing screams rang out, and a violent storm raged. Lu Zhao's figure paused. The second leaf nascent divinity realm was still weak Lan Ni endured the pain coming from his internal organs, stepped through the air, stood on the skydog's back, his eyes bloodshot, and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Fly! Now!" Lan controlled the skydog to flap its wings and fly away, fleeing like a maniac.
He turned his head to look at Lu Zhou, using his hand to tap the acupoints at his body to stop the bleeding, and said loudly, "Although you're not a 9-leaf, you have the cultivation base of a 7 or 8-leaf.
Lan patted the skydog's back, feeling somewhat relieved. "We escaped this time. One day my Bana family will flatten all of Daiyan." But behind him, a solemn voice suddenly echoed, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Lan Ni's heart trembled violently, his eyes widening as he looked behind him. The master of Ma Tian's sect was standing on the back of the mount, Bai Zhe, chasing right behind him. In just a few breaths he had caught up, Bai Zhe's speed increasing.
"Fly faster!"
Lan slapped the skydog's back hard. The skydog was originally a flying beast, soaring through the air with the speed of a meteor. Unfortunately, it met Bai Zhe, a mount whose speed was no less than its own. The distance remained constant. Lu Zhou stroked his beard with his left hand and lifted his right hand. The primordial key vibrated between his fingers, emitting a blue light, transforming into a seal character. Ultimate Virtue Seal. Boom! The palm seal appeared, creating a resounding sound. Lan unleashed the primordial key in his entire body, condensing key into a barrier, a circular formation shielding his body. Li Yongxiao gave the formation a weird look. It resembled a Confucian's hand seals, but that didn't matter anymore. Boom! The power of the Sage Slayer slammed into Lan Ni and hit the Celestial Hound at the same time. Lan Ni's eyes widened as the formation shattered instantly, unable to withstand the blow. Lan and the Celestial Hound fell from the sky. Just then, a team of cultivators below looked up and shouted,
"Move according to plan! Assist the leader!"
Several cultivators flying low zoomed towards where the Celestial Hound crashed.
Li Yongxiao waved his hand, recalling Bai Zhe, and wondered, "Why haven't I heard the system notification yet?
Is this a trap? Fate linkage!" The ominous words popped into Li Yongxiao's head. Li Yongxiao nodded. No wonder Lan wasn't scared at all. No wonder this dude had the balls to bring a coffin to the Demon Sky Pavilion. What a sneaky bastard. Fate linkage was a method to channel power from Great Yan, later used by shamanistic practitioners in witchcraft.
Si Wu Yai, bound by the body-binding curse, once considered using Zhu Honggong to perform fate linkage and trick his master into undoing the curse.
The difference here is that Lan linked his fate with the Celestial Hound. In other words, the Hound's life is his life. As long as the Hound doesn't die, Lan Ni is immortal.
Heavenly balance!
Li Yongxiao swooped down. Lan had already lost his combat power. Struck by the power of the Sage Slayer, his body severely damaged. The Celestial Hound crashed to the ground, dust and sand clouding the area. In the distance, figures raced toward the Hound at breakneck speed. Li Yongxiao landed on a treetop, observing below. Suddenly, over 100 figures appeared from the northern sky, rushing towards the area like crazy. Ambush! Li Yongxiao doubted Lan was that cunning. The dust settled, and the 100-plus sword cultivators flew closer and closer on their swords. Li Yongxiao glanced at the Celestial Hound. Lan raised his hand, slapped the Hound's forehead, wiped the blood from his lips, and grinned triumphantly, as if proving he had won. Li Yongxiao watched the cultivators lift Lan and carry him away, and the 100-plus sword cultivators flying in were from some sect, but it was unclear whether they were friend or foe. Whatever! Li Yongxiao raised his hand, the last disguise card appearing in his palm. His fingers clenched, crushing the card. Boom! A 50-meter-tall avatar stood tall in the sky. The golden lotus beneath it, with its 9 shining lotus petals, radiated blinding light.
Carried on his subordinate's back, Lan turned back, and his heart stopped instantly. 9 leaves! Li Yongxiao stood proudly before the avatar, ignoring the 100-plus sword cultivators, and commanded with booming primordial chi, "Hunt down the aliens!" The 100-plus sword cultivators were just minding their own business, only happened to be passing by, attracted by the Celestial Hound's roar, and flew over on their swords. From afar, they saw the giant-winged Celestial Hound plummeting, assuming a fight had broken out nearby, hoping to be the fisherman who profits, and seize the Hound for themselves.
When they were only a mile away from the Hound, they finally saw who had smacked the Hound down.
It was an old man, with flowing white hair, divine eyes, wearing a long robe that fluttered in the wind, with an aura that inspired awe.
This old dude was definitely no pushover. Just as they were about to continue flying over, a towering 9-leaf avatar suddenly appeared, and the 100-plus sword cultivators immediately stopped, looked up, and heard the old man's voice.
"Hunt down the aliens!"
The 9 leaves. Appearance shocked everyone. Whether friend or foe, they had to submit. Forget about being the fisherman who profits. The leading elder of the sword cultivators glanced around and sternly shouted, "Hunt down the aliens! Hunt down the aliens!" The 9 leaves had spoken. Who dared disobey? All other thoughts had to be cast aside. The 100+ sword cultivators charged after Lan's group. Under the 9 leaves command, everyone became excited and gave it their all, a feeling they had never experienced before. The sword cultivator disciples chased madly, each summoning multiple sword beams. Trees fell in the forests, and sword beams clashed everywhere. Lying on his buddy's back, Lan's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. "Run! Faster! Faster!" he urged relentlessly. The master of Demon Sky Pavilion was really a 9 leaves, not a fake. So why didn't he attack when he was at Demon Sky Pavilion? Was he just playing with me? Lan suddenly remembered the scene of a cat toying with a mouse. The same feeling of despair, of a mouse being played with, filled with helplessness, despair that made him unable to breathe. At this moment, the buddy carrying Lan suddenly stopped. Lan raised an eyebrow and ordered, "Why did you stop?" "Run, motherfucker. You still dare to talk big?" The buddy cursed inwardly and threw Lan away. Lan flew through the air in an arc and slammed into the ground. The buddy looked around and then looked up at the 9-leaf avatar, took a deep breath, and cursed, "You screwed me over!" Lan Nai suffered internal injuries from 2 hits of the power of the Sage Slayer, and only survived because the Celestial Hound had fate linkage with him. All of Lan's injuries were transferred to the Hound. Even so, Lan's life was hanging by a thread. Lan suffered in silence. Damn it, how would I know he was really a 9 leaves? The coffin left by the ancestors could verify a 9 leaves. Why did it turn out like this? At this moment, the 100+ sword cultivators arrived. "Elder, over here! Target located. Try to capture him alive." "Yes." Lan's buddy didn't bother to hold back anymore, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Lan lying dying on the ground. "You, take the fall." After speaking, he turned and ran. Several sword cultivators landed, picked up Lan, and flew away. The other sword cultivators continued to pursue Lan's buddy. Nearly 100 people besieged the cultivators, and screams echoed endlessly. Lu Zhou observed from mid-air, stroking his beard with one hand and clasping the other behind his back. 9 leaves. Truly useful, huh? If those 100+ sword cultivators hadn't randomly passed by, Lu Zhou would have had to waste 5 or 6 one-hit kill cards to wipe out those alien race guys. Moments later, the sword cultivators finally flew back, 2 of them carrying Lan Ni. The leading elder of the sword cultivators, seeing everyone gathered, waved his robes and bowed in mid-air. "Greetings, Senior. May I ask if Senior is Senior Ji of the Demon Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou glanced at them and coldly replied, "You know this old man?" That was basically an admission. The leading elder hurriedly lowered himself and clasped his hands. "This junior is Ma Qing of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, paying respects to Senior Ji." The remaining disciples also bowed. "Greetings, Senior Ji. Why are you all here?" Lu Zhou asked. Reporting to Senior Ji, the Azure Cloud Sword Sect received an invitation from Penglai Sect to attend a feast on Penglai Island. Ma Qing didn't dare delay, honestly answering. "Penglai Sect?" Lu Zhou mused inwardly. Penglai Island Master Huang Shiji previously helped Wu Zhao in Jingzhou City. Could something have happened to Penglai Sect now? Ma Qing replied. Something happened to Penglai Sect's Xuan Kong Island. The Azure Cloud Sword Sect and Penglai Island have always had friendly relations, so naturally we must lend a hand. Hearing this, Lu Zhao didn't ask further. Their business had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Ma Qing pointed towards Lan Ni, who was barely alive. "Senior Ji, all the alien races have been dealt with, only this one is still alive." Lu Zhao calmly stroked his beard. Praise where praise is due. The Azure Cloud Sword Sect disciples felt very proud upon hearing this. Ma Qing raised his hand, a sword aura hovering before him. "Those not of our race are sure to have different intentions. No need to trouble Senior Ji to take action. Let me handle him." The sword aura rose, splitting from 1 into 5, aiming straight at Lan Ni. Just as he was about to strike, Lu Zhou said, "Stop! Please give your instructions, Senior." Ma Qing immediately retracted the sword aura, bowing and awaiting orders. "The Ruli people are cunning and full of tricks. We can't let him escape," Lu Zhou said. "Senior is right, I was careless. How could I use such a crude move?" Ma Qing turned and shouted, "Form the sword formation!" Lu Zhou frowned. "This old man chased him all this way. Am I just going to let you steal my kill? Even a mosquito has meat." "Back off!" Lu Zhou's voice deepened. "Boom!" Lu Zhou raised his hand. Seeing this, Ma Qing hurriedly waved his hand. "Understood. You all, quickly step aside." "Yes." The Azure Cloud Sword Sect disciples blankly dodged to the side. Lu Zhou used his extraordinary power. 5 fingers glowing blue. The 4 seal characters of the Unholy Disputation reappeared. Ma Qing exclaimed, "The Unholy Disputation!" Just then, Lan Ni suddenly opened his eyes, waving his hands. sending 2 Azure Cloud Sword Sect disciples flying. Ma Qing frowned and said, "The Ruli people are indeed cunning." Lu Zhou had only intended to unleash 1/3 of his extraordinary power.
But seeing Lan Ni still surviving at this point, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He shouted, "This old man wants you dead! You can't live!" The unholy disputation palm imprint suddenly doubled in size, and its speed greatly increased.
Lan Ni, having just flown away, trembled in his heart upon seeing this, horrified. This is the 9 leaves?
Despair, powerlessness. The palm imprint struck his face head-on. Boom! His facial features, chest, and limbs were all twisted like they were being melted by lava.
Although the Azure Cloud Sword Sect cultivates according to Taoist cultivation methods, they still know quite a bit about Confucianism. The unholy disputation, in their impression, wasn't this strong. Completely unlike the palm technique Senior Ji had just unleashed. The palm imprint swept past, turning him into ashes. Lan Ni's shadow could no longer be seen. Ding! Killed a target, gained 3,000 merit points. Due to the target's fate being linked, 2 lives are counted.
The unholy disputation palm imprint hadn't dissipated, but continued flying forward, smashing a bunch of towering ancient trees.
The Azure Cloud Sword Sect disciples secretly swallowed their saliva, not daring to even breathe loudly. This infamous Demon Ji of the world is ruthless. As expected, no one in the Demon Sky Pavilion is kind-hearted. No wonder those great sects that besieged the Demon Sky Pavilion were almost completely wiped out, with hardly anyone surviving.
Truly vicious, but also very satisfying.
Compared to the Demon Sky Pavilion, the people of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect hated the alien races even more.
Lu Zhou retracted his hand. This battle wasn't profitable, because in order to kill Lan Ni, he had used up almost all of the extraordinary power in his body.
The Azure Cloud Sword Sect were all in awe of the 9 leaves' power. Demon Jin didn't seem to have any hostility towards the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, but they always felt the atmosphere was very eerie. This kind of feeling made them shiver. After a while, Ma Qing clasped his hands and said, "Senior Ji's unholy disputation palm strike has truly opened our eyes." Opened our eyes? The disciples behind him didn't know how to express themselves, so they enthusiastically echoed. Lu Zhou coldly looked at them, stroking his beard and saying, "This old man isn't unreasonable. You all have contributed to encircling and suppressing the alien races. The Heavenly Hound's corpse is yours." If the Heavenly Hound was still alive, it could have been of assistance to Lu Zhou, but now that it's dead, keeping it is useless. The people were stunned, thinking, this kind of ferocious beast that lives in the great forest year-round has meat as tough as dry firewood, not tasty, and might even be poisonous.
Seeing them so ignorant, Lu Zhou explained. The Heavenly Hound was originally a powerful ferocious beast. Its skin can be used to make armor. With extremely strong defensive power, its bones can be used to make heaven-grade weapons, something many people dream of but can't obtain.
Ma Qing felt like he had been enlightened, hurriedly bowing. Hearing one word from Senior Ji is better than reading books for 100 years. We were too ignorant and foolish. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the Heavenly Hound. The disciples, upon hearing this, were also delighted and kowtowed. Thank you, Senior Ji. Ding! Received sincere salutations from 105 people. Gained 1050 merit points. Lu Zhou thought about the mysterious coffin and the scripture, said nothing, and just waved his hand slightly. Bai Zi immediately descended on the clouds. Lu Zhou jumped onto Bai Zi's back and left. The people of the Qingyun sword sect bowed and shouted in unison, "Farewell, Senior!" In an instant, Bai Zi disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Ma Qing raised his head and looked into the distance with longing, muttering, "To see a 9-leaf powerhouse with my own eyes, this trip is so damn lucky." The others nodded in agreement. Back at the Dark Sky Pavilion, the sun was already setting.
Duan Musheng stood in the air outside the barrier, waiting for his master to return. Seeing Bai Zhen appear, Duan Musheng immediately bowed. "Master."
Lu Zhou jumped off Bai Zi's back and asked as he entered the barrier, "What's the situation?" "The 2 alien races have been dealt with by your disciple and 4th junior brother, but He Lu is having some problems," Duan Musheng replied. "Let me go and see." Lu Zhou flew towards the South Pavilion, to the door of little Yuan Here's room. There were quite a few female cultivators in the room. "Pavilion Master, Master." Everyone stepped aside. Seeing Lu Zhou appear, they all breathed a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Little Yuan Hare stepped forward to greet him. "Master?" He Luo said she remembered something. Lu Zhu thought He Lu was injured, so he stepped inside. He saw He Lu sitting on a chair with her hands on her head, her face a little pale.
Lu Zhou slowly sat down next to her and reached out his hand. He Luo was very obedient.
After checking her pulse, Lu Zhu nodded slightly. "The 9-pattern body is very normal." Lu Zhou asked gently, "What did He Luo remember?" He Luo replied, "Lotus, a red lotus." Lu Zhou was surprised, but remained calm on the surface, afraid of scaring the little girl. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a small dharma body appeared in his palm. Below the dharma body was a golden lotus with 2 rotating lotus leaves. Ming Shiyin, Little Yuan Hare, and Duanmu Sheng nodded secretly. Master's level of control over the dharma body has reached the pinnacle. Truly divine. Want to show a few leaves? Done. Of course, showing all 9 leaves is a waste of essence. Lu Zhou pointed to the golden lotus. Girl, is this the lotus you're talking about? Heiluo blinked, observed for a while, and nodded solemnly. Yes. Lu Zhou clenched his hand, and the dharma body dissipated. Even a stable person like Lu Zhou was shocked at this moment. What Heiluo said means that there really is someone who cultivates a red golden lotus? Do you know where you saw it? Lu Zhou asked. Heiluo shook her head. I don't know. Ming Shiyin cautiously said. Master, is Heiluo saying that someone cultivated a red golden lotus? That's gotta be BS, right? Duanmu Sheng nodded and said, I've never seen anyone cultivate a red golden lotus. But thinking about it, they had also seen Master's golden lotus with a blue color, so they asked, could it be due to some kind of secret technique leading to mutation? The essence of ordinary cultivators when condensed into strength will be golden, demon monks are black, healing is green, the barrier absorbs energy is blue, but red. First time hearing that. Lu Zhou did not answer their questions, but thought of the scripture and the coffin. If only based on the words of a little girl, there is a possibility that she is lying, or she may be dreaming. But now there is ample evidence. This must be the truth. Lu Zhou thought of the prayers recorded in the scripture. May it always be so. May there be no 9 leaves in the world. May there be no 10 leaves in the world. What do these words mean? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou looked at Heiluo again. Do you remember anything else? No, I don't remember. Heiluo shook her head helplessly. Could it be amnesia? Lu Zhou speculated. At this moment, Ming Shiyin suddenly bowed and said, Master, this disciple feels that Heiluo is not like someone with amnesia. Oh? A person with amnesia, memories are forgotten or sealed. When they remember, there will be special reactions in the brain. But Heiluo is not like that, Ming Shiyin said. This disciple believes that her state is unawakened. Why do you think so? Lu Zhou had thought about it, but he couldn't confirm it. Some people are born with a knack for a certain skill, and some people are born knowing how to cultivate. Take 6th junior sister as an example. She is a Bai Dan, born with the ability to regenerate the 8 extraordinary meridians. Even if the Qi Si is destroyed, it can recover as usual. Ming Shiyin stroked his chin and continued. Heiluo can tell earth flutes, remember the red golden lotus, which shows that these consciousnesses still exist in her mind. Lu Zhou nodded and said, You mean we should let Heiluo continue to cultivate and enter the nascent divinity realm to strengthen her consciousness? Master is wise. With consciousness strengthened, Heiluo will surely remember those vague memories, Ming Shiyin replied. Cultivators from the body-tempering realm to the mysterious connection realm are all tempering the body. Only when entering the nascent divinity realm is consciousness tempered. Ming Xiyin's words made sense. At least now they have a way to deal with this, instead of being clueless as before. It's just that Heiluo completely skipped the body-tempering realm and entered the mysterious connection realm. Her meridians are so weak, how can she cultivate? Ming Shiyin smiled and said, This disciple knows of something that can help this girl deal with the problem of her meridians. Lu Zhou looked curious. Honestly, the more Lu Zhou looked at Old Fourth, the more he liked him. Although he is a little calculative, he always comes up with useful ideas at critical moments. Although Lu Zhou has thousands of years of memories and experience, he is not omnipotent. What kind of magical thing is it? Ming Shiyin replied. Lan Tian Jade. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, It's a secular item, loved by merchants and royalty. What effect does it have? Master. This Lan Tian Jade is not the Lan Tian Jade of mortals. It is rumored that in the Eastern Sea region, there is a type of jade that lies in the belly of fish, accumulating over many years, absorbing the essence of water, so the spiritual energy is very rich. Drip like this makes your skin smoother than jade, buffing your 8 extraordinary meridians for the long haul, making you OPAF. Ming Xinyin spittin'. Facts. Hearing this, Lu Zhou instantly remembered the item, nodding slightly in agreement. Yeah, that thing exists, but it's rare AF. Good luck finding it, bruh. Now that the cultivation world's officially in the Kim Lien chopping era, everyone's rushing to sprout leaves, especially the OG cultivators with experience. They're confident about recultivating, grinding every second. Time is money, honey. Who's got time to waste looking for some lamb tea and jade? Lu Zhou was going to find another method, but then remembered hearing rumors years ago that Penglai Island found one. So he's like, send a flying letter to Si Wu Yai. Tell Huang Shiji to bring the lamb tian jade. Yes, master. Ming Shiyin pieced out. Lu Zhou turned to look at Heiluo. Remember Etin, that book? He thought, Could this girl and the coffin dude be from the same place? No point overthinking it now. Once Hai Luo fully wakes up, everything will become clear. No need to rush. Yan Ter, take good care of Hai Luo, Lu Zhou said. Disciple will do everything possible to protect Hai Luo, sis. Little Yanasher raised her tiny fist, determined. She already considers Hai Luo her little sister. All W. With your personality, I believe you can do it. Lu Zhou thought little Yan Ger would be jealous of Hai Luo, but guess he was wrong. Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Looks like Yan Hair is finally growing up. Lu Zhou brought the book back to Dong Ge. Duan Musheng followed, bowing. Master. What should we do with the coffin? Logically, you shouldn't keep something bad luck like that around. But thinking about the special formation patterns on it, Lu Zhou said, put it in Bei Ge. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Zhou remembered something and added, have someone copy the formation patterns on it. Yes, master. Back in Dongjie, Lu Adzhou went to the table, looking at the ancient map to see if anything's changed. Like before, the map only showed the 9 provinces of Great Yan and part of the sea surrounding Penglai Island. Comparing the system quest and Huang Shiji's story, maybe that Luo chick went to Penglai. Lu Zhou thought. That Luo girl could help Yun Tian Luo advance to 8 leaves. Could she and the coffin dude be from the same place? Lu Zhou opened the book again. The cultivation methods in the front are pretty similar to Great Yan, nothing new there. The 9-leaf cultivation methods are still just black ink and handwritten notes. The people here are weak, but also safe. Why does weak equal safe? Hold up, wait a minute. Why doesn't the coffin dude want 9 leaves to appear here? Lu Zhou had a feeling the key to 8 leaves breaking through to 9 leaves is right here. He kept flipping through, and on one page was a picture of a red Kim Lien with 9 lifelike petals. Maybe the coffin dude hesitated, only scribbling a few strokes on this page. Next to it was a line of strong, powerful handwriting. No one can achieve immortality. Lu Zhou was confused. Is this his truth? Lu Zhou shook his head, put the book on the table, and stopped reading. Then, he started comprehending the heavenly book. If that Luo chick is really related to Penglai Island, then Lu Zhou definitely needs to take a trip there. Without god-tier strength, and only relying on item cards? He's gonna cry. No way I'm playing that losing game, even if I die. Meanwhile, in a dense forest in the southwest, far from Great Yan, where the sun never shines, thick fog lingered. Only the moonlight hung on the treetops, shining through the misty fog, making this place look like a paradise. Ye Tiangxin, dressed in white, stood under a tree, brought the water bag to her mouth, took a sip, and hung it back on her waist. Is it really here? She wondered softly, then lightly touched her toes, flying deeper into the forest. The trees around her were over 100 meters tall. The vast forest had no exit, making her feel like she'd come to the wrong place. Misty forest. Moonlight canopy. This is a forest far from the alien races. Rumor has it that anyone who enters the misty forest will be lost here forever, until they die. Most alien race cultivators only dare to enter the edge of the forest to hunt some low-level fierce beasts. Ye Tiangxin didn't ask for anything else. She only had one goal: to find Cheng Huang. She walked and rested in the forest. If she encountered a giant, fierce beast, she would hide and avoid it. If she encountered agile flying birds in the air, she would lie still on the ground, suppressing all her aura. Sometimes she would fail, fighting a fierce battle with the beasts, and occasionally getting injured. This was already the 7th day she'd entered the moonlight canopy in the misty forest. Every 2 days, she would feel thirsty and look for a water source. In other words, she'd been lost here for a long time. After resting, Ye Tiangxin set off again, flying past the towering trees. Yu cry attracted Ye Tiangxin's attention. The sound echoed in all directions, causing her to raise her eyebrows. With her experience traveling in the misty forest for many days, she knew this was a special kind of fierce beast. Ye Tiangxin slowed down, landed on the ground, and suppressed her aura. Fog filled the space. She couldn't see what was in front of her, and could only hold her breath and wait. Rustle, rustle, the sound got closer and closer. Ye Tiangxin felt an intense danger. This oppressive aura was scarier than all the fierce beasts she'd ever seen combined. Ye Tiangxin gritted her teeth. Her palms were wet with sweat. She was like a holy flower hidden in the grass, white as snow. And even if she didn't move, she was still extremely attractive. This fierce beast isn't in front of her, nor is it on her left or right, it's above her. Curiosity made Ye Tiangxin slowly raise her head. In this moment, Ye Tiangxin saw a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Through the thin fog in the sky, she saw a pair of round, golden eyes looking at her. Ye Tiangxin's heart trembled violently. Her eyes were filled with shock. Rustle, the fierce beast, seemed to be getting closer. Its huge head moved through the fog, appearing in front of Ye Tiangxin. Li Tiangxin realized with horror that she was just the size of its nostril. She had never seen such a massive savage beast. Well, SHT. Buddha once said, What living beings encounter is all fate. Every meeting is predestined. Not sooner, not later. Meeting is your destiny. The savage beast was entirely white, with soft fur, a sharp nose, and 2 huge horns on its head. Its eyes slanted like crescent moons as it squinted, scrutinizing the woman before it, seemingly wondering if she was food or something else. Lin Tiangxin didn't dare to move. Even as a 6-leaf cultivator, she wasn't sure she could escape this monster's claws. No wonder the world says only 8-leafs dare to enter the 4 great forests. Li Tiangxin couldn't see its body, only its head, but she felt it was a white fox. "Uyu!" the savage beast cried out again. "Run!" Li Tiangxin cast aside all distractions and summoned her Dharma body. Boom! The 7 zang tall 6-leaf golden lotus Dharma body immediately appeared. Great, divine power. Li Tiangxin turned to flee. But a strange gust of wind suddenly blew. Li Tiangxin felt her body and Dharma body were trapped by something. The earth and sky spun, as if she was grabbed and thrown into the air, then dropped. She couldn't control the primal chi in her body. "Ooh-you!" Another roar. Li Tiangxin fell into a pile of soft, pure white fur. Before she could look around, a hurricane struck. No. Li Tiangxin mobilized her primal chi to create a protective chi barrier to block the hurricane. Whoosh! Then she suddenly realized. She had fallen onto the savage beast's back, and it was flying through the forest at an unbelievable speed. She didn't know how long it galloped, but the surrounding mist suddenly disappeared, and Li Tiangxin's vision cleared. Under the moonlight, the 15 zang long fox, with a white head and back, but light yellow legs, suddenly jumped off a cliff. In Li Tiangxin's mind, a name suddenly appeared. Cheng Huang. The Bai folk have Cheng Huang, resembling a fox, with horns on its head, living for 2,000 years. She finally found it. But why was Cheng Huang taking her to jump off a cliff? Caw, caw! The abyss seemed endless, falling without end. As she fell, Li Tiangxin saw countless vines and flying birds, even savage beasts larger than Cheng Huang. They circled on the cliffs, screaming shrilly. At that moment, Li Tiangxin was shocked to realize that perhaps she would never leave the deep abyss in her lifetime. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Ma Tian Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes, confirming that the extraordinary power was saturated, and at the same time his merit points were 59.88. Lu Zhou didn't buy any item cards. With his current cultivation, using them wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, when needed, Lu Zhou could buy item cards at any time to solve unnecessary troubles. Lu Zhou stood up and left the East Pavilion. Seeing his master come out, Ming Xiyin stepped forward to greet him. "Master," 7th junior brother replied. He said, "Island Master Huang can't spare the time right now." "The Yuming sect is at war with Yu province," Ming Xiyin said. Lu Zhou asked suspiciously, "Didn't he mention Lan Tianyu?" Island Master Huang said, "Lan Tianyu is on Penglai Island, inviting you to Penglai for a visit. They will personally offer it to you." Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Ding! Killed a target. Gained 10 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Gained 10 merit points. The system's notification kept ringing in his ears. Presumably the merit points came from Yu Shangrong or Si Wuyai. Lu Zhou stroked his beard slowly, looking towards Yu province. "Within half a year, you can take the divine capital. This old master wants to go to Penglai Island. Yu and Duanmu Sheng guard Golden Court Mountain. Any problems?" Lu Zhou said to Ming Xiyin. "No problem at all." Ming Xiyin thought secretly. It would be strange if there were any problems. Now the 9-leaf Matian Pavilion is famous throughout the world. Only an idiot would dare to cause trouble here. That's good. Remember to cultivate diligently during this time. Don't hesitate. When it comes to severing the golden lotus, don't be indecisive, Lu Zhou said. Disciple obeys. Just severing the golden lotus. It's as easy as flipping my hand. Before Ming Xiyin could finish bragging, he suddenly saw Duanmu Sheng passing by the East Pavilion with the Overlord's spear. Old Fourth? Where's Old Fourth junior brother? Ming Xiyin's whole body trembled, and he quickly bowed to Lu Zhou. Disciple has something to attend to. Please excuse me. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Duanmu Sheng came to the East Pavilion and bowed. Disciple greets Master. What is it? Master, have you seen Fourth senior brother anywhere? Disciple has just developed a new spear technique, and I'm planning to help him sever the golden lotus. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction, knowing that helping each other was a good thing. Thank you for the encouragement, Master. Disciple will definitely do my best to help Fourth senior brother. Ding! Taught Duanmu Sheng, gained 200 merit points. Ding! Taught Ming Xiyin, gained 200 merit points. Teaching 2 kids at the same time with 1 sentence. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Xiyin, who had just disappeared, and shook his head slightly. Lu Zhou arrived at the South Pavilion, and saw Hai Lu Xiao sitting alone on a stone bench in the courtyard. Hai Luo. Hai Luo turned around, saw Lu Zhou's gentle face, smiled, jumped off the stone bench and ran to greet him.
Lu Zhou observed Hai Luo and saw that her body and spirit were still in a normal state, seemingly unaffected by the celestial hound.
The celestial hound's roar carried sound attacks, which ordinary people couldn't withstand. But Hai Luo looked very peaceful, without any problems. If Hai Luo could cultivate, then accepting her as a disciple wouldn't be bad. What? Seaborn Moon? Sharing this moment from afar? Go to hell. Are you willing to go with this old master to Penglai Island? Lu Zhou asked.
Yes. Hai Luo nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, Lil Yuan'er suddenly ran over, holding a light blue dress.
Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou looked at Lil Yuan'er suspiciously. This little girl likes lively places, so she probably wants to come along? What's the matter? Little Yuan'er went to Hai Luo's side and whispered, "This is the cloud feather dress second senior brother gave me. I'm giving? Nah, lending it to you? Return it when you're as strong as me, okay?"
Hai Luo looked at the Yunchang feather garment, then nodded.
Yes, thank you, elder sister Yuan'er. Don't mention it. The two little girls went back to the room so Hai Luo could change into the Yunchang feather garment. Their figures weren't that different, and they were about the same height. After Hai Luo put on the Yunchang feather garment, she looked even more like an elf from the deep forest. The two little girls' relationship was better than Lu Zhou expected. Xiao Yuan'er went up to her master and said, "Disciple bids farewell to master. Aren't you going?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. This girl had suddenly become so sensible, Lu Zhou wasn't used to it yet. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Let's go." Lu Zhou turned and walked away.
Xiao Yuan'er's eyes widened. Is it too late to ask for the Yunchang feather garment back now?
Lu Zhou originally planned to bring Xiao Yuan'er along. Hai Lu Zhou didn't know how to cultivate, so it would be better to have Xiao Yuan'er protect her. The three of them stood on Bai Zhenyi's back and left the dark hall, flying towards the southeast. After flying for a day, the three of them arrived at the eastern coast and landed to rest for a while. "Master, there's an island floating in the air over there." Xiao Yuan'er pointed excitedly into the distance, as if she had just discovered a new continent. In the clear blue sky, the floating island was very clear, looking like it was right in front of them, but in reality, it was very far away. Lu Zhou just nodded. Before he could open his mouth to answer, a voice suddenly came to his ear. "Greetings, Senior Ji." Lu Zhou was shocked and turned around. "I can meet acquaintances in this place?" As soon as he turned around, Lu Zhou saw a middle-aged cultivator, with a dozen or so sword cultivators standing behind him, none of whom looked familiar. Lu Zhou then spoke. "You know this old man?" The middle-aged man laughed, then looked at Lu Zhou for a while and said, "I admit, old man, your disguise looks exactly like the real deal." After the Dingfan incident, Lu Zhou thought that no one would dare to impersonate him again, but he didn't expect these cultivators to still be so bold.
Zhang Liji said with a smile. "Old sir, your question just now was very imposing. Keep it up."
"Huh?" Lu Zhou frowned and said sternly, "This old man is indeed the master of the Dark Hall." Zhang Liji laughed loudly. Yes, greetings, Senior Ji." He not only said it, but also told all the people behind him to bow and salute together. But their eyes and tone were full of teasing. The sword cultivator disciples behind him said in unison, "Taishu Academy disciples, pay respects to Senior Ji." Lu Zhou asked, "Taishu Academy?" "That's right," Zhang Liji replied proudly. Lu Zhou recalled that when he went to the sacrificial altar, people from Taishu Academy and Henghua Academy were fighting over Hai Lu Zhou. Would a sect like this be kind enough to come and help Penglai sect? One is named Jiang Lizhi, and the other is named Jiang Renyi. They really know how to name people. You also received an invitation from Penglai Island? Lu Zhou asked again. Hearing this, Zhang Liji stood up straight, clasped his hands, and said to Lu Zhou,
"Old sir, that's roughly the case. I don't know the specifics. Everything will be clear when we get to Penglai Island later."
After speaking, he waved his hand and flew away with the Taishu Academy disciples. Lu Zhou looked at the floating island, where water was pouring down. At this time, the barrier around the island exuded a weak force, and the light flickered. "Yuan'er, let's go!" "Yes." Xiao Yuan'er took Hai Luo and flew towards the island. As Lu Zhou said, the island looked close, but it was actually very far away. The three of them flew for a while before getting close to the island. Penglai Island is actually made up of 5 small islands, with 4 islands surrounding the largest island in the middle. Each island exuded a blue light refracted from the sea. The islands were covered with lush greenery, untouched by the dust of the world.
"It's so beautiful," Hai Luo exclaimed admiringly. "There are so many people over there." Xiao Yuan'er pointed to the entrance.
All the paths on the island were paved with stone bricks. Penglai Island clearly invested a lot. Lu Zhou, Xiao Yuan'er, and Hai Luo flew towards that island. Just then, a person came out of the crowd to greet them. "Senior Ji, we meet again." This person was Elder Ma Qing of the Qingyun Sword Sect. A few days ago, he helped Lu Zhou kill Nhu Lai and his group.
Behind Ma Qing were many Qingyun sword sect disciples. The disciples bowed to Lu Zhou at the same time, attracting the attention of others.
The sects that appeared here basically knew each other. Lu Zhou said calmly, "No need to be so polite," then began to observe the island in the middle.
Grand Elder Jiang Lizhi of the Taishu Academy laughed loudly, walked over and patted Ma Qing on the shoulder and said, "Brother Ma, we really have a telepathic connection."
"What the hell? Who has a telepathic connection with you?" "I'm straight." Ma Qing stood to the side, away from Jiang Lizhi.
Jiang Lizhi continued, "I have to admit, this old sir is the most like Senior Ji, don't you think so, Brother Ma?"
Ma Qing frowned, looking at Jiang Lizhi like he was looking at a mental patient. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is the Grand Master of the Dark Hall, don't be rude." Jiang Lizhi was slightly startled, then laughed loudly. I understand. Brother Ma is so interesting, but I like it." After speaking, Jiang Lizhi bowed to Lu Zhou again. "Greetings, Senior Ji." He bowed very respectfully. Lu Zhou ignored him, his mind focused on the island in the middle.
Jiang Lizhi didn't care about Lu Zhou's attitude and turned to Ma Qing and said, "What do you think, Brother Ma?"
"I'm more respectful than you?" "Jiang Lizhi, what the hell are you doing?" Ma Qing didn't understand at all. "What the hell? If you want to harm someone, don't choose me. It's better to have a strong opponent than a stupid teammate." "I'm learning from you," Jiang Lizhi said with a smile. Ma Qing's face turned green, and he said gloomily,
"Jiang Lizhi, I'm telling you seriously, the one standing in front of you is the nine-petaled powerhouse of today, Senior Ji."
All right, I get it. I believe you, okay?" Jiang Lizhi nodded. "That's more like it," Ma Qing said. "If it weren't for our years of friendship, your words would have been grounds for cutting ties, like, drama queen much?"
Just as Jiang Lizhi finished speaking, the island in the middle suddenly shook violently and dropped about 10 meters.
Everyone was shocked. The murmuring stopped instantly, and they all turned to look at the Xuankong Island in the middle. "Xuankong Island is sinking again. At this rate, the whole island will sink to the bottom of the sea soon, and then the formation will be damaged. And the other 4 islands will sink too. Penglai Island is really in trouble." The cultivators watching all showed sympathy. One of them flew up into the air and transmitted his voice into the island. "Is Huang, the island lord, not here? Please, island lord's wife, come out and take charge." "That's right. Please, island lord's wife, come out and take charge." "What's the deal with making guests wait outside? We've been waiting for days,"
someone said angrily. Amidst the noisy discussions, the gate slowly opened, and more than a dozen yellow-robed women holding paper umbrellas flew out. The paper umbrellas merged into a square. A graceful and dignified woman stood gently on the paper umbrellas.
"Greetings, Madam Huang. Greetings, Madam Huang." This woman was the wife of Island Lord Huang Shi. Madam Huang's expression was calm. Her eyes swept over everyone, and then she said loudly, "Welcome, everyone."
Sorry for the long wait. Jiang Lizhi was the first to step forward, raised his head, and said, "Where is Island Lord Huang?"
"The Island Lord has matters to attend to and cannot return. I will be in charge of all matters on Penglai Island in his stead." Madam Huang's eyes darkened, and there was no trace of gratitude in her words towards these people. Someone spoke up. "Madam Huang, Xuankong Island is about to sink. What could be more important than this? How can we not be anxious?" "That's right." Madam Huang nodded slightly. "Once Xuankong Island sinks, Penglai Island will forever lie at the bottom of the sea." After a moment of silence, Madam Huang raised her voice. "Then, as previously agreed, as long as you help me repair Xuankong Island, Penglai Island will definitely reward you handsomely."
Jiang Lizhi of the Taishu Academy immediately said, "I don't need anything else, just give me the Lantian Jade."
"No way." A voice of denial came from not far away. "Why should we give it to you? The credit belongs to everyone." Lu Zhou understood the situation in an instant. Where there is profit, there will be many people.
Since when did doing a favor come without expecting something in return? No wonder Madame Huang didn't look grateful to them at all. In her eyes, these cultivators who came from afar were just a bunch of wolves and tigers crying crocodile tears.
As soon as something happens to Penglai Island, they'll immediately rush in to loot, all while pretending to help. To put it bluntly, most of the people here came to make a profit. At this moment, Ma Qing, the elder of the Qingyun sword sect, cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, please listen to me for a moment."
The crowd turned to look at Ma Qing. Ma Qing said respectfully, "If Island Lord Huang is not here, then let's invite Senior Ji Lao of the Mochation Pavilion to preside over the overall situation. What does everyone think?"
A stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Senior Ji Lao of the Motion Pavilion. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look around, and quickly spotted a group of 3 standing to one side, including an old man and 2 little girls who looked rather dull.
Since when did Senior Ji Lao arrive?
And so low-key? Someone was surprised.
Someone was suspicious. Madame Huang, standing on the umbrella, also looked towards Lu Zhou. Jiang Lizhi said, "Brother Ma, You're really getting into your role.
Ma Xing snorted coldly. Qingyun Sword Sect disciples, listen up. From now on, the Qingyun Sword Sect and the Taishu Academy are cutting ties.
Jiang Lizhi replied. Cutting ties is fine, but if he really is Senior Ji Lao, then how do you explain this?
He raised something in his hand, and everyone looked over. In Jiang Lizhi's hand was a bronze hand mirror, looking very ancient, with a mirror surface only the size of a chicken egg, but surrounded by golden array patterns.
The Taishu mirror!
The crowd exclaimed. The Taishu mirror is also known as the Taishu golden mirror. This thing is also a treasure, but it doesn't have the effect of increasing cultivation, so it's not noticed by many people. It's said that the Taishu mirror is the top-grade treasure of the Taishu Academy, which can be used to identify whether treasures are real or fake, and to identify the true cultivation level of a person. The Taishu Academy is actually willing to bring this thing out?
Jiang Lizhi clasped his hands and said loudly, I am acting on the orders of the ancestor to bring the Taishu mirror to assist Penglai Gate.
Ma Qing frowned, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the Taishu mirror in Jiang Lizhi's hand. This was the reason Jiang Lizhi was so sure that the old man Ji Lao was a fake. If that's the case, then who was the old man who killed the foreign race that day? Could it be that I saw things? Or is this old man pretending to be Ji Tiandao based on that day? No way! I can't let that bastard Jiang Lizhi blow my mind. Ma Qing was confident that he didn't see wrong. After all, believing it won't cost anything. Li Ji raises the mirror of emptiness. Yuan Qi surges, condensing into Gang Qi. Golden Gang Qi swirls around the mirror of emptiness, refracting light. The array patterns on the mirror light up, resembling the 8 gates formation of Taoism. Li Ji smirks, aiming the mirror of emptiness at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was curious about this so-called mirror of emptiness, but felt a little uncomfortable when it shone on him. Lu Zhou frowns slightly, as a golden lotus with 2 spinning leaves appears on the mirror's surface. 2-leaf nascent divinity realm? What a fake. Even if it's a fake, I can't mess with that. A 2-leaf nascent divinity realm is still a big shot among the cultivators here. Only a few are at the nascent divinity realm. Even if they determine Lu Zhou is a fake, no one dares to offend him easily. Li Zhi is pleased with the mirror of emptiness's performance, smugly saying, along the way, I've used the mirror of emptiness to foil many conspiracies. I've caught no fewer than 3 imposters pretending to be the pavilion masters of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ma Qing doesn't believe it, glaring at Lu Zhou and yelling, bullshit! Li Zihi, don't spread rumors to confuse the masses. Elder Ma's truth speaks louder than any words. The crowd is constantly discussing. Madame Huang, standing under her umbrella, feels strange. Why has everything suddenly turned into identifying Ji Tiandao's identity? Li Ji looks at Lu Zhou, no longer pretending to be respectful. 2-leaf nascent divinity realm? If you don't believe me, I'll shine it again for you to see. A disciple of the Mirror of Emptiness school behind him chimes in. The Mirror of Emptiness is sometimes used like a demon-revealing mirror. The Mirror of Emptiness lights up again, its array patterns emitting light towards Lu Zhou. As the light shines on him, Lu Zhou suddenly unleashes a palm strike.
Presumptuous!
A golden vortex appears in Lu Zhao's palm, and a massive palm print flies out. Around the palm print are 9 glittering golden seal characters swirling, flying straight towards Lian Zihi. Oof, he can't dodge it. The first palm print hits him, and Li Ji is stunned. The second palm print strikes his face and chest. The height of the palm print is just his height. When the last palm print arrives, there is no trace of Li Ji left. He has long been turned into ashes by the palm print. Clang! The Mirror of Emptiness falls to the ground and rolls around several times, stopping after rolling more than 10 meters. The clang sounds very lonely, falling into everyone's ears. The mirror surface faces the sky, and the sunlight shines on the Mirror of Emptiness, the 8 gates formation pattern appearing in the sky, its refracted light seemingly covering everyone present. Luckily, it's just sunlight. Otherwise, everyone's cultivation level would be revealed under the mirror. The whole place is extremely silent, everyone's eyes fixed on the old man who unleashed the palm strike. Everyone is so nervous they're sweating. Ding! Killed a target. Gained 1,500 merit points. A shout of presumptuous and a palm strike of 9 words of truth has shocked the crowd. What Mirror of Emptiness? What Mirror of Emptiness school? What 2-leaf, 8-leaf? Doesn't matter how many leaves he has. 1 card, 1 fatal strike can solve it all. If Li Ji shining the mirror on him the first time was a great offense, then shining the mirror the second time was guaranteed death. The disciples of the Mirror of Emptiness school are stunned, silently swallowing their saliva, looking at the place where Lian Zihi once stood, empty, with no trace of Lian Zihi. Everyone looks at the old man. It really is Senior Ji. Oh my god. Mei Qing's back is covered in cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, and the others are no better. At this moment, little Yanner suddenly breaks the silence, giggling as she runs over to pick up the Mirror of Emptiness to look at it. Master, this mirror is so fun.
She injects Yuan Shi into it, and the mirror of emptiness emits light, shining directly into the sea surface shaking and the waves rippling.
The strange buzzing sound immediately attracts the attention of the crowd, and everyone turns to look at the sea. The mirror of emptiness continues to shine, the light penetrating through each layer of waves, and a huge fish, 5 zang long and fiery red all over, suddenly appears at the bottom of the originally clear sea. The mirror of emptiness shines on the fish's fins, reflecting a dazzling light. Sea monster! It's a sea monster! The crowd exclaims loudly. The appearance of the sea monster makes everyone forget about Lian Zihe's death, forget about confirming whether this old man is the #1 expert of the time. Little Yaner happily holds the mirror of emptiness and shines it into the sea, even running over to invite Hai Luo to play with her. Hai Luo, look! But Hai Luo is lost in thought, muttering, "It seems very sad." Huh? How do you know? Little Yaner asks. I feel that way. At the same time, Madame Huang, standing under her umbrella, changes her expression slightly, looking at the sea monster under the sea, and bowing to Lu Zhou.
Old Senior's methods are amazing. Please, Old Senior, take charge of the situation.
Ugh. The sea monster suddenly leaps out of the water, its fins turning into 2 huge wings, golden light mixed with red fins. The sea monster flies a circle around the formation on Sky Island. It's not strange for sea monsters to fly in the cultivation world. But today, a beautiful and gorgeous sea monster like this, blooming with light all over its body, flying around the island, is indeed a rare sight. Thud. Sky Island falls another 10 meters. As Sky Island falls, the sea monster cries out in a choked voice, echoing throughout Sky Island. It's crying. Hai Luo looks sad. No one pays attention to her words, no one looks at her. Tears the size of fists flow from the sea monster's eyes. The sea monster traces an arc in the air, then dives into the sea. Under the water, it continues to swim around the formation, its speed increasing. Naughty beast! Madame Huang thinks this beast has damaged the formation. We must eliminate it so that Sky Island can be stable. The cultivators standing on the beach are extremely excited. Madame Huang lightly taps her toes and flies down, her disciples behind her holding umbrellas and following her closely. Madame Huang comes to the beach and looks down at the sea monster, which is still swimming around the formation. The formation has been destroyed by this sea monster. Sky Island floats thanks to the formation of the 4 surrounding islands, with Sky Island as the center. If Sky Island disappears, then Penglai Island will also disappear. Madame Huang, give the order quickly. Some cultivators are constantly urging. Urging is real, but what is the purpose? Seriously, doesn't the Huang matriarch get it? But she can't freak out or agree to their BS. If no one saves Shuangkong Island and the formation gets wrecked, then Penglai Island is so screwed. Then Mao Qing yells, "Yo, let's ask Senior Ji for his thoughts." Everyone snaps back to reality. That 9-syllable mantra hand seal just now had them shook. Hearing the reminder, the peeps obediently shut their traps and look at Lu Zhou. Is this really a big shot from the Demon Slayer sect? No matter what the Taishu mirror says, Mao Qing's convinced this is the Demon Slayer sect's OG. Anyone who believes this guy's just a 2-leaf nascent divinity realm is either brain dead or plain stupid. Can a 2-leaf casually vaporize the Grand Elder of the Taishu Academy? Nah, fam. Mao Qing's an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, so his words carry a bit more weight. Lu Zhou suddenly reaches out. Yanyer. Little Yanyer gets the hint and puts the Taishu mirror in her master's palm. The light fades. Lu Zhao's gaze sweeps over the Taishu Academy disciples, scaring them into backing the hell up. Even Elder Jiang Lihe couldn't handle one of his palm strikes. They're basically fish on a cutting board right now. But they're still super confused. Why did the Taishu mirror show a golden lotus 2-leaf? Everyone's racking their brains trying to figure this out. The Taishu mirror can't be fake, right? Lu Zhou says in a deep voice. From now on, the Taishu mirror belongs to the Demon Slayer sect. Every word oozes badassery. Ding! Acquired the Taishu mirror. Host Lin Xin needs to re-refine it before claiming ownership. This thing might not boost anyone's combat power, but it's a fun toy. Lin Xin is the founder of the Taishu Academy. Rumors say he's facing a life-threatening tribulation, but still no news of his death. How's he staying alive? The Taishu mirror's got some special mojo. Where did Lin Xin even find such a cool gadget? Whoosh! The Taishu Academy disciples all kneel down, faces dripping with sweat. Just as they're about to beg for mercy, boom, Shuangkong Island starts sinking again. Senior, now's not the time to argue with the Taishu Academy peeps. Please help our Penglai sect. If Shuangkong Island is saved, I'll gladly offer the Penglai Celestial Tome with both hands. Penglai Celestial Tome, the crowd murmurs. Word is the Penglai sect's founder leveled up so fast thanks to the Penglai Celestial Tome, boosting Penglai Island's representative. But this tome is cryptic AF. No one can decipher its contents. After the founder kicked the bucket, the Penglai Celestial Tome became a treasured heirloom, passed down to this day. No cap. The Penglai Celestial Tome is Penglai Island's backbone. Didn't expect the Huang Matriarch to offer it up just like that. Shuangkong Island's about to sink into the ocean. The Huang Matriarch's desperate. But there's only one Celestial Tome. How can everyone share it? The wolves in sheep's clothing finally show their true colors. The Huang Matriarch's begging Senior Ji, not you clowns. Stop getting ahead of yourselves. The old senior is definitely a master, but we still gotta verify if he's really Senior Ji. You know too little about the Taishu mirror. This thing's extraordinary. It can reveal all illusions and mirages in the world. No way it's wrong. Then how do you explain that 9-syllable mantra hand seal from before? An 8-leaf powerhouse of the Taoist sect can also use the great fearless seal of the Buddhist sect, the 9-syllable mantra seal of the Taoist sect, or even the 6-harmony Tao seal of Hua Wudao. Those are all divine power techniques that only 8 leaves can pull off. Too bad those moves are hard to execute and consume a ton of energy, so barely anyone uses them. Stfu! Don't spout nonsense. I think he's legit. If you don't want to die, shut your mouths. To you guys, 8-leaf or 9-leaf, it's all the same. They can squash you with one hand. Who gave you the guts to disrespect an 8-leaf powerhouse? Some believe it, some don't. But the Huang Matriarch doesn't care. She just needs someone to solve her problem. Please take charge, Senior. The Huang Matriarch bows again. Lu Zhou looks at the composed Huang Matriarch and says, Huang Shiji has an 8-leaf cultivation. Can't even he do it? You trust this old man? Everyone looks at the Huang Matriarch. She just bows and replies softly, I have no other choice. Lu Zhou raises the Taishu mirror. A faint stream of essence qi enters the mirror. The Taishu mirror refracts a beam of golden light. The golden light sweeps over the crowd. Anyone hit by the light reveals their Dharma body. Most are the myriad directions universe Dharma body, with only a few being 1-leaf or 2-leaf nascent divinity. Some cultivators intentionally avoid the golden light to hide their cultivation. It's possible there's a big shot hiding among them. The spiritual power of the Penglai Celestial Tome is huge. Lu Zhou rotates his wrist. The light shines on the sea, and the aquatic monsters swim faster and faster. Boom! An island in the southeast makes a sound like shattering chains. The entire Penglai Island shakes. Everyone stumbles, almost losing their footing. The Huang Matriarch frowns and says, Bring the Celestial Tome! Yes! Many cultivators on the island look forward to it. Who wouldn't want to see the Penglai Celestial Tome with their own eyes? Not long after, a Penglai sect disciple flies over with the Celestial Tome in hand, stopping in front of the Huang Matriarch, and kneeling on one knee to present it. Matriarch. The Huang Matriarch says, If Penglai Island is destroyed, so is the Celestial Tome. She raises her hand and channels essence qi into the Celestial Tome's cover. The special patterns on the cover light up. Move! On the 4 small islands surrounding Shuangkong Island, whistles suddenly sound. Immediately, 3 figures pounce toward the Huang Matriarch. Who cares about your Penglai sect? Who wants to save Penglai sect? The Huang Matriarch thinks, just as I expected. Her hand quickly places the Celestial Tome in a brocade box and locks it. She taps her toes lightly. The Huang Matriarch floats into the air. An umbrella flies to her back. Bang! 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 The 3 were instantly sent flying backward, spewing fresh blood. The remaining umbrellas floated mid-air, surrounding her. Madame Huang decisively ordered, Activate the formation! The 4 surrounding islands glowed, forming a special formation centered around Shuangkong Island, a massive barrier like a cage covering everyone. The cultivators wanting to make a move looked up at the net above, some laughing maniacally. What's the point? Once Shuangkong Island falls, these formations are meaningless. Some even bowed to Lu Zhou. Senior, Madame Huang is yours, the other disciples are ours, and the heavenly book is yours. What do you say? Madame Huang observed from mid-air. Battles had already broken out on the 4 surrounding islands. She turned to look at Ma Qing. Ma Qing, my husband invited you here for help. Are you also planning to loot a burning house? Ma Qing said in a deep voice. Stop! Qingyun Sword Sect disciples, listen up. Protect Penglai Sect disciples. Over 100 Qingyun Sword Sect sword cultivators simultaneously flew into the air, swords leaving their sheaths and striking at the troublemakers. Seeing this, Madame Huang bowed and said, Penglai Sect will never forget Qingyun Sword Sect's great kindness. Madame Huang? Now is not the time for such words. Penglai Island's crisis is even more severe than imagined. Not only is Shuangkong Island about to sink, but there's also a pack of wolves waiting to tear us apart. Ma Qing shouted loudly in mid-air. Anyone who dares touch Penglai Sect is a mortal enemy of our Qingyun Sword Sect. The rippling sound waves spread throughout the 5 islands. The Penglai Sect disciples on the 4 small islands were terrified. If the islands sink, they're all dead. Ma Qing, stop pretending to be righteous.
Trying to hog it all for yourself? Dream on.
I'll watch and see how long you can resist. The foreign cultivators all drew their swords and pointed them at the Penglai Sect and Qingyun Sword Sect disciples. Senior, just give the order, and the treasures of Penglai Island are all ours.
2 cultivators approached Lu Zhou, urging him on. Mao Qing looked anxiously at Lu Zhou. He didn't care about anyone else's stance. He was only worried about this always humble Senior Ji. Senior Ji's stance would determine the survival of Penglai Sect.
Lu Zhou frowned and looked at the foreigners, stroking his beard. Did this old man say he wanted to collude with you, trash? The crowd was startled. Senior, don't you want the Penglai Heavenly Book? Just as he finished speaking, boom! Shuankong Island fell another 10 meters. The barrier on the island became extremely distorted, finally collapsing, the fragments exploding into tiny pieces of energy like stars scattering in all directions.
Madame Huang's expression changed.
This is bad. Lu Zhou turned to instruct Xiao Yaner. Yaner, protect Hai Luo carefully. Yes, master. Rest assured. With the Cloudhound feather dress and Xiao Yanher's protection, unless a great cultivator appears, no one can harm them. In the instant the formation barrier shattered, many cultivators suddenly appeared in the waters surrounding Penglai Island, surging forward like a swarm of ants from above.
Madame Huang soared into the air to observe. Only then did she realize that the number of foreign cultivators on the island was only a small portion. As soon as the barrier broke, the cultivators lurking in the 4 surrounding islands immediately appeared, with no less than several hundred people coming from all directions.
Penglai Sect disciples, listen up. Work together to stop the enemy. Yes. Countless umbrellas flew into the sky and then rushed in all directions, beginning the battle. Madame Huang looked at Shuankong Island and sighed softly. Husband, this is all I can do. Shuankong Island was originally a floating island, more than 100 meters above sea level, but now it was only 20 meters away. Mad laughter rang out on the island. Madame Huang, don't blame others. There are no true friends in this world. Brothers, let's do it.
Penglai Island has always been isolated from the outside world, not interacting with other sects.
How could they have friends who would come to help them? Even if they did, no one could be sure that this friend wouldn't stab them in the back. Ma Qing bowed and said to Lu Zhou, Senior Ji, please take action. Ma Qing knew that only Lu Zhou could stop this catastrophe. Even if Huang Shiji were here, he couldn't change the outcome of the battle. The sounds of fighting on the 4 small islands shook the heavens. Casualties had already begun to appear. Many low-level cultivators were knocked into the sea, and fresh blood stained the sea red. Lu Zhou stood beside Hai Luo and Xiao Yanher. Without a peak stat card, relying only on item cards and Heavenly Book divine powers, Lu Zhou couldn't handle too many of these wolves. Moreover, these people were already bloodshot and had lost all reason, unless these people happened to gather together so that Lu Zhou could unleash a Heavenly Book divine power to send them all on their way. But this was very unrealistic.
Boom! Shuankong Island fell another 10 meters. The crowd looked up. The island with a radius of thousands of meters blocked out the sky. The close distance made it difficult to breathe. The cultivators rushed madly toward Shuankong Island, without any regard.
Mao Qing, bring your people to the west, Lu Zhou suddenly ordered. Upon hearing this, Mao Qing was immediately overjoyed and flew towards the west. Madame Huang stood on Shuankong Island, her expression indifferent. Lu Zhou tapped his toes lightly and flew up. Shuankong Island. Suddenly, a voice came from his ear. Madame Huang, still as charming as ever?
Lu Zhou turned his head to look. It was a middle-aged cultivator. Lu Zhou didn't bother saying anything and unleashed a palm strike.
The light blue palm print gently flew out, striking the middle-aged cultivator's chest. He immediately fell straight into the sea. As soon as Lu Zhou left, Shuankong Island became chaotic. No one could distinguish friend from foe, only frantically plundering resources. Lu Zhou continued to fly. If he didn't need to use Heavenly Book divine powers, he wouldn't. Using a nascent Soul Realm 2 leaves to kill Godly Tribunal Realm and below? No problem. The Huang lady looked down, startled to see Lu Zhou flying over. Unable to determine Lu Zhou's stance, she raised the Heavenly Book high and shouted, I'll say it again! Once Profound Void Island sinks, this Heavenly Book will be destroyed. Boom! The Penglai Heavenly Book radiated light everywhere, accompanied by voices clamoring, Huang lady, the Heavenly Book is mine. Mine! Dozens of divine court realm cultivators, wielding the myriad realm's Dharma body, flew towards Profound Void Island. They wouldn't have had a chance before, but now Profound Void Island has lost its barrier and is defenseless. Lu Zhou frowned. What a pain. He clasped his hands together, and blue light emanated from him, spreading in circular sound waves. This is the divine power, voice of all beings. This sound attack sent dozens of cultivators flying backward, coughing up blood. The onlookers were horrified. Give the Penglai Heavenly Book to the old dude? These cultivators ain't dumb. Who dares snatch a heavenly book from a powerhouse like that? Lu Zhou flew to Profound Void Island, stopped in front of the Huang lady, and nonchalantly reached out. Hand it over. The Huang lady's face was pale, her body stiff with fear. Lu Zhou said softly, "With this old man here, the sky won't fall." An old hand reached out to the Huang lady. Her reaction was understandable. At this point, she couldn't tell friend from foe. The Huang lady looked at the 4 small islands in utter chaos, closed her eyes, and a tear fell.
She placed the Penglai Heavenly Book in Lu Zhu's hand. Ding! Acquired Earth Scroll opening chapter. Reward 3,000 merit points. Sure enough, it's the Earth Scroll opening chapter, Lu Zhou thought. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Scroll shattered, tiny pieces of paper flying everywhere.
Everyone was stunned. The heavenly book is destroyed? The Huang lady opened her eyes wide and asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" Lu Zhou was too lazy to explain. The Earth Scroll opening chapter had already merged into the system. Keeping the shell would only be a hindrance.
Boom! Profound Void Island sank into the sea, waves crashing. Zhao Yunhe grabbed Hai Luo and flew into the air.
Lu Zhou activated his protective key, preventing the seawater from touching him. But the moment Profound Void Island sank, the Huang lady's heart turned to ash. This meant Penglai Island was hopeless. What was the point of living without hope? How could she face her husband? Well, might as well end it here, no more worries. The Huang lady sighed softly, ceasing all resistance. Waves crashed over her. A palm strike sent her flying upwards. Insolent! The Huang lady looked down in surprise, seeing Lu Zhou standing in his protective key, the seawater already submerging him. Old senior. The Huang lady's heart trembled. Giving up was a fleeting feeling, but so was hope. The old senior disregarded his own safety to save her? What reason did she have to give up? The Huang lady mobilized her vital essence. Looking at the Profound Void Island slowly sinking into the ocean, she thought blankly. Profound Void Island is gone.
Soon the entire Penglai Island will sink. Ma Qing and the Qingyun Sword Sect disciples quickly flew up on their swords, observing the 4 surrounding islands.
It's a pity I've exhausted my efforts. Sorry, Huang lady. Sorry, Island Master Huang. The Huang lady no longer cared about any of this. Snatch it if you wanted. It's better than letting the treasures fall to the bottom of the sea. In the sky, Hai Luo watched Profound Void Island slowly sink, muttering, "Sea monsters." Zhao Yancarere asked hesitantly, "Master, what do we do?" She was torn. She wanted to go down and save her master, but she couldn't abandon Hai Luo. What now? Suddenly, a figure nearby shot towards them, bringing a sky full of converging sword ki, stabbing towards Zhao Yan'er. "You killed a member of my Grand Void Academy.
You stole my Grand Void Mirror. I'll have your disciple pay with her life." Ambush.
Finally, a master couldn't hold back any longer and chose to attack. The nearby cultivators turned to look, then suddenly realized. So that's it. What qualifications did someone like Zheng Li's have to carry the Grand Void Mirror? He even dared to question an old senior? Swordplay expert Yuan Chong of the Grand Void Academy.
Some recognized Yuan Chong's unique skill at a glance. It was said that he had achieved mastery in swordplay at a young age, but he acted modestly, never revealing his talents. It could also be said that he was very insidious and cunning, often hiding in a secret place, then launching a thunderous strike, leaving his enemies no time to react.
This move fully embodied his style. Yuan Chong's eyes lit up, staring at Zhao Yan'er. She's a tiger cub who doesn't fear tigers.
He immediately waved the Brahma wheel to block in front.
Clang! Clang! Sword kill like a storm struck the Brahma wheel.
Yuan Chong had anticipated this, and nonchalantly stepped on the Brahma wheel to rush forward.
Boom! A 7-leaf Dharma body appeared. The crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chong is a 7-leaf expert? The Grand Void Academy sent a great cultivator this time? They originally thought that Zheng Lishi was the strongest expert sent by the Grand Void Academy. But after Zheng Lishi was killed with a single palm strike, the Grand Void Academy had no one standing up. Who knew there was a hidden expert?
Sword Ki and the Brahma wheel intertwined. Zhao Yan'er was only a 3-leaf cultivator and couldn't possibly defeat a 7-leaf expert. Yuan Chong's great divine power flashed, instantly appearing behind her.
Sword Ki covered the sky. Ah! Zhao Yan'er pushed Hai Luo away with a palm strike, shielding her little sister. Yan'er, don't be afraid. She used the 7-star rainbow step, her shadows appearing everywhere, while controlling her vital essence to keep Hai Luo floating in the air. This was her limit. Die, you brat!
The sword Ki pierced through Zhao Yan'er's shadows, and the shadows disappeared. Yuan Chong launched a palm strike, stabbing straight at Zhao Yan'er. Boom! Zhao Yan'er flew backward, her vital essence churning, and her Dantian Shi Si was in complete chaos.
Huh? Yuan Chong frowned. She's not dead? Yuan Chong lunged again, the sword key completely out of the Brahma wheel's control.
Myriad swords return to one. I hope you'll be reborn into a good family in your next life. The dense sword queen shot towards Zhao Yan'er.
Just when Zhao Yan'er thought she was about to die, a series of oil paper umbrellas suddenly appeared in front of her.
The umbrellas opened into a wall, blocking the sword key.
Zhao Yan'er looked up, seeing an elegant woman slowly descending from the sky. Countless sword chi was blocked by an umbrella.
Jinyi Geije. The person who just arrived is Jinyi, Li Jinyi, smiled at her.
Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm okay. Zhao Yan'er immediately flew to Hai Luo's side. This suddenly appeared expert made everyone stare. As soon as Huang Furen saw her, she exclaimed happily, Jinyi, pay respects to Xinyang. Xinyang? Yuan Chong raised an eyebrow. I heard Huang Shiji has several disciples, all of whom are experts. But Huang Shiji is reclusive and doesn't interact with anyone, so he's not well liked. You're the rogue cultivator genius Li Jinyi? Li Jinyi smiled and replied, so I'm this famous? Li Jinyi, the era of Penglai Island is over. Only those who recognize the situation are heroes. Huang Shiji didn't treat you that well either. Why sell your life for him? Yuan Chong said. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Yuan Chong, I advise you to give up. Ha ha. Yuan Chong laughed loudly, widening his eyes. Take a good look. Who should be giving up?
Li Jinyi looked around. Shuangkong Island had sunk into the sea. The formation was shattered, and everything was in a mess.
The 4 small islands around it were also in chaos, with many rogue cultivators lying on the ground, all of whom were her fellow disciples. In the end, she was still one step late. Who would have thought that the once glorious Penglai Island would become a piece of fat meat in front of 7 wolves in one night? While she was still stunned, Yuan Chong suddenly shot out sword chi. The paper umbrella rotated in the air, shooting out gang imprints. The gang chi on both sides collided violently, and then retreated at the same time. The contest of gang chi is also a contest of cultivation. Both are 7th leaf experts, evenly matched, a sword and an umbrella. Hard to tell who will win. A strange cry suddenly echoed from the bottom of the sea, attracting everyone's attention.
Hai Luo pointed into the sea, excitedly exclaiming, a water monster is here, a fish with wings, chi, it cries like a mandarin duck. The water monster rushed out of the sea. The difference from the last time is that this time it created huge waves, attacking from Lin Jinyi's side, who immediately opened her umbrella to block. Yuan Chong controlled his sword chi with both hands, preventing the seawater from approaching. Zhao Yan'er protected Hai Luo, looking at the water monster in surprise. The water monster sees everyone as an enemy. Why, foosh, foosh, foosh! The low-level cultivators who were unlucky enough to be hit had their chests pierced by drops of seawater. This beast even knows how to kill people. The cultivators nearby hurriedly retreated, and the rogue cultivators of Penglai Island also retreated to a distance to watch. Huang Furen flew into the air, observing the water monster. At this time, the water monster rotated 180 degrees in the air. Its wings flapped strongly, and its whole body was bathed in a faint radiance. Then, it rushed towards Hai Luo, who was floating in the air. The water monster is killing people. The water monster is killing people. Retreat quickly. This is the first time they've seen a water monster that knows how to kill people. Li Jinyi raised her eyebrows, her eyes complicated. She turned her head and said to Zhao Yan'er in a deep voice, retreat.
Yes. Zhao Yan'er took Hai Luo and flew back. Li Jinyi asked, where's your Shifu? Shifu. Zhao Yan'er suddenly patted her head. That's right, where's my Shifu? Shifu, save me. Your disciple can't take it anymore. Li Jinyi was stunned, Yuan Chong was stunned, and the cultivators stared at Zhao Yan'er without blinking. Everyone looked around warily, afraid that a strong person would suddenly appear. But unfortunately, no one appeared to help this little girl. The water monster still flew around the two of them, but it didn't cause any damage. It just deliberately separated Zhao Yan'er and Hai Luo. As soon as the two were separated, the water monster flew over and threw Hai Luo on its back, and flew away. Its movements were extremely fast, catching everyone off guard.
Hai Luo, Zhao Yan'er exclaimed.
Things have gone beyond her control. Shifu entrusted Hai Luo to her to protect, but she couldn't do it. Zhao Yan'er's face was full of worry, but she couldn't do anything. The speed of the water monster was so fast that no one could keep up. Li Jinyi wanted to save her but was unable to do anything, and Yuan Chong was standing nearby, blocking them. Yuan Chong barks. Taishu Academy disciples, listen up, kill that little brat. Aye. A deafening roar erupts. Over 100 Taishu Academy disciples soar on their swords, ditching the water monster and Seekonch. All they see is little Yan'er. 100+ swords unleash their energy, forming a sword formation aimed at little Yan'er. Li Jinyi's face darkens. The little girl's in danger. But as the Taishu Academy disciples charge, the seabed suddenly glows blue, engulfing Penglai Island. The Taishu Academy disciples freeze, dumbfounded. Whoosh! Xuankong Island then slowly rises from the sea, creating massive waves. Even the cultivators battling on the 4 small islands are captivated, turning to watch Xuankong Island ascend. At the same time, they see a colossal palm seal radiating blue light beneath Xuankong Island. Everyone holds their breath, watching the palm seal that seems to engulf heaven and earth. For a moment, everyone forgets they're fighting. The blue energy, carried by the waves, slams into the Taishu Academy disciples, shattering their sword formation and sending them flying with mouthfuls of blood. As Xuankong Island rises higher, everyone notices an old man beneath the giant palm seal. The old man's palm is raised to the sky, enveloped in blue light. The old man is manipulating the giant blue palm seal, lifting Xuankong Island with his bare hands. Lu Zhou stares unblinkingly at the bottom of the island, seriously controlling the palm seal, his primal chi draining at an insane rate. He notices the shocked gazes from all directions, with many people collapsing to the ground, trembling, completely helpless. Lu Zhou doesn't have time to care about them, continuing to push Xuankong Island upward. No one dares to speak. No one wants to miss this magnificent scene. Boom! The blue palm seal struggles to push Xuankong Island 100 meters higher. Xuankong Island is about to return to its original position, the entire island emitting an ear-splitting screech. The mistress of Penglai Island is stunned, tears of joy streaming down her face. Little Yanner stares, mouth agape, at her master lifting the island with one hand. "Master!" Little Yanher calls out. Her master, 100 meters in the air, Lu Zhao's palm seal suddenly stops. All the primal chi in his body is used up. Lu Zhao frowns. How the hell am I supposed to fix the formation now? Bang! Xuankong Island trembles slightly, the blue palm seal shrinking. Seeing this, Yuanchong snaps out of his stupor and excitedly yells, "Rich is in danger! Who's in?" Boom! Yuanchong charges like an arrow, startling the experts in all directions. That's right, Rich is in danger. 4 or 5 experts attack simultaneously, and the other cultivators resume their ruthless attacks on the rogue cultivators of Penglai Island. They know this battle is do or die. Although many just want to fish in troubled waters, there are still some desperados out there, and the desperados are really messing things up for the other cultivators. Ma Qing shakes his head at the chaotic battle before him. They're crazy. They're all crazy. Li Jinyi soars into the sky, his image flickering everywhere, unleashing countless palm strikes. This is the Qingdiao ultimate technique of Penglai Sect. Lu Zhao, watching the 5 experts unleashing their dharmic bodies, suddenly, whoosh, the water monster. The water monster flies back to Xuankong Island, dragging the sea along with it. Seaconch sits on its back, without a hint of fear, controlling the water monster to fly high, the sound of her conch shell echoing. The water monster spreads its wings and unleashes a ray of light, then flies in an arc across the sky above Xuankong Island. Sunlight shines on the ray of light, creating a dazzling, indescribably beautiful 7-colored rainbow. The light falls, landing on Lu Zhao. Suddenly, the celestial book glyphs in Lu Zhao's mind are activated, rapidly vibrate. Interesting. The water monster has restorative powers, and the water monster obeys Seaconch. It seems this is the will of the heavens. Lu Zhao's expression is indifferent, one palm facing the sky, continuing to push Xuankong Island upward. Xuankong Island returns to its original position. Lu Zhao lowers his hand, looking around. Yuanchong is the closest, only 10 meters away from Lu Zhao. Lu Zhu unleashes a palm strike, using the divine power of the great imprisoning palm. A giant palm print, like the Buddha's hand, appears, hurtling towards Yuanchong. Yuanchong tries to block. His 7-leaf dharmic body collides with the palm print. The palm print shatters the dharmic body, smashing straight into his face. How could this be? Truly 9. Before he can finish, Yuanchong is reduced to ashes. Ding! Killed 1 target, gained 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhao doesn't even glance at Yuanchong, his gaze sweeping over the others. Lifting the island with my bare hands isn't enough to deter these desperados. Then let's just kill them all. If you want to die, then this old man will grant your wish. A moment later, Madame Huang widens her eyes as several palm prints fly out in all directions, then explode in the sky like blue fireworks. Puff, puff, puff. The palm prints dissipate, and bodies fall from the sky into the sea, the water turning red with blood. Roar! The water monster still wants to fly, but Seaconch reaches out and gently pats its back, softly saying, "Go home." The water monster looks exhausted, no longer strong enough to fly around Xuankong Island. Nor can it help Lu Zhao recover his primal chi again. The water monster stops flying and descends. Lu Zhao lifts his hand, his primal chi coalescing into a shroud, enveloping Seaconch, helping her float. The water monster is reluctant to leave, still lingering around Seaconch. You'll be fine. Sea conch waves. Whoosh! The water monster opens its mouth, a ray of blue light slowly leaving its mouth.
Seeing this, a bunch of cultivators were like, OMG, Lan Tianyu. Lu Zhou reached out and yoinked the Lan Tianyu from afar.
Under the sunlight, the Lan Tianyu glowed with a deep blue light, looking like the tears of a sea monster.
Rumor has it that the Lan Tianyu chills in the belly of a mythical beast at the bottom of the sea, like a pearl in an oyster.
Seeing it IRL, Lu Zhou was like, damn, this world's wild. The sea monster let out a huge roar, then dove into the sea, did a few laps, and vanished. Poof! Buzz! Buzz! The formation under the sea lit up, illuminating all 5 Penglai Islands. The 4 small islands, already kinda out of whack, snapped back into their OG positions. The formation reappeared, radiating a brilliant light. Buzz! The barrier was restored, and all the buildings and trees on Xuankong Island looked even fresher and prettier after their sea bath. Under the setting sun, the seawater cascaded down like a waterfall, and the rainbow still sparkled, refracting 7 colors in the sky.
Penglai Island was completely back to normal.
Li Jinyi, holding a paper umbrella, tried to contain her excitement. She surveyed the 4 islands and shouted, "The formation is complete! Penglai Sect disciples, listen up! Immediately capture all those who dared to offend Penglai Island." Thanks to the formation, the invading cultivators, Qi got tied up, making flying super hard. The Penglai Sect disciples fought harder and harder, and the battle situation on the 4 islands instantly flipped.
Madame Huang, now back to her senses, wiped away her tears, and bowed slightly to Li Jinyi. Li Jinyi jumped, quickly returning the courtesy. "Madam, don't do that. No matter what, you saved Penglai Sect."
"The one Madam should thank is Senior Ji." Li Jinyi looked towards Lu Zhou. Madame Huang said in surprise, "You're really Senior Ji of the Evil Sky Pavilion?"
Lu Zhou gave the Lan Tianyu to Hai Luo, then looked at Madame Huang, nodding slightly. "Can't be faked. No wonder. No wonder a 9-leaf appeared. Who dares to compete?"
Madame Huang knelt down in the air. Grisho.
"Penglai Sect is extremely grateful."
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and replied, "This old man has always been a righteous dude. If I take your heavenly book, I gotta save Xuankong Island. No one owes anyone. We never understood the Penglai heavenly book anyway. If it's useful to Senior Ji, what's wrong with giving it to you? Penglai Sect will definitely erect a monument to commemorate Senior Ji's great kindness, and worship it every day." Erect a monument and worship it every day? Sounds kinda sus. Doesn't that only happen for dead people?
Lu Zhou shook his head and said to Madame Huang, "No need." Madame Huang had heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's masters were stubborn AF. Once they say no, it's no. Seeing him refuse so quickly, she didn't dare say anything more.
Just then, little Yuan Care called out softly, "Master!" She flew up to Lu Zhou's side, her face full of joy. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Are you okay?" Little Yuan Care there smiled and said, "I'm fine," but as soon as she said that, the chi in her chest surged. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her whole body faltered. She almost fell. "Sis Yuan Air!" Lu Zhou immediately raised his hand, using primal chi to keep little Yuan Air floating in the air. Seeing this, Madame Huang quickly said, "Everything on Xuankong Island is wet. Please follow me to East Island." Lu Zhou suddenly shook his head. "Wait. Senior Ji, please command."
Lu Zhou glanced at the 4 small islands, where many cultivators were still struggling. Lu Zhou didn't feel an ounce of pity. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou said, "The Taishu Academy. Leave no one alive."
Pausing, Lu Zhou added, "This old man will stand right here and watch." Li Jinyi was shocked. So, they wouldn't even get a chance to be prisoners. She didn't object at all. That's just how fate is. Can't blame anyone else.
Li Jinyi lowered her eyes and bowed.
Jinyi obeys. With that, she shot down. A 7-leaf avatar appeared behind her, and the low-level cultivators got wrecked by a 7-leaf expert. Blood and gore flew everywhere.
After lifting Xuankong Island, Lu Zhou had personally killed all the great cultivators. The rest were useless in the formation.
The Penglai Island disciples were 1 step stronger. The array patterns on the umbrellas could neutralize the suppression of the formation. Li Jinyi casually and elegantly killed the invaders of Penglai Island. Although she was a woman, she was also a soldier. Her aura was unmatched by ordinary people. Madame Huang floated in the air, watching Li Jinyi's godlike performance. The cultivation world is like this. It's either you die, or I do. Old Demon Ji is really Old Demon Ji. Someone couldn't take it anymore and jumped into the sea like a maniac. The sea monsters in the water didn't care who he was. A figure flashed. Splat!
Fresh blood bloomed into red flowers under the sea. The Taishu Academy screwed us over.
So damn harmful. So damn harmful. All that stuff about the Taishu mirror is a scam. The desire for survival makes people unleash terrifying power.
3 nascent divinity realm cultivators burned their chi seas and charged into the sky, colliding with the barrier.
Lu Zhou lifted his hand, and a palm seal flew to the left. He lifted his hand again, and another palm seal flew to the right.
Each palm seal seemed to have eyes, flying towards the targets and killing them relentlessly.
Thud, thud, thud. The nascent divinity realm cultivators fell to the ground, heads lolling, dead. Lu Zhou didn't mind the extraordinary power in his body dwindling. As long as a nascent divinity realm cultivator flew up, he'd smack them down to collect merit points until the sky was completely under his control.
Standing high above, Lu Zhou gozen. Who else dares to run? Madame Huang wasn't some naive young woman.
Penglai Island had faced such a huge crisis. She'd long prepared herself mentally.
In this world, people's hearts are the hardest things to fathom.
Being able to exchange benefits fairly is already rare, let alone expecting someone to help you unconditionally. Madame Huang knew that Senior Ji was pissed AF, daring to touch his little disciple. The Taishu Academy is so screwed. The Taishu Academy people will definitely be wiped out, but the others will inevitably be caught in the crossfire.
Li Jinyi didn't show any mercy. She was once a genius disciple of the Penglai sect, and now her combat power was ridiculously strong. She continued to clear the battlefield on the 4 small islands, starting from East Island. Those cultivators who tried to resist looked up at the umbrella shadows obscuring the sky, their faces filled with despair.
A lot of people started kneeling, begging for forgiveness. Some cultivators tried to fly out of the barrier but were blocked and fell into the sea. The sea monsters are the kings underwater, and they helped clean up this group of people until the smell of blood gradually faded away. Then, a horde of sea monsters jumped out of the water simultaneously. Tens of thousands of fish jumped up at the same time. A truly magnificent sight. If old Mr. G hadn't lifted Sky Floating Island with his bare hands earlier, this scene would have been unforgettable for everyone.
The fish cried out in unison, emitting a low sound like mandarin ducks calling their flocks, transmitting into Hai Lu Zhou's hands.
Hai Luo lowered her head and waved goodbye to them. Madame Huang looked at Hai Luo in surprise, slowly saying, I didn't expect this little girl to be able to talk to sea monsters. These sea monsters aren't ordinary. They've lived on Penglai Island for hundreds of years. In these 100 years, Penglai Island disciples haven't dared to go into the water. But who knew they'd cause such destruction? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, When this old man went to the bottom of the sea, he discovered that the formation had been damaged. How could sea monsters be smart enough to do something that hurts themselves? Old Mr. G means someone secretly sabotaged the formation? Madame Huang was shocked. This is your business. It has nothing to do with this old man. Many thanks to old Mr. G for the reminder. A moment later, the people who were looting a burning house were cleaned up. Li Jinyi is indeed a master accustomed to killing on the battlefield. After dealing with the enemies, not a drop of blood stained her body.
Lu Zhou didn't bother with whether the remaining people were killed or not. That's Penglai Island's business.
Lu Zhou accepted the Penglai Heavenly Book and helped lift Sky Floating Island. Now no one owes anyone anything. Lan Tianyu was an unexpected bonus. Suddenly remembering the sea monster matter, Lu Zhou turned to ask Hai Luo, do you understand the language of sea monsters? Hai Luo nodded slightly, answering, Yes, it said its children are below the island. Then how do you make them obey orders? Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. These strange beasts living at the bottom of the sea have been cultivating for much longer than humans. Hundreds of years at the shortest, tens of thousands of years at the longest. Their innate talent isn't as good as humans, so they have to accumulate over a long time. To this day, humans still haven't fully explored the endless sea. There was once an 8-leaf cultivator who wanted to fly to the end of the endless sea. But because he spent too much time flying, his vital energy dried up, causing him to fall into the sea and become food for sea beasts. Most strange beasts in the sea can fly when they cultivate to a certain level. Cultivators who fly low are in danger, and those who fly high waste vital energy. So to this day, no cultivator has flown across the endless sea. Hai Luo shook her head blankly. I just told it to listen. Sea monsters are intelligent, they probably didn't want Sky Floating Island to be destroyed either. Madame Huang sighed, saying, Penglai Island will treat the sea monsters well in the future. Lu Zhou replied, Once bitten, twice shy. Maybe the sea monsters intend to leave. They jumped out of the sea to say goodbye just now. Maybe they'll migrate to another sea. Madame Huang nodded slightly, looking helpless. At this moment, Li Jinyi flew up, cupping her fist and saying, Old Mr. Ji, all the people from the Grand Void Academy have been dealt with. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Madame Huang quickly said, You two, please follow me. Lu Zhou looked towards Hai Luo and little Yuan Sher. Little Yuan Sher was slightly injured and needed to rest.
So the group followed Madame Huang to the East Island. All the Penglai Island disciples had gathered in the plaza outside the main hall. The Qingyun's sword sect group, led by Ma Qing, was also present.
From top to bottom, Penglai Island young and old, strong and weak, looked at the old man slowly walking towards them with reverence. According to Penglai Sect's rules, the disciples lowered their heads to express their respect. "Welcome, old senior. Welcome, old senior." On the steps leading to the main hall, Madame Huang turned around and said sternly, "Kneel!" All the Penglai Sect disciples, including the graduated Li Jinyi, knelt on one knee, heads lowered. Gained 2,805 devout worshippers. Rewarded 28.50 merit points. No one wasn't devout. No one didn't kneel with all their respect, Madame Huang said loudly. Old Mr. Ji lifted the island with his bare hands, saving Penglai Island from danger. "Please accept my bow." This time, she wanted to perform a formal bow. Lu Zhou casually waved his chi, stopping her from kneeling. "Spare the formalities," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "How can the Madam of Penglai Island kneel before others?" "Senior is right," Madame Huang replied, shaken. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly said sternly, "What the hell are you waiting for? Get your ass out here." Everyone was shocked, and hurriedly turned to look around, thinking there were hidden survivors. A figure suddenly appeared from behind the main hall's door, one hand holding a sword, the other raised in a wave to everyone. He cheerfully walked to the front of the main hall. Many Penglai Island disciples stood up, weapons in hand, ready to charge. Madame Huang exclaimed in surprise. "Senior apprentice Sister Liu Chen." "That name's too cringy, call me sword lover." Lover as in lovable, sword as in sword fanatic. #1 sword under heaven, Jiang sword lover. "Shameless," she said. Madame Huang frowned. The Penglai Island disciples immediately burst into an uproar upon hearing this. "Eldest senior brother." "That's right, eldest senior brother Liu Chen." Sword lover raised his hand to greet everyone again, then waved. "That's right, I am the one you've always been thinking about. Penglai Sect's heavenly villain, the handsome and unrestrained eldest senior brother." "Jiang sword lover," Lu Zhou said in a low voice. "Had enough fun?" Jiang sword lover staggered, turned around, and chuckled. "Indeed, nothing escapes the old senior's eyes. I've been secretly observing for a long time, and even conveniently dealt with some masters who wanted to sneak attack the little girl." "Ah, girl, don't look at me with such gratitude. It was just a convenience." "You stinky thing!" Little Yuan scolded, enduring the pain. Hai Luo also imitated her, scolding. "Stinky thing!" Jiang A sword was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Old man risked my ass lifting the island, and you were just chillin' watching the show? No way. No way." Jiang Ai's sword waved his hands non-stop. "I was secretly taking out some top-tier baddies. Look, I even got some boo-boos on my arm. HMPH. Lu Zhou frowned. Jiang Ai's sword didn't dare to argue, and quickly said, "You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right." Lu Zhou recalled that during the battles in Liang Province City and Shangyuan City, Li Jinyi used an umbrella as a weapon with incredible power. He just didn't connect it to Penglai Sect back then. Now that he thinks about it, it's not surprising that these two are both disciples of Penglai Sect. Jiang AI sword. You cultivate in hiding and use a sword as your weapon. Penglai Sect is famous for its rogue cultivation techniques. "Why is that?" Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. "I'm a real man. Why would I use an umbrella? Are you kidding me? I still prefer playing with swords." As he spoke, he hugged his sword tightly. Madame Huang stepped forward and pinched Jiang Ai's sword's ear. "You little rascal! Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Senior master, let go! Let go!" Madame Huang pushed him away, scolding. "Penglai Sect is in trouble, and you're still being stubborn and playful. I was the first one to rush over. Even Jinyi Shimei was later than me." Jiang Ai's sword covered his ears. Feeling wronged, Madame Huang thought about how Penglai Island had turned danger into safety, and Jiang Ai's sword's personality couldn't be taken seriously. He must have done a lot of work in the shadows to help everyone, so she didn't bother arguing with him anymore. She sighed. "Fortunately, we have you guys." Jiang Ai's sword shook his head and replied, "I wouldn't dare to take such credit, that's too much." The old senior lifted an island with one hand. TT remembered that the old senior's battle with the 10 grade experts wasn't as hype as what just happened. Lifting an island with one hand is definitely epic, but it exhausted all of Lu Zhao's extraordinary power. If it weren't for the water monster's magical abilities, Lu Kunju probably wouldn't have been able to return Sky Xuan Island to its original position. At this moment, a faint light shone, causing everyone to turn their heads. Madame Huang, Jiang Ai's sword, and Li Jinyi all looked at the object in Hai Luo's hand, the Lan Tian Jade. Lu Zhou also looked over, but he had to heal little Yaner first, so he said, "Keep it for now." Yes. Hai Luo liked this jade very much, so much so that she couldn't bear to let it go. Jiang Ai's sword said, "Lan Tian Jade can be worn as jewelry. This object can protect and regenerate the 8 extraordinary meridians very effectively. Yeah, this thing is perfect for you, little girl. Why does your face look so bad? Madame Huang quickly said. Come inside. The group entered the main hall together. Penglai Island's reputation and strength can't compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion, but its foundation is not weak either. All 5 islands have a magnificent palace. Once inside, Madame Huang hurriedly called out. Someone! Invite Physician Fang over! Madame Huang turned her head and said to Lu Zhou. Physician Fang is the best physician on Penglai Island. His medical skills are very high. If he takes action, she will definitely be fine. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand to stop her. No need. Madame Huang was startled, not understanding why. At this moment, Lu Zhou had already raised his hand, and 5 fingers emitted a faint blue light. A blue lotus appeared in his palm. The blue lotus gently flew over and merged into little Yanner's body. Enveloped by the blue lotus, little Yanner felt comfortable all over, and she slowly closed her eyes. Hai Luo looked at little Yanner with self-blame, and then looked at the cloud Hanahan on her body. If it weren't for little Yanner giving this precious thing to her to wear, then little Yanner wouldn't have been injured. The blue lotus gradually grew larger, and a radiant blue light bloomed, enveloping little Yanner's entire body. A powerful vitality spread to every corner. What is this? Madame Huang looked at the blue lotus in a daze. She had never seen such a treatment method. Jiang Ai's sword shrugged and said, I don't know either. There's no shortage of strange things in this world. Water monsters can kill people. What could be more miraculous than that? Madame Huang nodded. Just the fact that old senior lifted an island with one hand is unprecedented. After the blue light disappeared, little Yanner slowly opened her eyes. How is it? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yanner moved her body and said blankly, It seems like the pain is gone. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. You still need to rest for 3 more days to fully recover. Hai Lu said self-reproachfully. It's all my fault for holding you back, George. Hearing this, the others all turned to look at Hai Lu. Jiang Ai's sword asked curiously, Old senior, is this a new disciple you've taken in? Lu Zhou nodded. Jiang Ai's sword said, Her foundation and talent are not bad. Not inferior to your 9th disciple at all. You have a good eye. Lu Zhou said. Innate profound realm. Jiang Ai's sword's mouth dropped open and he couldn't close it. They had all seen Hai Lu Go control the manifest water monster to fly around Skychuan Island. Just this ability alone would make the major sects want to snatch her away, and she's also an innate profound realm cultivator. Some people get all the luck. Jiang Ai's sword. Me! Jiang Ai's sword jumped and immediately raised his hand. What's the situation in the palace? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Ai's sword shook his head and replied, Old senior, Li Lievchan's golden lotus just appeared. Everyone is racing against time to rebuild it. Your disciples are conquering cities everywhere. The 7th disciple is even more outrageous. Even when I go to the toilet, someone is watching me. It's too damn tough. What about Liu Cheng? Speaking of this, Jiang Ai's sword suddenly hesitated. After all, he was a prince of Great Yan. After the Great Fire in Jinghe Palace, he joined Penglai's sect and became a sword maniac. But even so, Liu Cheng was still his father. Jiang Ai's sword had been in contact with the Evil Sky Pavilion very little during this time because of this reason. He had predicted that there would be a conflict between the imperial family and the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the situation would become more and more serious. Yu Zhenghai is pressing closer step by step, forcing the imperial family to the point of desperation. And the imperial family is provoking the Evil Sky Pavilion time and time again. Even the Taishu Academy and Hengkuo Academy, which have frequently come forward recently, have a close relationship with the imperial family. He is still your father after all, Lu Zhou said. Jiang Ai's sword was silent. You've been my informant for so long. If you don't have merit, you have made effort. Just say the word. Jiang Ai's sword widened his eyes. Did this mean that if he pleaded, he could save Liu Cheng's life? Jiang Ai's thoughts instantly flashed back to many years ago. The raging fire in Jinghe Palace reappeared, with the teacher he respected teaching him, the old master teaching him the basics of cultivation, and his gentle mother always caring for him. It all felt like yesterday, but it was gone forever. After who knows how long, Jiang Ai finally withdrew the smile on his face and seriously bowed to Lu Zhou. Life and death are destined. I have tried my best. You are very smart. Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. In fact, whether you plead or not, it won't change this old man's decision. Jiang Aijian was speechless. Nothing to say. Then why did you say that even if I have no merit, I still have done hard work? But he was also shocked inside. The old senior asked that way, obviously because he didn't want to see himself become an obstacle. Thinking of this, Jiang Aijian quietly broke out in a cold sweat. However, considering that you and Liu Sheng have a special relationship, you don't need to interfere in royal affairs anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Aijian cupped his hands and said,
Thank you, senior. Not interfering in royal affairs means he must do other things. Jiang Aijian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Senior Ji, you asked me to find a woman surnamed Luo, but I can't find her at all.
There is very little information about her now. That's why this old man came here, the empress consort said suspiciously. A woman surnamed Luo? Jiang Aijian replied. This woman surnamed Luo helped Yun Tian Luo enter the 8 leaves 300 years ago to establish the 3 sects. She is proficient in music, but so far no more clues have been found about her. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How could such a woman be an unknown person? The empress consort couldn't understand. Your ladyship is right. She is the unknown person I can't find. I'm afraid Si Wuyai isn't doing any better either, Jiang Aijian said. Just at this moment, Hai Luo suddenly raised the Lantian jade and blurted out, Hot! Hot! Too hot! The Lantian jade is so hot that it's emitting green smoke. Quick! Quick! Quickly put it under the sunlight, Jiang Aijian hurriedly said. Hai Luo was stunned and looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded. Go! Hai Luo hurriedly ran out of the main hall and placed the Lantian jade on the steps. The sunlight shone on the Lantian jade. The green smoke became thicker and thicker, emitting a dazzling light. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Raise one finger, hold your breath, concentrate your mind. Yes, Hai Luo did as he was told. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the Lantian jade flew into the air. The sunlight seemed to be melting it. Recognize its master! Whoosh! Lu Zhou shot out a wave of stellar energy, cutting across Hai Luo's finger, and blood dripped down, falling on the Lantian jade. Dazzle! The Lantian jade seemed to be activated, emitting light, gradually softening. The disciples of Penglai Island standing outside the main hall looked at Hai Luo with envious eyes. The preciousness of Lantian jade goes without saying. People have risked sailing the seas and capturing all kinds of sea beasts to search for Lantian jade for a long time. Lantian jade used to be one of the most precious treasures in the cultivation world. But sea beasts were too ferocious. Low-level cultivators flinched, and high-level cultivators ignored it. Gradually, Lantian jade became more and more valuable. Now seeing Lantian jade recognize its master, everyone looked at it with envy. Lantian jade seemed to turn into liquid, floating in the air. What shape do you want it to be? Jade pendant, jewelry, bracelet, or even a necklace? You can choose freely. Lu Zhou thought a girl would like jewelry. Unexpectedly, Hai Luo happily said firmly, A flute! The peanut gallery was like, WTF? Lantian jade is very suitable for wearing as a jade pendant to improve the 8 extraordinary meridians. This is the first time someone has wanted to turn Lantian jade into a flute. Lu Zhou thought, Hai Luo is proficient in music, so using Lantian jade as a flute is not bad either. The flute she brought back from Jingzhou City was just an ordinary flute and couldn't be used for long. With this new flute, it seems even more suitable for her. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and stellar energy surrounded the Lantian jade. Under the sunlight, the Lantian jade gradually took shape. The azure mist dissipated, and the lustrous, shining blue jade flute materialized before everyone. The blue jade flute flew into Hai Luo's hand, bringing a cool sensation. If it were me, I'd choose a sword shape, a blue jade sword, bruh. Even if it cost me 10 years of lifespan, I'd be down. Jiang Aijian was drooling hard. So many things are better left unthought. Once you start thinking, the Longyan sword you're holding suddenly feels less epic than when you first saw it. Hai Luo got her desired treasure, and she happily admired it, unable to tear herself away. After a good while of appreciation, Hai Luo finally looked up at Lu Zhou and politely said, Thank you. Jiang Aijian asked, Are you skilled in musical theory? Hai Luo didn't answer him but brought the blue jade flute to her lips. A rapid flute sound echoed. This tune was different from the previous ones. It didn't use musical theory, wasn't a long song, but just a rapid burst of sound. As the flute sound spread across the sea, schools of fish leaped out of the water as if dancing. Just a single note was enough to prove her talent and miraculous ability. Jiang Aijian's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but clap, saying, Congrats, Senior Ji, for picking up another little ancestor. Hai Luo turned her head to look at him, tilting her head and asking, Little ancestor? Ignore him, that's simp. Zhao Yanjie pulled Hai Luo aside. Ah. Hai Luo nodded. Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction. Looks like the blue jade flute is even more OP than a regular heaven-grade weapon. Later, when Hai Luo enters the realm of the great cultivator, she will be able to control even more powerful fierce beasts. Lu Zhou could see that Hai Luo had become much happier and more spirited, so he asked, How do you feel? Hai Luo held the blue jade flute, softly saying, I really like it. Reaching out her hand, Lu Zhou said. Hai Luo obediently extended her hand to Lu Zhou. 8 channels. Lu Zhou sensed that her 8 extraordinary meridians had a very gentle source of nourishing energy. He even felt that Hai Luko had unlocked 5 apertures. This was the effect of the blue jay. Lu Zhou was secretly astonished. Who would believe it if I said it? History records that there are genius cultivators who unlock 1 aperture in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, entering the Brahma Sea realm. This is the limit of humanity. Although it took Hai Luo a few days to unlock 5 apertures, she didn't cultivate at all. Nor did she have any insights or understandings, but just improved naturally. Just comparing them is already unbelievable. When the effects of the blue jade are fully revealed, if Hai Luo can really cultivate, Lu Zhou will take her as a disciple.
Seeing that everything was in order, Lu Zhou turned around and called out, Jiang Aijian! Jiang Aijian reflexively raised his hand and called out, Here! Inform Lin Xin of the Taishu Academy that he must give this old man an explanation within 7 days.
Jiang Aijian was shocked to hear this, not daring to say more, but bowing and saying, Yes, sir. Also, that woman surnamed Luo is likely from another place. Lu Zhuhao recalled the coffin with the red array patterns.
If the person in the coffin affirmed the existence of 9 and 10 leaves in the world, then it is very likely that he and the woman surnamed Luo came from the same place.
This is a headache. I'll do my best to search, Jiang Aijian said. Lu Zhou nodded and walked out of the main hall.
Xiao Yanshare and Hai Luo also followed behind. Seeing this, Jiang Aijian knew they wanted to leave, and immediately escorted them with Madame Huang.
Respectfully seeing off the old senior, outside the square in front of the main hall, the 2,800 disciples of Penglai Island also said in unison,
Respectfully seeing off the old senior.
The 3 of Lu Zhou stepped onto Bai Zi's back. Bai Zi soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant.
After Lu Zhou dipped, Jiang Aijian coughed while hugging his sword. What are you waiting for? Come over and greet your suave and dashing senior brother Jiang. The crowd swarmed him instantly. Senior brother, how do you know Senior Ji Lao?
Senior brother, is Senior Ji Lao really a 9-leaf? It's a pity we didn't get to see the 9-leaf avatar.
Senior brother,
my biggest idol is the 2nd senior, Yu Shangrong, from the Dark Hall. Is he handsome AF? Spill the tea! Spill the tea! Senior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Aijian's eyes widened like saucers, looking dumbfounded.
Li Jinyi couldn't help but giggle.
She knew he'd end up in this situation. Without overthinking, Li Jinyi walked toward the seashore, gazing up at the sky. The sunlight shone on Xuankong Island, and the most glorious moment of Penglai Island seemed to return. Lifting an island with one hand? Is that even humanly possible? Deep within the moonlight woodland, part of the misty forest, at the bottom of a bottomless abyss, a glistening drop of water slid off a leaf, falling directly onto Ye Tiangxin's fair face. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Ye Tiangxin mumbled, groggily opening her eyes.
The sight before her shook her to her core.
On sheer cliffs tens of thousands of feet high, vines grew lushly, and ferocious beasts and birds filled the sky, some as huge as mountains, others as small as butterflies.
Yi Tiangxin jolted awake.
Where am I? The moment she stood up, the ground beneath her feet shifted slightly. Yi Tiangxin screamed, The Mount Kui bird! Only then did she wake up. This isn't a dream. What brought her here was what she had been desperately searching for.
She traveled all over Daiyan, crossed mountains and rivers, traversed foreign lands, and journeyed thousands of miles, all to find it.
Kui. Kui. The Mount Kui bird stood up, turning its head to look at her, their eyes meeting like a soccer ball staring at a pea. Ye Tiangxin tried to calm herself, not daring to move recklessly. Her instincts told her that the Mount Kui bird wasn't hostile, otherwise she wouldn't be alive right now. Kui, Kui.
The Mount Kui bird didn't respond, its beautiful eyelashes twitching slightly, its eyes shifting subtly.
Do you recognize me? Yi Tiangxin tried to talk to it. The Mount Kui bird couldn't respond to her in human language, only silently looking at her. As Ye Tiangxin was trying to communicate with it, the Mount Kui bird suddenly cried out, Kui! Then stomped its foot and ran forward.
Ye Tiangxin almost lost her balance, quickly mobilizing the vital energy in her body to stabilize herself. Before her were endless forests. The sky was filled with various flying birds, and the ground was teeming with ferocious beasts.
The Mount Kui bird galloped through a dense forest before slowing down, finally stopping in front of a small lake.
It sat down, raising its head and howling, Kui! Its cathartic sound spreading far, causing the ferocious beasts to flee from the canopy.
Ye Tiangxin looked up, discovering a stone statue over 30 meters high opposite the lake, a statue of a woman.
Ye Tiangxin was shocked, quickly flying over and standing at the foot of the stone statue.
At the base of the statue were carved 2 large characters, Bai Dan. Beside them were many smaller characters, and there were also protective formations. But due to the erosion of time, everything had long become blurred and illegible. For some reason, when Ye Tiangxin saw the 2 characters Bai Dan, Even her hardened heart couldn't control her emotions.
She covered her face and sobbed, scenes from the past gradually replaying in her mind.
The 100 surnames the fish dragons devour seemed to be right before her eyes, but alas, everything was gone. Finally, her efforts had been rewarded. The Mount Kui bird cried out behind her. Ye Tiangxin regained her senses, wiped her tears, and turned to look at it. Mount Kusi, I've finally found you. The Mount Kusi bird lowered its head, its nose almost touching the surface of the lake. This small lake was only the size of its palm. Yi Tiangxin asked doubtfully, "Are you telling me to drink the water in the lake?" The Mount Kui bird shook its head. "Bathe in it?"
The Mount Kui bird nodded slightly. Yi Tiangxin's eyes widened. She was a maiden. How could she not be embarrassed to bathe there?
Whoosh! The Mount Kui bird suddenly raised its paw and waved it at her. Yi Tiangxin was startled, quickly mobilizing her vital energy to condense a barrier in front of her.
Bam! Yi Tiangxin still flew out, falling into the small lake with a splash. She slowly poked her head out, looking at the Mount Kui bird doubtfully. The Mount Kui bird lowered its head, raised its paw to look at it, a helpless expression on its face, as if saying, "I was being gentle." Coot. Then it turned and jumped into the air. The surroundings became quiet, without the Mount Kui bird in sight. At the same time, Ye Tiangxin felt a comfortable warmth coming from the lake water, a special vital energy in the lake slowly permeating into her body.
So comfortable. Ye Tiangxin looked down, only then discovering a massive formation at the bottom of the lake. The formation illuminated the entire lake, and the light penetrated and shot into the sky, causing patterns of formations to appear in the sky as well. The vital energy from the formation permeated into Ye Tiangxin's body at a crazy speed. Ye Tiangxin suddenly felt her dantian and sea of qi becoming full. She was extremely surprised. The water in the lake can increase cultivation. The energy in the lake kept entering Ye Tiangxin's body. She stopped overthinking and closed her eyes, half submerging in the water. The next day, in the council chamber of the Taishu Academy, "The Dark Hall is too damn arrogant. They killed over 100 of our disciples on the heaven sacrificing platform, and another 100 on Penglai Island.
Jiang Renyi, Jiang Lixi, and Yuan Chong all died in battle, and the Taishu mirror was also snatched away. If we don't avenge this, it will be hard to quell the hatred in my heart," Headmaster Xiao Shan said angrily.
"That's right, the Dark Hall is going too far. Ancestor, we can't let this go." At this moment, an elder poured a bucket of cold water on them. "Ji Tiandao has a 9-leaf cultivation base. How do you plan to take revenge?" The crowd was stunned. Everyone had been shouting about fighting and killing with loud voices, but upon hearing this question, they all fell silent. Lin Xin, sitting in the presiding seat, frowned and said, "A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. The Taishu Academy has always been on good terms with Shendu, and will not compromise with those heretical sects. If we can invite the Shendu imperial family to take action, and use the 10 absolute formation to set up a heavenly net and earthly cage, then I believe we can capture Juye." That's right, Jilaomo doesn't take us seriously at all. Moreover, His Majesty is constantly breaking through, and may become the next Juye. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then. Just then, a disciple's voice came from outside. "Urgent report!
Shendu sends a flying letter." A flying letter from Shendu? Who sent it? The disciple opened the letter and replied, It seems to be from the Motion Pavilion. Read it."
Headmaster Xiao Shan frowned and said, "I told you to read it. Why haven't you read it yet?"
The disciple swallowed and began to read softly. "I am the current #1 Juye in the world, the master of the Mocation Pavilion, and the master of the 9 great disciples. Are you afraid? Or not?"
"I demand that Lin Xin, the ancestor of the Taishu Academy, provide the Mocation Pavilion with an explanation within 7 days. Otherwise, I'll kill your whole family." Ha! The crowd looked at the disciple blankly, their expressions extremely special. Is this really the words of the Mocation Pavilion ancestor? Ji Tiandao, are you sure it's not some random clown impersonating him?
Suspicious as they were, no one dared to say it out loud. Bang!
Lin Xin slammed his hand on the table, and the table immediately fell apart.
Relying on being Juye, bullying people everywhere.
This old man doesn't believe that there's no one in the world who can deal with him? As soon as he finished speaking, Headmaster Xiao Shan, who was sitting next to him, suddenly stood up and said,
"Ancestor, why don't you go and ask for forgiveness?"
"Humph." Lin Xin glared.
The other elders stood up one after another, bowing to Lin Xin. "Ancestor, it wasn't easy for the Taishu Academy to get to where it is today. We can't afford to offend the Motion Pavilion."
That's right. The demon head of the Motion Pavilion kills people without batting an eye.
None of the top 10 famous sects had a good ending.
The Taishu Academy has finally gotten to where it is today. It can't be destroyed in an instant.
When someone breaks through to Juye, the Taishu Academy will definitely return the humiliation of today to him, but before that, Lin Xin's old face trembled slightly, his eyelids twitching. Just now, these people were still full of indignation, cursing and scolding the Mortician Pavilion, not taking Junuye seriously and stuff. Turns out it was all an act. WTF.
Lin Xin's eyes darkened. It's a pity that I can't make steel out of trash. He gritted his teeth and looked at the crowd. This old man would rather die than submit. Tomorrow, this old man will go to Chengdu and see what anyone can do to me. At the same time, the event of Motion Pavilion ancestor lifting Shuangkong Island with his bare hands had become a legend, spreading rapidly at lightning speed. In a restaurant in Yuzhou City. Brother, I'm sorry, can you tell me about the Motion Pavilion ancestor lifting Shuangkong Island with his bare hands? A green-robed swordsman smiled and said to the cultivator sitting opposite him, If you want to hear it, then I will tell you. The cultivator smiled, poured himself a cup of tea, and sat up straight, beginning to tell the story.
The Penglai sect rarely interacts with the outside world.
What allows the Penglai sect to stand firm in the cultivation world is the formation that covers the 5 islands. For some reason, their formation had a problem. Shuangkong Island is the core island of Penglai Island, hundreds of feet long, with immeasurable weight, and can only be suspended in the sky using a powerful formation. If this island sinks to the bottom of the sea, the 4 islands around it will also sink. Speaking of this, he noticed that the people around him were also listening attentively. So he smiled and continued. Unfortunately, the Penglai sect has no allies. Island Lord Huang Shiji is an 8-leaf powerhouse and invited parties to help, but unexpectedly, they were all treacherous people who only wanted to take advantage of the fire.
They only wished that Shuangkong Island would sink faster. Lao Ma was one of them.
When Shuangkong Island sank, the 4 islands were in chaos, and Huang Shiji happened to be absent from the island. The Motion Pavilion ancestor, with the posture of Juye, used one move to kill Jiang Lizhi of the Taishu Academy, used earth-shattering power to lift Shuangkong Island 100 meters above the sea, suppressing all living beings, seized the Taishu mirror, and monopolized the Penglai Heavenly Book.
The crowd in the restaurant buzzed. Many people had heard this story several times, but they still enjoyed listening to it again and again.
The green-robed swordsman smiled and said, Why does this brother know so much? I have always admired the Motion Pavilion, and I will pay attention to any news related to the Motion Pavilion. The green-robed swordsman nodded. The man's eyes looked at the sword sheath in the green-robed swordsman's hand, and said with a smile,
Speaking of which, the sword in your hand seems to be the sword of Yu Shangrong of the Motion Pavilion, is it true?
The green-robed swordsman looked at him indifferently. Of course. It is said that the sword devil has returned, and has re-established the death list, and is currently in this Yuzhou city, the man said. Friend, you seem to know a lot about him. The green-robed swordsman was as gentle as before. The man put down his teacup and laughed. Just heard about it. Then do you know that your name is on his death list? The green-robed swordsman chuckled. Huh? Ong? The sword in the green-robed swordsman's hand vibrated slightly. The man was shocked, and looked up at the green-robed swordsman opposite him. The green-robed swordsman said, Rat King Li Shang, I'm sorry, your time is up. Rat King Li Shang suddenly widened his eyes, and instantly understood who the polite green-robed swordsman in front of him was. His lips couldn't help but tremble, and he exclaimed in a broken voice, Sword, devil!
Swish! The everlasting sword came out of its sheath, and the sword energy struck with lightning speed.
Runes of energy flickered, and a cold light flashed. Swish! The everlasting sword returned to its sheath. A weak energy force burrowed into the sword sheath, and everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. The surroundings were still bustling with laughter and chatter. Yu Shangrong picked up the teacup, took a sip, put it down, and looked at Rat King Li Shang sitting opposite him, smiling and saying, Audacious. Until Yu Shangrong went downstairs and disappeared, Rat King Li Shang remained still in his seat, unmoving. His eyes were narrowed, and he hadn't had time to open them. His eyes were full of shock and fear, and his mouth was slightly open as if he wanted to say something. Rat King Li Shang was a general guarding Yuzhou City, also known as the #1 spy. He was good at collecting information everywhere, sneaking into enemy camps to assassinate, and was the most effective general of one of the 8 great commanders, Gi Qingcheng. Usually he was very humble, only hanging around in tea houses and restaurants, sometimes listening to people bragging, sometimes listening to people telling stories. Only this time he spoke a few words too quickly and unexpectedly encountered the sword devil Yu Shangrong. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Don't know how long it had passed. The waiter ran over to clean up. Guest! Guest!
Seeing that Shuang Li Shang didn't answer, the waiter waved his hand in front of him, and still didn't see any reaction, so he poked him with his finger. Shuang Li Shang's stiff body fell backward. Thud! A tear appeared on his neck, and blood kept pouring out.
Murder! Murder! In the Jingzhou City General's mansion, as Yu Zhanghai and Si Wuyai were discussing plans, Hua Zhongyang suddenly walked in, holding intelligence from the dark web, and bowed.
Reporting to the sect leader and seventh gentleman, Shuang Lishang in Yuzhou has been killed with a single sword strike.
After speaking, he made a throat-slitting gesture. How many is this now? Yu Zhanghai asked, with his hands clasped behind his back.
The 5th one this month.
The general guarding Yu Zhao is a subordinate of one of the 8 great commanders, Yi Qingcheng, and all 5 people killed were her subordinates, Hua Zhongyang said. Including General Wen Shu, he's killed 6 people in total. Who the hell is this guy? What's his background?
Hua Zhongyang shook his head and replied,
This person is imitating second gentleman, creating another death list. Every few days he adds a few names to the list. The difference between him and second gentleman's list is that the people on this list can leave. As long as they're willing to go, they'll live. Those who are stubborn will be killed without mercy. How interesting. How interesting. Such an interesting person. If I ever meet him, this sect leader will definitely become sworn brothers with him.
Yu Zhanghai laughed heartily.
Si Wuyai said suspiciously. Could it be second brother himself?
Yu Zhanghai's expression turned serious.
Second brother. Throughout the entire world, the only one who can kill an opponent with one sword strike is probably second brother himself. Si Wuyai immediately added. Of course, big brother can do it too, and even better. Does little brother really think it's him?
Yu Zhanghai turned around, his eyes looking at Si Wuyai complexly.
Si Wuyai was stunned, and then replied, Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Big brother also thinks so.
How could Hua Zhongyang not understand? So he changed the subject. This subordinate has another matter to report. Speak. Hua Zhongyang presented a stack of papers. The story of Senior Jilao lifting Shuangkong Island with his bare hands is probably not false.
Yu Zhanghai opened the stack of papers and looked at it. They were all folk rhymes or poems made by the people.
After reading them, Yu Zhanghai put the stack of papers on the table and said with a smile, Whether it's true or false, it's all good for us. With the Maotian Pavilion suppressing things, the cultivators within the Dian dynasty will not dare to casually interfere in the matters between the Yaming sect and the royal family.
Si Wuyai said, But big brother, Master doesn't like you using the reputation of the Maotian Pavilion.
Yu Zhanghai shook his head. Little brother is a smart person, but sometimes you're just confused.
Si Wuyai was puzzled. Yu Zhanghai shamelessly replied, Master clearly wants to settle accounts with me. Things have come to this, might as well just keep going until the end. Either way, I'll be punished. Not doing it won't get me off the hook, so I might as well just keep doing it.
Hua Zhongyang said. Island Master Huang heard that Senior Jilao lifted the island with his bare hands, so he hurried back.
Yu Zhanghai nodded.
During this period, Huang Shiji has helped the Yuming sect a lot. Penglai Island is in trouble, but he's still working for the Yuming sect. He's really done his best. Knowing this also means that the Yuming sect is missing a major help to take down Yu Zhou. However, thanks to the mysterious expert hiding in the shadows, the pressure has been reduced a lot. Deep in the moonlight forest abyss, unable to see the sunrise or sunset to calculate time, Ye Tiangxin could only rely on her senses to estimate. Not knowing how long had passed, she felt that her Dantian and Qi had reached a state of fullness. Ye Tiangxin slowly opened her eyes, jumped into the air, and floated in the sky, observing the lake's surface. The light in the formation had disappeared, and most of the yuan qi had been absorbed by her. Ye Tiangxin gently lifted her hand.
Whoosh!
A beautiful and exquisite 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharmakaya floated in the palm of her hand, and below it was a golden lotus with 6 rotating lotus petals. Ye Tiangxin mobilized yuan qi, and circles of energy appeared on the Dharmakaya and landed on the golden lotus. The energy resonated continuously and poured down. Ye Tiangxin concentrated her mind. Even though she had absorbed a large amount of energy, opening the petals was never easy.
She held her breath, and the halo of energy continued to merge into the golden lotus. Whoosh! Yi Tiangxin was surprised to find that a corner of the golden lotus under her seat slowly separated and grew into a lotus petal.
As soon as the lotus petal appeared, her 8 extraordinary meridians and Dantian Qi expanded several times in an instant.
Breakthrough! 7-petaled 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharmakaya. Yi Tiangxin was overjoyed.
She waved her hand and summoned the Dharmakaya. Dharma! The Dharmakaya expanded at an extremely fast speed, turning into a 9-zang tall Dharmakaya. She flew into the air, but as soon as she flew 100 meters, the birds in the sky seemed to have smelled prey. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of them swarmed over, flapping their wings and screaming sharply, "Danger!" Ye Tiangxin hurriedly turned her head, and the Dharmakaya appeared, blocking all attacks. She frowned. It was all because she was too careless. Although she could kill low-level fierce beasts, with such a large number, how much yuan qi would she need to kill them all? Great divine power technique! Yi Tiangxin's figure flashed, and she fled with the Dharmakaya. The flock of fierce birds gathered behind her, chasing her more and more. Can't even handle them with 7 petals? Yi Tiangxin raised her head and looked at the tangled vines on the cliff. Let's give it a try. She stubbornly controlled the Dharmakaya to fly straight up into the sky, higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, she had reached a height of several hundred meters. She looked around in the air, seeing all kinds of strange beasts lying and crawling on the cliff. Yi Tiangxin's hair stood on end. Facing such a huge danger, she didn't want to stay for another second. She didn't even have the idea of killing them, and hurriedly flew higher. Just then, boom! A flashing bolt of lightning struck down from the horizon, piercing through the Dharmakaya. Her gangchi splattered, gravel collapsed, and many vines were cut off. Yi Tiangxin fell straight down. The raging wind ravaged her ears like blades, tearing apart her protective gangchi. The birds continued to attack, their claws flashing with cold light as they pounced towards her. Yi Tiangxin felt utterly screwed. Just when she hit 7 leaves, was she gonna bite the dust here? Nope. Her avatar suddenly went Super Saiyan, blasting a bunch of savage beasts into next week. Some got insta-killed and dropped like flies, but there were still too many, and more kept showing up, drawn to the free buffet. Yi Tiangxin kept spamming her avatar. Boom, boom, boom. The beasts went crazier and crazier until BAM! A giant monstrosity swooped down from the sky. It had shimmering, silky feathers on its back. Snatched up Yi Tiangxin and swiped its claws through the beast horde, turning hundreds of feathered fiends into a bloody mist. Total carnage, straight out of hell. The 10,000-year Cheng Huang had arrived. Cheng Huang's here. It's raining blood. Its roar was like a thunderclap, scattering all the savage beasts. The Cheng Huang didn't fly off. Yi Tiangxin was stunned. Cheng Huang was freaking terrifying. Could an 8-leaf handle that? She felt super safe, but also facepalmed. How could she be so dumb? She finally found the Cheng Huang after so long, but didn't even think to ride it out of here, instead scheming to leave on her own? That's basically suicide. The Cheng Huang hopped a few times and finally landed, right next to that little lake from before. Yi Tiangxin gave a wry smile. She struggled to fly so long, but it just hopped over. Everything went quiet. Yi Tiangxin immediately realized this was its territory. Savage beasts, when they got strong enough, had their own turf. All the other monsters had to back off. Yi Tiangxin was still shook. She floated up to the Cheng Huang. Thanks! The Cheng Huang just flopped down on the ground, not moving, its eyes darting around. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Yi Tiangxin asked worriedly, flying around it, checking for injuries. Just then, the Cheng Huang lifted a claw and brushed away a pile of dead leaves under the stone statue. Yi Tiangxin looked over. It was a stone golden lotus, with 8 lotus petals. Yi Tiangxin spaced out, flying over to touch the stone golden lotus. This can only be left behind by humans. After thinking for a while, Yi Tiangxin turned to ask the Cheng Huang, "You want me to break through to 8 leaves?" "Ooh, you." The Cheng Huang lowered its claws. Seeing it respond, Yi Tiangxin nodded. Got it. 100 years for humans, 10,000 for the Cheng Huang. In Dongzhe Luozhao, he opened the system interface to check his merit points. 9,743 merit points, nearly 10,000. A bit more hoarding, and he could buy 2 portions of Golden Lotus Leaf Opener. Luozhao was only at the nascent Divinity 2 leave stage. It was tempting, but he knew he had to hold back. The Golden Lotus Leaf Opener would be most effective when he entered the ranks of great cultivators. But using a few merit points to draw a reward probably wouldn't hurt, right? Draw, Luozhao chanted silently. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points, acquired X1 reverse charisma card. Not too shabby. Let's try again. Draw. Ding. Consumed 50 merit points, acquired the Jiliang steed. Note: considering the system needs to consume a lot of vitality to help the host obtain legendary steeds like the Bai Zi and Bian, this time, the steed will come to the Evil Sky Pavilion on its own. Jiliang was a fine horse from the frozen wasteland in the far north. Seeing the reward notification, Luao Zhao's old eyes widened a bit. It's been ages since he's gotten such a good reward. Finally catching a W? Ever since getting the Bai Zi and Bian, Luao Zhao knew how awesome legendary steeds were. Even Ji Tiandao couldn't get a steed of this level. His first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, somehow got the Kuyaks. Who knows what he had to pay for it. Some great sects had steeds, but they were just some low-level savage beasts. Legendary steeds were unattainable treasures. Not bad, not bad. Got something good, so no more drawing. What you gonna do about it? According to the system's setup, if Luao Zhao kept drawing, he'd definitely get a bunch of "thanks for playing" messages. Lu Zhou felt extremely satisfied. At the same time, in the frozen wasteland of the far north, on a desolate, barren desert, a herd of wild horses was galloping. The horse at the back looked completely different from the rest. Its fur was as white as snow, its mane was fiery red, its body was over 3 meters long and over 2.5 meters tall. It just hit different. Suddenly, it stopped. pricking up its ears as if it heard a summoning sound. Nay! Nay! It neighed and left the herd, flying into the air, heading south. After drawing the reward, Lu Zhou decided to stop and focused all his attention on the Book of Heaven, Volume 3. After comprehending the human scroll, Lu Zhou knew how to use and the effects of the 4 types of divine power. What about the Earth Scroll? The pages were full of bizarre, squiggly symbols. If the human scroll displayed pictographic symbols, the Earth Scroll could only be described as chaotic. Lu Zhou frowned but wasn't fazed. He calmly opened the item card interface. Nothing had changed. The method of comprehension was the same as the human scroll. Lu Zhou thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou didn't rush to comprehend the Earth Scroll, but continued to comprehend the human scroll to recover the extraordinary energy in his body. In the council chamber of the Taishu Academy. Ancestor, how can our Taishu Academy resist a 9-leaf? Time is running out. In a few days, when the 9-leaf arrives, who dares to stop them? One of the elders was so anxious his face was red as a beet. Unless the divine capital is willing to help us, but the divine capital and the Nether Sect are in a chaotic war. They don't have time to take care of us. Everyone was restless, all turning to look at Lin Xin, who was frowning deeply. Lin Xin's mood was also terrible. Not to mention the Taishu Academy. Currently, there wasn't a single sect in the cultivation world that dared to face a 9-leaf. Most experts just wanted to hide in the barrier and cultivate in secret, raising their cultivation level. Unfortunately, wanting to advance to the 9-leaf stage in a short period of time was easier said than done. Honestly, Lin Xin didn't have a solution. Just then, a disciple announced outside the door, "Ancestor, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Everyone was shocked to hear that. "Quickly, invite him in." Not long after, the current Crown Prince Liu Zhihe entered the council chamber. The Taishu Academy elders stood up together, and Lin Xin also stepped down to greet him. Before they could even speak, Liu Zhihe waved his hand. "Spare the formalities, let's cut to the chase." He strode up the steps and plopped himself right into Lin Xin's head seat, leaving Lin Xin to scoot over. Liu Zhihe sat down casually and said, "This Crown Prince knows that your Taishu Academy is being watched by the Motion Pavilion. I'm here to offer you a way out." The Taishu Academy crowd's eyes lit up. Lin Xin clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, please enlighten us." Liu Zhihe waved to his subordinates outside. 2 soldiers immediately brought in a chest, leaving everyone confused. Liu Zhihe said, "Open it." The 2 soldiers opened the chest to reveal a set of extremely ancient armor. The armor was covered in red array patterns, forming a unique layer of defense, but time had taken its toll, and the armor had become dim, the red color gradually turning purple. Lin Xin was increasingly puzzled. Liu Zhihe said, "I'm too lazy to beat around the bush with you guys. With Taishu Academy's skills alone, there's no way you can deal with 9-leaf. In this entire world, only the royal family can do it. I'll lend you this armor, but on one condition." This left Lin Xin completely confused. "Armor? Condition?" Lin Xin asked. "Your Highness, please explain." Liu Zhihe glanced at him and replied, "Do you know why the late emperor was able to unite the 9 provinces and subdue the 12 Rong states, the Zhirong and the Beirong? Of course, it was based on the absolute power of the royal family. Taishu Academy is very close to the royal family, so you should know how strong it is." Liu Zhihe chuckled. "Nah, it ain't messy. No cap, this armor belonged to a legendary master. This master came from the northern frontier, trekking through 12 barbarian kingdoms to reach Great Yan. He once said, 'No one is allowed to step into the 9-leaf realm. This armor, when faced with a 9-leaf, will trigger a special force.'" "A master?" The crowd was shook, looking at Liu Zhihe. "The prince ain't lying? Is this one of the trump cards of the Great Yan royal family?" Liu Zhihe continued. "Oh yeah. The 10 absolute formation was also left behind by this master. The 10 absolute formations OPNESs has been world-renowned for ages. Even top-tier experts gotta act humble when they come to the divine capital. For a millennia, everyone thought the 10 absolute formation originated from the Confucian school. But now it seems that's BS. Just how many secrets are the royals hiding?" After a long silence, Lin Xin opened his mouth and said, "Does your Highness want this old man to wear this armor and fight Jilaomo?" "That's right." The crowd exchanged glances. Even Lin Xin, who's lived this long, can't help but feel uneasy. "How can your Highness prove this armor is legit? 9-leaf is already a legendary existence. If Jilaomo doesn't show peak 9-leaf style, I'm afraid even the cultivation world won't believe 9-leaf exists." "You have no choice," Liu Zhihe said grimly. Lin Xin was speechless. "If you still don't believe it, pick up the armor and take a look. Who else in the world can make this?" Liu Zhihe spat out each word. Lin Xin's fingers trembled slightly. He bent down and took out the armor. It was heavy, over 100 pounds, but not too much for cultivators like them.
Li Yinxin carefully examined the armor in his hand.
As the Grand Master of the Taishu Academy and an 8-leaf powerhouse, Lian Xin was thrilled when he saw the exquisite formation patterns on the armor.
It's so magical.
Never seen anything like it. The other elders, with their lower cultivation, obviously didn't understand. Liu Ji was sure Lian Xin would get it, so he smirked smugly. Did you really think His Majesty would blatantly research how to reach 9-leaf just because of some unreliable legends? No wonder. No wonder. Don't look anymore, the formation patterns on the armor are unique and can't be replicated, Liu Ji said. Lian Xin tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. What are your highness's conditions? Liu Zihe stood up, put his hands behind his back, and said, This prince wants to share the burden for my father. As you know, the underworld sect is blatantly invading the 9 provinces. A great battle is about to happen in Great Yan's Yu province. Your entire Taishu Academy must act and assist Commander Gi Qingqing. Lian Xin wasn't surprised. He'd already guessed this outcome. If the Taishu Academy wants help from the divine capital, they gotta put in the work to repay it. Lian Xin nodded slightly and said, Okay, this old man agrees with your highness. Liu Zihe stepped down from the steps, walked up to Lian Xin, and patted his shoulder.
Don't feel like you're getting a raw deal.
If you survive this, the royal family will reward you with 5 leaf opening pills. Don't forget the Big Dipper Library completely obeys the royal family. Thank you, your highness.
Lian Xin bowed. The war in Yung province is tense, you better get going ASAP.
This prince will tell you one more thing to put your mind at ease. Liu Jihe lowered his head and whispered into Lian Xin's ear. I wonder what the content was, but Lian Xin suddenly widened his eyes, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Then he respectfully bowed to Liu Zihe and said,
Thank you, your highness, for the guidance. I'll handle it myself. Farewell. Liu Jihe didn't stay, turned around and walked straight out of the council chamber. Lian Xin hurriedly said, Zhu Wenlian, go see His Highness off.
I told you to go, so go now. The second elder Zhu Wenliang nodded and quickly walked out. Lian Xin instructed again. Xiaoshan, lead 1,000 core disciples to Yu province to support Commander Gi. Grandmaster, can the prince's words be trusted? Zhao Shan asked blankly. Lian Xin's tone sank. His face was extremely serious. Just do it. Yes. Ever since these guys told Lian Xin to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion to beg for forgiveness, Lian Xin had buried an unnamed anger in his heart. Now he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. As long as he could survive this calamity and work together to help the divine capital, then he might be able to step into the 9-leaf realm in the future. What great lifespan calamity. What grandmaster would all become a thing of the past? Not long after Zhao Shan left, Zhu Wenliang returned. Zhu Wenliang glanced at the armor in the box and whispered, Grandmaster, is this armor really that OP? Can it really stop a 9-leaf? It can't be fake, Lian Xin said with his hands behind his back. In the past, this old man was fortunate enough to enter the inner treasury of the divine capital. Here, there were many weapons and natural treasures inside. The person in charge of the inner treasury was Princess Yun Zhao. And Princess Yun Zhao once said that 9-leaf really exists.
The second elder Zhu Wenliang bowed and said, With the Grand Master taking action, the Taishu Academy will finally be saved.
Lian Xin glanced at him and said, These few days, this old man wants to be alone and quiet to study the plan to deal with Jilaomo. Move the armor to my room. Yes. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and felt the extraordinary power that filled his body. He opened the system interface and found that the Earth Book had no movement at all. Can't comprehend at the same time? If there's another extraordinary force, that would suck. It's no different from Lu Zhao having to spend twice as much time to comprehend. To verify this, Lu Zhao opened the Earth Book interface and began to try to comprehend the talisman inside. But the Earth Book interface did not show the talisman. Lu Zhao sighed. The Earth Book is indeed very difficult to comprehend. Lu Zhao closed the Earth Book interface. At this time, he found that a task had just appeared.
Find the Earth Book remnants?
Lu Zhao frowned. That's too much. The human scroll didn't torment people like this. Disciple greets master. Ming Shiyin's voice suddenly came from outside the door. What's the matter?
The Taishu Academy requests an audience. Only then did Lu Zhao remember that he was too focused on the heavenly book and forgot about this matter.
Taishu Academy keeps testing Motion Pavilion. If they don't give a reasonable explanation this time, Lu Zhao ain't gonna let it slide.
Stepping out, he saw Ming Shiyin standing respectfully outside.
Lu Zhao casually asked, Just you? Only Ming Shiyin has been showing up these past few days. Where the hell are the other disciples?
Ming Shiyin scratched his head. 5th sis and 8th bro are total chads. They've already chopped their golden lotuses for a reboot. As for the others, your disciple has no clue.
Just then, A hurried voice came from outside. Fourth! Where's fourth, bro? My overlord spear technique has leveled up like crazy, you gotta believe me.
Whoosh, Ming Xinyin vanished. No wonder that dude has been sucking up at Eastern Pavilion every day, so he was plotting something.
Others didn't dare to enter. Duan Musheng really didn't dare to go in, just glanced at Eastern Pavilion and noped out. Lu Zhou shook his head and headed to the Great Hall. Inside Motion Pavilion's Great Hall, Lu Zhou sat on the main seat. Besides Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng, no one else was there. Not a single sign of Motion Pavilion's former glory.
3 dudes from Taishu Academy showed up. As soon as they entered the hall, they all knelt down. Taishu Academy's second elder Zhao Wenliang greets Senior Ji. Taishu Academy's third elder Wang Jianrong greets Senior Ji.
Taishu Academy's fifth elder Zheng Gong greets Senior Ji. Damn! Last time it was benevolence, propriety, righteousness, wisdom, and trust. This time it's warmth, goodness, respect, frugality, and yielding. These names are wild. The 3 raised their heads, glanced at the scene in the hall and thought, this is really Motion Pavilion? Is it a fake? These days, tons of people are cosplaying as Ji Tiandao, and even the 9 disciples have been impersonated a bunch of times. It's practically a damn trend in the cultivation world. Zhao Qifeng said sternly, stop looking around. How dare you act presumptuously in front of the pavilion master? Senior Ji, forgive us. Zhu Wenliang hurriedly said, we sincerely came here to beg for forgiveness.
Sincere repentance? Lu Zhou looked down from above. If you were sincere, then Lin Xin should have come himself. Pan Zhong felt that the pavilion master was spitting facts, so he chimed in. You bunch of Taishu Academy morons, you think Motion Pavilion is easy to fool?
After scolding them, he felt great. Without those seniors around, he didn't feel any heavy pressure. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Gotta seize this chance to shine in front of the pavilion master. Zhu Wenliang trembled all over and quickly said, Senior Ji, please listen to my explanation. He hastily pulled out a package from behind and opened it. Please take a look, Senior Ji. Lu Zhou suspiciously looked at the item that was revealed. A set of purplish-red armor.
The armor was covered with intricate patterns. Zhao Qifeng and Pan Zhong didn't recognize it, but Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat.
The patterns on the armor looked a lot like the patterns on the coffin brought by the rural tribesmen. Senior Ji and Lin Xin colluded with the crown prince to harm you, and he said this thing could deal with 9 leaves? What a load of BS. Deal with 9 leaves? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Zhao Wenliang continued. Crown Prince Liu Zihi sent this armor, saying that it would unleash a special power upon contact with 9 leaves. I didn't believe it for a second. Please clear things up, Senior Ji. With that, he glanced around, thinking, Motion Pavilion is supposed to be full of demons. Where the hell is everyone? What are these 2 nobodies doing here? But he only dared to think about it. Whether you clear things up or not is none of your concern. Since you love lecturing others so much, why don't you tell Lin Xin to come here and beg for forgiveness?
Pan Zhong butted in. Zhao Wenliang awkwardly said, the sect master's words don't even count in front of the ancestral master, so what use are our words?
Wang Jianrang, who was kneeling behind him, hurriedly said, Please clear things up, Senior Ji. The 3 of us have sincerely come here to beg for forgiveness. That old fart Lin Xin clearly wants to drive Taishu Academy to its doom. After all, we are the elders of Taishu Academy. How can we just stand by and watch the sect go down?
Lu Zhou remained silent, slowly stepped down the steps, and stood in front of Zhao Wenliang, carefully examining the armor in his hand.
Lu Zhao's palm slightly lifted, and the armor floated in the air. Every single pattern on the armor was incredibly detailed and exquisite. Zhao Qifeng had previously copied the patterns on the coffin, so he felt very familiar with this type of pattern. He exclaimed, This thing is similar to the coffin. Lu Zhou stroked his beard while examining it. Zhao Wenliang raised his head and said, Crown Prince Liu Zihi said that this armor would automatically activate a special energy upon encountering 9 leaves. HMPH. Only kids would fall for such a petty trick. Liu Zihi wants to use Taishu Academy to contain Motion Pavilion, deliberately throwing out a piece of junk armor to create conflict between the 2 sides. Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Wenliang. Why are you so sure? Because it doesn't make sense. If there really was a method to deal with 9 leaves, then when the 7 great sects besieged you, the crown prince should have brought it out, right? Why hide it and let the sects suffer such a miserable fate today?
Zhao Wenliang replied. Lu Zhou did not deny his words. After all, Zhao Wenliang's words were quite reasonable. It's just that when Motation Pavilion was besieged, no one believed that 9 leaves existed yet. If Lin Xin wore this armor, no 8-leaf could hurt him.
So the opponent would definitely have to use 9-leaf power to kill Lin Xin. If so, then it's understandable why Liu Zihi gave the armor to Lin Xin. Senior, please be the judge, Zhao Wenliang shouted. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lu Zhou turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled. Put it on, huh? Zhao Wenliang was stunned, not understanding what Lu Zhou meant. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Pan Zhong urged, "Put it on when you're told. Why so much nonsense?" Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Wenliang didn't dare to be disrespectful, hurriedly putting on the heavy armor. After putting it on, he still knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Zhao Wenliang."
Zhao Wenliang stood up fearfully. Just as he straightened his body, he saw Lu Zhou raise his hand and strike out with a palm.
He didn't expect Lu Zhou to suddenly attack him. Before he could react, the palm print had already struck his chest. Bang! Zhao Wenliang bent over backward like a bow. Wang Jianrang and Zhang Gong frowned. The second elder was sent flying. That palm print didn't immediately disappear, but its remaining force continued to strike Zhao Wenliang, sending him flying to the middle of the courtyard, where the force dissipated. Zhao Wenliang fell to the ground with a thud, his bones feeling like they were broken, extremely uncomfortable, and there was absolutely nothing special about his strength. Wang Jianrang was the first to react, shouting, "Well done! This thing is indeed a fake!" Zhang Gong echoed, "Lin Xin is too despicable, daring to put the entire Taishu Academy in danger." Almost got fooled by Liu Ji. Lu Zhu's palm only had the cultivation of a 2-leaf nascent divinity realm, not a real 9-leaf. This old man is also very helpless. If you want this old man to unleash a 9-leaf palm technique, this old man can only give up. No matter how strong or weak, Lu Zhu is still a genuine 2-leaf. Pan Zhong naturally didn't miss the opportunity to brown nose. Pavilion Master's control of the palm print has reached the pinnacle of perfection.
Zhu Qifeng's eyes widened. Zhou Wenliang struggled to get up, standing outside the courtyard, bowing to Lu Zhu.
Senior's palm strike is truly powerful. This armor is truly useless. He covered his chest, enduring the pain as he walked into the main hall. Lu Zhou continued to examine the array patterns on the armor. They weren't activated even once.
Lu Zhou felt that this item was genuine.
Similar to that coffin, perhaps only a real 9-leaf could activate it. While Lu Zhou was still doubtful, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. "Master!
Your palm print is so dazzling, this disciple can see it clearly from afar."
Zhu Honggong entered while chattering away. The 8th gentleman Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng saluted at the same time. The 3 Taishu Academy elders turned their heads, seeing a fat man entering the main hall, secretly feeling doubtful.
"This is Ma Tian Pavilion's 8th gentleman Zhu Honggong?
Is that all? Me? Wang?" When Zhu Honggong walked to the 3 people, the flattering expression on his face immediately disappeared. After passing them, a flattering attitude reappeared. His ability to switch expressions had reached the level of perfection.
Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng completely admitted defeat, recalling how clumsy they had been when brown-nosing just now. Pan Zhong sighed softly.
The 8th gentleman and they were truly worlds apart. "What's the matter?" Lu Zhu asked. Zhu Honggong replied, "4th senior brother asked this disciple to tell master that Taishu Academy and the royal family have long been on the same side. Isn't Ming Xinyin also at the Ma Tian Pavilion? Is there even a need to relay the message?"
Zhu Wenliang heard this, and hurriedly knelt down, pleading for explanation. "Senior, please be the judge."
"That was just the idea of that old geezer Lin Xin. It has nothing to do with the 3 of us." Lu Zhou calmly looked at them, his face showing no expression. "This old man can sense your sincerity. Leave the armor behind." Zhao Wenliang was overjoyed, immediately taking off the armor. The 3 of them bowed, and thanked him at the same time.
"Thank you, senior, for your clear judgment. Acquired 3 merit points."
However, the 3 of them just calmed down, and started sweating again after hearing that. If it was truly just Lin Xin playing tricks, then this old man will spare you. But for now, take them away. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng bowed. "Yes, senior, please be the judge."
"Senior, every word I said was true. Senior!"
While being dragged away, Zhao Wenliang couldn't understand. He clearly didn't say anything wrong, right? What the hell is happening? The 3 were imprisoned in a warehouse in the North Pavilion.
The warehouse was dark and gloomy, without even sunlight. In the warehouse, Wang Jianrang said, "Elder Zhu, will your plan actually work?"
"Don't worry, it will definitely succeed."
Zhao Wenliang clasped his hands and said, "At least old Demon Ji didn't attack us, right?"
"The problem is that it has now been confirmed that the armor is fake. How can Lin Xin deal with old Demon Ji?" Wang Jianrang asked. Zhao Wenliang raised an eyebrow. "Real or fake doesn't matter, as long as old Demon Ji believes that Lin Xin is colluding with the Crown Prince. If Lin Xin dies, and the headmaster Xiao Shan goes to Yu Province, then Taishu Academy will definitely belong to us 3 brothers. Old Demon Ji is a 9-leaf after all. How can we easily fool him?" Wang Jianrang nodded. "Big brother Zhao is still the most insightful."
Zhao Wenliang snorted softly. "People die for money. Birds die for food. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den?"
Hearing the words tiger's den, Zhang Gong said softly, Ma Tian Pavilion doesn't seem as scary as we imagined.
Zhao Wenliang nodded in agreement. That's right. After interacting with him just now, I think old Demon Ji isn't as hot-tempered as rumored, and he's even someone who can reason.
So what should we do next? Wang Jianrong asked.
Staying here is fine too. Once that trash Lin Xin dies, old Geezer Ji will let us go. Listen up, you ain't allowed to say a damn word out Line, got it?
Zhu Wenliang warned. Yes. Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the South Pavilion, 4 elders were surrounding a set of armor. Leng Luo, Pan Lichen, Hua Wudao, and Zuo Yushu were all checking it out. After hearing about the Taishu Academy, they all went into thinking mode. Then, Lu Zhou finally spoke up. What do you 4 think?
Leng Luo replied. The array patterns on this armor are hella complex. I've never seen anything like it.
Can't believe someone could make something like this.
I concur, said another. Hua Wudao chimed in. The 3 looked at each other. Well, duh.
Lu Xiao looked at Zuo Yushu, who was still silent. Zuo Yushu glanced at the 3 old geezers and said, Big bro got this armor from Lin Xin. That's right. Lu Zhao suddenly remembered that Zuo Yushu was an Yuho schoolmaster, so she and Lin Xin were technically bros. Zuo Yushu frowned. Can't believe Lin Xin was in cahoots with the crown prince.
I just remembered something. What is it? Back when I first hit 8 leaves, I was invited to the palace to meet the emperor.
The emperor and I discussed the insights from breakthroughing to 8 leaves.
At the time, the emperor asked if I wanted to break through to 9 leaves. I laughed and said there's no such thing as 9 leaves. Now that I think about it, the royal family must have known about 9 leaves for a while. This armor definitely belongs to some 9 leaves master, Zuo Yushu said. Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan were shooketh. The Enho school really knows their array patterns. If I'm not mistaken, once this array pattern is triggered, it'll unleash a crazy powerful force that even 8 and 9 leaves can't withstand. Everyone gasped. And Zhu Honggong looked like he couldn't believe it. That strong? Of course. You're still young and ignorant. The Enho school is the most knowledgeable about formations in the cultivation world. It ain't something new. Understood. Zhu Honggong bowed. Lu Zhao nodded, then suddenly raised his hand, and the armor floated in the air.
The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong quickly backed away. They all saw a faint blue light between Lu Zhu's fingers, with 4 seal characters spinning around.
Absolute, heaven, chi, will. The palm seal hit the armor directly. When Lu Zhao thought the special power on the armor wouldn't be triggered, the armor suddenly resonated with a loud, Wuzhong! Get out of here, Lu Zhao said sternly. The 4 elders immediately leaped away. Wait for me. Zhu Honggong turned tail and ran. The armor glowed with a dark red light. Lu Zhao didn't leave but stared at it. What kind of power can deal with 9 leaves? Uong uong. The armor vibrated non-stop, and the crimson lines on its body slowly spread like red flames throughout the armor. Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Should I use the fatal block card? He sensed an extremely dangerous and weird energy forming, and at this point, Lu Zhao understood. The Heaven Scroll. Humanity is considered the power of 9 leaves or higher. The Heaven Scroll can trigger the special power on the armor.
Voom, 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 Sect Master. The powerful energy instantly enveloped the courtyard. Get back!
Zuo Yushu grabbed Zhu Honggong and flew away. So it really is a power that can rival 9 leaves. Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan praised from afar. The dark red energy spread across the sky, then slowly dissipated into the air, and everything returned to silence. The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong were still watching from afar. Even though they were once 8 leaves masters, they still felt extremely shocked when they sensed that weird energy. The 4 frowned as they looked at the wide courtyard. No one dared to speak. No one dared to move.
Zhu Honggong suddenly sat down on the ground and wailed, Master! Master!
You can't die. Master. The 4 old men stared blankly. Die from what? Isn't that a bit much? But they weren't sure if the Sect Master was okay. In their hearts, the Sect Master was a true 9 leaves master. So even if this armor could unleash 9 leaves power, if the Sect Master used his full strength, he should be able to withstand it, right? Rustles. Strange noises suddenly came from the surrounding buildings. Crash. All the rooms in the courtyard collapsed like tofu. Dust flew everywhere. That powerful red energy had sliced all the buildings into crumbs. The cuts were extremely sharp. Master, you're dead. Your master is fine. That's great. The dust dissipated, and everyone's vision became clear. They saw Lu Zhao still standing in the same spot, not moving, his arms relaxed, his whole body covered in a blue energy, unharmed. Acquired Earth Scroll Fragment. Reward 1,000 merit points. Earth Scroll Fragment. Lu Zhao opened the system interface to check, and sure enough, he saw all the self-symbols of the Earth Scroll being activated, starting to dance. This scene was exactly like when he first obtained the Heaven Scroll. Humanity.
This meant that Lu Zhou could now comprehend the Earth Scroll, went to the ends of the earth looking for it, and stumbled upon it by chance. What a steal. In addition, Lu Zhou noticed that the fatal block card hadn't been triggered, which meant that the all-annihilating divine power had completely neutralized the array pattern's energy. Looks like Lu Zhou got a bargain this time. Sect Master is godlike. Big Bro's methods are extremely admirable. Even though I don't know this move, I can confirm that it far surpasses 8 leaves. Even Hua Wudao said with admiration. When I first came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I still wanted to spar with the Sect Master, even if I lost. Now I have no such thoughts at all. Daring to see the Sect Master as an opponent? I was ridiculously foolish back then. These characters are for worship only, not to be surpassed, ya feel? Those 4 slapped so fast it looked like a damn horse farm, leaving Zhu Honggong speechless. WTF? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Zhou was like, "Yo, 8th, why you sitting on the ground like a damn toad?" Zhu Honggong slapped himself a few times. "Master, this disciple is reflecting. And then he slapped himself some more. Lol, whatever. Lu Zhou just snagged the Earth Scroll, so he's in a good mood and doesn't give a damn about Zhu Honggong's dumbassery. Lu Zhao's orders. Tell Lin Xin, I've changed my mind. I want his head within 7 days. Chop chop. Lu Zhou steps out of the courtyard. Scoring the Earth Scroll inside that armor was a total win. When the red array went boom, Lu Zhou knew someone had embedded a fragment of the Earth Scroll into the armor. Clever bastards. The heavenly scroll in Xunhua's tomb remained intact for ages. Turns out the armor lasted centuries thanks to the Earth Scroll fragment, their so-called special sauce. Zuo Yushu approached and bowed. Elder brother, Lin Xin was once my fellow disciple. Can I handle this personally? Lu Zhou glanced at Zuo Yushu. If you were still an 8-leaf, sure, but you've severed your golden lotus and rebuilt. How can you deal with him now? Zuo Yushu slowly raised her staff and tapped it lightly on the ground. A non-golden lotus avatar appeared behind her, with 2 lotus leaves swirling around. Thanks to your help, elder brother, I'm now a 2-leaf nascent soul realm, flexing hard. She couldn't help but show off a bit. Zuo Yushu had every right to be proud. From severing her golden lotus to reaching 2-leaf in such a short time? Total prodigy. Lu Zhou shook his head. 2-leaf is still a bit weak. Zuo Yushu looked awkward AF. Zhu Honggong chimed in. Don't lose heart, Elder Zuo. I'm only 1 leaf. What a simp. Someone at my level going out there is basically handing my head over on a silver platter. Zuo Yushu wobbled, barely standing. Elder Zuo, I'm fine. Zuo Yushu glared at Zhu Honggong, and she was pissed. Talent, cultivation, experience, technique. Zuo Yushu was miles ahead of Zhu Honggong in every aspect, yet he was breathing down her neck. Stay here and focus on cultivating. There'll be plenty of opportunities to show off later. Lu Zhou finished speaking and turned to leave. Farewell, master. Lu Zhou returned to the East Pavilion, not rushing to comprehend the Earth Scroll. Based on his experience comprehending the Heavenly Scroll's human scroll, Lu Zhou knew that entering the comprehension state for the first divine power would cause him to lose consciousness for a short time. His cultivation is too weak right now, plus, the royals are watching Mao Tiangel like hawks. If they truly have a way to deal with 9 leaves, then that armor is just one piece of the puzzle. Being cautious, Lu Zhou decided to intimidate them once more. The next day, a flying letter was sent to the Taishu Academy's headquarters. The content of the letter immediately sent shivers down the spines of everyone at Taishu Academy. The elders hastily convened a meeting. Where are Zhao Zhaowenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong? Lin Xin asked the elders. Ancestor, the 3 elders went out yesterday and haven't returned yet. Lin Xin frowned. Forget them. Ancestor, Ma Tiange sent a message. This time, they want your head. How dare they be so insulting? The Crown Prince's visit last time gave these old pigs a bit of backbone. Lin Xin said calmly, I've decided. 3 days from now, I will challenge Ji Laomo on Dangyang Peak. Someone, a disciple entered. Yes, disciple. Bring out my armor. Yes. Soon after, 2 disciples brought in a chest. Lin Xin looked at the chest, his spirits high. Success or failure depends on this. Immediately afterward, the news of Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin's challenge to Ji Laomo spread like wildfire. Total chaos. Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin is only an 8-leaf expert. How dare he challenge Ji Laomo? All sorts of rumors spread throughout the cultivation world. That afternoon, Hengquan Academy also received this news. Headmaster Shi Hong immediately convened an emergency elders meeting. You've probably heard the news. Lin Xin wants to challenge Ji Laomo on Dangyang Peak. What do you think? Shi Hong asked. Is Lin Xin out of his mind? When they were both 8-leaf, Lin Xin wouldn't dare mess with Ji Laomo. Now that he's entered 9-leaf, he's not trying to commit suicide, is he? The 3rd elder finally spoke. I heard Crown Prince Liu Zihe visited Taishu Academy. giving them a boost. A boost? Unless the divine capital has someone who's advanced to 9-leaf, or they're moving the 10 absolute formation to Dangyang Peak.
The elders were arguing loudly. Sect leader Shi Hong shook his head and said, "Our Henghua Sect's elder Zhang Shan is probably dead at the hands of the Evil Sky Pavilion.
The Evil Sky Pavilion's next target is our Henghua Sect."
Everyone was shocked and scoffed.
The Taishu Academy is basically laughing at others today, and tomorrow others will laugh at them.
Second elder, lead the people to Dangyang Peak
and secretly observe the battle.
Yes.
At the Beidou Academy, Dean Zhu Yunkai summoned several disciples and instructed,
"I heard that Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin is going to Dangyang Peak to challenge Ji Laomo. You guys go and investigate the truth, but absolutely do not interfere, remember."
Disciples obey. Zhu Yunkai nodded. If Lin Xin fails, then pretend you didn't see anything. If Lin Xin wins, immediately send a flying letter.
Yes.
At the same time, Tianxing Academy, the forces in the divine capital, the crown prince's entourage, the forbidden army's forces, and the remaining forces of the 10 famous sects that were slaughtered by the Evil Sky Pavilion all sent people to the area near Dangyang Peak to secretly observe the battle.
3 days later, on the top of Dangyang Peak, the sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the snow was warm and pleasant.
Taishu Academy's ancestor Lin Xin sat in meditation in the middle of a circular mound. 2 disciples stood not far away, already drenched in sweat.
"Has the news spread?"
Lin Xin suddenly asked. Reporting to ancestor, "It's been spreading since the day before yesterday." Lin Xin looked up at the sky. "Bring the armor for this old man to wear." Disciples obey.
The 2 disciples opened a box,
took out the armor, and respectfully presented it in front of Lin Xin.
Lin Xin glanced at it and asked,
"Why is there an extra cloak on the outside?" "Elder Zhu said this can help you increase your style," one of the disciples replied. What does someone as old as Lin Xin need vanity for? But now he suddenly felt that he should still look more imposing. "Fine, there must be many sects wanting to see this old man lose face. I have to show them." After putting the armor on Lin Xin, the 2 disciples stepped back. "Ancestor, we can only rely on you this time," Lin Xin replied. "This old man knows. The people of other sects, even the people of Taishu Academy, think this old man is crazy, but how would they know how the crown prince has contacted me?" "Ancestor, what kind of power is that?" "You will see." Lin Xin stroked his beard and nodded. The 2 disciples were bewildered. On the surrounding mountains, a group of cultivators glided through the air and hid in the corners of the mountains, staring at the top of Dangyang Peak. The sun gradually set in the west, and Lin Xin turned to look at the Evil Sky Pavilion.
There were no cultivators flying in the vast sky, so he snorted, "Ji Laomo, in the end, you are still afraid and dare not come."
Ancestor is right. The later Ji Laomo arrives, the more confident Lin Xin is. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a flying chariot with a long tail like a shooting star suddenly appeared from the horizon. The cultivators hiding in the nearby trees exclaimed, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-piercing flying chariot is here. It's finally here." The people hiding around immediately widened their eyes, not daring to miss any details. "It's here! It's really the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-piercing flying chariot. I'm a little scared. What if Ji Laomo summons a 9-leaf avatar to kill us all? Get lost!" Lin Xin was stunned, looked at the cloud-piercing flying chariot, and then raised his voice. "You've come just in time! You guys retreat!" "Yes!" The 2 Taishu Academy disciples kept retreating until they were far away from the circular mound, leaving Lin Xin alone standing there. The speed of the cloud-piercing flying chariot was very fast. From the time it appeared on the horizon to the time it reached the top of Dangyang Peak, it only took a few breaths.
Lin Xin coldly snorted and raised his head and said, "Ji Laomo, you've finally come."
The cloud-piercing flying chariot slowly stopped, but no one answered. "Ji Laomo, come out and let this old man experience what the power of the 9 leaves is like." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a spear shadow was thrown from the flying chariot. The spear shadow was as fast as lightning, flying in an arc. Lin Xin said disdainfully, "With such a trick, even if this old man doesn't open his protective astral energy, it won't do anything to me. After all, this armor has the power to deal with 9 leaves, and the array patterns on it are so delicate that it's hard to imagine." Lin Xin had studied it very, very carefully. He was sure that this armor was unique. 9 leaves could activate its special power, but anything below 8 leaves couldn't break through it, let alone this spear.
Lin Xin didn't bother to dodge.
Puff! Just as it got close, the tip of the spear suddenly spun like a drill, accelerating the stab, piercing through the armor. Not good. Lin Xin reacted extremely quickly. In the instant the armor was pierced, he forcibly burst out with astral energy and leaned to dodge. However, the tyrant spear was already too close.
The dodge only helped Lin Xin avoid a vital point, but the spear still easily pierced through his waist.
The battle is over. No 9 leaves, no gorgeous elder seals or astral energy flowers, and no earth-shattering fight. The spectators stood frozen in place, their faces twisted, as if someone had shoved a pound of dog SHT into their mouths. Only like this? Another person felt the same way. Duan Musheng standing on the flying chariot. Duan Musheng always liked to go all out when he made a move. He couldn't let the Evil Sky Pavilion be suppressed in terms of momentum, so Duan Musheng threw the tyrant spear in a head-on attack. But no one expected that Lin Xin, a dignified 8-leaf expert, would be pierced by a single spear. Duan Musheng couldn't help but look at his hand, thinking to himself, am I really that powerful? Just one spear pierced through an 8-leaf? WTF, who would believe this story if I told them? Lin Xin lowered his head and looked down, his eyelids twitching. The tyrant spear pierced through his waist, blood flowing out, soaking the stone mound. The hot sunlight shone down, and the blood quickly began to dry. How? How could this be? Lin Xin took off the armor. Swish! It wasn't an armor with unique array patterns at all. It was clearly just a common armor worn by soldiers. A fake! Lin Xin's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he gently slapped his hand. Boom! The tyrant spear was knocked away. Lin Xin didn't care about his injury. He only wanted to force the tyrant spear out. Duan Musheng jumped down, gently lifted his hand, and retrieved the tyrant spear. On the top of Dangyang Peak, Evil Sky Pavilion's 3rd senior Duan Musheng held the tyrant spear, tilting his head to look at his opponent. Lin Xin staggered backward, forcibly pressing his acupoints to keep himself from falling. Seeing this, all the spectating sects were lost in thought. After a long while, Lin Xin clutched his chest and muttered, I understand. I understand now, ha. Understand what? Duan Musheng asked. Everyone wants this old man dead. The elders of the Taishu Academy, the disciples, even the crown prince, all want me to go to my death, haha. Duan Musheng said, you deserve to die. That's right, this old man deserves to die. Although Lin Xin barely managed to stop the bleeding, the previous spear strike had severely injured his internal organs. This old man wants to talk to Ji Laomo. He looked up at the flying chariot. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou stood up and walked to the edge of the flying chariot, looking down and saying to Lin Xin, do you have any last words? Seeing Lu Zhou, Lin Xin's spirit shook. In my entire life, this old man has never feared anyone, except for you, Ji Tiandao. This old man doesn't want to explain much. Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, are you done talking? If possible, this old man wants to exchange a few moves with you before I die. A powerful primal qi erupted from Lin Xin's body, becoming more and more concentrated, his aura also increasing sharply. He chose to burn his qi. This was probably Lin Xin's last-ditch effort before death. A move that burned his qi left the distant observers dumbfounded. From afar, Lin Xin looked like he was on fire, burning his qi, even before officially fighting. But Lu Zhou coldly replied, you can't even beat my disciple, and you want to fight me? Lin Xin's eyes widened, staggering back a step. That's right. You can't even block a single move from his 3rd disciple. How can you ask for a fight? Duan Musheng stepped forward, not afraid of the 8-leaf cultivator in front of him, especially since this person was heavily injured. Lin Xin said to Duan Musheng, if it weren't for this armor, you wouldn't have had the chance to wound me. The weak always make excuses. Duan Musheng stomped his foot and flew over. Countless spear shadows appeared, stacked on top of each other. Clang! 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 Get lost! Boom! Duan Musheng was blasted away by the immense force, spinning in the air, retreating backward. 8-leaf is strong. In the moment of primal qi eruption, the wound on Lin Xin's waist suddenly burst open. Lin Xin cried out in pain. At this moment, all the primal qi in Lin Xin's body stagnated and then dissipated. Grand Ancestor! A figure rushed over, swoosh! A cold light flashed across Lin Xin's chest and abdomen. His qi was torn open. Widening his eyes, he looked at the figure that just left. A confident smile bloomed on the attacker's face, holding a weapon that looked like both a saber and a hook, surrounded by a dense primal qi, restrained within. And the 2 Taishu Academy disciples standing behind Lin Xin did not move at all. Lin Xin was the grand ancestor of Taishu Academy. He had never felt so stifled in his life. He felt like he had completely fallen into someone else's trap, sinking deeper and deeper step by step. Damn it, all of this is a dirty trick. Lin Xin cursed loudly. Sorry, even if I have to be despicable, I can't let you survive. You can't even beat me, and you want to fight my master? How? How? Sigh. Lin Xin lowered his head, looking at his torn chest and abdomen, filled with resentment. He looked up at the flying chariot, using all his strength to say loudly, you win! After that, Lin Xin chose to accept his fate. He closed his eyes and fell backward. Thud. Grand Ancestor Lin Xin of Taishu Academy died in Huangquan Star before he even had a chance to fight the masters of the Nether Sect. Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points.
Duan Musheng stabilized his body, landed in the air, and turned to say to Ming Shiyin, "For the sneak attack."
Ming Shiyin hurriedly said, "Fourth senior brother, it's all thanks to you striking first, causing him to be heavily injured. Your spear was truly earth-shattering, able to pierce through the body of an 8-leaf powerhouse."
Duan Musheng nodded slightly. "You're not bad either, thank you, third senior brother, for the praise."
While the two were busy bragging, the Taishu Academy disciples standing nearby were frightened and quickly turned to run away. Only Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng didn't pay attention to such insignificant figures. At the same time, the sects that came to watch were shocked by the result. Lin Xin was an 8-leaf master, yet he didn't even have a chance to fight Ji Laomo. How could they not be afraid? The news of Lin Xin's death immediately spread. Beidou Academy hid in a corner, waving their hands and retreating. "We didn't see anything, let's go." The people of Beidou Academy quickly turned around and left. The disciples of Henghua Academy blinked. A dignified 8-leaf master, actually killed by the disciples of the Nether Sect. How can this be explained? Inform the sect leader. Lin Xin is dead. Ji Laomo hasn't even made a move. The most devastated were the remnants of the 10 great sects, who originally thought they could use Taishu Academy to avenge their grievances. But Lin Xin's death dealt them an even heavier blow. Is the Nether Sect truly invincible under the heavens? Sigh. I overthought it. How ridiculous. How can 8-leaf win against 9-leaf? It's too damn funny. If I were Ji Laomo, I would have summoned the 9-leaf avatar and killed all the people of Taishu Academy. Ji Laomo is still too merciful. As the saying goes, when weeding, you must remove the roots. That's exactly right. Just as the spectating cultivators were preparing to retreat, the Nether Sect's flying chariot suddenly set off, flying towards the Taishu Academy's headquarters. On the flying chariot, Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin had returned. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently, looking towards the highest tower in Taishu Academy. Ming Shiyin said, "The formation eye is on top of the tower. They probably wouldn't dare to stop us." Before long, the flying chariot flew to the Taishu Academy's headquarters, stopping next to the tower. The Taishu Academy disciples looked up at the flying chariot, unable to understand. The cultivators who hadn't left were also stunned. What exactly is Ji Laomo planning to do? Wait, hold up. Is he trying to breach the barrier and go full-on massacre at their HQ? The Taishu Academy disciples ain't daring to step 1 foot outside that barrier. In the cultivation world, the reason major sects can stand tall for so many years without falling is all thanks to protective formations. Back when the 10 great sects besieged the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Golden Court Mountains barrier bought them a lot of time. What the hell is the Evil Sky Pavilion planning? The Taishu Academy is a Confucian sect, and Confucian sects are all about formations. Breaking their barrier ain't gonna be easy. Damn right. Is Ji Laomo planning to pull a scorched earth move? Maybe. Either way, the 8-leaf dude couldn't break this barrier. While everyone was still debating, Lu Zhou, standing on the cloud-piercing flying chariot, raised his hand. Blue light emanated from his fingertips, and the 4 massive seal characters, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom, appeared. The Taishu Academy disciples looked up at the Confucianist pagoda, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom. Whoosh! Palm facing down, he pressed down. Severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom slammed into the pagoda, shattering it into pieces, scattering rubble everywhere. The massive palm print continued to strike the barrier. When the two collided, a horrifying scene unfolded. The palm print struck the barrier like glass, creating 5 finger-shaped holes, instantly dimming the entire massive barrier. But the palm print didn't stop, continuing to press down. Boom! The pagoda was swallowed by the palm print, sinking lower and lower. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Until severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom touched the ground, the whole world went silent. The tallest pagoda in the Taishu Academy's headquarters was flattened in an instant, leaving behind the imprint of 5 fingers in the ground. This pagoda was the formation eye of the Taishu Academy. Destroying the formation eye means the Taishu Academy's barrier can't be repaired. Without the barrier, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can waltz in and out of the Taishu Academy as they please. Anyone who wants to beat you up can. Taishu Academy is done for. Totally screwed. If Lin Xin's death was a heavy blow to them, then this one move, severing sanctity, abandoning wisdom, completely plunged them into despair. The elders were filled with regret. Why did we have to mess with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Why didn't we insist that Lin Xin go and apologize? Too bad. There's no regret potion in this world. The cultivators watching outside the Taishu Academy struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. A voice suddenly came from the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. This is a small punishment for you. With that, the cloud-piercing flying chariot flew away, but not in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, the cultivators watching had only one thought in their minds. Don't mess with the Evil Sky Pavilion. The dignified barrier of the Taishu Academy was destroyed in an instant by a single palm strike from the Evil Sky Pavilion's Grandmaster. Half an hour later, the cloud-piercing flying chariot appeared above the Henghua Academy headquarters. The elders and disciples of the Henghua Academy didn't know what had happened at the Taishu Academy yet. Everyone was looking up at the cloud-piercing flying chariot in the sky. Immediately afterward, they saw a sword seal emanating blue light slowly descending, with a delicate small sword radiating a strange runic energy in the middle. Swish! The sword seal collided with the barrier, emitting a dazzling light, then pierced through the barrier, stabbing straight into the ground. Boom! The Henghua Academy's barrier was shattered by a single sword strike. After the light dissipated, the cloud-piercing flying chariot changed direction again and flew into the clouds. In the imperial city, the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Lu Zhou was happily admiring the calligraphy and paintings before him, occasionally humming a few lines. Your Highness, the result of the battle between Lin Xin and Ji Laomo is in. A eunuch respectfully reported from behind. Lu Zhou snorted lightly. I'm afraid Ji Laomo didn't expect the imperial family to have such a strong trump card, letting him gain the upper hand and be arrogant for so long. Your Highness, the result is, without waiting for him to finish, Lu Zhou interrupted. There's no need to say more. I will personally explain the matter of the armor to Father. Father is currently in seclusion. I will handle the remnants of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou smiled confidently. When Father breaks through to 9 leaves, unifying all races will be within his grasp. After speaking, Lu Zhou turned around and saw the eunuch still standing there, so he asked suspiciously, What are you still doing here? The eunuch stammered, his whole body trembling, and then knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. Lin Xin couldn't defeat Ji Laomo and died in battle at Dangyang Peak. Crown Prince Lu Zhi's body trembled violently, his eyes slowly widening as he looked at the eunuch who was constantly kowtowing. He used a tone that was both dignified and deep, saying, Repeat that again. Lin Xin couldn't defeat Ji Laomo and died in battle at Dangyang Peak. The eunuch truthfully replied, knowing that he couldn't hide anything in this situation, even if he was terrified. Lu Zhi's eyes flashed with fire, his expression extremely complex. How could this be? He couldn't accept this result. Didn't the armor trigger its special power? Reporting. Your Highness, Ji Laomo didn't even make a move. Lu Zhi was stunned. I can't believe it. Even if the special power wasn't triggered, the defensive power of the armor was already very strong, and with Lin Xin himself being an 8-leaf master, how could Ji Laomo kill Lin Xin without making a move? Was it Yu Zhenghai or Yu Shangrong? Liu Yi asked in a deep voice. Ji Laomo didn't make a move then? It can only be his 2 strongest disciples. But Yu Zhenghai is busy with work in Yu province. How could he have the energy to run over there and kill Lin Xin? Moreover, everyone knows that Yu Zhenghai and Ji Laomo have a feud. Could it be Yu Shangrong? Sword Devil. The eunuch finally replied. It was Duan Musheng. The Evil Sky Pavilion. Liu Zhi's expression completely changed, and he said in a deep voice, Duan Musheng has reached 8 leaves. Your Highness, Lin Xing underestimated his opponent, so he was stabbed through the stomach by Duan Musheng with a spear. The armor was useless. The eunuch gave the whole rundown. Liu Zhi frowned. The armor didn't work? WTF? Unbelievable! When Liu Zhi held the armor, he tested it a few times. A normal nascent divinity realm cultivator couldn't do jack to it. How could this be? The eunuch continued. After Lin Xin died, Ji Laomo struck twice. 1 palm shattered the barrier of the Taishu Academy, 1 sword shattered the barrier of the Henghua Sect. Liu Zhi didn't want to hear anymore. He closed his eyes and growled, Get lost! The eunuch was so scared he scurried out. Liu Zhi muttered, Do I really have to invite that old geezer out of retirement? Or should I keep looking for that mysterious master? Liu Zhi frowned, unable to think of a good solution. At the same time, news of Lin Xin's death at Dangyang Peak spread like wildfire. That wouldn't be a big deal, but Ji Laomo broke through the barriers of 2 major sects with 1 move. The whole cultivation world was shook. They used to rely on the barrier to hide, but now the Mothersking Devil Sky Pavilion can break barriers like it's nothing. Who dares to oppose them now? Even the Yuntian Luo, 3 sects with more than 2 layers of barrier protection have to think twice. What about the small sects? LOL. This is why Lu Zhou chose to make a move. With the barrier, he can cultivate in peace. Gotta flex on these hoes. When the cloud shuttle returned to the Devil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin said, Master's palm and sword shattered the barriers. No one will dare to underestimate the Devil Sky Pavilion anymore. Duan Musheng nodded. Of course. With second senior brother back, the Devil Sky Pavilion will return to its peak sooner or later. As the cloud shuttle landed on the tower in the 5 pavilions, a flute sound came. The flute sound was sometimes fast, sometimes soft, and sometimes like a downpour. Hearing the flute sound, Ming Xingyin sighed. Oh crap, Hai Luo is summoning a bunch of savage beasts again. Ming Xingyin had the best view as he drove. He saw a red-maned, snow-white steed descending from the clouds. Golden light flashed in its eyes as it circled the Evil Sky Pavilion. Thinking of the celestial dog, Ming Xingyin quickly reported, Master, a savage beast is invading. Duan Musheng shouted, You monster! He leaped into the air and thrust the overlord spear towards the steed. Nay! The steed suddenly raised its head and neighed before flying away. Duan Musheng was stunned. Did that monster just run away scared? From inside the tower, Xiao Yanher flew out and scolded, Third senior brother, it's all your fault. Huh? Duan Musheng scratched his head. He didn't understand. We were about to catch that horse. Just a little bit more. The flute stopped. Hai Luo smiled sweetly in the tower and said gently, You're back. Lu Zhou stepped out of the shuttle. At this moment, Hua Yuexing flew over from afar, pulled back the bowstring, and shot. The arrow chased the steed, but gradually dissipated. Hua Yuexing frowned. This horse is so weird. No matter how I shoot, I can't hit it. Stop, Lu Zhou said calmly. Hua Yuexing turned around and bowed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The 4 elders came out of the room, as well as many female disciples, and Fan Zhong, Zhu Jifeng, and others. Pavilion Master, you're back just in time. This monster has been causing trouble outside the barrier since morning. The elders are all in seclusion and can't do anything about it, Hua Yuexing said. Zhao Yan'er said angrily, Master, if it weren't for Hai Luo stabilizing its mind, the barrier of Golden Court Mountain would have been broken. It's so annoying, everyone complained. They were all dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of this troublemaking steed. It seemed they had been tormented by it. Lu Zhou said nothing, only stroked his beard and looked into the distance. The steed stopped some distance away, still stepping on a cloud. Lu Zhou turned to Hai Luo and asked, Did it say anything? Hai Luo understands beast language and should be able to talk to it. Hai Luo shook her head. It doesn't want to talk. Lang Luo clasped his hands. Even Hai Luo can't subdue it. This kind of steed is hard to tame and might cause trouble. This old one suggests the Pavilion Master kill it, to protect the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. This old one also suggests killing it, Fan Litian said. Zuo Yushu added, This old woman finds it strange. Golden Court Mountain is a human territory. Powerful savage beasts usually don't come here to cause trouble. Why is there a steed now? Perhaps this is a conspiracy by the alien race. Don't forget that the alien envoy Ban Nalan once brought a coffin here. If a savage beast like a celestial dog goes on a killing spree, it will cause a bloodbath, Hua Wudao said. As everyone was worried, Lu Zhou suddenly spoke. Relax. Don't rush. Stepping on the void, Lu Zhou took a step and went several zang, standing on the roof of the Evil Sky Pavilion, looking up at the steed in the distance. The Pavilion Master is about to attack. That damn monster is so screwed. Let's see what the Pavilion Master's arrow tastes like. Fan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng looked up at the sky eagerly. Lu Zhou didn't summon the unnamed, but waved his sleeve and said calmly, Jiliang, get down here. The sound waves spread like thunder, shocking everyone. The name of this steed is Jiliang? Seriously? Is it going to listen just because he said so? Are you kidding me? They respect him, but Lu Zhao's actions were baffling. Savage beasts are hard to tame. If not, you'd see people riding savage beasts all over the streets. Besides, even Hai Lu Gao can't control this Jiliang horse. Everyone only dared to think in their hearts. At this moment, the steed suddenly neighed and ran towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone held their breath. Is this horse going to crash into the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier? You beast! Pavilion Master, please kill it! Or shoot it through the heart! When the steed reached the outside of the barrier, Lu Zhou waved his hand and opened a hole. What the hell? Many exclaimed in surprise. Why did the Pavilion Master let it in? The steed entered the hole, gradually slowed down, and calmed down. It obediently walked to Lu Zhou. Nay! It didn't attack or act violently. Instead, it knelt down in the air. A total simp. Savage beast subdued? Everyone's tripping. What just happened? Wasn't this horse supposed to be all cocky and arrogant? Why is it suddenly so obedient and well-behaved? The 4 elders' faces are priceless. Hua Yuexing bowed and asked, Master, how? How did you do that? Lu Zhou stroked his beard, smirking, looking even more unfathomable. Seeing the look of admiration on everyone's faces, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. HMPH. That's just my personal charm. Lu Zhou reached out and gently patted Jiliang on the back. He he he! Jiliang neighed happily. Hai Luo, the translator, happily said, It's saying hello to everyone. Saying hello? Hua Yuexing and the others were dumbfounded. That doesn't look like saying hello at all. It's clearly showing off its fangs. Everyone fearfully took a step back. Better safe than sorry. A beast is still a beast. You can't just trust it, Lu Zhou casually said. Don't be afraid. He patted Jiliang's back again. Jiliang stood up, and its 4 hooves launched towards the crowd. Everyone screamed and hurriedly backed away. Jiliang arrogantly raised its head and stood tall in the crowd. These guys are all the elite of the Monation Pavilion, figures that the cultivation world fears upon hearing their names, yet now they're acting timid and scared in front of a horse. Seeing that Jiliang didn't intend to attack, everyone finally calmed down and began to surround it for a closer look. So arrogant. Who are you looking down on? Pan Zhong stood in front of Jiliang's nose and said. Jiliang neighed softly, as if responding to Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong clicked his tongue in wonder. Wow, so well behaved. Hai Luo covered her mouth and giggled. It says you're trash. Everyone burst out laughing. But even though they were laughing, no one dared to do anything to it. Zuo Yushu gazed at it for a moment, then clasped her hands and said, May I ask where you found this magnificent steed, brother? Lu Zhou descended from the sky and said, I once went to the northern land of no return. There are many savage beasts there. Back then, my reputation was earth-shattering. Never mind. A savage beast like this has extremely high intelligence and must have submitted to me back then. Now that it has appeared at the Mosian Pavilion, it can be considered to have traveled thousands of miles to join us. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just making stuff up. Why it came isn't important. The fact that Jiliang is standing in front of you now is what matters. Jiliang raised its head and neighed twice. Hai Luo continued to translate. It says that's right, the master's got skills. Respect, respect. Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, To be able to subdue a divine steed, it seems that when the master was in the northern land of no return, he did something earth-shattering. Listening to everyone's flattery, Lu Zhou felt very satisfied. Then, he waved his hand and said, Jiliang. Jiliang understood, turned around, soared into the sky, stepped on the clouds, ran into the forest of Golden Court Mountain, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Zhou looked at the Lantian jade flute hanging on Xia Luo's waist, and said softly, Hai Luo. Hai Luo reached out her hand. Yes. Hai Luo had become accustomed to extending her wrist towards Lu Zhou. Since returning from Penglai Island, Lu Zhou had not yet checked her cultivation status. Now, after checking, sure enough, Hai Luo's 8 extraordinary meridians had become much more solid. In other words, Hai Luo is now a genuine Tongshuan realm cultivator. Someone who had never cultivated before started from the Tongshuan realm. Who else can do that? Follow me. Lu Zhou released her hand. Yes. Without another word, Lu Zhou turned and walked towards the East Pavilion, with Hai Luo obediently following behind. The 4 elders watched them leave, shaking their heads and sighing softly. Ming Xinyin suddenly asked, Why are the 4 elders sighing? I'm lamenting that it won't be long before the Motion Pavilion has another cultivation genius. Pan Liantian. Zuo Yushu watched them leave, muttering, If that kid wasn't taken by Da Shixiang, I'd snatch her as my disciple even if it killed me. Elder Zuo, hold up, Pan Liantian chimed in. If I got a disciple like that, I'd give her this gourd without a second thought. Pan Zhong's eyes went wide, totally lost. Leng Luo glanced at them, then said, In the past, I'd destroy anything I couldn't have, but now that the pavilion master wants her, I'm happy to step aside. Hua Wudao stayed silent. These 8 Lotus big shots loved to brag. He was too smart to get involved. Little girl, how many leaves have you got now? Zuo Yushu asked Yanshire. Yanshire shyly touched her hair, replying, Only 3 leaves. Only? Her only maid Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng want to puke blood. The 4 elders of the trampled golden lotus were, at most, 2-leaf. Yana was leveling up faster than them. Ming Xinyin said, Little Shimai, need Shixiang's help? Don't! Yan Care firmly refused. Anyone who touches my golden lotus is getting their head smashed. Yeah, she even waved her tiny fist at everyone. Everyone subtly backed away. The kid was more polite now, but even more possessive. Best not to mess with her. Inside the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou led Hai Luo into the hall. Do you know why I called you here? Hai Luo shook her head. Lu Zhou slowly sat down. I'm asking you, do you want to cultivate? Cultivation is like this. Lu Zhou raised his hand, yuan qi vibrating in his palm, forming a wisp of qi. The qi turned into a blade, a spear, a staff, a halberd, changing rapidly. Hai Luo's eyes lit up. She pointed at the qi, grinning. So fun! I want to learn to play fun too. Lu Zhou felt helpless. But then again, cultivators in their youth had 100 strange reasons to start cultivating. Wanting to fly, wanting to ride swords, wanting to control fierce beasts. Let me test your comprehension. Having talent is one thing, but comprehension is also important. Hai Luo nodded, sitting down on the futon next to him, holding her breath and focusing. Qi at the Dantian. Can you feel the yuan qi in your Dantian like seawater?
Try to guide it. Lead it into your meridians, and out of your body. That is yuan qi. Solidifying qi into form creates gang qi.
Lu Zhou had never patiently guided a disciple like this. Maybe he sensed her extraordinary talent and intended to take her in.
Very good. Lu Zhou saw that Hai Lu Yo had successfully moved the yuan qi. This yuan qi had existed in Hai Lu Yo's body since she opened her 5 senses. Though pitifully small, it's enough for her to learn the basics.
Just then, Hai Luo looked up at Lu Zhou, seeming unsure. Is it like this?
Hai Luo raised her right hand, a buzzing sound resonating in her palm.
Then, a gang qi shaped like a chicken egg appeared, hovering. Lu Zhao's eyes widened. This is body tempering, training the body's flexibility, especially the Dantian's qi si, increasing its capacity to bear yuan qi and gang seals.
It enhances the sensitivity of the 5 senses,
helping the body conduct yuan qi, sense the condensation of yuan qi, and elevate the will. When the will is strong enough, yuan qi can be condensed into gang qi.
The higher the cultivation, the firmer the will,
and the more freely one can control yuan qi.
But still, even if this girl was naturally at the mystic enlightenment realm, she couldn't condense qi into form this fast, could she? How could Lu Zhou not find this strange?
Hai Luo thought she hadn't done well, she whispered. I'm sorry, I can't turn it into a sword shape.
Cough, cough.
This kid wants to reach the heavens in one step. Condensing gang qi into an egg shape was already impressive, and she wanted to make a sword?
Calm down, must stay calm.
Or, how would he guide her in the future? Lu Zhou stared at Hai Luo intently. I ask you, are you willing to follow me in cultivation?
Hai Luo's face lit up with joy,
but she didn't agree immediately. Instead, she put her finger to her lip, seeming to think.
Lu Zhou frowned slightly.
Countless people across the land want to become my disciple. Don't be unappreciative. Me accepting you is your blessing. Then, after cultivation, can I fly on my own?
Hai Luo asked.
Yes. Can I condense a giant golden figure like Yanher Gerge?
Hai Luo asked hesitantly.
Yes. Can I defeat those monsters?
Hearing this, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to answer.
With Hai Luo's talent, she could control all kinds of fierce beasts. Even powerful beasts like the heavenly hound listened to her, so why defeat them?
You're afraid of them?
When there's no flute, they're very fierce, Hai Luo replied.
She had a point. Hai Luo couldn't control her talent yet. If it weren't for the powerful divine steed, the flute sound would have attracted many fierce beasts.
Besides, having such talent, and not cultivating, would be a waste. When you step onto the path of cultivation, those fierce beasts will automatically stay away from you, Lu Zhou said. Hearing this, Hai Luo immediately nodded solemnly. Then I'm willing to follow you in cultivation.
Good!
Lu Zhou pointed to the futon in front of him. Then kneel here, perform the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, and acknowledge your master.
Hai Luo obediently followed, stepping in front of Lu Zhou and respectfully kneeling down. Originally, Lu Zhou should have informed everyone on the Evil Sky Pavilion to attend the apprenticeship ceremony, but he didn't like such troublesome formalities, so he skipped it. However, the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows were essential. First, to remind Hai Luo that apprenticeships required respect, and second, to make her wholeheartedly submit to him.
A master for a day is a master for life. With this kowtow, she would officially enter the sect.
Master's training mission increased to 10 out of 10.
Ji Tiandao's master-disciple system officially removed.
Reward.
System upgrade card X1. Reversal card X10. 10,000 merit points. Added mission. Strict master produces excellent disciple. The system upgrade card can increase the system's authority.
The strict master produces excellent disciple mission, closely monitors the disciple's diligent cultivation for at least 3 months.
The non-stop system notifications caught Lu Zhou off guard. Back when he first got isekai'd, he'd heard the master-disciple quest complete announcement, but didn't think much of it. Turns out, it's only being officially resolved now.
Don't you dare ditch me, oh great system of mine!
Lu Zhou mentally pleaded as the system interface popped up.
Phew, still here.
Chill out, you're supposed to be a stoic old geezer, remember? Lu Zhou stared at the system upgrade card. Upgrade permissions? What the hell does that even mean?
He tapped the card, and the system chimed in.
System upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 5 months. All other system functions will be temporarily unavailable.
Use card?
Nah, hold up, Lu Zhou pondered. Losing system access is kinda sus, and 5 months? That's a long-ass time. What if some haters come knocking on Evil Sky Pavilion's door while he's upgrading? Unacceptable.
The 4 elders of the disciples ain't strong enough yet. Good thing he just trashed Lin Xin and messed up the Taishu Academy and Henghua Academy to show Siram who's boss.
Lu Zhou checked the quest interface again. Strict master, excellent disciple. Closely supervise your disciples, hard cultivation for at least 3 months. Use? Lu Zhou nodded and closed the system interface. His gaze landed on Hai Lu. Stand up, Lu Zhou said casually. Yes. Hai Luo happily bounced up. Gotta call you master. Yes, master! Hai Luo bowed awkwardly, mimicking Yan Zhen. Lu Zhou waved his hand, sending a cultivation manual flying towards Hai Luo. This is a basic breathing technique. Cultivate according to this, every day. If you don't get something, ask your teacher. This basic cultivation manual is the first step every cultivator takes to enter the profound connection realm. It's a method to increase vital energy in the body and develop the Dantian Qi Si. Only after completing this should you start choosing a cultivation path. Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism. Combine it with your talent and preferences to pick what suits you best. Thank you, master. Hai Luo beamed, clutching the manual. Lu Zhou was expecting a system notification about merit points, but nada. He got merit points for all returning disciples, but not Hai Luo. Lu Zhou was a bit disappointed. Hai Sheng Sheng Ming Yue, Tianya Gong Qishi. Does he really have to follow those lines when taking in disciples? Lu Zhou wondered. No point in jumping to conclusions. If so, he can always take another disciple later. Besides, Hai Lu Keo's talent is no worse than his first 9 disciples. She'll definitely be a great asset in the future. Thinking about it made Lu Zhou feel much better. Someone, a voice came from outside the door. At your service, Pavilion Master. Inform everyone to gather in the main hall. Yes. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, everyone was present, except Lu Zhou. The 4 elders, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, Zhu Honggong, and Yue Za, stood on one side, glancing at the door, waiting for their master. The others stood on the other side. Wonder what's up with master today, making such a big deal out of it. Ming Shiyin wondered aloud. Chill. Don't rush. You'll find out when the pavilion master arrives, Pan Lishan said. Just then, Lu Zhou entered the hall with Hai Luo. The 4 elders were crafty old foxes. One look at Lu Zhou with Hai Luo and they knew what's up. They immediately bowed and said in unison, Congratulations, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou led Hai Luo to stand before everyone and announced, I have 2 matters to announce. The hall went silent. From today onwards, Hai Luo is officially my 10th disciple. Everyone nodded internally. Everyone knows that Evil Sky Pavilion's requirements for taking in disciples are super strict. Countless people want to become disciples of this legendary founder. Even talented guys like Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng couldn't catch his eye. You can see how hard it is. Pan Zhong and Zhu Qifeng looked at Hai Luo with envy. They and the other female disciples bowed in unison. Greetings, 10th senior sister? Hai Luo looked awkward. Lu Zhou glanced at her. She understood, nodded slightly, and went to Duanmu Sheng and bowed. 3rd senior brother. Hello, junior sister. Facing a little girl like Hai Luo, Duanmu Sheng didn't want to show his usual grumpy face, so he forced what he thought was his best smile. Hai Luo went to Ming Shiyin and bowed. Greetings, 4th senior brother. Junior sister, remember to cultivate hard. If you need to chop a golden lotus, come find me, Ming Shiyin said with a smile. Hai Luo quickly went to Zhao Yu and greeted her. 5th senior sister. Zhao Yu smiled and replied, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll give you a welcome gift later. Thank you, senior sister. Hai Luo bowed to Zhu Honggong. Greetings, 8th senior brother. Junior sister is so polite. Zhu Honggong happily replied. Finally, she went to Yan Zhen. Before Hai Luo could speak, Yan Zhen said, From now on, you're our little junior sister. I'll protect you. Thank you, 9th senior sister. You're the best, Hai Luo said. Then, Hai Luo bowed to each of the elders. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Hai Luo was now officially a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. 4th, inform 7th about this. Disciples should know each other. Lu Zhou continued. 2nd matter. I will be going into closed-door cultivation for 5 months. During this time, Evil Sky Pavilion disciples are not allowed to leave without permission. Everyone looked puzzled. Pavilion Master already has 9-leaf cultivation. Why does he need to cultivate in seclusion? Could it be he wants to become even stronger? Yeah, that's gotta be it. We respectfully obey Pavilion Master's orders. We respectfully obey Master's orders. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, nodded, and said, You guys stay. The rest, dismiss. Except for the disciples. Everyone else left the main hall. Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou walked down the steps, scanning his disciples. While I'm in seclusion, you must all cultivate diligently. Your disciple obeys, Master. Li Yongxiao knew that just saying that wasn't enough. The mission of a strict master producing outstanding disciples wasn't easy. He had to make sure these disciples cultivated seriously, so he added, When I come out of seclusion, I will test you all. If I find anyone lazy or trying to slack off, I will punish them severely. The disciples trembled, remembering the feeling of getting their asses whooped if they disobeyed. Good old days. Not.
Seeing that his disciples didn't dare to say a word, Li Yongxiao continued. Hai Luo has just joined the sect. Remember to take care of her and guide your little junior sister. Thump. Zhu Honggong suddenly knelt down, banging his head on the ground like a madman, and said, Please rest assured, master. Your disciple will definitely cultivate diligently. Little junior sister is new to the sect, and as her senior brother I will definitely help her wholeheartedly and relieve master's worries.
Simp! The other disciples were dumbfounded. Old Eights might be shameless, but he always knew when to step up.
Li Yongxiao nodded in satisfaction.
Very good. Master, why do you suddenly want to go into seclusion?
Zhu Honggong asked, puzzled.
The other disciples were also curious, all looking at their master.
Li Yongxiao glared at him.
What? Do I have to report my actions to you?
Zhu Honggong hurriedly kowtowed and apologized.
Your disciple wouldn't dare. Your disciple knows his place. Then, he slapped himself hard across the face with a resounding crack. Ouch!
The other disciples were still dumbfounded.
Bring out the formation diagrams on the coffin.
Yes.
At this time, Li Yongxiao stood up and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you may leave.
Farewell, master. The disciples bowed in unison. This time, Li Yongxiao didn't return to the Eastern Pavilion, but went into the secret chamber.
As soon as he entered, Li Yongxiao began to inspect the secret chamber. After being repaired, it had been restored to its original state, and even seemed more solid than before. Li Yongxiao sat cross-legged on the futon. Not long after, Duan Musheng brought the formation diagrams and respectfully left. Li Yongxiao carefully examined the formation diagrams. Sure enough, they were no different from the formations on the armor.
Redrawing the formations was simple. The difficulty lay in manipulating such a complex formation. The level of control over primal chi needed to be higher than the 8 Leaves realm.
Where did this person come from? Li Yongxiao recalled the notes in the ancient texts and sighed inwardly. Is it really impossible to reach 9 leaves? Even now, Li Yongxiao didn't dare to be certain. Although he had a method to sever the Golden Lotus and the experience of Yun Tianluo's advancement to 9 leaves, he still couldn't be 100% sure that 9 leaves truly existed.
After all, Li Yongxiao wasn't 9 leaves himself. After thinking for a moment, Li Yongxiao shook his head and discarded all distracting thoughts. Instead of thinking about useless things, I should focus on comprehending the Heavenly Book.
Li Yongxiao opened the Heavenly Book interface and clicked on the System Upgrade card to use it. As soon as he recited the words, the System Upgrade card turned into specks of starlight and merged into Li Yongxiao's body, disappearing in an instant. At this time, Li Yongxiao noticed that except for the Heavenly Book section, the system interface had turned gray. Next to it, a progress bar appeared with the words, Upgrading.
Li Yongxiao looked at the Earth Scroll interface.
His first impression was that he couldn't understand it. He didn't recognize a single character. But thanks to his experience comprehending the human scroll, Li Yongxiao took a deep breath and tried to cram the characters into his brain. Whether I understand or not doesn't matter. Just pretend I understand. A moment later, Li Yongxiao entered a state of unconsciousness, without sound or sensation. The whole world had been isolated outside.
Specks of blue starlight began to appear on Li Yongxiao's body. Liang Prefecture City, General's Mansion. Si Wuya, holding intelligence reports, casually walked into the main hall, seemingly in a good mood. Seeing Si Wuya's expression, Yu Zhenghai asked, What good news do you have that makes you so happy, my dear brother?
Indeed, there is some good news, Si Wuya replied. First, Grand Ancestor Lin Xin of the Taishu Academy was killed in one move by third senior brother. This matter has spread throughout the cultivation world. Our third junior brother is incredibly brave, Yu Zhenghai asked in surprise. Si Wuya recounted the story of Crown Prince Liu Jihe colluding with Lin Xin, and then analyzed.
Master's actions disrupted the barrier between the Taishu Academy and the Henghua Academy. This is a good thing for the Nether Sect.
Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. That's right. Second, in Yu Prefecture, the command of Commander Gi Qingqing now has only 4 deputy generals left. That mysterious expert has written all their names on his death list.
The morale of Yu Prefecture is very low. It seems the time for the Nether Sect to strike has come, Si Wuya said. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai sighed and replied, It's a pity that we can't befriend such a heroic figure who is secretly helping us.
Why should eldest senior brother feel regret? Experts have their own personalities and preferences. If it's something that benefits us, then just let him be. Si Wuya is right. Yu Zhenghai nodded. The third piece of good news is that we have a new little junior sister,
Si Wuya said with a smile.
Yu Zhenghai was stunned and frowned. Another little junior sister? I didn't believe it at first, but fourth senior brother sent a letter, so I have no choice but to believe it.
Si Wuya gave the letter to Yu Zhenghai and continued. No one knows our little junior sister's real name. All we know is that her current name is Hai Luo. She is proficient in music, understands beast language, is at the profound connection realm, has naturally opened her 5 senses, and can condense chi into gang.
Eldest senior brother, don't look at me like that. That's right, she is the little girl who was sacrificed on the heavenly sacrifice platform.
Such powerful talent startled Yu Zhenghai.
He sat down, read the letter carefully, and muttered, "He's so old, yet he still has the energy to take in disciples?"
Si Wuya shrugged. Master probably broke through to 9 leaves. His lifespan has increased a lot, so he has the energy to take in disciples. Moreover, in 4th senior brother's letter, he said that Master has issued strict orders for the other disciples to cultivate hard and not leave the Devil Heaven Pavilion without permission.
Yu Zhenghai's body trembled slightly, as if remembering an unpleasant memory. Sigh, he's old and likes to play the good teacher. Well, who told him to be a 9-leaf master? Whatever master says, goes. Hai Luo, I just hope she's as lovely and gentle as 9th junior sister, and doesn't cause trouble. Yu Zhenghai received 200 merit points. Li Yongxiao, immersed in a state of unconsciousness, probably didn't even notice the notification.
Si Wuya shook his head again and said, "But I always feel that this girl is a bit strange."
Why do you say that? A profound connection realm cultivator by birth, proficient in music, does eldest senior brother believe it?
Si Wuya asked.
It does seem a bit odd. What are your thoughts, dear brother? When I returned to the Devil Heaven Pavilion, I stepped into Master's room and saw a painting hanging on the wall with the words, "At sea, a bright moon is born. We share this moment though far apart."
Si Wuya finished speaking, then turned and waved to his subordinate. "Bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone." Soon after, the subordinate brought the stuff. Si Wuya raised his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote this word on one side, and the names of his fellow disciples on the other.
Eldest brother, please take a look. Yu Zhenghai looked at the paper on the table. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shengrong, Duan Musheng, Ming Shiren, Zhang Yue, Tiangxin Si Wuyai, Zhu Hong, Gong Shishu, Yan Nhi Hai Luo. What the hell is this? Yu Zhenghai was so shocked his jaw dropped. So you suspect that from the beginning, Master wanted to accept 10 disciples?
Si Wuya said, "That's not right." Yu Zhenghai pointed at the name Hai Luo. "If it's really as you say, then why doesn't that girl Hai Luo's name have the word she?"
Si Wuyai replied, "I asked Hua Zhongyang. That girl is simple and naive. She doesn't even know her own name?" Yu Zhenghai's eyes lit up. Could it be that this girl is Master's illegitimate child, who was lost outside? Cough, cough, cough. Si Wuyai almost choked because of Yu Zhenghai's words. Yu Zhenghai said, "Don't be surprised, my good brother. I'm just joking. It's a good thing Master isn't here, or he'd beat us all up for saying that." Speaking ill of Master behind his back is not Si Wuyai's style. I have investigated many classics and historical books, including the masterpieces left by the sages, but I couldn't find the origin of this poem. With Master's ability to not even understand half a line of poetry, how could he write such a stunning verse? Si Wuyai said doubtfully. Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands. The great world is full of strange things. During his peak, Master traveled all over the 9 provinces and 4 seas, heard many strange and bizarre stories, and thus learned some rare poems, which is normal. Si Wuyai nodded. For now, that's the only explanation. Good brother, the current situation seems promising. Let's talk business.
Yu Zhenghai wasn't very interested in poetry. He chatted about these things just to humor Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai then put these thoughts aside. Open the map of the 9 provinces. There's only half a year left, so we must act quickly. I think tonight is the best opportunity. Shocking words. Yu Zhenghai didn't expect it at all. So urgent? A surprise attack will catch the enemy off guard. Good. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and patted Si Wuyai's shoulder. What you say is exactly what I think. Inside a room in the general's mansion in Yu province, a woman with a heroic aura stood in front of the mirror, tidying up the high bun hidden in her helmet, a sword hanging at her waist, only revealing a fair face with balanced features. General Gi, you are truly a remarkable woman, not inferior to any man. The defense of Yun province can only rely on you. The person next to her was bootlicking. This woman was one of the 8 great commanders, the only woman among them, Gi Qingcheng. Gi Qingcheng said disdainfully, "You think Yu province can be defended?" The vice-general hurriedly knelt on one knee. "General, you are our support. You must be firm." Trash talk. Gi Qingcheng frowned, her hand on her sword. 4 of the 8 great vice-generals have died before the war even started. The Yuming sect is currently like the sun in the midday sky. How can I stop this? The vice-general stammered. Xizong, the sect leader of the Taishu Academy, has brought 1,000 disciples to support Yu province, which can provide some assistance to the general. Cut the crap.
Gi Qingcheng raised her hand to stop him, not wanting to continue. As night fell, at the west gate, a huge black flying ship slowly moved across the sky, while Yu Province City was completely silent. Several cultivators in the city simultaneously looked up at the night sky. What is that? The darkness of the flying ship covered the vision. Everyone rubbed their eyes, then widened their eyes to look. A blade flew out from the flying ship. That blade showed a faint glow, then the light suddenly burst out, the blade aura expanded, and in an instant it grew 10 times larger. A vortex circle shot out, and when it fell on Yu Province City, it brought countless starlight. This was the famous knife technique of the Yoming sect leader, Bei Xuan Tianjiang Xuantian. Starlight! Not good! The Yuming sect is here. Boom! Before the alarm smoke could be lit, one move of Daishuan Tianjiang had broken through the west gate, and tens of thousands of Yuming sect members immediately rushed in, shouts ringing through the sky. On the flying ship, Yu Zhenghai stood with his hands behind his back, observing the battle situation below. Good brother, what do you think? Eldest brother's knife technique is truly shocking and admirable. Si Wuyai looked in amazement at the Daishuan Tianjiang just now. Yuming sect cultivators quickly flooded into Yen Province City, killing any city guards they encountered. The flying ship slowly advanced, unstoppable. In the southern sky, amidst the dark night, a figure stood with his arms crossed, observing the situation below. He looked towards the west gate and shook his head, muttering, "Clumsy knife technique, boring tricks, limited killing effect. Only good looking." He continued to watch the battle but had no intention of participating, because the defending cultivators were too weak. So weak that they were uninteresting, unable to arouse even a bit of his interest. After waiting for a while, he saw about 1,000 people forming a team and flying into the air. Perhaps because his position was too dark, and his Qingbao Ji robe blended with the night sky, these people didn't see him at all. Shit! The leader raised his hand. Sect leader, what now? Avoid the sharp edge, let's go around and leave Yu Province, and attack Jing Province. The group nodded. Unexpectedly, Yu Zhenghai is so powerful, avoiding him is indeed a good method. A portion of the core experts of the Yuming sect are in Liang Province, to guard against foreign races. Jing Province was originally where Yu Zhenghai personally sits, so if we attack there, it will naturally be empty and unguarded. Ji Laomo destroyed my Taishu Academy. I swear I won't be human if I don't avenge this. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above the group. Sorry, who are you avenging? Sect leader Zhao Shan was startled and looked up, and at this time they saw a Qingpao swordsman floating in the night sky. Swish! A sword with a blazing red light flew out from behind the Qingpao swordsman. The sword changed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, and in an instant, the sword aura was all over the sky. Boom! A Kongjin Lian law body carrying thousands of sword auras shot towards the Taishu Academy group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sword aura pierced into the chests of the 1,000 disciples as easily as stabbing tofu, with almost no resistance. Xiao Shan summons his Dharma body, soaring to block the sword's power. But as he ascends, Yu Shangrong chuckles, gripping the longevity sword and stepping forward. Illusory images flicker on the sword's edge, swirling with 5 lotus petals. Before he arrives, the lotus petals attack first. The 5 sharp lotus petals shred Zhao Shan's protective chi. The longevity sword follows closely, stabbing forward. Shik! Zhao Shan's Dantian Chi Si is cleaved open. Feeling a chilling sensation in his abdomen, Zhao Shan's heart sinks, and he yells, "Let's die together!" Oof! Yu Shangrong, taking the brunt of the attack, feels the chi crashing into his face. He raises his sword. The sword's aura surges like an overflowing sea. In that instant, the sword devil's descent reappears. Yu Shangrong focuses all his spirit, fully dealing with the situation before him, each sword swing meticulous and cautious, the shadow of the sword cutting across the sky like the wind. On the giant Lian, the nether sect's Yu Zhenghai looks towards the southern city. Under the dark night, he can't clearly see the moves and figure of the opponent, but that giant Dharma body is very eye-catching. 6 Zhang Dharma body. Without Golden Lotus. Yu Zhenghai is secretly shocked. Not shocked by the opponent's cultivation, but that after being stripped of the Golden Lotus, he could rebuild to 5 leaves. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Senior brother. That's sword chi. The opponent is likely a swordplay master who has been secretly helping us, Si Wuya says. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's eyes light up, and he hurriedly says, "If it's really him, I must go take a look. Junior brother, I'll be back in a moment." Saying that, Yu Zhenghai hastily leaps out. Si Wuya quickly grabs Yu Zhenghai's arm, saying quickly, "Senior brother, please prioritize the big picture. Currently, the Nether Sect wants to seize the opportunity to take Yung Province. The situation seems to favor the Nether Sect, but the Divine Capital has many experts. No one can be sure that some expert won't suddenly jump out. At that time, if 8-leaf Yu Zhenghai isn't here to hold the line, things could easily be flipped. The Divine Capital's 8 great commanders, and the Confucian School's experts, aren't pushovers. Yu Zhanghai sighed softly. Ah, what a pity. Hua Zhongyang, have your subordinates assist this friend, if possible. This sect leader wants to share a drink and chat with him. Until we're both wasted, Yu Zhanghai said. Your subordinate obeys. Hua Zhongyang jumped off the flying chariot. The seven-leaf Dharma body appeared without hesitation. Seeing the giant Dharma body overhead, the cultivators defending the city all scattered and fled for their lives, scared out of their wits. But Hua Zhongyang's target wasn't them, but Nanyu Shangrong City. In Nanyu City, Yu Shangrong glanced at the seven-leaf Dharma body rushing towards him from afar, shaking his head and saying, how boring. He deliberately slowed down the sword qi. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Shan's vast gang qi struck Yu Shangrong, sending him flying backwards. Senior, Hua Zhongyang exclaimed, not having clearly seen Yu Shangrong's face. Even though Hua Zhongyang was a seven-leaf nascent soul realm cultivator, he didn't dare to act recklessly before a five-leaf cultivator who had severed the golden lotus. This senior title was the greatest respect for the other party. Yu Shangrong used the force to retreat, his Dharma body dissipated, and his figure flashed, flying towards the forest outside the city. Hua Zhongyang shouted, opening his seven-leaf Dharma body, his nascent qi surging, the sky filled with turbulence, all dispelled by the Dharma body. Retracting his Dharma body, Hua Zhongyang glanced at Zhao Shan falling down. Xiao Shan of the Taishu Academy, it's like you have a path to heaven but you don't take it, and you barge into hell without a gate. Looks like Ji Tiandbao's lesson didn't teach you anything. Hua Zhongyang's hands combined to form a hand seal, and several palm prints struck towards Zhao Shan. Bang! Struck directly in the chest by the palm print, Zhao Shan fell, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Hua Zhongyang didn't even bother to look at him, immediately turning around and flying towards the forest. The forest was extremely quiet. Except for the wandering primordial qi filling the air, there was no sign of the other party. So fast. Hua Zhongyang hovered in the air, carefully observing the forest, then hesitated for a moment, deciding not to go deep inside. Hua Zhongyang clasped his hands and said, our sect leader greatly admires you, Senior. He ordered me to invite you to visit the underworld sect once. I hope Senior will give us the honor. The voice echoed in the forest, still completely silent, with no response. Hua Zhongyang understood that the other party was an expert, and continuing to chase would be futile. Senior's swordsmanship is superb, surpassing even Erxian Sheng of the Mocasian Pavilion. It's a pity that we couldn't meet today. This junior takes his leave. Hua Zhongyang turned and left. The forest remained as quiet as before. After a long while, Hua Zhongyang reappeared in the air, looking around. He's really gone. Hua Zhongyang sighed helplessly, turning around and flying towards Yuzhou City. In the silent forest, behind a large tree, Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword in his arms, whispering, clumsy acting, boring tricks. After speaking, he slowly raised his hand to stroke his chest, calming the chaotic primordial qi in his dantian. Five-leaf, after all, is just five-leaf. To be able to shatter Zhao Shan's dantian and escape unscathed is already incredibly astonishing. Also because he was accustomed to the style and work of eight-leaf cultivators, he accidentally miscalculated. Yu Shangrong tightly gripped the longevity sword in his hand, smiling to himself. Don't worry, I will return to my peak state sooner or later. Hua Zhongyang returned to the flying chariot, bowing and reporting to Yu Zhanghai. Sect leader, your subordinate couldn't catch up with that mysterious expert, he's too fast. Yu Zhanghai said unhappily. Zhongyang, you've been getting more and more careless lately. Has this sect leader treated you poorly? Hua Zhongyang knelt on one knee. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Your subordinate is incompetent. Si Wuyai spoke up to help. Senior brother, it's not Zhongyang's fault. How could an expert who can cultivate to five-leaf be easily caught? Yu Zhanghai nodded. What you say makes sense. In Hua Zhongyang's heart, it was also very bitter. During this time he was indeed having terrible luck. The Right of Heaven altar mission failed, and he even foolishly led Ji Tiandbao to the underworld sect branch, letting him beat up the sect leader. Now he couldn't even catch up to a five-leaf cultivator. It was right for the sect leader to scold him. Yu Zhanghai helped Hua Zhongyang up. You've worked hard. In Hua Zhongyang's heart he was moved, and quickly said, your subordinate wouldn't dare. Xin Wuyai suddenly pointed to the building below. Senior brother, we've arrived at the general's mansion. At this time, the underworld sect disciples had already surrounded the general's mansion. According to their predictions, Yi Qingqing should have come out to fight long ago. But for some reason, she still hadn't appeared. Not long after, the second seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flew into the air, bowing and reporting. Reporting to the sect leader, there's no one in the general's mansion. No one at all. Yu Zhanghai frowned. Si Wuyai pondered for a moment and said, very sensible, no wonder we conquered so easily. Yi Qingqing abandoned Yu Zhao early and fled overnight. Yu Zhanghai's spirits were extremely high.
and the disciples standing on the flying chariot all bowed and shouted, "Congratulations to the sect leader for capturing Lu Zhou."
The next morning, in the north of Yizhou, in a bamboo forest, one of the 8 great commanders, Gi Qingqing, was sitting in meditation, surrounded by 4 deputy generals standing guard.
"General, Lu Zhou has fallen."
"I know." Gi Qingqing picked up a water bag and took a sip, then slowly stood up. She looked towards Lu Zhou, her face without a trace of nostalgia. "General, it's getting late. Should we start setting off?"
"Not in a hurry, wait a moment," Gi Qingqing said. The 4 deputy generals were confused. If they had already abandoned Yunzhao, what were they waiting for?
"Deserting on the battlefield is punishable by death."
"General, your subordinates really can't figure it out. There's no point in running away,"
Gi Qingqing said. While they were still wondering, a green sword-wielding figure slowly approached from the north of the bamboo forest.
The 4 deputy generals,
expressions changed slightly, and immediately stepped to Gi Qingqing's side, drawing their sabers.
Gi Qingqing looked at the Qingbao sword wielder and said softly, "Step back. This general has her own plans,"
Gi Qingqing said. The 4 looked at each other, then stepped back. Gi Qingqing stood opposite the Qingbao sword-wielder. "You've come. There was an agreement. How could I break it?" The Qingbao sword-wielder smiled faintly. Gi Qingqing said, "What I promised you, I have done. I hope you can wholeheartedly abide by your promise." Yu Shangrong replied, "What is said must be done. What is done must be achieved. You left Lu Zhou, so naturally you are no longer on my list."
Hearing this, the 4 deputy generals understood who the Qingbao sword-wielder was. Recently, a swordplay expert appeared in Yuzhou City, imitating Xiansheng of the Maoxian Pavilion, writing a list of deaths. Gi Qingqing and her 8 deputy generals were all on this list.
That's why these 4 vice-generals have been on edge, never expecting that the guy before them is the legendary master.
Gi Qingqing chuckled. "Do you know why I agreed to leave Yuzhou City with you?"
"Listen up. Because every move you make, your style, your words, everything is exactly like the person I admire."
Gi Qingqing didn't hold back, just straight up said it. She glanced at him and continued, "You might think someone like me, a war veteran, is all steel and stone, not easily moved. But that's not true. In this world, the only person worthy of Gi Qingqing is him. Only he fits the image of the man in my heart. Too bad, he's from the Maoxian Pavilion, and we're like fire and water. You look kinda awkward. Do you look down on a girl like me?" A woman standing in front of someone talking about the man she admires is a bit inappropriate.
Yu Shangrong was speechless. Gi Qingqing gave a bitter laugh. "Whatever, you wouldn't understand even if I told you."
Yu Shangrong just smiled in response. "Or do you think I could just casually leave Yuzhou like that? Don't think that just because you look like him you can make me leave. After all, Yu Zhenghai is his senior brother. If I kill Yu Zhenghai, he will definitely hate me for life." Ever since Yu Shangrong debuted,
challenging one master after another, you admire him as much as the stars in the sky, from old to young, from male to female, from ordinary people to 8-leaf masters. But few have seen his true face. Those who qualify to face Yu Shangrong are usually dead by his sword. "Alright, I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving," Gi Qingqing said. "Hold up," Yu Shangrong suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Gi Qingqing asked suspiciously. "Considering your eye for talent isn't bad, I have a suggestion."
Yu Shangrong pointed his scabbard at the vice-general, to Gi Qingqing's left. "Kill him."
The vice-general suddenly shuddered, taking a step back. Gi Qingqing raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he meant. "You've deserted the battlefield. The person next to you must be someone you trust. I'm just making a suggestion. It's up to you whether you kill him or not."
Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, implying that the vice-general beside Gi Qingqing was a spy. Gi Qingqing looked at Yu Shangrong's indifferent face, then at the general who had followed her for many years. From any perspective, she should trust the person beside her.
But for some reason, Gi Qingqing felt that the man before her was more trustworthy.
"General, don't listen to his nonsense. The loyalty of this subordinate to the general is as clear as the sun and moon."
The vice-general hurriedly bowed. Gi Qingqing frowned, her aura rising.
She looked at the vice-general, Zhu Huai, and said in a deep voice, "Zhu Huai, Shen Du knows my whereabouts like the back of their hand. Did you leak the info?"
"Give me a reason to trust you. There are many things in this world that cannot be explained clearly. Even couples who have been together for decades can still doubt each other when things happen, let alone a woman who has been fighting on the battlefield all year round."
Whoosh! Zhu Huai didn't say a word and immediately turned around and darted away. If he hadn't run, it would have been fine, but once he ran, it was as good as admitting everything. Gi Qingqing shook her head in disappointment, flicked her fingers slightly, and the sword rushed out of its sheath. Dozens of sword beams shot forward, converging into an extremely large sword beam.
Just as Zhu Huai was about to summon his dharmic body, the sword beam stabbed forward, swish, piercing through his chest.
He didn't even have a chance to resist. Zhu Huai fell. Gi Qingqing indifferently turned away and cupped her hands to Yu Shangrong. Thank you for the reminder.
It was nothing, Yu Shangrong replied. Gi Qingqing found him gentle and polite, and his style of work was very much to her liking, so she asked, "May I ask your esteemed name?"
Yu Shangrong turned around, lightly tapped his toes and flew into the air, his voice echoing down. Just a false name, not worth mentioning, take care.
In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. "General!" The vice-general standing behind Gi Qingqing bowed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this person is Yu Shangrong of the Moshan Pavilion."
Gi Qingqing didn't care at first, but immediately widened her eyes when she heard this. She jumped into the air, turning her head to look around, but she couldn't see Yu Shangrong's figure anymore.
Although Yu Shangrong agreed not to kill her, it didn't mean he cared about her.
Whether it was Qin Rubing, the daughter of the king of Qi, or Gi Qingqing, one of the 8 great commanders, or a beautiful girl like a flower, admired by everyone, none of them could catch Yu Shangrong's eye.
It was like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future. Half a month later, all 5 cities of Yuzhou were captured by the Yuming sect.
The major sects in the Dayan cultivation world entered a period of rest and recuperation.
The severing of the Golden Lotus and reconstruction had entered a period of rapid development under the suppression of the Moshan Pavilion and the Yuming sect. The other sects no longer dared to cause trouble. A month later, Qingjiao fell, and 3 months later, Yangjiao fell. By this point, the Yuming sect had occupied 7 prefectures. At the same time, the speed of the cultivation world's reconstruction and leaf opening was getting faster and faster. In the southern pavilion, Ming Xinyin stealthily flew to the top of a tree, watching Duanmu Sheng diligently cultivating in the martial arts field below.
Third senior brother, from now on you are the hero in my heart, personally severing your golden lotus, truly admirable. Ming Xinyin gave Duanmu Sheng a thumbs up. After Master went into closed-door cultivation, Duanmu Sheng chose to sever the golden lotus and reconstruct, and he did it himself. What a Chad.
Fourth junior brother, come down here. If you have something to say, just say it. Nah, I'm good. Ming Xinyin speaks. Duanmu Sheng shakes his head and sighs. Why didn't you chop the golden lotus, bro? Why would I chop it? Only those trying to rush to 9 leaves need to chop it. I ain't planning on hitting 9 leaves anyway. Ming Xinyin says, so many peeps can't even reach 8 leaves in their lifetime, but they want to act all cool and chop the golden lotus. Their brains are straight up broken. Duanmu Sheng scratches his head. Makes sense. If you can't even get to 8 leaves, what's the point of chopping the golden lotus? Isn't chopping the golden lotus supposed to help you reach 9 leaves? Don't even mention 8 leaves. Even 6 or 7 leaves are precious. You'd be elder level, stone cold killers in any sect. But then, he's like, wait, hold up. Is fourth bro dissing me? Nah. I'm praising you. You'll definitely break through to 9 leaves. Ming Xinyin declares dramatically. Yeah, that's right. Duanmu Sheng is obviously aiming for 9 leaves. Why didn't 9th sis chop the golden lotus? Duanmu Sheng asks again. Ming Xinyin shrugs. Who dares touch the little ancestor if she doesn't want to chop it? True that, but on the real, breaking through to 8 leaves before chopping ain't gonna hurt nobody. The 4 great elders have already opened 4 leaves. Duanmu Sheng exclaims in shock. That fast? Ming Xinyin shakes his head. What's so fast about that? 3 months ago I sent a letter to 7th bro about Sikong sis, and he sent one back. Guess what he said? Duanmu Sheng furrows his brow. Just spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush, it's annoying AF. 7th bro said some sword art Chad has rebuilt to 5 leaves. Ming Xinyin reveals. Duanmu Sheng is shooketh. Before chopping the golden lotus, this guy must have been an 8-leaf boss. Seriously, some people cultivate way too fast. Bet he'll open another leaf in these 3 months. The peeps in those big sects ain't slow at opening leaves either. Ming Xinyin, sitting on the branch, sees Duanmu Sheng suddenly leave and asks, Yo, third bro, where you heading? To the waterfall to cultivate. Don't bother me if it's nothing important. Duanmu Sheng leaps away and gradually disappears. Meanwhile, in the imperial city of Shendu, outside a gloomy secret chamber, Su Nilu Jihi greets royal grandpa. The voice echoes faintly and deeply. Sadly, the secret chamber door remains unmoved. This matter concerns the very survival of the royal family. Grandson requests an audience with royal grandpa. He waits a moment. And finally, the stone door slowly rumbles open. Liu Zihi is overjoyed and quickly rises, cautiously stepping inside. The secret chamber is vast. Entering it feels like entering another world, filled with all sorts of objects. There are also many classic texts, complete with all kinds of great Taoist cultivation methods. From the 100 schools, techniques to martial arts involving swords, sabers, staves, and spears. Everything is there. An old man in a long robe, his face haggard, sits upright on a high platform, a beam of light from the ceiling shining upon it. The entire enormous secret chamber contains only this one person. Royal Grandpa! Liu Zihi kneels. The secret chamber is completely silent. Liu Zihi doesn't dare to speak rashly. After a while, the old man finally opens his eyes. Everyone knows that this old man has passed away and doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. You're pretty damn bold.
This old man is none other than the father of Emperor Yongqing, the late Emperor Yongzhou, whose courtesy name is Liu Guo.
Liu Zihi kneels on the ground, trembling. Grandson doesn't wish to disturb royal grandpa, but the world is in chaos. Ma Tiangei's first disciple, Yu Zhanghai, is looting, burning, and killing everywhere, committing endless evil and causing widespread suffering. Although father is at 8 leaves, he also finds it difficult to deal with the underworld sect. Liu Guo frowns slightly and sighs. This old man is even worse than your father. Besides, this old man has been a pile of old bones for a long time.
Crown Prince Liu Zihi bows deeply, his voice trembling. But now grandson can only seek help from royal grandpa. If even royal grandpa has no way, then this world will change hands.
Liu Zihi's face is covered in tears, each teardrop like a small petal falling onto the ground. Having lived to this age, how could Liu Guo not know this brat's calculations? You could have sought help from your father. The royal family has its own rules.
Liu Guo had abdicated the throne and declared to the world that he had passed away.
If he reappears, how will the royal family maintain its credibility with the common people in the future? Liu Zihi sobs. Father has always been in seclusion, not caring about state affairs. Liu Guo asks suspiciously. This old man heard that he's already at 8 leaves. Why is he still in seclusion? Father wants to rush to 9 leaves. Liu Zihi replies. Upon hearing the words 9 leaves, Liu Guo's eyebrows furrow tightly, his eyes narrow, and a surge of anger rushes to his head. Boom! Liu Guo waves his hand and strikes out with a palm, slicing off a section of the stone table beside him. Liu Zihi is so frightened that his whole body trembles, and he hurriedly kowtows. Royal Grandpa, calm your anger. Royal Grandpa, calm your anger. How many times has this old man said it? No one in the royal family, no matter who, is allowed to rush to 9 leaves. Liu Shang is truly acting recklessly. Tell him to come see me. Liu Guo is furious, his face turning green. Liu Zihi never expected Royal Grandpa to be so angry, and he feels even more helpless. Since things have come to this, he can only continue. Royal Grandpa, you've been in the secret chamber for too long and don't understand the news outside. The cultivation world has undergone earth-shattering changes. 9 leaves have appeared, Liu Zihi says. Liu Guo frowns and looks at Liu Zihi, inwardly astonished, and stands up, saying, Oh? Liu Zihi respectfully rises and obediently goes to Liu Guo's side. Did you see it with your own eyes? This one hasn't seen it with my own eyes, but this news is absolutely true. The 7 great sects besieged Ma Tianjie and were wiped out by Ji Laomo using 9-leaf skills. Currently, everyone in the cultivation world knows. Liu Zihi recounts in a low voice. Evil Sky Pavilion. Ji Tiandao. A deep shock flashed in Liu Guo's eyes. Yep, Liu Guo wasn't exactly surprised, instead letting out a soft sigh. Why him, out of all people? His confusion was laced with a touch of regret. Grandpa, you know him? Know him? Dude, your grandpa and he used to be bros. Liu Guo sighed. Too bad. Different paths, no shared schemes. His heart was all about cultivation, mine was about the world. We went our separate ways. Never thought after all these years he'd become a freaking 9-leaf. Liu Zihi whined. Old Devil G isn't just a 9-leaf now, the cultivation world has totally changed. Changed? Allow your grandson to spill the tea. Liu Zihi then recounted everything. Old Devil G attacking the 7 major sects, the Severing Golden Lotus, theory going viral, everyone following it to recultivate. Every single detail was laid bare.
Liu Guo's eyes went wide, blazing with fury. The more he listened, the less he could hold his chill, flicking his sleeve and roaring. How utterly presumptuous. Who the hell came up with that? Severing Golden Lotus? Theory? Liu Zihi spoke softly. It started in some relay stations, then got progressively more bizarre. Once someone actually survived after severing Golden Lotus, everyone else jumped on the bandwagon. Father has already severed Golden Lotus to recultivate. Liu Zihi's voice trailed off, becoming almost inaudible. Liu Guo's fury mounted. But then he remembered. He wasn't the all-powerful emperor he used to be. Time spares no one. How could his old bones still intimidate anyone? All the rules and edicts he'd established? Poof, gone like smoke. Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo could only sigh. Any anomalies in the cultivation world yet? Anomalies? Crown Prince Liu Zihi was puzzled. Do you know why your grandpa issued an edict forbidding breakthroughs to the 9-leaf realm? No, Emperor Yongshu muttered. Liu Zihi shook his head. Liu Guo looked at Liu Zihi's clueless face, shook his head slightly and said, Never mind, just tell your grandpa if there have been any anomalies. The Severing Lotus theory. 9-leaf masters popping up.
The imperial family's very existence hanging by a thread. You don't consider these anomalies?
Liu Zihi shook his head again.
Liu Guo said in a deep voice. I remember when your grandpa was guided by a mysterious master, luckily advancing to 8-leaf, and establishing a golden age of peace. But I never expected someone would actually take another step forward.
Liu Zihi listened, totally lost.
Grandpa, your grandson has no idea what you're talking about. Is that mysterious master actually legit? Liu Guo shot him a dark glare. Insolent! My bad, Grandpa. I just don't get it. That guy said 9-leaf brings disaster, but old Devil G's been a 9-leaf for ages, and where are all these disasters? The heavenly Dabio has its cycles. If 9-leaf is forbidden, there has to be a reason. Humans wanting to cross that line will have to pay a hefty price.
Liu Guo eyed his grandson and said,
Real 9-leaf or fake? Your grandpa will judge that for himself.
Liu Zihi's eyes lit up.
Grandpa, are you finally making an appearance?
Liu Guo slowly, stiffly, stood up.
His back was hunched, looking no different from any other old man. Who are the 8 great commanders now? Liu Zihi mumbled. Commander of the North Gate, Xuan Jingyun. Commander of the South Gate, Wang Yu. Commander of the East Gate, Han Yu Yuan. But Commander Han sacrificed himself in the battle at Shun Tianyuan. He's currently replaced by Taoist Master Ji Qingqing.
Commander of the West Gate, Xiang Li, unfortunately died in battle during the fight at Liangzhu City. That spot's temporarily vacant. Commander of the Northeast Gate, Ji Yu Yuran. Commander of the Southeast Gate, Maha Luping. Commander of the Southwest Gate, Wen Shu. But Commander Wen tragically died in battle while reinforcing Jingzhou. Commander of the Northwest Gate, Su Sheng. Hearing these names, Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo mused. Han Yu Yuan always liked acting smart, so his end isn't surprising. But Wen Shu and Xiang Li, they were solid, dependable guys. Why did they die?
Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Si Wuya, is a master schemer. That guy's utterly insidious, cunning, and despicable. He even infiltrated the palace to become Grand Tutor. And Princess Yongning kept covering for his ass.
During his years as Grand Tutor, he established the Darknet, a global spy network. His intel is everywhere, even right beside you, grandson. Commander Xiang and Commander Wen? They were totally taken out by that scumbag's schemes. Liu Guo shook his head and said, Looks like I totally underestimated Ji Tiandao. Haven't seen him in years, and he's already churned out some seriously capable disciples.
At this, Liu Guo took a few steps forward. Tell Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran to come with me on a trip.
Hearing this, Liu Zihi quickly bowed and replied, On it, Grandpa. As Liu Zihi left the secret chamber, Emperor Yongshu Liu Guo looked at a dusty chest in the corner of the room and softly said, I wish for peace in the world.
I wish all these things were just an illusion. Meanwhile, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's secret chamber, Lu Zhou's entire body was covered in mysterious runes. His consciousness seemed to have vanished, and his body no longer felt like his own.
Who knew how much time had passed? Lu Zhou was immersed in that sensation, as if in a deep, deep sleep. Each rune appearing in his mind slowly transformed into actual characters. Even though the arrangement was still kinda hard to grasp, they weren't just weird, alien symbols anymore.
Lu Zhou's consciousness twitched. Suddenly, indistinct voices reached his ears. Little junior sister, like this, then that. Yeah, exactly. Outside the main hall, Zhu Honggong was patiently teaching Hai Luo how to condense a sword gang. Bigger gang means more primordial Q and way more control. You're a total newbie, so you gotta nail the basics first. Once your primordial Q is sufficient, you can refine and condense it for a purer sword gang. Got it. Hai Luo understood some of it, but mostly not. For 3 months, she'd been grinding her master's breathing method, condensing primordial Qi, and expanding her Danshin and Qi Si. Basic cultivation is, let's be real, boring AF. Every day, Hai Luo saw her senior brothers and sisters condensing gang seals of all shapes and sizes, and she totally yearned for that. Let's start small, okay? Condense a finger-sized sword gang. Follow me. Hold your breath. Concentrate. Guide primordial Qi into your 8 extraordinary meridians, and project that gang with your finger.
Zhu Honggong guided her seriously, and at the same time, a finger-sized sword gang quietly hovered in his palm.
8th senior brother is so amazing. Hai Luo clapped. Zhu Honggong proudly puffed out his chest. Poof, this is nothing. Stronger control means purer, bigger, and more sword gangs. Just be patient, you'll get it eventually, with a bit of practice. Right?
Zing! On Hai Luo's fair hand, a finger-sized, shimmering sword gang popped into existence.
Zhu Honggong froze, rubbing his eyes, then double-checked the incredibly shiny sword gang in Hai Luo's hand, which was even surrounded by a faint red aura. 8th senior brother, Hai Luo whispered. Yeah, it's a little small. but later I can make sword quiz as big as this. Zhu Honggong regained his composure and immediately raised his hand. A palm-sized sword key appeared. This size should be enough to save some face for your senior brother, right? Like this? Whoa. Hai Luo also raised her hand and created a palm-sized sword quiz. Zhu Honggong was like, who can he even complain to? No way, I have to suppress her arrogance.
Looking at the innocent and naive Lu Zhou, Zhu Honggong became even more determined to make things a little difficult. A senior brother has to have some face, you know?
Solidifying is just the entry level. Being able to condense a palm-sized sword kwai means you've barely scratched the surface.
Actually, I'm not too knowledgeable about sword clay. Second senior brother is the real expert in this field. He can condense over 100 sword clay in the blink of an eye. Even Sword Saint Luo Shisan can only condense 13 sword kui.
But 8th senior brother, what about you? Hai Luo looked at Zhu Honggong with anticipation. I want to see. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat, regained his composure and said, your 8th senior brother is best at fist kui.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Honggong put on his Li Yin gauntlets, threw a punch, and a fist-shaped cue blasted out.
Boom! The fist kui hit a nearby tree, creating a huge hole in the trunk. Wanna learn? Zhu Honggong asked Hai Luo gleefully. Hai Luo was originally interested, but suddenly saw the huge, unaesthetic fist of Zhu Honggong, and her interest immediately deflated. She shook her head and said, nope, then what do you want to learn? I'll teach you, Zhu Honggong said. Sword ki? Zhu Honggong was speechless. Sword ki is fine too, although I'm not an expert, it's enough to teach you.
He put away his gauntlets, held his breath, and 3 sword kira appeared in his hand.
The sword kia wasn't large, and it didn't take much effort for a Yuanshen realm expert. Hai Luo raised her hand. Is it like this? 3 sword ki appeared in her palm. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened, and his chest was filled with frustration. Ordinary cultivators need several years of training to condense decent sword kia from the Tongshuan realm to the Ningxi realm, at least 2 or 3 years of cultivation. But Hai Luo did it in 3 months. Don't panic. Stay calm, Zhu Honggong shouted. This time, he went all out. Many palm-sized sword ki appeared within a few meters around Zhu Honggong, neatly lined up. How does little junior sister find it? Hai Luo couldn't really do this level of ki condensation, but she seemed to like this gorgeous scene very much, and immediately clapped her hands and laughed.
8th senior brother, do it again!
More what? He wasn't good at this in the first place. Maintaining it a little was already pretty good. Zhu Honggong clenched his fist, and the sword carrying dissipated. This kind of flashy, small sword carry is more senior master's specialty than mine. I can't do it. In the secret chamber, Lu Zhou heard a small voice in his ear, which was originally intermittent and unclear, but Zhu Honggong's last sentence was clearly heard. Under the influence of consciousness, Lu Zhou lightly reprimanded. Nonsense. Deserves a beating. Light blue light and sound waves flew out of the secret chamber, hitting Zhu Honggong's ears like thunder. Zhu Honggong immediately knelt down on the ground, his whole body trembling. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple will slap himself. He slapped himself twice in the face without hesitation. Suppress greed. Zhu Honggong gained 200 merit points. At 614, Haila looked at the secret chamber in surprise, bowing. Master. The secret chamber didn't respond. Everything returned to silence. Zhu Honggong looked around several times, secretly complaining. Master is omniscient, knows everything, hears everything. I should stay away in the future. He got up and winked at Haila. Junior sister, let me take you to the back mountain. The back mountain is quiet, suitable for cultivation. You've only condensed 3 palm-sized sword quiet. It's not enough.
Senior brother will teach you how to condense the 4th.
The 4th one. Haila scratched her head, then opened her palm. Boom! Primordial chi vibrated, and sword ki appeared in her hand. No more, no less, exactly 4.
Zhu Honggong's expression froze. He didn't know what to say, until Haila clenched her fist, and the sword kinai dissipated. Then he came back to his senses.
Haila said, 8th senior brother, I want to learn how to condense more sword kui like you just did. Zhu Honggong looked embarrassed, turned his head and left. How can 8th senior brother condense even bigger sword kui? Next time, let's do it next time. 8th senior brother, I want to learn. 8th senior brother, don't run. How can I condense overwhelming sword kui?
Zhu Honggong quickened his pace. Hailai chased after him. The figures of the two gradually disappeared in the distance.
Ming Xinyan then stuck his head down from the tree branch, looked at the two who had just left, heaved a sigh of relief, and raised his hand to pat his chest. Great! Finally, I don't have to teach this little ancestor anymore.
For the past 3 months, each senior brother and sister took turns teaching Haila.
At first, everyone did a good job of teaching the child, but later, they realized that Haila not only had terrifying talent, was diligent and eager to learn, but she also liked to research and explore. No matter what the problem was, She liked to ask to the end, asking until the other person wanted to rage quit. From Duanmu Sheng to Zhao Yue, they were all tortured to the point where they didn't want to live anymore. Even a social butterfly like Ming Shi Yin couldn't escape this clingy tale. Now that he finally had a rare moment of relaxation, he stretched and yawned, muttering to himself, "Time for a nap." As soon as he finished speaking, Haila's voice rang in his ear. "Fourth senior brother, continue teaching me. I want to condense a lot of sword." Kui! Thud! Ming Shi Yin fell headfirst from the tree branch to the ground. At this moment, a female disciple hurried up from the foot of the mountain, saw Ming Shi Yin and Haila standing in front of the main hall, and immediately bowed. "Greetings, fourth senior. Greetings, 10th senior." Ming Shi Yin struck the ground with a palm. His body spun in the air and then stood up straight, calmly saying, "What's the matter with being so flustered?" "Someone is seeking an audience at the foot of the mountain." Ming Shi Yin was puzzled. Since Master went into seclusion, no disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion have gone out. After the barriers of the Taishu Academy and the Henghua Academy were broken, all the major sects are resting and recuperating. No one dares to cause trouble. Why is someone coming to the Demon Sky Pavilion now? Little junior sister, you cultivate on your own. Senior brother has something to do, Ming Shi Yin said. Yes. Haila obediently turned and left. Ming Shi Yin jumped up and flew down the mountain to investigate. As soon as he arrived, he saw a man in eunuch attire standing outside the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. That person was eunuch Lu Zhou, the Empress Dowager's confidant. "Long time no see, fourth senior." Li Yunzhao saluted. "It's you?" Ming Shi Yin asked suspiciously. "You've got some nerve, daring to come to the Demon Sky Pavilion?" Li Yunzhao looked embarrassed and sighed. "I didn't want to come either, but for the sake of the Lord, I have no choice." "Just say what you have to say. I'm busy. I don't have time to waste words with you." Ming Shi Yin waved his hand. Li Yunzhao then said, "Can I meet with the pavilion master?" "No," Li Yunzhao continued. "Forget the formalities. I have something extremely important, which can only be said in front of the pavilion master." Seeing that he insisted on not revealing the matter, Ming Shi Yin turned to enter the barrier. "Stop the nonsense. I don't care about you." Don't. Li Yunzhao hurriedly stopped Ming Shi Yin. "The Supreme Emperor wants to meet with the pavilion master." "The Supreme Emperor? Didn't that old geezer die a long time ago?" Ming Shi Yin suddenly turned around, his whole body erupting with gang qi, attacking Li Yunzhao. Clang, clang, clang. Li Yunzhao didn't expect Ming Shi Yin to suddenly attack him. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, and a golden seal emerged from his palm, blocking Ming Shi Yin's attack. Li Yunzhao retreated while saying, "Fourth senior misunderstands. The Supreme Emperor is still alive. The announcement of his death before was a last resort by the royal family." Boom! The two palms collided, and both sides retreated 3 steps at the same time. Li Yunzhao was secretly shocked. After all, he was an expert in the Great Interior, a 7-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator by the Empress Dowager's side. But now he was forced back 3 steps by Ming Shi Yin. Ming Shi Yin stabilized his body, cursing in his heart that this damn eunuch was indeed very strong. "The Yongshu Emperor is still alive?" Ming Shi Yin asked. "Yes, that's right," Li Yunzhao hurriedly explained. "The relationship between your master and the Supreme Emperor used to be very good. Now that he's old, he wants to meet the pavilion master once before his death." "My master is not free," Ming Shi Yin said honestly. Li Yunzhao's expression froze for a moment. Then he replied, "The Supreme Emperor said that if the pavilion master doesn't mind, he will personally come to pay a visit." Ming Shi Yin was slightly startled. "I said my master is not free. Do you not understand human language?" Li Yunzhao looked around helplessly, then waved to signal Ming Shi Yin to come closer. Ming Shi Yin understood and stepped forward. Li Yunzhao whispered a few words in Ming Shi Yin's ear, and Ming Shi Yin's expression immediately changed. "Really?" Ming Shi Yin couldn't believe it. "It's true." Li Yunzhao bowed and said, "I am a person by the Empress Dowager's side, and I only said these words because of the kindness of the past. Fourth senior, just pretend I didn't say anything. You really understand things." Ming Shi Yin nodded. "The words have been delivered. Other things are no longer my concern." "Fourth senior, I have a favor to ask," Li Yunzhao said. "What is it?" "Please, fourth senior, hit me with a palm, so that I can report to the Supreme Emperor when I return," Li Yunzhao said. Ming Shi Yin scratched his head. "How can that be? I, like my master, am a reasonable person. I can't punch you for no reason." "Please, fourth senior, just make a move. If the Supreme Emperor asks personally, I can only resort to this last resort," Li Yunzhao pleaded. No, Ming Shi Yin shrugged. "I'm not that kind of person. I can't help. If my friend Mr. Ri was here, it might be possible." Li Yunzhao looked regretful and bowed. "That's it. Fourth senior is indeed a gentleman. Even if that friend Mr. Ri made a move, It would be useless. Fourth senior, since you are a member of the Demon Sky Pavilion, you should interact less with villains like him in the future. Farewell. Wait a minute. Li Yunzhao stopped, and as soon as he turned around suspiciously, he was punched by Ming Shiyin.
Boom! Li Yunzhao flew backwards, rolled on the ground several times before stopping.
Ouch! My face! Suddenly, I feel like I can help you. Ming Shiyin retracted his fist. Didn't hurt, did it? Li Yunzhao didn't expect Ming Shiyin to just throw hands like that. He just wanted a little help, but who knew he'd hit so hard? Ouch. Ming Shiyin didn't even look at him, whistling softly as he flew back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Back at the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin started to worry again. Emperor Liu Kuo wants to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion in person, and coincidentally the underworld sect is attacking the royal family. Him coming at this time definitely ain't good news. After thinking for a moment, Ming Shiyin decided to ask his master for advice. After all, he's the highest ranking person in Great Yan, and an old friend of his master. Looking around and seeing no one, Ming Shiyin walked into the main hall. As soon as he walked behind the back hall, he knelt down and said towards the secret chamber, "Disciple greets master." The secret chamber was quiet, silent, and there was no response. Ming Shiyin was uneasy and said again, "Disciple greets master." This time he spoke louder. Once bitten, twice shy. Ming Shiyin still obediently knelt on the ground, waiting for his master to respond, without the courage to approach the entrance of the secret chamber. The secret chamber remained silent, without any movement. Ming Shiyin sighed and shook his head. It's better to think of another way.
Restraint, stability, don't court death. Ming Shiyin turned and left. In the secret chamber, Lu Zhou was still in a state of chaotic consciousness. After scolding Zhu Honggong, he immersed himself in comprehending the heavenly book, blocking his senses. Of course, he couldn't hear Ming Shinyin's voice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, as the sun just rose, a small gray flying chariot departed from the divine capital, flying towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. On the flying chariot, 2 forbidden army commanders, Zhong Guiran and Su Sheng, stood respectfully behind the Yongshao Emperor. The 2 were originally old subordinates of the Yongshao Emperor. Seeing that Liu Kuo was still alive, their emotions surged for a long time and had not yet calmed down.
"Are you afraid?" Liu Kuo glanced at the 2. The god was only slightly agitated. Liu Kuo looked at the rising sun. The flying chariot flew into the clouds, and he couldn't help but feel emotional.
Remember those days? You 2 and I conquered the world together, and all races were subdued. Many years have passed, and you have all grown old. Liu Kuo sighed. Ji Yiran and Su Sheng both had a lot of gray hair on their heads.
Time waits for no one. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the truths of the mortal world, Su Sheng said softly, looking at the 2 old subordinates. Liu Kuo stroked his chin and said, "These years you've been assisting Changer, making things difficult for you. This is all the duty of a subject. As long as we can protect the Great Yan, I am willing to go through fire and water," Su Sheng replied. Liu Kuo's eyes scanned the 2, and after a moment he suddenly asked, "Are you 2 not planning to chop the golden lotus and break through to 9 leaves?" As soon as the words came out, the 2 knelt down in unison, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. For Liu Kuo to ask about chopping the golden lotus, he clearly knew a lot of information about the cultivation world. "I have always been loyal, with the sun and moon as my witness. The underworld sect is wreaking havoc in the 9 provinces. How can I turn a blind eye?"
They wouldn't dare to disobey the will left by the late emperor.
Liu Kuo nodded in satisfaction, stood up and said, "You 2, stand up. I originally wanted to meet Changer once, but he is in closed-door cultivation. This time I will take the lead and call you to come with me on a trip." After all, Liu Kuo had abdicated, and the Forbidden Army was directly under the control of the current emperor.
Su Sheng replied, "Your Majesty, just give the order." Liu Kuo said calmly, "Lead the way to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Su Sheng and Ji Yiran were shocked and felt extremely uneasy in their hearts. In just a moment, the backs of their clothes were soaked with sweat. Half a day later, the flying chariot slowly arrived at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Your Majesty, we've arrived." Su Sheng swallowed and looked up at Golden Court Mountain. "Are you nervous?" Liu Kuo noticed that the faces of the 2 commanders were very ugly.
To be honest, Ji Yiran and Su Sheng were now feeling regret. They never expected the former emperor to want to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion. This is a place that the entire cultivation world doesn't dare to provoke. But they had expressed their loyalty and made oaths, and now they could only persevere to the end. I'm not nervous, just a little worried." "Don't worry. I and Ji Tiandao are old friends. This trip is just to reminisce," Liu Kuo said. The guards jumped off the flying chariot and placed several chairs on the ground. At this moment, a figure flew down from the mountainside, hovering in the air, and asked, "Is the one who just arrived the Yongshao Emperor?" "Yongshu Emperor?" Liu Kuo looked up at the person who flew over. "You recognize me?" "Just a guess.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. I don't associate with ghosts, do you mind? Ming Xinyin asked.
It's okay, Liu Kuo replied. My master has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. I'm afraid he can't meet your majesty, Liu Kuo said indifferently. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this.
It's okay, there will be a second, a third, a fourth, and many more. Ming Xinyin shrugged.
Interesting. Liu Kuo immediately felt that the young man hovering in the air was very interesting. If I can't meet my old friend, I won't be willing to leave. Your unwillingness has nothing to do with me.
Even if Liu Kuo was the former Emperor Yongshu who was famous throughout the world in the past, he now had to choke and couldn't speak.
Su Sheng frowned and said, Your Majesty has said that he is here only to reminisce. If he really came to cause trouble, then His Majesty would not have brought so few people.
Ming Xinyin muttered.
Who knows about that? Su Sheng cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, His Majesty personally came here to express his respect for the Evil Sky Pavilion. If His Majesty can't meet his old friend, how can a subject like me sit idly by?
Ming Xinyin frowned.
So what? You want to barge in? The pavilion master is 9 leaves, awe-inspiring throughout the world. How dare we barge in?
Su Sheng replied, but his words changed. But as a subject, I have to fulfill His Majesty's will.
In other words, the two who followed Liu Kuo here did not care about life or death.
What Ming Xinyin didn't want to see the most was this kind of person. His eyes carefully looked at Su Sheng, then looked at Liu Kuo.
He sensed that Liu Guo's aura was very faint. This kind of aura was completely different from that of an emperor, giving the feeling that this person looked down on everything in the world.
Ming Xinyin pondered and replied,
My master said he would be in seclusion for 5 months. The time isn't up yet. No one is allowed to see him.
Liu Guo opened his mouth and said,
I will wait for him to come out of seclusion at the Evil Sky Pavilion.
In Ming Xinyin's mind,
as long as he used his master's orders to intimidate, no one would dare to barge in. Now it seems that things aren't that simple.
Liu Guo waved his hand, and the guards behind him lifted the palanquin and followed him.
Liu Guo stepped into the barrier. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran simultaneously put their hands together, and several Confucian seals appeared around their palms.
Ming Xinyin immediately raised his hand to stop them.
Since that's the case, follow me.
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran lowered their hands. A gap opened in the barrier.
Liu Guo walked into the barrier with his hands behind his back. Halfway there, Ming Xinyin felt restless and uneasy.
He suddenly remembered when his second senior brother had just returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. His master had said, Emperor Yongshu, Liu Guo, and Gong Yuandu can be called the Sword Dao's 3 great sons of destiny.
The sword, Gong Yuandu, came with a coffin and then turned into dust, no longer in this world.
As for this Emperor Yongshao, he had long announced his death, but unexpectedly it was just fake news.
Ming Xinyin stopped and turned his head to ask. My master once said that your majesty is a sword master, considered a son of destiny with the sword. I wonder if that's true. Before Liu Guo could reply, Su Sheng immediately said, Back then, your majesty fought against all races, your sword Dao had reached the peak.
Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Even the 3 great sword fanatics are just child's play in front of your majesty.
Then what about my second senior brother, Yu Shangrong? Mentioning Yu Shangrong, Su Sheng didn't dare to comment casually. After all, he was a famous sword master, known to the world as the Sword Devil, and many 8-leaf experts had died under his sword. Even if they are all 8-leaf, there are still differences, Ji Yu Yiran said calmly. Then it depends on where it is. If it is in the divine capital, His Majesty is invincible. You don't even need a little face. The divine capital has the 10 absolute formation. Who can beat you?
Ming Xinyin didn't care,
letting them say whatever they wanted.
Before long, Ming Xinyin led them to the front of the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall.
Suddenly, a vicissitudinous voice rang out nearby. Su Sheng, Ji Yu Yiran.
The group turned their heads to look.
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran were both shocked. They didn't expect that someone in the Evil Sky Pavilion would recognize them. As soon as they looked over, they saw an old woman holding a crutch, walking towards them step by step.
Zuo!
Elder Zuo! Su Sheng frowned. Su Sheng, watch your words. I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now I am an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, not an elder of the Confucian school anymore, Zuo Yushu said in a deep voice. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, the only genius female cultivator of the Confucian school had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion.
Liu Guo looked at Zuo Yushu and said softly,
100 years ago, Zuo Yushu, I heard about you. Zuo Yushu sized up Liu Guo. After hearing Ming Xinyin's story about the group coming to see the pavilion master, there was no surprise on her face. She only replied, I didn't expect your majesty to still be in this world. This old one is courteous. Just then, a sound of arguing suddenly came from inside the main hall.
Lao Pan, Leng Mu doesn't accept you.
The voice was not soft. Immediately after, another voice replied, "If you don't accept it, then you don't accept it." Leng Luo, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion. If you make noise and disturb the pavilion master, can you bear the responsibility? Liu Guo frowned. Leng Luo? You were at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago, Su Sheng said in a low voice. It is indeed him. From inside the main hall, Pan Litian, this is not the Jingming Dao. Stop trying to scare Leng Mu. Except for the pavilion master, Leng Mu doesn't accept anyone. Liu Guo frowned again. The #1 expert of the Jingming Dao, Pan Litian? Su Sheng replied in a low voice again. It is indeed him. Liu Guo pondered. Liu Guo's expression remained calm, but he was shocked in his heart. I didn't expect the Evil Sky Pavilion to have so many elders with such strong strength. How did Ji Tiandao subdue them? The conversation hadn't stopped, and another voice rang out. 2 elders, stop arguing. Consider it giving me, Hua Wudao, some face. Lao Pan, you should learn from him. Hua Wudao is also an 8-leaf, but how humble and studious he is, Leng Luo said. This old man's temperament is just like this. What's wrong with me liking it? The 3 people argued as they walked out of the main hall. As soon as they came out, Leng Lugo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lishan simultaneously saw the group of Liu Guo standing outside, then glanced at each other, snorted, and dispersed. Ming Xiyin nodded secretly. The old guy's acting isn't bad. He glanced at Liu Guo, and sure enough, he saw that this person was frowning and standing still. Ha ha ha, the Evil Sky Pavilion has experts as numerous as the clouds, and asked, "Are you scared or not?" Yushu opened her mouth and said, "This old one still has to study formations. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you." Without waiting for Liu Guo to answer, she turned and left. Who cares if you are the Yongshao Emperor Liu Guo? Who cares if you are one of the 8 great commanders? Su Sheng or Ji Yu Yuran? The 4 elders all acted as if they didn't see them. Ming Xinyin was very satisfied with this result, cleared his throat slightly and said, "I'm sorry, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion are just like that." This kind of person advances to the 8-leaf but doesn't care about life and death, only wanting to find opponents to compete with, and the destructive power of the 8-leaf is too terrifying. They often gather together to discuss the Tao and compete for superiority, inevitably arguing frequently, making your majesty laugh. It's okay, Liu Guo raised his hand. I just want to catch up with an old friend. I don't care about the others. That's good, please come in. At the same time, the 4 elders had returned to the southern pavilion, and everyone turned their heads to look at the main hall, wondering if this move would suppress Liu Guo or not. Pan Lishan said, "For now, we can only do this. We have all severed the golden lotus. As long as we restrain our aura, they won't be able to judge our true cultivation." Leng Luo replied. Hua Wudao shook his head. "I am just a 7-leaf. Pretending to be an 8-leaf, it's a bit too much. If you don't use cultivation and aura, we're all just standing here with a pair of eyes and a pair of legs. No difference. Relax." Pan Lishan comforted him. Zuo Yushu sighed and shook her head. Liu Guo is easy to deal with. The Nether Sect restricts the 9 provinces. I'm afraid Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran will make trouble for us. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. Pan Lishan added, "Don't worry, the sect leader is still here. They don't have the guts to act recklessly." Zhu Ye is Motion Pavilion's backing. Inside the main hall, Ming Xiyin postured. "My teacher is in seclusion. I'll entertain you all." Liu Guo didn't rush to sit down, but turned his head to look around, constantly scanning the scene inside the main hall. If he didn't sit, Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran naturally didn't dare to sit first, and could only stand and observe. After observing, Liu Guo finally sat down and asked, "Were those 4 just now all 8-leaf?" Ming Xiyin replied immediately, "Of course." After a pause, he continued, "Leng Luo was the head of the blacklist 300 years ago. His Majesty probably knows this better than I do." Pan Lichen and Zuo Yushu don't need introductions. They were both famous people back then. Hua Wudao was originally an elder of Yun Sect. Later, Yun Sect became too chaotic, forcing him to leave. He had nowhere else to go, so he stayed at my Mocation Pavilion. I heard that Yun Tianluo isn't a petty person. Why would he let Hua Wudao leave? What's more, this guy is an 8-leaf. He'd be considered a VIP wherever he goes, Liu Guo said. This old fox isn't easily fooled, huh? Ming Xinyin said with an unchanged expression. No need to pay attention to these trivial matters. Your Majesty was once the king of a country. Just a snap of the fingers. All right, Liu Guo nodded, looking at Ming Xinyin. King of a country is just a thing of the past. Now you... no, I should say me. I'm here as an old friend to reminisce with your teacher. Ming Xinyin said, I've said this several times. My teacher is currently in seclusion and needs at least 2 more months before he comes out. He can't be disturbed before then. Su Sheng, who was standing to the side, asked upon hearing this. I heard that Senior Ji has broken through to 9-leaf. Why is he still in seclusion? Your meaning is that he's already invincible. What need is there for seclusion? Ming Xinyin glared at him and said, "The road of cultivation is endless. My teacher has only just entered Nine Leaf. Of course he needs to solidify his realm. May I ask? Are you the commander of the Divine Capital's Imperial Guards, Su Sheng, who guards the West City Gate?" Su Sheng replied arrogantly, "Oh, never heard of him." "Never heard of him? Then why the hell are you acting surprised?" Su Sheng asked again. "May I ask why Senior Zhuo is at Motion Pavilion?"
Ming Xinyan didn't answer immediately. He could see that these people were a little wary of Zhuo Yushu. It seems the previous act wasn't a waste. Recalling the scene in the canyon when he first met Zhuo Yushu, Ming Xiyin was still afraid. If it weren't for his teacher's prestigious reputation, he would have become a ghost under her hand long ago.
"Elder Zhuo has admired my teacher for a long time. You guys should understand the rest," Ming Xinyin said with a smile.
Liu Guo nodded in agreement.
"Back when I and Brother Ji met, there were indeed many beauties who admired him. If Brother Ji's personality was a little better, even I might have felt inferior." Ming Xiyin was speechless. What a shameless bastard. "All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. You've already entered Motion Pavilion. Everyone, please leave," Ming Xiyin ordered, dismissing his guests.
Liu Guo slowly stood up and said, "If Brother Ji can't come out to meet me, then I'll wait here. Motion Pavilion is so big, surely it won't be so stingy as to not have room for this old bone, right? You want to stay?" Ming Xinyin was shocked. "I absolutely won't disturb Brother Ji within 3 months," Liu Guo replied. "Things are getting complicated. These three are all experts. No one knows what will happen along the way. It's clear that they came prepared. If a conflict erupts at this time, it will expose the fact that the 4 elders have severed their golden lotus. But if they're allowed to stay, Motion Pavilion won't be safe anymore." At this time, Su Sheng suddenly spoke. "Just now, the 4 elders of Mocation Pavilion restrained their aura. There was no surging vital energy. I was thinking, this is Mocation Pavilion, there are no outsiders. Why do they have to restrain their aura?" Ming Xinyin's heart stirred. "This trick is indeed difficult to scare people with."
Su Sheng continued. Senior Zhuo cultivates evil techniques and is also a cultivation genius from 500 years ago. What the old geezer hates the most is the act of hiding things. Even if he didn't say it explicitly, Ming Xinyin understood. He, Ming Xinyin, didn't blush or skip a beat and said, "You don't know anything about Motion Pavilion." Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Indeed, Mogashan Pavilion couldn't be regarded as an ordinary sect.
"In that case, I would also like to discuss with the elders," Su Sheng said with cupped hands. How annoying. Ming Xinyin's mind raced. The 4 elders have severed their golden lotus and are rebuilding. If they spar, they definitely won't be Su Sheng's match. But if no one steps forward, Motion Pavilion will seem easily bullied. While Ming Xiyin was still thinking, Su Sheng said, "I sincerely want to ask for guidance. There is absolutely no malicious intent. Motion Pavilion has experts as numerous as clouds. Surely they would be happy to give guidance." Su Sheng pressed closer step by step.
Perhaps seeing Ming Xinyin's hesitation, Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran both smelled something fishy.
Using the name of discussion to probe, they can advance or retreat without offending Motion Pavilion. What a bunch of old foxes. Yu Guo sat quietly on the side, clearly tacitly agreeing to let Su Sheng step forward. Ming Xiyin said unhappily, "Forget about discussing. Motion Pavilion doesn't have time to play with you." Just then, a graceful melody floated in from outside the main hall. The flute's melody was gentle and melodious like a spring breeze. The sound not loud, but it entered everyone's ears very clearly. Liu Guo curiously raised his head and looked outside the main hall.
"Does Motion Pavilion also have someone proficient in music?"
Ming Xiyin replied. "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, a small sword energy appeared, fluttering in the air like a headless fly flying around everywhere. The sword's chi isn't strong, but it's hella agile. Ji Yu Yiran's like, "Wait, hold up. Using sound to control the primal chi to form a sword? Who the hell is out there?" Ming Xinyin's got thoughts swirling, but he plays it cool. "Using sound ain't enough to reach enlightenment, bruh."
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran are kinda embarrassed, cause they thought this ability was no joke. These guys, who've been fighting wars for years, know what kind of skills give you the biggest edge on the battlefield, like the Buddhists' Mingjing Terrace that buffs everyone's strength, or the Confucians' formations. If you use them right, you're guaranteed to win every time. Suddenly, that sword's chi stabs at Su Sheng. Su Sheng's face darkens. Cheap shot! Su Sheng flicks out 2 finger seals, welcoming the sword's chi. The seals instantly burn and devour the tiny sword's chi, letting out a screeching sound. The flute's melody is instantly wrecked. Outside the hall, the flute's like, "Nah, I ain't done yet," and starts playing again, even faster this time. Su Sheng smirks. Interesting. He claps his hands together, and a bunch of seals float up.
big and small, colliding and making a ting-tang sound that mixes with the flute. The flute stops for a sec, then goes full-on high-pitched. If it sounded like a little stream before, now it's a freaking tsunami.
Su Sheng's hyped. Never heard of anyone in the 9 disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion being a sound art master. Meeting you is a blessing.
I might be a brute, but I'm a sucker for sound art. Looks like I've finally met my match.
Keep it coming.
He gets up, changes his stance, and this time he throws out a crapload of seals floating in front of him. Before, it was just a little friendly sparring, just for fun. Now, it's a whole different ballgame. The primal chi is going wild. The seals multiply like crazy, reaching the level of the primordial spirit realm. This is a real fight now. Ming Xiyin's feeling the pressure. He knows who's playing the flute outside, and this Su Sheng guy is one of the 8 commanders of the Imperial Guards. Bang! 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 The seals get huge, colliding with the flute's sound. The flute's melody instantly vanishes, but the crashing sounds keep going. Ming Xiyin suddenly unleashes his chi. Boom! A resonant energy sound appears, and a towering 5-petaled Dharma body emerges, blocking all the sound waves. All the sound instantly stops. Ming Xiyin had to step in. His little junior sister's outside the hall. How could she withstand this kind of attack?
Su Sheng scowls. Why are you interfering? This is the Demon Heaven Pavilion, not a place where you can run wild.
Ming Xiyin retorts. So he's allowed to provoke me, but I'm not allowed to fight back?
Su Sheng can't wrap his head around this logic. Ming Xiyin shakes his head, helpless. I told you, you shouldn't be here. Su Sheng's not having it. A battle must be thorough. Su Sheng claps his hands together, and the seals fly out one after another, forming a circle of light. The circle of light appears, creating a resonant Om sound, like a Buddhist chant. Ming Xiyin frowns. As that deafening Om sound rings out, a thunderous roar suddenly comes from the back of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. How dare you! Sound waves surge like a tsunami, crashing down. This ain't your typical sound attack. It's booming, powerful, and clean, catching everyone off guard. Su Sheng barely has time to frown before the sound waves converge, slamming straight into him. Bam! Su Sheng cries out in pain, and his whole body sent flying back. An 8 lotus is still an 8 lotus. When attacked by the sound waves, Su Sheng forces himself to stay grounded, so he won't be blown away, and definitely won't fall down. Sometimes getting yeeted ain't all that bad. Just look at Su Sheng RN. If he'd flown out bare to there, maybe rolled around a bit to defuse that rampage force, he'd only have some scratches. But nah, he's gotta tank the whole attack just to stay standing. What a Chad. Su Sheng's standing, but he's looking. Back at the main hall like WTF? Emperor Yongshou, Liu Gua, and Ji Yu Yiran are equally shook.
Ming Xiyin's freaking stoked, recalling his avatar like OMG, bowing towards the secret chamber.
Disciple greets master. Footsteps, slow and steady, making their way over. They know who's coming. The master of the Demon Sky Pavilion.
Finally, Lu Zhou strolls into the main hall. For 3 months, Lu Zhao's been deep in Heavenly Book enlightenment mode. No senses, no nothing. But lately, he's been catching snippets of convos, sometimes clear, sometimes muffled. Like just now, when Lu Zhou was in the zone, he heard a bunch of noise. If Heiluo's flute's supposed to be all calm and focus, then that clashing with the seal was like nails on a chalkboard. He couldn't take it anymore.
So, Lu Zhou dipped out and potato the secret chamber. He walks in, eyes those clowns Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran, and freezes.
Lu Zhou spots an old face. Liu Gua! Liu Gua's just as surprised to see him.
'Cause in Liu Gua's head, Ji Tiandao was this frail old dude with white hair, barely able to walk, deaf not healthier than Zuo Yushu.
But now, Lu Zhu's glowing, looking, all buff and upright, with eyes that could stare into your soul. Even that what the hell yell earlier was full of life and power, nothing, like someone about to kick the bucket. Liu Gua might have been an emperor back in the day, but, seen? Lu Zhou again? Dude's internally screaming, G. Liu Gua stutters, then remembers that's too formal, quickly correcting himself. I finally meet Brother G. You're not dead yet? Lu Zhou asks. Su Sheng steps forward. Like you can't just say dead to the freaking Emperor Emeritus, bro. But as soon as he moves, Su Sheng yells in pain, blood dribbling from his mouth. That rampage force is he didn't even know he was hurt. Didn't even throw hands, and he's already got internal injuries. 9 Leaves is on another level. Lu Zhou turns away from Liu Gua, looks at Su Sheng. You a fan of bullying the weak?
Su Sheng's stunned, enduring the internal damage, bowing, and saying, Senior G, it's just a friendly spar. If I've offended you, I'll take my punishment.
Just a friendly spar? As Lu Zhou says this, a small, cute figure dashes into the hall, holding a Lan Tian jade flute. Looking around, she spots her master in the crowd, immediately bows. Disciple greets master? Lu Zhou glances at her, then back at Su Sheng. Su Sheng sees Hailuo holding the Lantian jade flute, and his heart drops. That flute earlier. That was this girl. Ming Shiyin chimes in. Who else would it be? A whole 8 leaves expert? Bullion? A newbie in the nascent stage? Only you, man. Su Sheng's eyes pop. Nascent stage? He can't believe it looking at the innocent looking girl again. Maybe some experts hidden, her power level making her look like she's only in the nascent stage? Nah, she's too young. Even if she's got high cultivation, how high could it be?
Su Sheng's face turns red. He's so embarrassed. An 8 leaves expert like him sparred with some kid in the nascent stage.
No matter what happened, him sparring with a kid is just straight up shameful, can't even talk about it.
Su Sheng awkwardly looks away, glances at Lu Zhou, sees Lu Zhou looking back, and his heart skips a beat.
G. Senior G. That you like bullying? The weak? Line hits him like a slap in the face.
Lu Zhou says coldly.
If you like sparring so much, I'll indulge you. Ah, Ji Zhang. Lu Zhou raises his hand, blue light bloomin' from his fingertips. Confucian School's absolute sage wisdom. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran are both Confucian experts. No win. This seal right away. Brother Ji, have mercy. Liu Gua frowns. Lu Zhao's set on blasting. Su Sheng ain't gonna let anyone stop him. The 4 big seal characters' absolute sage wisdom fly out his palm.
Su Sheng yells, back in, up, hands coming, together, also using absolute sage wisdom.
Gotta say, experts are still experts. Su Sheng ain't just defensing, he's counterattacking.
4 seal characters appear between his fingers.
But compared to Lu Zhao's absolute sage wisdom, it's a whole different world. But he ain't got a choice. The 4 characters shoot out, meeting Lu Zhao's seal. The 2 absolute sage wisdoms collide. Boom! Su Sheng flies out knee to the main hall, no chance to fight back.
He pulls his hands back quick, or else his hands would have been snapped by the powerful seal.
Lu Zhao's absolute sage wisdom doesn't stop there, keeps going, sticking to Su Sheng's chest, sending him flying. Finally, stopping in the martial arts square. Thud! Su Sheng crashes down, the seal fades, drifting up and disappearing into the sky. Confucian genius Zuo Yushu looks up, sees all this, and asks, who's using absolute sage wisdom?
Su Sheng, Ji Yu Yiran, and the 4 elders frown. Zuo Yushu shakes his head. Those 2 ain't got the skill to pull off a move that strong.
It's Liu Gua? Nah, he's too old, fasten. The end of his lifespan. Zuo Yushu speaks. The 4 exchanged glances, finally figuring out who the owner of the seal was.
Meanwhile, inside the hall, after Lu Zhao cast the Grand Saint Chi technique, Liu Guo and Ji Yu Yiran were shooketh and stared outside.
Same Grand Saint Chi technique, but the chief of the Evil Sky Pavilion's move utterly crushed Su Sheng. After a long silence, Liu Guo suppressed his inner shock and said, Brother Ji, calm your jets. They came with me. I take full responsibility for their screw-up. Lu Zhao nonchalantly replied, this is just a minor punishment. If not for your sake, he'd be dust in the wind. Why so salty, Brother Ji? Liu Guo couldn't comprehend. Lu Zhao frowned, his voice deep. My disciple just entered the meditation stage. Are you saying I should just stand by and watch? According to you?
Liu Guo's heart stirred slightly. After so many years, Ji Tiandao was still as hot-tempered as ever, always protecting his own.
But Liu Guo didn't show it, and loudly said, Su Sheng, kowtow and apologize to this girl. The order echoed out of the hall, reaching Su Sheng's ears. Su Sheng barely suppressed the turmoil within him. That palm strike alone was enough to keep him bedridden for a while. The power gap was so huge that he had absolutely no chance to retaliate.
Su Sheng endured the pain, struggling to get up and re-enter the Evil Sky Pavilion's hall.
Liu Guo ignored him. Su Sheng had no choice but to kneel before Hai Luo. The moment he knelt, Hai Luo panicked and ran to hide behind Ming Shiyin. Ming Shiyin chuckled. Lil, ancestor knows fear, huh? Not scared? Hai Luo retorted. If it were ninth sis, she'd kick his ass. My guts are just a bit smaller. Ming Shiyin said, Hai Luo and Yanyer are both good at torturing people, just that Hai Luo is more of a scaredy cat than Yanyer.
Before Su Sheng could say anything, Lu Zhao waved his hand. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion, not the Imperial Palace. Don't bring Imperial etiquette here. Liu Guo nodded in agreement, saying, Su Sheng, quickly thank Brother Ji. Su Sheng turned to Lu Zhao and said, Many thanks, Senior Ji, for showing mercy.
Ming Shiyin glared at him. If you'd listened to my advice earlier, you wouldn't be in this mess, would you? Fourth sir is right. Su Sheng's face turned red as a tomato. There's a saying, beat the dog, look at the owner's face. But Lu Zhao's palm strike not only didn't give Liu Guo any face, but he even roasted him twice over. Why so triggered, Brother Ji? Liu Guo said slowly. I don't have time to argue with you. With that, Lu Zhao beckoned to Hai Luo. Hai Luo obediently went to Lu Zhao's side, extended her hand for a pulse check, then widened her eyes and asked, Meditation. Meditation stage? Master, I've entered the meditation stage? Hard to believe, but the truth was right before her eyes. Lu Zhou nodded. Not bad. Hai Luo beamed with joy. Lu Zhou continued. But who taught you to use yin energy manipulation? Ming Xinyin quickly said. Master, this disciple didn't teach her. Lil, sis might have been taught by 8bro. Right or wrong doesn't matter, gotta clear my name first. Hai Luo quickly explained. Master, I figured it out myself. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran were dumbfounded. Su Sheng had thought she was a hidden expert concealing her aura. Now it seemed she was just a noob starting her cultivation journey. He, a dignified 8 Lotus expert, had actually clamored for a spar with such a newbie? He really didn't want to think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more embarrassed he felt. Lu Zhou instructed. Cultivation must avoid haste and agitation. Focus on diligent practice first. We'll talk about yin energy manipulation later. Disciple understands. Hai Luo obediently replied. Lu Zhou looked around, his gaze settling on Liu Guo. Fourth, take Hai Luo outside. Yes. Ming Xinyin immediately led Hai Luo out of the hall. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran exchanged glances, thinking, we're the leaders of the Imperial Guards. Surely we don't need to leave, right? Unexpectedly, Liu Guo said, Get out! Yes! Ji Yu Yuran stood up and waved his hand to signal the guards. In a flash, only Lu Zhou and Liu Guo remained in the hall. Speak, what's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Liu Guo sighed. Time waits for no one. Centuries have passed in the blink of an eye. I'm here just to ask Brother Ji one question. Lu Zhou remained silent. As Brother Ji finally advanced to the 9 Lotus stage? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed, his eyes filled with vicissitudes, focused intently on Lu Zhou. The hall was extremely quiet. Why this question? Lu Zhou asked. Does Brother Ji remember that mysterious expert? If you like beating around the bush, then please leave. I don't have time to waste with you. With that, Lu Zhou stood up. The system upgrade wouldn't be complete for another 2 months. That palm strike just now had used up a portion of his extraordinary power. Lu Zhou needed more time to recover. How could he waste time faking it with Liu Guo? Liu Guo was a little surprised, and quickly said, That mysterious expert came from the northern border, then traveled throughout the alien territories and Great Yan. Lu Zhou remembered the guy named Lan who carried the coffin to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He paused, clasped his hands, and said, Get to the point. The Great Yan royal family has been able to stand tall without falling, because they received a lot of help from that mysterious expert. Before leaving, he left a word of advice. Quote, Don't try to break through to 9 Lotus, or the consequences will be dire. Lu Zhou looked at Liu Guo with interest. Where is this person now? Liu Guo shook his head. He stayed in God's capital for a while, left some things behind, and then left. Over the years, the royal family has searched for him everywhere, but unfortunately, they still haven't found any trace of him. You seem to trust this mysterious expert a lot? I completely trust him, without any doubt. Liu Guo emphasized each word. Heaven designs forbidden zones for humans. There must be a reason. Those who try to break the forbidden zone will definitely pay a corresponding price. The path of cultivation should follow the will of heaven. Isn't 1,000 years of lifespan enough to satisfy human greed? I don't think so, Lu Zhou said. What are Brother Ji's insights? I'm all ears. According to you, humans should be satisfied with 1,000 years of lifespan. For mortals, 100 years is already more than fulfilling. Aren't cultivators already breaking the forbidden zone of mortals? Lu Zhou paused for a moment and continued. Besides, cultivation is all about defying the heavens. Defying the heavens? Liu Guo said. That's just what a few people think. The Confucian school fears the mandate of heaven, taking self-cultivation as the path. The Buddhist school fears karma. No one can escape their fate. The Taoist school craves longevity, to exist as long as the heavens and earth. Is there any cultivator in this world who isn't defying the heavens? Lu Zhou retorted. Liu Guo was momentarily speechless. In the flow of history, many cultivators have offered their interpretations of cultivation. The 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, or the 100 schools of thought, all have different interpretations, yet they all lead to the same destination. No matter the interpretation, cultivators are constantly breaking through all kinds of restrictions. Liu Guo said, It's just different interpretations. Brother Ji has his thoughts, and I have mine. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Then why are you using your thoughts to impose on this old man? Liu Guo was once again speechless. He turned his head to scrutinize Lu Zhou. Since when did Brother Ji become so eloquent? Hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly stood up, his expression indifferent. See you out, Liu Guo continued. I came to the martial celestial sect just to confirm whether Brother Ji has advanced to the 9-leaf stage or not. If you're really a 9-leaf, then I hope you hide your cultivation for the sake of the big picture.
Lu Zhou suddenly turned around and unleashed a palm strike. The palm print flickered with golden light, striking Liu Guo.
Liu Guo crossed his palms, and a wave of primal qi surged from his body, blocking the palm print. This palm print is controlled with subtlety. Brother Jigli's cultivation has indeed improved quite a bit. This palm strike Lu Zhou used his true cultivation, which was of course only the nascent divinity realm 2-leaf. It was not surprising that Liu Guo was able to block it. Liu Guo continued, "If a true 9-leaf appears, it will surely bring disaster. I beg Brother Jian to be cautious." Lu Zhou found it very amusing. What disaster? The collapse of heaven and earth? Or the rivers and seas flowing backward into the mortal world? I don't know what disaster, but I believe in the mysterious expert,
Liu Guo replied. Many things cannot be explained in detail, but time will prove everything. Please believe me, Brother Ji. Lu Zhou recalled that coffin and the ancient book with the recorded diary inside.
The array patterns on the coffin and on Crown Prince Ziliu Zihi's armor both indicated that a mysterious expert truly existed.
It was a pity that Lu Zhou was not a 9-leaf and had no way to verify these things.
Heavenly Tao restraints, the calamity of lifespan, all have been preordained. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou said, "In 2 months, the cultivation world will have its answer." In fact, Lu Zhou didn't know how long it would take to cut the golden lotus and rebuild to advance to the 9-leaf stage. He was just making up a story based on the remaining freezing time of the system. As long as the system unfreezes, then no one can do anything to this old man, no matter what the answer is. 2 months. The era of cutting the golden lotus has begun. This old man won't be the last 9-leaf, Lu Zhou said. Liu Guo couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. If cutting the golden lotus can really allow cultivators to step into the 9-leaf stage, then no one can withstand this situation. What's more, his son Liu Chang is also trying to advance to the 9-leaf stage. What's the point of constantly targeting the martial celestial sect then? Thinking this, Liu Guanyu said, "Before coming up the mountain, my son said that Brother Ji wanted to seclude himself for cultivation. 3 months have passed in these 5 months, and there are still 2 months left. Since that's the case, let's make an agreement with Brother Ji. I will come to the martial celestial sect again in 2 months. What do you think?"
Hearing this, Lu Zhao's heart stirred slightly.
"Very good. This old man couldn't wish for more. But you said agreement? Does that mean I have to agree with you? You are just a retired emperor. It's rare for you to come to the martial celestial sect once. Aren't you planning to beg for your son?" From the moment he saw Liu Guo, Lu Zhou had assumed that Liu Guo had come here to plead for Liu Chang.
Currently, the momentum of the Nether sect is like the sun at high noon. The divine capital and the imperial city are both full of danger.
Liu Guo shook his head and replied, "I have abdicated and will not interfere in state affairs. Liu Chang is my son, and Yu Zhenghai is Brother Ji's disciple. It is perfect for the old to fight the old, and the young to fight the young." At this time, Lu Zhou looked towards the coffin behind Liu Guo. Even though the patterns on the coffin were not very clear, Lu Zhou could still recognize that they were identical to the patterns on the armor. Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. "All right, in 2 months this old man will wait for you. Remember to bring the coffin along. Who exactly is the 9-leaf living in the coffin?" The advice recorded in the ancient book makes Lu Zhou very curious. It's a pity that the 4 elders of the martial celestial sect have all cut their golden lotus and have no way to defeat Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran. Lu Zhou himself is comprehending the earth scroll of the heavenly writing. Before he can unlock a new divine power, his body cannot store the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing, human scroll.
Other functions of the system have been frozen.
"Okay, I hope Brother Jia will abide by our agreement," Liu Guo said. Lu Zhou suddenly spoke. "Liu Guo, this old man will give you a piece of advice. Please speak, Brother Ji. Don't take yourself too seriously." After saying that, Lu Zhou turned around and said loudly, "See them out!"
Ming Xinyin escorted Liu Guo and his group down the mountain, muttering, "I said from the beginning that Master was in seclusion, yet you guys wasted your time."
Liu Guo, Su Sheng, Ji Yu Yiran, and several guards walked out of the barrier. Liu Guo turned his head and replied, "Not really. I have achieved my purpose by meeting the Grandmaster and expressing my thoughts." Ming Xinyin glanced at him and couldn't help but be speechless. This guy really has a strong ability to comfort himself.
Ming Xinyin ignored them and flew back to the martial celestial sect.
When there was no one around, Su Sheng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face covered in sweat. Liu Guo frowned. 9-leaf? Su Sheng tapped several acupoints on his body and replied,
"This official dares not confirm, but that absolute sacred qi has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth."
Ji Yu Yiran asked in doubt, "Why does your majesty feel that he is not a 9-leaf? Everyone in the cultivation world believes that the sect leader of the martial celestial sect, Ji Tiandao, is a 9-leaf, Only Liu Guo does not believe it. Liu Ge clasped his hands behind his back, saying, "You once said that the appearance of a nine-leaf would cause untold disaster. Now, no disaster has occurred. It seems the nine-leaf that the world speaks of isn't the real deal." A fake nine-leaf? Su Sheng's face was filled with shock. But his lifespan tribulation has arrived, and he's completely unfazed. How do you explain that? Ji Yu Yiran said, "Your Majesty, are you implying that Ji Laomo's realm is between 8-leaf and 9-leaf? Liu Ge suddenly smirked. "I'll wait for him for 2 months. Whether he's a real or fake 9-leaf, I'll give the world a satisfactory explanation." Your Majesty, you want to deal with the 9-leaf?
Liu Gefei casually waved his hand, pointing towards Yang, who was being carried by several guards. Su Sheng speculated. Could there be a treasure hidden within Yang, capable of judging or destroying a 9-leaf? Su Sheng was inwardly astonished, and hurriedly asked, "If that's the case, why did your Majesty make a move just now?"
Why did Ji Laomo ask your Majesty to wait 2 months, and not 3 or 4?
Su Sheng. Liu Jie suddenly stopped. "You're talking too damn much." Liu Gera's voice deepened. "This servant knows his crime." Su Sheng lowered his head, trembling all over, not daring to say another word.
Ji Yu Yiran remained silent as always, quietly following behind. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In an unnamed abyss in the moonlight forest, a figure in white flew out of the lake, shooting into the sky. Her gang qi erupted, evaporating all the moisture on her body.
Ye Tiangxin floated in midair, looking towards Cheng Huang lounging in the distance, and said with a smile, "Xiao Huang."
Cheng Huang ignored her. "Are you still angry, Xiao Huang? Don't be mad. Come here and protect me." Cheng Huang raised its head. Its massive eyes darted around, then looked at Ye Tiangxin in the air. Its body suddenly moved. It clearly just turned around, but its tail lashed out like a whirlwind. Ye Tiangxin had to zoom up higher, cursing softly, "You stingy bastard!" She summoned her Dharma body, and looked down at the spinning 7-leaf golden lotus below, shimmering with golden light. In the past, she never dared to imagine this scene. Yet, in just a few short months, she had advanced to 7-leaf, and was now preparing to attempt to break through to 8-leaf. Ye Tiangxin looked down at the small pond. Though she didn't know what the water in the pond was, she knew it was extraordinary. It contained a unique energy that could help her cultivation advance rapidly.
During this time, she had been cultivating in the pond, never leaving it for even half a step. Cheng Huang was also there, protecting her without ever leaving. Gradually, Ye Tiangxin became accustomed to this place, and grew fond of Cheng Huang.
When she summoned her Dharma body, Cheng Huang looked up. Ye Tiangxin smiled and said, "Look, 8-leaf." Rings of energy appeared and poured into the golden lotus below. The Dharma body repeated this process for a whole hour, but still no leaf bloomed. However, Ye Tiangxin was extremely patient. She persistently condensed rings of energy without tiring. Away from the chaotic cultivation world, she no longer thought much about the outside world, nor did she overly anticipate breaking through to 8-leaf. The rings of energy continued to nourish the golden lotus. Perhaps because of Ye Tiangxin's unhurried and non-forcing mindset, the process of leaf blooming became extremely smooth. After another hour, the golden lotus suddenly made a crisp sound. The 8th leaf finally appeared. Ye Tiangxin's Dharma body expanded to a height of 30 meters. The 8-leaf golden lotus blossomed with dazzling golden light at the bottom of the abyss. Ye Tiangxin's eyes widened and she jumped for joy. "Xiao Huang, I really became 8-leaf." You. Cheng Huang let out a long cry as if to congratulate her success. Ye Tiangxin blinked, looking at the 8 leaves, feeling like she was in a dream. At the same time, she had the thought of returning. Now that she had enough strength, why wouldn't she want to go back to Dayan? Ye Tiangxin stood inside her Dharma body and flew into the sky. In an instant she had flown over 100 meters high. She felt the power surging through her body. Unable to contain the joy in her heart, she cupped her hands into a small trumpet and shouted loudly, the sound waves traveling far away. Ferocious beasts rose up, covering the sky. Apart from a few special species of ferocious beasts, Ye Tiangxin, now at 8-leaf, no longer feared them. The 30-meter-tall Dharma body also intimidated many ferocious beasts, causing them to fly away. Ye Tiangxin flew towards the cliff wall, looking up. Just then, Cheng Huang got up and flew over, sitting down in front of Ye Tiangxin in mid-air. Ye Tiangxin said to it, "I want to leave this abyss, Xiao Huang." Cheng Huang looked at the pond, neither nodding nor shaking its head, not knowing what it was thinking. Ye Tiangxin speculated, "You want me to break through to 9-leaf?" Cheng Huang didn't react. "You're such an idiot. There's no such thing as 9-leaf in this world. I'm already satisfied with reaching 8-leaf. Cheng Huang let out a low cry, but unfortunately, Ye Tiangxin didn't understand what it meant. Let's go up together." Ye Tiangxin flew onto Cheng Huang's back. Cheng Huang stepped into the air and flew up, its whole body like an arrow piercing through layers of clouds and mist, to the endless abyss. Time passed quickly. and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the secret chamber of the Ma Tiange, Lu Zhou once again entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his entire body enveloped in azure light. Just then, the system rang out a notification. Ding! System authority upgrade successful. The Heaven Scroll, 3rd volume, Human Scroll level has been promoted. The system's coverage area has been promoted. May consume the extraordinary power of the Heaven Scroll. Increase the number of types of item cards. May increase corresponding prices. Notifications rang out continuously in Lu Zhao's ears, but he didn't seem to hear them as he remained immersed in a state of comprehension. The symbols in the Earth Scroll stirred incessantly. The extraordinary power of the Human Scroll and the extraordinary power of the Earth Scroll gradually merged into one. At the same time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, Liu Ge, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran reappeared. Your Majesty, the agreed time with Ji Laomo is here. What if he still refuses to meet us? Su Sheng asked. Liu Gua glanced at Su Sheng. Commander Su, watch your tone. Su Sheng quickly replied. This subordinate knows his crime. Ji Yu Yiran said, Brother Su is too worried. Although Senior Ji is from the demonic path, from what I know, he's a man of his word, hopefully. Su Sheng replied. In the past, Liu Gua would probably make a few comments about Ji Tiandao. After all, they've known each other for so long. Liu Gua thought he understood Ji Tiandao pretty well, but after their last meeting, Liu Gua was shocked to realize that the master of the Ma Tiange wasn't as easy to deal with as he'd imagined. Liu Gua walked towards the barrier of Jinting Mountain. Su Sheng understood and cupped his fist, transmitting his voice up the mountain. Su Sheng, guarding the northwest gate of the imperial city, requests an audience with Senior Ji. The words contained a majestic amount of vital energy, but no killing intent. The sound waves swept over Jinting Mountain and dissipated in the rolling mountains. Before long, a figure flew down from the mountain. It was Ming Xiyin. So sorry, can you come back another day? Liu Gua, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran stared blankly. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. We made an appointment, and now you're saying he won't meet us? WTF? For Senior Ji made the appointment himself. How can he just change it? Su Sheng said. Probably because he knew about the existence of the Su Se thing, so Su Sheng's attitude towards Ming Xiyin seemed more assertive than before. Plus, Su Sheng was still salty about getting slapped last time. Ming Xiyin crossed his arms and laughed. I changed it. Your Gramps is old, his closed-door cultivation time isn't calculated accurately. I hope His Majesty understands, Ming Xiyin said. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. We already made an appointment. How can you break it? Heh, if I don't let you in, what does it have to do with my master? Ming Xiyin pointed to the barrier. You want to try barging in? Ming Xiyin was basically saying, I'm breaking my word, so what? Kura. Which made Su Sheng furious. Just as Su Sheng was about to step forward and argue, Liu Gua suddenly raised his hand to stop him. All right, we'll come again tomorrow. Early the next morning, Liu Gua, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran, along with several guards, appeared at the foot of the mountain again. Su Sheng continued to use the voice transmission method, and Ming Xiyin flew down as expected, floating in the air and saying, Sorry, maybe come another day. This time he got straight to the point. Fourth Senior, you made an appointment yesterday, and today you want to postpone again. It's not good to break your word, Su Sheng said. Ming Xiyin shrugged. I never said I was a man of my word. This was the first time Su Sheng had met someone so shameless. Even though he was a general who had fought on the battlefield, one of the 8 great commanders, he felt completely helpless at this moment. Liu Gua suddenly cupped his fist and said, Then tell me, when will we be able to meet? Ming Xiyin touched his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, How about a year later? Seeing Liu Gua raise an eyebrow, Ming Xiyin laughed. Just kidding, come back tomorrow. 3 times is enough. Liu Gua certainly wouldn't give him a chance to play tricks, and immediately said, If it's like this again tomorrow, what then? You seem like a reasonable person, unlike him. Tomorrow's matter is naturally for tomorrow. Who knows what will happen? What a cunning demon, Liu Gua said. Then please inform Brother Ji that this old man will come to visit again tomorrow. Liu Gua didn't say a word last time, but this time he spoke himself, which meant that he would definitely go up the mountain tomorrow. Ming Xiyin replied, Your Majesty, take care. I will pass on the message to my master. Liu Gua's group turned and left. Ming Xiyin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to Ma Tiange. Back outside the secret chamber, Ming Xiyin paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. What to do? What to do? What to do? These days, he's been waiting for his master to come out of seclusion. But the problem is, there's still no movement inside. Ming Xiyin stood outside the secret chamber and called out softly twice. When he didn't hear his master's reply, he muttered to himself, I can only think of a way to deal with it myself. Now the 4 elders of Ma Tiange have at most only recultivated to the 4th leaf stage. Duan Musheng, Zhu Honggong, and Zhao Yue are also gold lotus stage cultivators. With such strength, how can they suppress Liu Guo and his gang?
Ming Xinyan thought for a while and decided to send a letter to find someone to help.
That afternoon, at the Netherworld Church's branch in Zhongyang hurried into the main hall. Reporting to the sect leader, the Yu province branch received a flying letter from the Dark Sky Pavilion. The retired emperor Liu Qua, Su Sheng, and Ji Yu Yiran are heading to the Dark Sky Pavilion. This ain't gonna be a friendly visit. The Dark Sky Pavilion is requesting the eldest senior brother to oversee Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai and Si Wuyai were both shook. Does the Dark Sky Pavilion need me to oversee Yu Zhanghai? He asked. Sus as hell. The fourth elder didn't specify in the letter, but from the wording, things ain't looking good. Hua Zhongyang replied, offering the flying letter. Si Wuyai skimmed it and said, with Master's 9-leaf cultivation, dealing with Liu Qua is no problem. Even if Master doesn't act, the Dark Sky Pavilion still has 4 elders. Why though? Yu Zhanghai said, Junior brother, is this a trap set by Master to lure me back? Si Wuyai immediately shook his head. No way, man. If he wanted to catch you, Master would have done it last time he was here. No need for all this drama. That old geezer Liu Qua isn't dead? Did he break through to 9 leaves too? Yu Zhanghai gasped. This was the outcome he wanted to avoid the most. In the past 5 months, the Netherworld Church has been desperately conquering the 9 provinces, and has now captured Yi Province. Only Yan Province and the Divine Capital remain. Only 1 month remains until the agreed time with Master. The cultivation world has entered the era of severing the Golden Lotus. Seeing a 5-leaf sword cultivator without a Golden Lotus a few months ago already shook Yu Zhanghai to his core. If someone really has recultivated and entered the 9-leaf stage in such a short time, it would be a huge obstacle for the Netherworld Church. Si Wuyai thought for a moment and said, Liu Qua and Master were old buddies. Back when Master was in his prime, he knew him. Liu Qua once invited Master to the Divine Capital to be the imperial advisor, second only to the Emperor. But Master didn't like being constrained. He just wanted to stay on Golden Court Mountain and establish the Dark Sky Pavilion, recruiting disciples. Based on the timeline, Liu Kui's life is about to end, so there's no way he could have reached 9 leaves. From what I know, among the 4 elders of the Dark Sky Pavilion, Leng Luo and Pan Lishan are both injured. Hua Wudao is only at 7 leaves. Senior Zuo Yu Shu just joined, so she might have some tricks up her sleeve. But she comes from the Confucian school, and so do Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran. Hearing this, Yu Zhanghai frowned. Si Wuyai whispered, Eldest senior brother, I think you should go reinforce the Dark Sky Pavilion. Of course, that's just my suggestion. It's up to you, whether you go or not. Yu Zhanghai said nothing. Hearing Si Wuyai say this made him feel conflicted, because Si Wuyai understood best how much he wanted to conquer this land. Asking Yu Zhanghai to give up the current favorable situation to reinforce the Dark Sky Pavilion, quote, if things go smoothly, great, but if things go south, all the efforts of the Netherworld Church would be wasted. If something like that happened, how could Yu Zhanghai face all the Netherworld Church members who are risking their lives for him? Seeing Yu Zhanghai deep in thought, Si Wuyai didn't dare to disturb him further and said, Eldest senior brother, I'll take my leave. With that, Si Wuyai left the main hall. The others saw this and understood, leaving one by one. The main hall became quiet, and the light gradually dimmed. Yu Zhanghai stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the wall, not knowing what he was thinking. Occasionally, his eyes would look towards the emerald jade saber, reaching out to gently caress it a few times, before falling back into thought. The next day, Ming Xinyan went to the secret chamber to ask his master, but as expected, he still didn't get a response. He sighed and reluctantly flew down the mountain. Not long after, Ming Xinyan saw a small flying chariot appear in the sky. As soon as the flying chariot landed, Su Sheng saw Ming Xinyan standing in the distance. Fourth elder, we meet again! Su Sheng flew up and clasped his hands, saying, Greetings, greetings! Ming Xinyan smiled and said, Senior Ji must have come out of seclusion. Please lead the way, fourth elder. Su Sheng smiled in response. Ming Xinyan scratched his head. I'm really sorry. How about waiting another day? You can just think of me as a two-faced liar who doesn't keep his word. On the surface, he said that, but in his heart, Ming Xinyan was a little annoyed. What's with the host not wanting to meet, but the guest insisting on meeting no matter what? Su Sheng smiled and said, It's okay. The Dark Sky Pavilion is so big, we can just wait on the mountain for Senior Ji to come out of seclusion. Ming Xinyan laughed. If Commander Su is smart, he should listen to my advice, so you don't regret it when something bad happens. Su Sheng replied, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make that happen. As he spoke, the Zihiji seal appeared around Su Sheng, covered in shimmering golden light, floating towards the barrier. The Confucian school is famous for its formations and the Haoran heavenly canopy. Su Sheng clearly wanted to break the formation. At this moment, dense self-seals also appeared on the mountainside, and the canopy seal struck down from above. Su Sheng frowned and shouted, "Is this how the Dark Sky Pavilion treats its guests?" Both palms pushed out a Confucian school defensive canopy seal, blocking it in front of him. Clang, clang, clang! All the self-seals striking down from the mountainside were blocked by the defensive layer. A deep voice suddenly came from the mountainside. "This old woman wants to see who's so bold as to barge into the Dark Sky Pavilion." Su Sheng bowed in the air and said, "Su Sheng greets Senior Zhuo." Su Sheng didn't want to barge into the Dark Sky Pavilion, but His Majesty and Senior Ji had an appointment, and we're just keeping our promise. This old woman, on behalf of the sect leader, has decided to cancel this appointment entirely. "Get the hell off Golden Court Mountain," Zhuo Yushu said in a deep voice. Ming Xinyin clicked his tongue secretly, not expecting Elder Zhuo to be so aggressive, but I like it. At this moment, Liu Kwa suddenly spoke up. "Zhuo Yushu, you don't want Ji to go up the mountain? How dare you stop me?" "Liu Kwa, this is the Dark Sky Pavilion, not the Imperial Palace. Stop trying to intimidate this old woman." Zhuo Yushu stepped into the air and appeared, hovering on the mountainside. The crutch in her hand was raised high, and a series of seal characters appeared, swirling around Zhuo Yushu. That seal character was just the character Ren. Su Sheng frowned. Heavenly Canopy, one-word seal. Ren represents people, the core self-seal of the Confucian school. Few people have cultivated this one-word seal to perfection over the years, and Zhuo Yushu is one of them. This is the strongest self-seal in the Heoran Heavenly Canopy. Not bad eyes. Zhuo Yushu spoke from mid-air. Su Sheng retorted, "Back when the Confucian school spread its teachings, Senior Zhuo should have been the new sage master. But sadly, the position was passed down to men only. Even so, the disciples of the Confucian school still respected you. Why have you joined the demonic path now?" "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Zhuo Yushu coldly replied. Su Sheng was momentarily speechless. Ji Yu Yiran then said, "Senior Zhuo, there's no need to be so aggressive. You can't speak for Senior Ji." With that, Ji Yu Yiran unleashed a palm strike. Zhuo Yushu frowned, immediately wielding her staff, forming a collision with the palm strike. Clang, clang, clang. The energy dissipated. "Senior Zhuo, please enlighten me." Ji Yu Yiran stomped his foot, shooting straight into the sky, on par with Zhuo Yushu. Ming Xinyin was stunned. He didn't expect the usually silent Ji Yu Yiran to be such a ruthless dude who loves fighting. Never judge a book by its cover, I guess. Even though Zhuo Yushu had rebuilt after severing her golden lotus, she couldn't let others show off in front of her. The staff in her hand danced in the air, carrying countless talisman seals, turning into a roaring dragon. Ji Yu Yiran didn't hesitate to summon his avatar, an 8-leaf avatar 10 zang tall, radiating golden light, suppressing all directions. Zhuo Yushu's talisman seals immediately dissipated. Zhuo Yushu didn't expect him to go all out. The powerful energy forced her to retreat. Ji Yu Yiran suddenly said, "Senior Zhuo, you really aren't an 8-leaf. As Zhuo Yushu retreated, she suddenly swung the staff in her hand. Golden patterns appeared on the staff, winding like a dragon. The staff unleashed a mysterious seal, forcing Ji Yu Yiran to retreat with his avatar. "Dragon staff!" Ji Yu Yiran exclaimed. No wonder! No wonder! I didn't expect the dragon staff to be in Senior Zhuo's hands." The dragon staff unleashed a strike and spun back into Zhuo Yushu's hand. Zhuo Yushu stood in mid-air on the mountainside, her eyes deep. "If you want to get to the Magic Sky Pavilion, you gotta get through me first." Just then, Su Sheng lightly tapped his toes, his body as light as a swallow, flying into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji Yu Yiran. Both great commanders are 8-leafs. Facing Senior Zhuo, what's the point? Su Sheng clasped his hands and stepped forward, unleashing a punch. The seals on his hand formed a special formation, attaching to the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. The barrier opened like a door, and Su Sheng stepped into it. Ming Xiyin was shocked. Proficient in formations. This reminded Ming Xiyin of Pan Lishan and second senior brother. At their level, whether there's a barrier or not makes no difference. Zhuo Yushu wielded the dragon staff, and a dragon-shaped surge of righteous chi shot out. Su Sheng reached out, and a golden energy seal appeared on his hand, grabbing the dragon chi seal bare-handed. This level is at most 4-leaf. Senior Zhuo, you should understand the meaning of 8-leaf, right? Su Sheng closed his fingers, and the dragon chi seal dissipated. Zhuo Yushu's eyebrows furrowed. She rebuilt after severing her golden lotus, and now she's no match for Su Sheng. For a 4-leaf Zhuo Yushu to handle a few moves from an 8-leaf is already impressive. If Su Sheng went all out, it wouldn't be strange to kill a 4-leaf with one move. Su Sheng summoned his avatar. The 10 zang tall avatar stood between heaven and earth, the golden lotus 8-leaf constantly spinning. Su Sheng was certain that Zhuo Yushu's cultivation was no longer what it used to be. Zhuo Yushu retreated a few steps, throwing the dragon staff into the air. A large circle appeared under Zhuo Yushu's feet, the seals neatly arranged, shining with golden light. Su Sheng was puzzled.
Not an amplification formation, wanting to increase her own strength?
Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zuo Yushu. Young man, you're still too green.
Boom!
A gourd-shaped energy seal passed through Zuo Yushu's amplification formation, instantly expanding to its maximum size. Pan Lishan flew from behind, controlling the gourd energy seal, smashing head-on into the 10 zang tall avatar. The intersecting energy flew everywhere. Su Sheng's expression changed drastically. After the collision, he had no choice but to retreat with his avatar. Boom! Another loud sound. Su Sheng and his avatar crashed into the barrier of Golden Court Mountain.
Pan Lishan looked down at Su Sheng from midair, laughing loudly. Knowing that the barrier can't stop formation experts like you, might as well let you in.
I call this closing the door to beat the dog. You finally got in, and now you have to get out. How much energy does it take to go in and out, Gramps? Su Sheng stabilized his avatar, looking up at Pan Lishan. Now he understood why Zuo Yushu used that amplification formation. How could Su Sheng, one of the 8 great commanders, allow himself to be humiliated like this?
In that case, don't blame me for being impolite.
Su Sheng clasped his hands together and shouted.
The 10 zang tall avatar flew into the air.
Seeing this, Pan Lishan retreated. At this moment, the 6 Harmony Dao seal appeared behind Zuo Yushu, the 5 large seal characters spinning. Hua Wudao flew over, standing in the amplification formation. The 5 seal characters instantly turned into 9.
Boom! Su Sheng's Golden Lotus avatar collided with the 6 Harmony Dao seal. Pan Lishan seized the opportunity to summon the Golden Gourd and strike at the avatar.
So that's how it is! Su Sheng shouted, his righteous chi taking Su Sheng as the center, the vast energy turning into a surging stream and spreading out.
Boom! Pan Lishan grabbed the gourd energy seal and threw it into the air, and a black shadow appeared.
Suddenly, countless black figures appeared in the sky. In an instant, all the black shadows struck the gourd energy seal.
The gourd energy seal borrowed the force and charged into Su Sheng's energy diffusion area, slamming into the 10 zang tall avatar.
Boom! Su Sheng and his avatar got yeeted back. The new edgelord in town? Elder Leng Luo, with 4 elders of the demonic sky pavilion, flexing in a horizontal line in the sky.
Su Sheng, doing a reverse flight, gawked at the 4 geezers. He dismissed his avatar, did a few twirls, and bolted out trot of the barrier.
Once he regained his balance, Su Sheng's face was a map of, I ain't happy, staring daggers at the 4 elders. The OG 4 heavenly kings of the demonic sky pavilion? Young man, the demonic sky pavilion ain't your playground.
Su Sheng shook his head. Too bad, this also spills the tea that y'all haven't recovered your cultivation.
I was holding back, but next up, I'm going full send, Su Sheng said, eyes darting to the coffin behind Emperor Yongshao.
Liu Guo was his safety net.
Su Sheng closed his eyes, the chi around him slowly calming down. A sec later, eyes snapped open. Whoosh! A 10 zang avatar manifested, chained up with talismans. Runes flew out, forming a swirling vortex.
Pan Lishan murmured, Elders.
Zuo Yushu, Leng Luo, and Hua Wudao nodded in sync. It's clobberin' time. Ming Shi Yin, hyped AF, exclaimed, Now that's what I call demonic sky pavilion elder material. So motivational. I'm dying to know how you guys handle an 8-leaf. Pan Lishan barked. The moment he finished, Hua Wudao zipped forward a few meters, but the other 3 bolted back to the demonic sky pavilion, faster than you can say isekai. Gone in a flash. Hua Wudao blinked. Ming Shi Yin facepalmed. No fair. That's cheating. Bullying an honest guy. Is this your 8-leaf strategy? Hua Wudao noped out Rita there. Su Sheng also stood there dumbfounded. Wait, where did they all go? Maintaining a 10 zang avatar drains my mana. Su Sheng clapped his hands together, and the avatar poofed.
He turned around. Your Majesty, I want to smash this barrier. Permission, please.
Liu Guo shook his head. Show some respect. Yes, sire.
The barrier was like a fancy door.
For those who knew formations, it's nothing. Even Upper Origin 5 rats could use tricks to get in.
Back when Pan Lishan had 0 cultivation, he could still waltz in with his gourd.
If you don't know formations, you're stuck with brute force like the 10 great sects. But the best way to deal with a barrier is to use your brain.
Swish! An arrow came out out of nowhere. Su Sheng frowned, swatting it away. He saw Hua Yuexing reloading, prepping an even beefier arrow.
Sneak attacking the demonic sky pavilion? Bunch of low-life villains. Su Sheng launched into the air, throwing out palms, and talismans flew everywhere. Hua Yuexing's face paled. Yuexing, retreat! Ming Xinyin zipped forward, sonic booming towards the demonic sky pavilion. Hua Yuexing's no match for an 8-leaf. Even the 4 elders ran for the hills. You're toast.
Su Sheng's talismans were about to hit the barrier when a black umbrella suddenly appeared, blocking everything.
Clang, clang, clang.
The umbrella opened, intercepting the talismans and spinning.
Huh? Su Sheng looked up. An old dude in a robe was flying over. After a few big moves, he was standing on the umbrella. Huang Shiji.
Su Sheng recognized him. It was the island master of Penglai Island, Huang Shiji.
Huang Shiji slowly landed on the black umbrella. Wouldn't miss such a party.
Ji Yu Yiran looked up, eyes blazing, and shot into the sky like an arrow.
He clasped his hands together, fingers interlocked, and charged towards Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji, you're fighting me. Huang Shiji's eyes narrowed. Another 8-leaf. He raised his palm, blocking the long seal. Boom! The long seal and the sacred chi collided, sending shockwaves, and both were blown away.
Huang Shiji kept his palm strike pose, and his left hand blasted out another palm, pushing back Ji Yu Yiran.
They glared at each other. The sacred chi move blew Huang Shiji's mind. Ji Yu Yiran steadied himself in the air, frowning. Since when did Penglai Island side with the demonic Sky Pavilion? I'm bros with Ji. His problems are my problems. Huang Shiji, you sure you want to stick your nose in this? Not on my watch.
Huang Shiji glanced at Su Sheng,
then at the demonic Sky Pavilion's barrier, and started channeling his power. The black umbrella flew into his hand, his left hand twirled, and suddenly the sky was filled with Huang Shiji clones and black umbrellas. The black umbrellas unleashed a barrage of energy seals. Ji Yu Yiran roared, 100 Tribulation Insight!
Su Sheng also summoned his avatar. The two Tenzang avatars dashed through the seal storm, heading into a showdown.
Liu Guo was about to step into the barrier but saw the fight and eagerly watched. The battle of 3 8-leaves was epic. Huang Shiji was actually helping the demonic Sky Pavilion.
Liu Guo stood with his hands behind his back, murmuring. A guard stepped forward, bowing. Your Majesty, should we head up?
No rush. Liu Guo continued watching the aerial battle. Huang Shiji traded blows with Ji Yu Yiran and Su Sheng for dozens of rounds, and it was still anyone's game. Liu Guo glanced at the sun and said coldly, Open the yang! Yes, sir. 2 guards opened the yang, and a long sword with red patterns appeared. The guards' eyes widened. Liu Qua raised his hand, and the sword flew into his palm. This sword is called Ling Shu, a super celestial grade. He didn't say much, but the 3 words, super celestial grade, were enough to prove its extraordinariness. The 2 guards trembled and bowed, saying, Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Liu Qua looked at the 3 people fighting fiercely in the sky, raised Ling Shu, and flew up into the air. Liu Qua finally made his move. Liu Qua's whole body flew into the air like lightning. The sword in his hand wasn't flashy, only exuding a faint red light. It didn't attract attention. Plus, the 3 were in a chaotic battle, so no one saw Liu Qua flying through the air. Liu Qua flew through the gap between Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran as fast as lightning. Ling Shu's sword Kui struck the black umbrella. Boom! Powerful sword energy erupted, and in an instant all 3 were blasted away by a strange force. Even though cracks appeared on Huang Shiji's body, he felt a chill all over. The sword Qi pierced through the black umbrella, penetrating his protective energy. Boom! Huang Shiji flew backward, and the black umbrella fell. 9 leaves? Huang Shiji exclaimed in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly flying backward. The first thought in his mind was, could it be that Liu Qua has broken through to 9 leaves?
Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran stabilized their figures and bowed in the air. Your Majesty! Seeing Ling Shu in Liu Quai's hand, they knew that what was in Yang was a sword.
I hope he can withstand another sword from Guojia. Liu Qua mobilized his vital energy, and Ling Shu vibrated.
Seeing the sword in Liu Qua's hand, Huang Shiji couldn't help but feel heavy.
He probably won't be able to escape the next move. Ming Shiyin also looked worried. He was the one who invited Huang Shiji here. If something happened to Huang Shiji, how would he explain it to his master? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone turned to look, and saw an inexplicable and bizarre scene. A cyan light enveloped Lu Zhao's body, broke through the roof of the secret chamber, and slowly floated up. At this moment, Lu Zhao still had his eyes closed, and remained in a cross-legged position, his whole body immersed in the light. Master, Pavilion Master is out! The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion all looked up. What's going on? No one could understand this scene. Liu Qua also stopped and stared at Lu Zhao without blinking. As soon as Lu Zhao appeared, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion came out, looking up at the sky, while the other disciples flew to the southern pavilion to observe from afar. Liu Qua cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhou, Brother Ji, we meet again. Greetings, Senior Ji.
Greetings, Senior Ji. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yiran bowed in the air, but Lu Zhao's eyes remained closed, as if he didn't hear them, until he flew out of the barrier by dozens of feet before stopping. Liu Qua stepped into the air, rising to the same height as Lu Zhou, and greeted again. Brother Ji, we meet again. Lu Zhao remained silent. Su Sheng said in a low voice, Your Majesty, this matter is probably strange. Suddenly,
Ji Yuran raised his hand and shot out a palm print. The palm print flew towards Lu Zhou like lightning. Boom! The palm print dissipated. Huh? The palm print disappeared on its own? What's going on? Ji Yuran was shocked and couldn't imagine it. He said to Liu Qua, "Your Majesty, I was just probing a little. Please forgive me." Probing? Liu Qua turned his head and glanced at Ji Yuran. "If you have ulterior motives, Guojia will definitely not spare you." Hearing this, Ji Yuran immediately broke out in a cold sweat and bowed, answering, "I wouldn't dare. Now is not the time for infighting." Liu Qua looked at Lu Zhou, who was floating cross-legged in the air and immersed in the blue light, and continued to speak sarcastically. "Congratulations on breaking through, Brother Ji." The words contained extremely strong vital energy, like a bolt of lightning striking the layer of light enveloping Lu Zhou. Boom! The attack dissipated without any reaction. What kind of cultivation technique is Master practicing? In the sky above the southern pavilion, Zhu Honggong opened his eyes wide. A defensive technique similar to the Buddha's golden body. I've never seen this technique before. Lu Zhou was immersed in the first divine power of the heavenly scripture, the divine power of pure heavenly ears, which could hear any sound or ignore any sound. The sounds of the outside world were isolated, including sound attacks. Liu Qua's expression became serious. As expected, Brother Ji has advanced to 9 leaves. Lu Zhou once used divine power to activate the armor, proving his extraordinary strength, a strength belonging to 9 leaves or above. It was not strange for Liu Qua to think so. If that's the case, then please forgive me, Brother Ji, for the sake of the world's safety. Guojia is willing to be slandered as a friend killer? The Lingshu sword vibrated. Su Sheng and Ji Yuran both looked expectant. They knew that His Majesty wanted to attack the only 9 leaves in the world. Liu Qua raised Lingshu, and a sword seal appeared. Whoosh! The sword energy shot straight into Lu Zhao's chest like a bullet. "Master! Pavilion Master! Brother Ji!" The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and Huang Shiji all stared at this scene. The sword seal, like a bullet, pierced through space and time. Boom! The blue light suddenly converged at one point, blocking the sword seal. Liu Qua was blasted backward. Liu Qua stepped into the air, turned around, and retreated 10 meters. He raised his hand, and Lingshu returned to his palm. He glared at Lu Zhou. Can it block Lingshu? When Liu Qua was in power, he had secretly tested the power of Lingshu. Lingshu was indeed a weapon that could shatter celestial-grade weapons. From then on, Liu Qua blocked all information related to Lingshu, regarding it as his trump card. A mysterious expert once said that 9 leaves could not appear in this world, but if 9 leaves really appeared, he must be killed with this sword. The mysterious expert also left behind the incantation to activate the formation on Lingshu. Liu Qua looked down at the red formation on the sword, and didn't hesitate anymore. For the sake of the world, for the sake of Great Yan, for the sake of the royal family, 9 leaves cannot exist. Liu Qua attacked again, but the blue energy reappeared, enveloping Lu Zhou, forming a solid energy cage that was impossible to break. Clang! 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 Liu Gua's figure flashed continuously, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, creating countless sword beams that struck the blue energy cage. The sword beams were like a storm of wind and rain, the rhythm becoming increasingly dense. This scene was exactly like the sword moves of the sword demon Yu Shangrong. Your Majesty! Su Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ji Yuran said, "No wonder His Majesty dared to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Just then, Liu Gua suddenly stabilized his figure, the Lingshu sword floated in front of him, and his palms came together. Liu Gua began to chant the sword incantation, and the array patterns on the Lingshu's body lit up. Liu Gua was overjoyed, his eyes like fire as he looked at Lu Zhou, and he said in a deep voice, "Go!" The sword beam bloomed, expanding several times, and then slashed fiercely at the energy cage. Boom! The sword energy burst out, hitting Liu Gua, Su Sheng, and Ji Yuran in an instant, sending all 3 of them flying away. Liu Gua was the closest, and the collision of sword energy almost hit his entire chest. Liu Gua cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky became quiet again, the sword beams also disappeared, and the Lingshu slowly fell to the ground with a clang. The array patterns on its body had become dim at this moment. Why is it like this? What the hell? Liu Gua's heart was full of doubts and horror. From beginning to end, Lu Zhou didn't even open his eyes, and didn't even make an attack. But Liu Gua couldn't even touch a single hair on Lu Zhao's head. Where is the problem after all? Huang Shiji observed from a distance, his heart also extremely complicated, muttering, "Brother Ji's methods are heaven-defying. What am I even doing here? Might as well just stand aside and watch the show." The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion were all dumbfounded, their mouths dry. No need to make a move at all? Pavilion Master is still closing his eyes. Is he sleeping? LOL. I have never admired anyone in my life, except for the pavilion master. In the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion, the blue light almost merged with the blue sky. This Chad is OP. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran kept spinning in the air to reduce the force of the shock. Even so, the collision of sword energy still made their blood churn and their whole bodies tremble. The two barely endured their injuries and caught the flying Liu Guo. The three finally stabilized their figures, floating in the air, while Lu Zhou was still cross-legged, his eyes closed, his expression as natural and calm as if nothing had happened. No one could understand this scene. Ming Yin flew up into the air and shouted, "Hey! Hey, you three shameless old geezers! You can't even beat my master while he's sleeping, aren't you ashamed?" Liu Guo raised his hand and gently stroked, trying to suppress the churning blood in his chest. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran looked at the undamaged Lu Zhou in fear. "Your Majesty, are you alright?" Su Sheng asked. "I'm fine." The chaotic qi in Liu Guo's body gradually calmed down. They didn't bother to glance at Ming Yin. There was no need to waste time with the disciple who was only at the 5 leaves stage. Continue. A hint of stubbornness appeared in Liu Guo's eyes. Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran wanted to retreat. Even the super heaven grade Ling Shu couldn't break this strange power, so why continue fighting? This isn't even a battlefield. The battlefield needs willpower to boost morale, but what's the point of doing this now? But a minister dies for his ruler, and a son dies for his father. Liu Guo pointed to the blue light and said, "Look carefully." Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran opened their eyes wide and carefully observed. So that's it. That energy is decreasing. This is why Liu Guo still wants to continue fighting. He has discovered that the blue energy around Lu Zhou is being consumed. "I am willing to charge forward. I am also willing to charge forward." The two hurriedly expressed their loyalty. "Simps!" Liu Guo raised his hand, and the Ling Shu sword lying on the ground resonated, and with a whoosh, it flew back into his palm. The array patterns on its body flashed, and then disappeared. "It's been a long time since I fought side by side with you." The 4 elders all flew to the highest peak of the Evil Sky Pavilion to observe. The existence of the Super Heaven grade was beyond their expectations, and no one could help Lu Zhou at this time. They were all experienced people, so they understood very well what it meant to die in vain. Then we'll have to see if I agree or not. Huang Shiji stepped into the air and faced the 3 of them. "Huang Shiji, if you want to die so much, then I will grant your wish." Ji Yu Yuran changed direction, turning his head to wink at Liu Guo and Su Sheng. Who the deer dies to is still unknown. Huang Shiji raised his hand, and a scepter-shaped energy seal appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, the energy seal rotated and fired countless energy needles. Unexpectedly, Island Master Huang is a person who repays kindness, Pan Lishan said. "Wait, hold up, damn. Who knew Island Master Huang was so good at returning favors?" said Pan Lishan. "Y'all used your bare hands to lift Penglai Island. Talk about legendary. Looks like that good deed really paid off." The crowd nodded in praise. Huang Shiji was an 8-leaf expert. Dealing with Ji Yu Yuran shouldn't be a problem. So what about Su Sheng and Liu Guo? Everyone turned to look. At this moment, Su Sheng flew towards Lu Zhou, palms out, spamming seals like crazy. "It's the freaking Niao seals." Zuo Yushu shook her head. What a sly old fox. They saw that Big Bro's energy could be depleted, so they're intentionally using these low-level seals to wear him down. The shameless bastards. Hua Wu Dao turned to look at Ming Yin beside him, uttering the last sentence. "Where's the shameless part?" "Doesn't matter. Just curse him." Ming Yin glared. Clang! 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 All the seals were blocked and shattered by Lu Zhao's blue energy. For a whole hour, Su Sheng relentlessly unleashed countless Niao seals. Boom! The blue energy sent him flying again. Su Sheng cried out in pain, retreating over 100 meters, shocked to the core. Old Freak Ji is already this strong before waking up. How are we going to deal with him when he's fully awake? Your Majesty, the energy's weakening. Even though Su Sheng was blown away, this attack proved that the depletion method was effective. Liu Guo nodded in satisfaction. Ling Shu in his hand vibrated slightly. He turned to look at Ji Yu Yuran and Huang Shiji who were fighting. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner in the short term. Su Sheng said solemnly, "Your Majesty, don't worry about Commander Ji Yu. Commander Ji Yu and I are both Niao Sect people, the type that gets fiercer the more they fight. I believe it won't be long before he defeats Huang Shiji." "Good," Liu Guo replied. Raising his sword, the patterns on the sword glowed. Su Sheng also clasped his hands in front of him. Seals appeared. "Your Majesty and I will advance and retreat together." Seeing this scene, the 4 elders of the Nether Sect became serious. Sect Master's defensive energy seems to be weakening. Su Sheng and Liu Guo are trying every means to wear it down. How despicable. Let's make a move later to divert their attention. The four elders nodded to each other.
Su Sheng and Liu Gua mobilized their primordial energy and flew towards Lu Zhou, seals filling the sky. Su Sheng wanted to use this to exhaust all of Lu Zhou's energy, creating an opportunity for Liu Gua to strike.
As soon as the seals landed, a snowy figure suddenly flashed out from behind the cliff. Oh shit! The 8-leaf Dharma body appeared.
Primordial energy erupted like mountains collapsing and seas overturning,
shattering all the seals, causing them to fall to the ground like snowflakes.
Su Sheng couldn't react in time and was sent flying backwards. Having already been injured several times by Lu Zhao's blue energy, Su Sheng suffered a great loss this time. His blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who is it?" Liu Gua rushed over, turning his palm to block Su Sheng.
The 10-zang tall 8-leaf Dharma body stood tall in front of Lu Zhou. The Dharma body shimmered with golden light. Beneath it, a golden lotus and 8 lotus leaves slowly rotated. The person standing inside the Dharma body was Ye Tiangxin, dressed in white. "Sixth senior sister," Ming Shiyin said in surprise. The four elders were also shocked by this scene. "It's the 6th disciple of the Nether Sect, Ye Tiangxin. 6th senior sis has advanced to 8 leaves." Zhu Honggong couldn't believe it. At the same time, in the martial arts training ground of the Nether Sect, a group of female disciples gathered together, forming a phalanx, shouting in unison, "Welcome back, Sect Master!"
They were once female disciples of the Yanyu Palace, only listening to Ye Tiangxin's orders. Now that Ye Tiangxin has advanced to 8 leaves and returned, how could they not be excited? Everyone's eyes were wet as they looked up at Ye Tiangxin. Ye Tiangxin didn't greet them. She knew she had more important matters to deal with. Liu Gua heard this and said, "I really underestimated Brother Ji. I didn't expect Brother Ji to have such an amazing disciple. Ye Tiangxin, 8 leaves." His voice contained doubt, questioning, and surprised probing. Ye Tiangxin said coldly, "Those who offend the Nether Sect will be sentenced to death." The 8-leaf Dharma body erupted with a momentum like rivers overturning and seas collapsing. The Azure Sea Tide Surge technique surged wildly. Liu Gua held Lingshu with both hands and slashed out. Su Sheng also exploded with primordial energy. "You want to die?" The three immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Primordial energy intertwined in the sky. Utter chaos. Part of the primordial energy that struck towards the Nether Sect was blocked by the barrier of Golden Court Mountain. The Azure Sea Tide Surge technique is like a wave that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. When cast, it looks like a tide coming endlessly, sometimes as cold as ice, sometimes as boiling hot, making it difficult for opponents to defend. Ye Tiangxin blocked the attacks of Liu Gua and Su Sheng. The amorous ring flickered back and forth, shattering Su Sheng's seals one by one. No wonder the Nether Sect can shake the world. From eldest disciple Yu Zhenghai to second disciple Yu Shangrong, they are all figures that people admire. I didn't expect even a small 6th disciple to have such ability. Hua Wu Dao exclaimed in fear. Azure Sea Tide Surge technique, taking on 2 at once. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. In this urgent moment, let's wake up the Sect Master. As soon as these words were spoken, Leng Luo shook her head in rebuttal. No way! Why? Normally, when closing up for cultivation to the critical point, forcibly interrupting it will be completely counterproductive, causing the person to suffer a qi deviation, Leng Luo said. Are we just going to watch helplessly then? Everyone was anxious to death. This girl has just advanced to 8 leaves. She should be able to hold on for a while. The crowd sighed. They could only place their hopes on Ye Tiangxin. In a battle of 8 leaves, those below 7 leaves can't intervene. It's meaningless, let alone that the highest cultivation among the people of the Nether Sect present here is only Ming Xinyin at 5 leaves, not to mention 7 leaves. Clang, clang, clang. Each strand of primordial energy constantly intertwined in the sky. Every move of Ye Tiangxin was extremely focused to the limit. But she was facing Liu Gua, who held the super celestial tier Lingshu in his hand, and also an 8-leaf commander, Su Sheng, with extremely rich combat experience. Wanting to win was harder than ascending to heaven. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the battle had reached the final stage. At this moment, Su Sheng saw that the blue energy around Lu Zhao's body was almost completely gone. Your Majesty, old Freak Ji's protective primordial energy is about to disappear. Let me deal with her, Su Sheng said. All right. Liu Gua had also seen this. His opportunity had come. Su Sheng bit his fingertip. Fresh blood flowed onto the talisman in his hand. The golden talisman was immediately stained red with blood. Listen up, brat. Sumo ain't just flexing as one of the 8 great commanders. Yana, red-hot talisman seals filled the sky, morphing into a massive dragon, charging straight for Ye Tiangxin. Ye Tiangxin swung her Datian Huang, unleashing the azure sea tidal surge towards the giant dragon, like a dragon swimming on the sea surface. The intensity immediately cranked up several notches. Liu Qua remained unfazed. The crimson lines on Lingshu exuded a dazzling light. Liu Qua levitated towards Lu Zhou.
No way, gotta stop him. That's the 8-petaled golden dragon great divine power talisman. This chick's playing, it too cool.
Zuo Yushu was so anxious she was stomping her feet.
The 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion simultaneously abandoned the protective barrier and flew straight towards Liu Kwa. Liu Kwa seemed to have anticipated this. His left hand unleashed several long seal imprints to block the elders, while his right hand firmly gripped the Lingshu sword and slashed down. A cold fire ignited in Liu Kuei's eyes as he said, "Time for you to kick the bucket, Ji-bro." Just then, Ye Tiangxin unleashed a flash of great divine power, rushing forward and striking the Lingshu sword with a palm strike. Boom! Liu Kuei raised an eyebrow. This palm strike diverted the Lingshu sword, but the price Ye Tiangxin paid was that the Golden Dragon Talisman seal was right on her tail. Boom!
The Golden Dragon Talisman seal slammed directly into Ye Tiangxin's back. It all happened in a split second, way too fast. Pfft! Ye Tiangxin spat out a mouthful of blood. 6th disciple sister, 6th senior sister.
Even though she was an 8-petaled cultivator, it was rare that she could withstand, till now. She already tried her best. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white-robed figure stained with red blood, gradually falling.
Ye Tiangxin's eyes remained fixed on Lu Zhou. In that instant, Ye Tiangxin recalled a myriad of scenes from her childhood. She remembered ascending the mountain to learn her skills, the scenes of her fellow disciples playing together, the helplessness of having to leave the Demon Heaven Pavilion, and the feelings of anger and despair when her master crippled her cultivation. She had asked herself countless times if she regretted it. No matter the time, Ye Tiangxin's answer remained as firm as ever. No regrets. Everything has cause and effect. All things must be reincarnated. She must bear the karma she created.
Ye Tiangxin cracked a contented smile. It was all over. Su Sheng landed a successful blow, gloating loudly. Overestimated your own strength.
Liu Kwa was hit by Ye Tiangxin's palm. The Lingshu's sword was diverted, stabbing into the position on the left, 1 meter away from Lu Zhou. Just then, a blue lotus suddenly bloomed, with Lu Zhou at its center.
The blue lotus expanded to its maximum. The enormous energy swept out from the opening lotus leaves. Liu Kwa, standing in the middle, was immediately blown away, without a shred of ability to retaliate.
The aftershock didn't stop, but continued to spread. The blue lotus energy also slammed into Su Sheng. Su Sheng and Liu Kwa flew out into the distance like kites with broken strings, spewing fresh blood.
At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged inside the blue lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, his eyes were full of spirit, like bright stars in the night sky. Finally, the extraordinary power of the human scroll and the earth scroll successfully merged. Although the extraordinary power of the human scroll was almost exhausted, the extraordinary power of the earth scroll was overflowing in Lu Zhao's body. Successful closed-door cultivation, officially out. Only, the scene before him made him feel puzzled. Lu Zhao's gaze just happened to fall on the white-robed figure, stained with blood falling. His eyebrows furrowed, suspiciously saying, "Evil disciple?" The corner of Lu Zhao's eyes also saw Liu Kwa and Su Sheng flying backwards. Huh? Why are you guys injured? Liu Kwa and Su Sheng were blasted away. Lu Zhao slowly levitated up. Eyes swept all around. Lu Zhao saw the 4 elders, also saw the disciples, saw the female disciples kneeling in the square in front of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Ye Tiangxin fell, crashing into the smooth as glass barrier of Golden Court Mountain. Her body slid down to the cliff. The white robe was now stained red. Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow, and scenes from before immediately appeared in his mind. Everything that had just happened was like a movie being replayed in his brain.
Even though he was old and had a stable temperament, at this moment, Lu Zhao was also turning purple with anger.
Lu Zhao dashed down, his hand lifted, striking Ye Tiangxin with a palm of demonic palm print. Ye Tiangxin was still sliding down the mountain. Her hazy eyes looked towards the handprint.
How familiar this scene was. Back then, in the battle at Qingyang Mountain, Master had also used this move to capture her and cripple her cultivation.
The only difference was that this time, the demonic palm print lifted her up, floating in mid-air. Lu Zhao felt Ye Tiangxin's life force was draining away quickly. Ye Tiangxin struggled to raise her head, softly whispering, "Master, no regrets." Lu Zhao finally opened his mouth.
"Repaying kindness with your life, you've never regretted it,"
Ye Tiangxin tremblingly replied. Lu Zhao shook his head and said, "This old man expelled you from the sect. You don't hate me?" "No, I don't hate you." Her life force continued to drain away. In just a moment, her black hair had turned completely white. Ye Tiangxin's consciousness gradually became blurred. The power of the Golden Dragon Talisman seal stirred in her body.
She felt her mouth was bitter, and her tongue was dry. Lu Zhao raised his hand. A source of energy with life force bloomed, temporarily stabilizing the life force in Ye Tiangxin's body. But her life was still constantly being consumed.
Lu Zhao realized that Ye Tiangxin might die. "Master, don't waste your vital energy. Great calamity is still ahead. Tianxin struggled to open her mouth and said, Disciple has a lot of things to say to Master. Unfortunately, there's no more time.
Her breathing became faint.
The power in the Golden Dragon Talisman Seal was beyond everyone's imagination. Several female disciples of Yanyu Palace knelt on the ground, sobbing. The 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion were also silent. Rest well, you can't die, Lu Zhou said. Before I die, disciple wants to beg Master for one thing, Ye Tianxin said intermittently. What is it? Disciple wants to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Disciple no longer has a home to return to. Begging Master to agree. Ye Tianxin struggled to sit up, kneeling in midair. The fatal wound could not suppress her tough will. She bowed deeply to him. A teacher for a day, a father for life. All eyes were on them, filled with anticipation, awaiting the Grand Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion's answer. People's hearts are soft like that. Who wouldn't be moved by such a scene? Master and disciple, old and young, kneeling and standing. Time seemed to stretch on forever before Lu Zhou casually uttered a single word. All right.
Ye Tianxin smiled, then closed her eyes and fell. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, and the karmic seal acted like a small boat, catching her and bringing her inside the barrier. The 4 elders immediately mobilized their primal chi to receive Ye Tianxin. Lu Zhou turned his gaze from Ye Tianxin to look at Liu Guo and Su Sheng, who had flown far away. Su Sheng was badly injured, but still had the strength for a fight, his eyes filled with apprehension. Liu Guo flew far away but was unharmed, except for his slightly disheveled hair. Nothing to worry about.
Lu Zhou slowly floated into the air, his face extremely cold, staring at the 2 people standing in the distance. Lu Zhou was too lazy to think about why Liu Guo and Su Sheng didn't run away, and still dared to confront him.
Lu Zhou had already seen the sword in Liu Guo's hand, the Luthan Shu sword.
Liu Guo also met Lu Zhao's gaze.
There was no turning back now.
Liu Guo was about to open his mouth when he heard Lu Zhou grit out each word. Giving you face, but you don't want it.
As he spoke, Lu Zhou rushed down. The crowd exclaimed, their eyes shining, their spirits lifted, watching the Grand Master display the style of a 9-leaf expert. No matter who the enemy was, they completely believed in Lu Zhou. Since you don't want to live, what's the point of keeping you around? Lu Zhou raised his hand and punched towards Liu Guo and Su Sheng. Su Sheng's face turned red, his fighting spirit soared. A veteran like him, who had spent many years on the battlefield, had never feared death.
Waving his palms, Su Sheng exploded with astral chi. Your Majesty, step back. Let me use my fist against his. Lu Zhao's fist was covered with a blue karmic seal. The 2 fists collided, one gold and one blue. The collision created a sharp wave of astral chi. The outcome was beyond doubt.
Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Su Sheng's right arm was severed and flew away. His entire body was sent flying, past Liu Guo, and slammed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust.
Liu Guo didn't catch Su Sheng, but stared in shock at Lu Zhao's punch. You can refine your fist to such an extreme? Could he be a body refinement cultivator who has reached the extreme? The Ji Tiandao that Liu Guo knew wasn't skilled in fist techniques. Why was this punch so strong? The dust gradually dissipated, and the vision became clear. In the pit, Su Sheng used his remaining hand to cover his shoulder where his arm was missing, coughing violently. Piffed. He coughed up blood from his serious injuries, staining his chest red, staining the ground red. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Do you really like bullying my disciple?
Su Sheng's whole body was in pain. He felt his life slowly slipping away, unable to withstand a single blow.
Lu Zhou mocked him mercilessly. Su Sheng laid on his back, looking at the sky, his aura weak, unable to move. Living is just asking for a beating. Liu Guo frowned, gripping the Luthan Shu sword tightly.
Brother Ji, you're not worthy.
Lu Zhao's figure flashed, interrupting Liu Guo. The nameless sword appeared in his palm, wrapped in sword chi. Liu Guo's face darkened, raising the Luthan Shu to meet it. A cold light appeared as the nameless and Luthan Shu collided. End this in one move. The 2 hovered in the air, back to back. Liu Guo's arm was still holding the Luthan Shu sword horizontally. This sword is called Lucian Shu, super long, and has formation patterns engraved on it specifically to restrain the power of 9 leaves. You lose! As soon as he finished speaking, crack! The Luthan Shu sword cracked, then broke in half. Huh? The crisp sound of the sword cracking made Liu Guo's heart tremble. He turned his head to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. What just happened? Liu Guo's heart sank to the bottom. He retracted his arm, examining it carefully. Only half of the Luthan Shu sword remained in Liu Guo's hand. Liu Guo suddenly turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou held the nameless sword in his right hand, his back to Liu Guo, the nameless sword radiating dark black runes. What weapon is that? Liu Guo exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhou ignored him, flipped his palm, and the nameless sword immediately shot down, the blade wrapped in sparkling blue light. The speed increased. Liu Guo followed the sword's direction, suddenly realizing. Stop it! As he spoke, Liu Guo rushed towards Lu Zhou, throwing a palm strike. The blue palm print sent Liu Guo flying. The nameless sword descended from the sky like a meteor, the sword qi suddenly expanding, piercing straight into Su Sheng's chest. Boom! Su Sheng was already seriously injured, and had no strength left to stop the sword. The nameless sword pierced through Su Sheng, pinning him to the ground.
I'll take this life of yours, Su Sheng.
Ding! Killed a target, gaining 1,500 merit points. Liu Guo, who was sent flying by a palm strike, suddenly realized that Lu Zhao's power had far exceeded his imagination. Liu Guo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gripping the remaining half of the Luanshu sword to stabilize himself, he lowered his head to look at Su Sheng, who had been killed by the nameless sword. Why? I'm doing this for the world, for Great Yan, for the common people. Why? Why must you break through to 9 leaves? Liu Guo asked 3 questions in a row. And even a steady and experienced person like Liu Guo was now in a state of extreme emotional turmoil. Lu Zhou glanced at him indifferently, his mouth full of sophistry. I'll take this life of yours. With a slight wave of his hand, the nameless sword in Su Sheng's chest shot up, flying back into Lu Zhao's palm.
Sword qi transformed. Lu Zhao stepped into the air and flew towards Liu Guo, his long sword trembling. Liu Guo pointed his hand at his dantian and qi si, his majestic primal qi erupted, and the formation patterns on the Luxianzhu sword began to burn fiercely. Liu Guo spewed a mouthful of blood onto his sword, and the Lingshu sword glowed with a sinister red light. This young master didn't want to do this, but Jibro forced my hand. Guess we gotta go all in. The 2 swords clashed again, just like before. A blue seal appeared on Lu Zhao, but the Lingshu sword pierced through it. The nameless sword also pierced Liu Guo's protective qi, all in the blink of an eye. Liu Guo looked down and saw that his protective qi was shredded, his vitality leaking out like a deflating balloon. He turned to Lu Zhao. The blue seal only had a scratch, but it quickly closed up. Liu Guo lost again. He was stunned, his fingers trembling, gripping the Lingshu sword so hard his knuckles turned white. Lu Zhao spoke again. Is that all you got? And you dared to provoke me? Liu Guo gritted his teeth and ordered. Open the Yang formation. Yes, sir. 2 guards hastily reopened it. Huh? This time, a bunch of talisman papers appeared, all engraved with glowing red patterns. They flew towards Liu Guo faster than a cultivator using a major divine ability. The talismans stuck to Liu Guo and covered him, even merging into his flesh. WTF? The remaining red patterns on half of the Lingshu sword also flew over, merging into Liu Guo's body. Now he looked like a glowing mummy. Lu Zhao looked at the talismans on Liu Guo and said calmly, You finally used it. Liu Guo's voice became deep and muffled. This talisman was left behind by a mysterious expert. This young master will become immortal. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Zhou shook his head. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just evil sorcery. Enough's enough. Liu Guo said. Jibro, seems you've forgotten that the 9-leaf world is inherently evil. Otherwise, why would you seal your own memories? Ha ha. You know about the memory crystal ball? This young master won't allow anyone to break through 9 leaves, even if you're an old friend. I've warned you once, and I can warn you again. And if that doesn't work, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Guo burst forth, so fast he left only a red afterimage. To the exclamations of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Liu Guo broke through the air and charged towards Lu Zhao. Just when everyone thought they'd have an epic battle, Lu Zhao suddenly raised his hand, his 5 fingers stretching forward. A blue light appeared on his palm, turning into a massive palm print, grabbing Liu Guo and clenching shut. Lu Zhao felt an extraordinary power continuously draining away. Clearly, Liu Guo had become much stronger. His palm print was consuming nearly 1/4 of his extraordinary power. Immortal? Lu Zhou looked at Liu Guo, clamped in his palm. 2 talismans had seeped into Liu Guo's face, obscuring his features, making him look extremely creepy. You can't kill me. Wanna bet? Snap? The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No one knew how strong 9 Leaves truly was, but after seeing all the Pavilion Master's tricks, the Demon Heaven Pavilion believed it was the power of 9 Leaves. Either nothing happens, or it's world ending. Through the palm print, Lu Zhao could feel the Great Void Palm, transformed into the Devil's Palm, twisting Liu Guo's organs and crushing his bones. But he didn't hear any system notifications. The palm print dissipated, and Liu Guo fell straight to the ground, still not dead. Lu Zhao observed him. Should I use a lethal strike card? But that's not cost effective. Lu Zhao had about 1/4 of his extraordinary power left. At this moment, a red light flashed on Liu Guo's body, and the broken bones returned to their original positions.
His organs also returned to normal.
Ming Xinyin, observing from afar, was dumbfounded. What kind of evil sorcery is that?
Disgusting. The Great Yan had never seen anyone cultivating resurrection techniques like this. Even witchcraft needed a living person to manipulate it, using formations to control puppets. Turning oneself into an immortal was unheard of.
The patterns on his body looked similar to the ones on the Newly people's coffin. Could the alien races have developed this sorcery?
Impossible. If the alien races possessed such a technique, they would have used it on a large scale to conquer the Great Yan long ago.
The crowd nodded, unable to comprehend.
Liu Guo's methods were beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Zhou was also observing the mummy gradually recovering. Cough. Liu Guo spat out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. He wasn't bothered by his current situation, but instead smiled excitedly. The talisman worked. He really became immortal. This proves that the mysterious expert was telling the truth.
Liu Guo looked up at the sky and laughed.
Ha ha ha, I'm immortal.
Lu Zhou recalled a sentence written in a book by the person inside the coffin.
No one can live forever.
So Lu Zhou observed from the air, thinking about where Liu Guo's weakness lay.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou said, You revere the expert's words so much, you must have heard him say that no one in this world can live forever.
Liu Guo was shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at Lu Zhou in the sky. You've met him too?
Lu Zhou saw the red patterns on Liu Guo's body constantly flashing, and he raised his hand. The nameless sword floated in front of him, its body faintly showing dark black runes.
Red and black
are opposites. Lu Zhou recalled the inscription in the Sword Cemetery Mausoleum, remembering the tomb of Emperor Yongshao.
Liu Guo asked,
You were in the Sword Cemetery Mausoleum for a long time? Liu Guo stood up and said calmly, To cultivate an immortal body, one must absorb a lot of yin and yang energy. No wonder.
Lu Zhou nodded.
The body is a container. If you want to bear more power, then of course the container must be stronger.
The black energy on the inscription seemed not much different from the red energy on these patterns.
Liu Guo spread his arms and looked up to the sky. The truth has proven that I have successfully cultivated and become immortal. It's a little early to say that. Lu Zhou clasped his hands together, pouring the last 1/4 of the extraordinary power in his body into the nameless sword. The nameless sword immediately condensed qi into sword energy, and hundreds of sword beams crisscrossing the sky immediately descended.
Liu Guo looked up, wanting to dodge,
but found that his entire body was locked in place. Haha, Ji Tiandao, this young master's lifespan should have ended long ago, but I'm still alive thanks to these talismans absorbing life force. I knew the secret of the golden lotus absorbing people's lifespans 300 years ago, but I didn't tell you. What can you do to me? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of sword beams pierced through Liu Guo's chest, and all sound ceased. The nameless sword returned to Lu Zhao's palm. Lu Zhao looked at the sword. The black runes were still there, only slightly diminished. Liu Guo lowered his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest. The red veins didn't reappear, the wound didn't heal, and fresh blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground. No, Liu Guo couldn't believe it. Lu Zhao descended, standing face to face with Liu Guo. Truth has proven, no one is unkillable.
Liu Guo looked around, his eyes filled with blurriness and panic.
Everything was drifting away from him. The beautiful land, the common people, all things in the world were fading fast, and the wound still wouldn't heal. Liu Guo staggered back a few steps, as if facing an army of heavenly soldiers charging towards him.
He flailed his arms wildly, screaming like a madman. Kill! Kill! Kill!
Occasionally he cried out in fear, Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!
Fresh blood stained the ground, turning everywhere he stepped red.
I will not die. I can't die. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Liu Guo's voice grew hoarse, his movements stiffening. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, 2 lines of bloody tears streaming from Liu Guo's eye sockets. Lu Zhao didn't continue his attack, but indifferently watched him. Liu Guo suddenly said, Did I make a mistake? Lu Zhao didn't answer, remaining silent for a moment. Liu Guo seemed to have figured things out and chuckled a few times. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking arrogant, raised his face to the sky, and said calmly, Brother Ji, see me off. As for the crystal ball, go look for it at the Lulan royal clan. I'll help you succeed. Lu Zhao waved his hand, and a massive palm print descended from the sky. Liu Guo maintained his imperial posture, arms outstretched, head held high, a smile on his face. I only hope that in my next life, I can be your friend. OMFH! The 5 fingers pressed down with ultimate power, Liu Guo turned to dust. Perfect kill on 1 target, earning 2,000 merit points. At the same time, Huang Shiji and Ji Yu Yuran fought from the foot of Jinting Mountain to the west. Who knows how long they've been fighting. The two unleashed attack after attack, their yuan qi almost completely depleted. Yet they were still locked in a stalemate. Ji Yiran glared at Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji, you old fart. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Huang Shiji sat on the ground, laughing loudly.
I'm so scared of you.
The Haoran Tiangang of the Confucian school looks gentle, but in reality, it's extremely fierce.
The combination of softness and strength creates a sense of righteousness.
Therefore, countless cultivators love cultivating Confucian school techniques. Among the 8 great commanders of the divine capital, Su Sheng and Ji Yiran are both Confucian masters.
Ji Yiran always follows military orders. Emperor Yongshu conquered foreign races, creating a peaceful and prosperous era. For the sake of the world, for Dayan, for the common people, Ji Yiran absolutely will not forgive those who want to disrupt His Majesty's great cause.
When Ji Yiran unleashed Haoran Tiangang, the air filled with gang seals, instantly forming a dragon seal field.
With Ji Yiran's loud shout, the golden dragon seal flew towards Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and went all out to respond, simultaneously unleashing gang seals to form a wall in front of it. Boom! The golden dragon seal collided with the wall of gang seals, shattering the wall in an instant.
Huang Shiji couldn't help but retreat. Fu Yin golden dragons keep on attacking. At this point, every move they make is a death sentence. One wrong step, and you're screwed for life. Ji Yiran swoops in, exchanges a few blows with the golden dragons, whose eyes flash with huge glyphs.
Huang Shixi frowns, bracing himself.
Huang Shixi, you fell for it. The Fu Yin golden dragon suddenly splits into 2, ambushing Huang Shixi from both sides.
Boom! By the time the strike lands, it's too late for Huang Shixi to dodge. Before the iron seals on his hands can even be unleashed, he gets hammered by the golden dragons.
Huang Shixi gets sent flying, staggering as he lands. Ji Yiran nods in satisfaction. 2 Fu Yin golden dragons circling around him. Is that all you got, Island Master Huang? Ji Yiran, bro, I'm already 9 leaves. Why are you guys still being stubborn? Huang Shixi grits his teeth through the pain, trying to talk some sense.
Old fool! If His Majesty wasn't confident, he wouldn't waltz into the tiger's den.
Liu Gua is also 9 leaves? Huang Shixi asks in shock. There can't be 9 leaves in this world, it's not allowed. I've said what needs to be said. Time to send you on your way. Ji Yiran wastes no more words. The 2 Fu Yin golden dragons merge into one, a golden dragon swirling and flying towards Huang Shixi. This old man isn't afraid of death. Huang Shixi unleashes his vital energy. Just as Huang Shixi prepares to go all out to block this attack, a profound sound descends from the heavens. The sound is too distinct, grabbing both of their attention. In the sky, a jade-green blade spins as it falls, at breakneck speed. The spinning blade carries a fierce gale, unlike any other blade. Most importantly, the blade's target is the Fu Yin golden dragon. Before impact, the blade suddenly unleashes its blade aura. Shing! The Fu Yin golden dragon is cleaved in 2, instantly shattering like glass and dissolving into nothingness. The backlash from the Fu Yin golden dragon's destruction makes Ji Yiran's face change. He's forced to retreat more than 10 steps, stomping his feet hard on the ground to barely stabilize himself. Ji Yiran is terrified, staring at the blade before him. After cleaving the Fu Yin golden dragon in 2, it spins twice and plunges into the ground, the sunlight reflecting off its gleaming edge, creating a dazzling light. Anyone with eyes knows this blade is extraordinary. Heavenly tier weapons can all break vital energy, that's been the case since forever, but there are only a handful of blades in the world that can slice through Fu Yin golden dragons like that, and only one person in the world who owns a jade green blade like this. A name pops into both of their heads at the same time. Yu Zhenghai, only the chief disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Sect master of the underworld sect, the 8 leaves expert sweeping across the cultivation world, Yu Zhenghai, could pull off something like this. Ji Yiran instantly panics. He can't help but look up at the sky, and, as expected, Yu Zhenghai, in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, is slowly descending.
Yu Zhenghai touches down, the ripple of vital energy spreading in all directions, the Bi Yao sword resonating and flying up, circling before returning to his hand.
Ji Yiran swallows hard. They're both 8 leaves, but there are levels to this. Even though he's one of the 8 great commanders, when facing Yu Zhenghai, his aura and cultivation are weaker by a mile. Ji Yiran doesn't want to fight such a powerful enemy. He doesn't even want to see Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai slowly looks at Ji Yiran, nonchalantly asking, Ji Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai suddenly waves his hand, unleashing a palm strike. Ji Yiran hurriedly raises his arms to block, retreating 3 steps. Yu Zhenghai shakes his head. One of the 8 great commanders? You? Yu Zhenghai charges again. This palm strike forces Ji Yiran to use both hands to block, his entire body staggering back 5 steps. Yu Zhenghai says grimly, Dare to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion, huh? Ha! Another palm strike. This time, Ji Yu Yuran borrows the force to retreat, stepping on thin air, turning, and running away. Run! From the moment he saw Yu Zhanghai, Ji Yu Yuran knew he couldn't win. Only running away was the best option, the only way to save his life. He strains to fly into the sky, his 8 leaves Dharma body radiating majestic vital energy. The fight's not over yet. Where do you think you're going? Yu Zhanghai waves the Biyao sword, which flies out in a spiral, far faster than Ji Yu Yuran. Halfway there, the Biyao sword, carrying vital energy, transforms into a giant Great Xuan Heaven windmill. Xuan Tian Starburst. Trees within 100 meters are all chopped to pieces. The Xuan Tian Starburst slams into Ji Yu Yuran's Dharma body, tearing a gash in it. Ji Yu Yuran has no choice but to retract his Dharma body, landing on the ground, his face filled with shock as he warily eyes Yu Zhanghai. I don't want to fight you, Ji Yu Yuran says as he retreats. You think you can just decide not to fight? Yu Zhanghai walks slowly towards him, hands clasped behind his back. That's really hilarious. Ji Yu Yuran is one of the 8 great commanders. Yu Zhanghai is the Sect, master of the underworld. Sect. They're bound to meet again in Shendu. As enemies, how can they not fight? Ji Yu Yuran grits his teeth. I admit your cultivation is higher than mine, but if I fight to the death, you might not get away unscathed. Yu Zhanghai looks at Ji Yu Yuran like a wolf eyeing a tasty morsel. Then let's see. Yu Zhanghai waves his hand, the Biyao sword circling as it flies out. Blade subdues the mountains and rivers. Several streams of blade aura fly towards Ji Yu Yuran with strange trajectories. Ji Yu Yuran didn't expect Yu Zhanghai to just attack. His face changes, clasping his hands together. Majestic heavenly vitality appears. But at this moment, Yu Zhanghai's figure flashes, using a powerful divine ability, so his speed surpasses the Biyao sword. In the blink of an eye, he's in front of Ji Yu Yuran, unleashing a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike hits Ji Yu Yuran's chest. Ji Yu Yuran's body slides along the ground, blood surging, struggling to breathe. He crashes into a tree before finally stopping. The Biyao sword doesn't continue its attack, but flies back. Ji Yu Yuran clutches his chest, looking at the Sect master of the underworld sect in disbelief. Yu Zhanghai's fighting style is fierce, but also skilled and experienced. A dignified member of the 8 great commanders bullying an old man. Don't you feel ashamed? Ji Yu Yuran really wants to say, I'm also an old man. Yu Zhanghai's words also make Huang Shixi feel embarrassed. Yu Zhanghai steps forward again. Ji Yu Yuran says with bloodshot eyes, You only know how to take advantage of people in difficult situations. I, the sect leader, will give you 3 moves. Yu Zhanghai extended his left hand in an inviting gesture. You want to humiliate me? Ji Yu Yuran finally realized that with Yu Zhanghai's strength, he could have straight up murdered him on the spot. But he didn't. Yep. Yu Zhanghai nodded. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. Some people just ain't worth respecting. You're good. Ji Yu Yuran was at his limit. No escape. Utter despair. Ji Yu Yuran took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and stared at his palm. He gradually calmed down, his eyes becoming sharp, seemingly indifferent to life and death. I've never used this move before. If Sect Leader Yu wants to force my hand, I have no choice. I just hope it'll satisfy you. He raised his hand and pointed at his dantian. His qi si began to burn fiercely. The Haoran heavenly qi, like raging flames, began to expand. Ji Yu Yuran's eyes went wide, his bones and muscles gradually changing. Seeing this, Huang Shiji exclaimed, Sect Leader Yu, you should dodge. Yu Zhanghai ignored Huang Shiji's advice, simply looking at Ji Yu Yuran with indifference. Yu Zhanghai had seen countless experts in his life. The 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism each had their strengths. He'd seen so many experts show off their unique skills that he was past caring. The Haoran heavenly qi continued to burn, Ji Yu Yuran's aura growing stronger and stronger. But just as he was about to launch his attack, the jade green blade suddenly bloomed into a petal. Whoosh! The jade green blade cleanly slashed across Ji Yu Yuran's neck, the speed so fast it was a blur. The fight ended. Yu Zhanghai didn't even look at Ji Yu Yuran's corpse, nonchalantly turning and walking towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. Huang Shiji was utterly baffled. That's all Ji Yu Yuran could do? Only when Ji Yu Yuran's head slowly slid off his neck and rolled on the ground did Huang Shiji, even as the island master of Penglai, gasp in shock. He couldn't bear to look anymore, and turned to follow Yu Zhanghai. Don't underestimate what he just did. Ji Yu Yuran was burning his essence and qi. If he actually managed to unleash that attack, killing him would have been a pain. I ain't got time for his boring games. He was gonna die anyway. Might as well end him with one strike. Yu Zhenghai explained as he walked.
Sect leader Yu's methods are divine, truly eye-opening, Huang Shiji replied, then suddenly stopped, turning to look at Huang Xixiong. How's your brother doing lately?
Huang Shiji had helped Yu Zhenghai a lot, so naturally he had to show some concern. Huang Shiji smiled and replied, Thanks to your help, he used his hands to prop up Penglai Island. My island has escaped the boiling waters. That's good. Of course, it was also thanks to sect leader Yu's timely rescue. That Gu Yuran guy was a tough cookie, Huang Shiji said.
Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. We're brothers, Huang Xiang. Calling me sect leader Yu sounds distant. Huang Shiji was slightly stunned. He didn't mind being brothers with Yu Zhenghai, but the problem was he also called Ji Tiandao Ji Tiang. Wouldn't that mess up their seniority?
Yu Zhenghai understood Huang Shiji's dilemma, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry about it. The master is the master. We are we. Okay. He agreed, but Huang Shiji still felt weird. Yu Zhenghai chuckled. So you came straight here from Yanzhou? Huang Shiji asked. That's right. How's the Demon Sky Pavilion doing? The two were now flying through the air. Not too optimistic. Huang Shiji shook his head and sighed. The everlasting emperor isn't dead yet? It seems he's grasped some extremely evil method to prolong his life. Ji Zhong is still in seclusion and can't fight. The others aren't strong enough. I'm afraid their lives are in danger, Huang Shiji explained. Yu Zhenghai immediately said in a deep voice, Huang Xiang, I'll go ahead. Without waiting for Huang Shiji's reply, Yu Zhenghai's figure flashed, instantly traveling hundreds of miles. Using several great divine power techniques in succession, left Huang Shiji in awe.
Huang Shiji wasn't in a hurry. The primal chi in his body was almost completely exhausted. Going back to the Demon Sky Pavilion wouldn't help much.
The Demon Sky Pavilion had finally regained its former glory. This was what a senior disciple should look like. Huang Shiji suddenly remembered his eldest disciple, Jiang Aijian, and immediately muttered a few words of disdain. That stinky brat. Comparing people is truly infuriating. On Penglai Island. Achoo! Who's talking smack about me? Jiang Aijian woke up with a start, jumping to his feet.
Li Jinyi was standing in front of him, smiling sweetly, holding a feather and tickling his nose. Still sleeping in? Lazy bum, Li Jinyi said. Jiang Aijian waved away the feather, pouting. Don't mess with your senior brother, Shimei. The battle in Yanzhou is about to erupt. Hurry up and give me some pointers. Ever since Li Jinyi entered the palace and joined the army, becoming Wei Zhuoyan's confidant, Jiang Aijian had been guiding her. Thanks to Li Jinyi's help, Wei Zhuoyan was able to become the commander of the three armies.
Later, Wei Zhuoyan died, and a fake Wei Zhuoyan took his place, but his status wasn't as high as before. However, Li Jinyi's position remained unchanged. Old man Ji has done us a great favor. Of course we have to side with him. Wei Zhuoyan will listen to the people in the palace, so you can just play the disappearing act and let him flounder, Jiang Aijian said. Aren't you worried about the royal family? Li Jinyi asked.
After all, Jiang Aijian was the third prince of Great Yan.
Not interested, Jiang Aijian said nonchalantly, then leaned his head back against the chair, tilting his head and continuing to sleep. If master comes back, remember to let me know. This seat of master's is really comfortable. I need to get some more sleep. At the South Pavilion, master, 6th Shimei's condition isn't good. If it continues like this, I'm afraid.
Ming Shiyin had examined Ye Tiangxin and was very worried. Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shiyin. Old Fourth, go down the mountain and tidy up a bit. If anyone comes, report back quickly.
Disciple obeys. Ming Shiyin turned and left. Zuo Yushu then spoke up. The golden dragon seal is extremely vicious. We must dissolve the power of the golden dragon in her body to restore her vitality. But I'm afraid it's too late. Lang Luo recalled the scene of the pavilion master treating Princess Yongning and said, Why doesn't the pavilion master try using his treatment methods? Lu Zhou glanced at Lang Luo and said, If there's nothing else, everyone, leave. Yes. The group bowed respectfully and left the South Pavilion, leaving only the female disciples kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at them and said calmly, Yi Tiangxin is my disciple. I won't let her die. Li. Yup. The female disciples peace out, and the Southern Pavilion finally chills out. Lu Zhou strolls into the room and spots Ye Tiangxin, hair totally white, passed out cold. Lu Zhou raises an eyebrow and a hand. Boom! A souped-up Desperate Measures card appears, and Lu Zhou crushes that sucker. Light sprinkles on Ye Tiangxin, and magical energy seeps into her bod, soothing her jacked-up meridians. The corrosive power of that golden dragon talisman gets yeeted from her system. Internal injuries? Gonzo. Faster than you can say healing plot armor? This souped-up Desperate Measures card is seriously OP. The healing sesh wraps up after a whole hour, but Desperate Measures only restores 60% of the damage. Still, Better than Newton. Gotta pull some extra tricks out of my hat to fully patch her up. Lu Zhou slowly reaches out, the healing divine power incantation popping up in his head. Blue Lotus, SOWSUP, landing on Ye Tiangxin. Raw vitality floods out of the southern pavilion, invading the main hall, eastern pavilion, and northern pavilion. Nearby disciples of the demon heaven pavilion are like moths to a flame looking up at the southern pavilion. Yanher and Hai Luo Chilin, on the roof of the southern pavilion, also turn their heads. Master's healing 6th senior sister, Yan Ke says, all excited. 6th senior sister's a badass, Hai Luo chimes in. Yeah, all the female cultivators on the mountain used to be her underlings. Even though 6th senior sister's a big deal, her past is a total sob story. Oh snap. The 4 elders in the southern pavilion also crane their necks. Zuo Yushu gets shook by the strong life force. She remembers the last time the 4 elders summoned their avatars to sustain the Blue Lotus energy. This time's life force? Totally on another level. Looks like Pavilion Master's cultivation has leveled up again. They exchange glances. 9 Leaves has arrived. The cultivation world's entered the Golden Lotus chopping era. Betcha someone will be trying to reach 9 Leaves soon. Us old fogies better get our act together. But is there really a 10 Leaves Hoa Wu Dao after 9 Leaves? Someone asks, full of doubt. The other 3 elders are shooketh. Zuo Yushu says, I once read a classic text in the Confucian school's scripture pavilion. It talked about cultivators from the body-tempering realm to the profound connection realm, coagulation realm, myriad sea realm, divine court realm, and then the primordial spirit realm. From the profound connection realm, you open your avatar, in order. Initial Tai Chi formation, dual polarity creation, 3 flowers gathering on the crown, 4 symbols roaming, 5 energies ascending, 6 lines separating and combining, 7 stars shifting souls, 8 laws circulating, 9 revolutions of yin and yang, 10 directions of universe, 100 tribulations illuminating. When you open the avatar of 100 tribulations illuminating, you condense a golden lotus, bloom the lotus leaves, and reach the heavenly borders Ba Sha at 10 leaves. But I don't remember the rest. The great sects all have some ancient texts. Many texts record the division of cultivation realms after 100 tribulations illuminating, such as the avatar of myriad flows supreme. It's just that humanity today has formed different kinds of truths. Anything outside of those truths is considered fabricated, not real. Some storytellers like to exaggerate and often bring up the heavenly borders Ba Sha and the avatar of myriad flows supreme. So these things are all classified by the cultivation world as realms that only exist in stories. Hoa Wu Dao nods. What we can confirm is that the 9 Leaves avatar is higher than the 8 Leaves Nanzang. If 10 Leaves is really the heavenly borders Bao Sha, then it will definitely be even more terrifying. Old Hoka, it's too early to talk about the heavenly borders Bakesha K. How can that realm be easily broken through? Pavilion Master hasn't been promoted to 9 Leaves for long. I guess the recent retreat was to stabilize the 9 Leaves realm, Pan Lishian says. And everyone agrees. Leng Luo looks up at Ye Tiangxin's room in the southern pavilion, and doesn't speak until that life force disappears. Isn't severing the Golden Lotus the only way? Pavilion Master once said that severing the Golden Lotus is just one of the methods, but if you don't sever the Golden Lotus, it's very difficult to advance to 9 Leaves. How many years have passed in the cultivation world without anyone succeeding? Pan Lishan says, how can you conclude that no one has succeeded without experiencing it yourself? Perhaps some 9-leaf masters disappeared because of some special reasons. Leng Luo says, and as soon as this guess is made, the other elders get startled, their hair standing on end. At the same time, Lu Zhou pulls back his hand, looking towards Ye Tiangxin. This one move of the heavenly writing divine power has completely used up the extraordinary power in his body. Before he had the Earth Scroll, 1/3 of the extraordinary power in the Human Scroll could kill a 7-leaf expert, but killing an 8-leaf would require using more than half of the extraordinary power. After the retreat, the Human Scroll and Earth Scroll completely merged, which means that Lu Zhou can use twice the extraordinary power. At the same time, the heavenly writing's divine powers have also become stronger. Ye Tiangxin's 6 internal organs and 5 visceras have been healed, but he can't restore that white hair. How much lifespan has Ye Tiangxin lost? Luckily, she cultivates the Azure Sea Tide life art, so she still looks young as before. After all, the heavenly writing's divine power still can't restore lifespan. Lifespan seems to be God's forbidden zone. Even the heavenly writing's divine power can't touch it. At this moment, Ye Tiangxin suddenly coughs and slowly opens her eyes. Her hazy consciousness gradually clears, as if she had just had a long dream. Master! Ye Tiangxin looks up in surprise. Good to be awake. Lu Zhao's not thrilled with the healing results, but keeping Ye Tiangxin alive is not bad. Ye Tiangxin gets spooked, wanting to get out of bed to pay her respects, but Lu Zhao waves his hand, and Key Force helps her sit still on the bed. Although you've kept your life, your body is still very weak, Lu Zhou says. Yi Tiangxin understands that her master must have saved her, so she quickly bows her head and says excitedly, "This disciple thanks, master." Seeing her emotions fluctuate, Lu Zhou doesn't speak, but waits for a moment. You've been hit by Su Sheng's golden dragon talisman. Wanting to return to your previous state is, before Lu Zhou can finish, Yi Tiangxin shakes her head and replies, "This disciple is lucky to be alive. How can I dare to hope for anything more?" Lu Zhou strokes his beard and nods. He slowly turns around, turning his back to Ye Tiangxin, with his hands clasped behind his back. "I expelled you from the sect. Why do you still want to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion? This disciple made a big mistake. I only hope to atone for it. You once died, and I've already punished you. The relationship between master and disciple was severed long ago. Why do you need to come back here to seek meaningless death?" Hearing this, Ye Tiangxin raises her head and says, "This disciple only wants to atone for my sins. I don't think so much. I ask you, do you sincerely want to return to the Demon Heaven Pavilion?" Lu Zhou asks. "Yes, my personality's kinda twisted, impulsive, love to beat people up, and really enjoy punishing disciples. Still want to come back to the Dark Sky Sect?" "Yes. The Dark Sky Sect is seen as demonic. Everyone wants to wipe us out. If I return, you might have to face the entire world. This disciple doesn't even need her life. Why would I care about that crap?" Ye Tiangxin replied. "All right." Lu Zhou turned around, meeting Ye Tiangxin's gaze. "Then I shall restore your status as the Dark Sky Sect's 6th disciple. Are you willing?" Ye Tiangxin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. "This disciple is willing." She was about to perform a full bow when Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Spare the formalities. You already did the big one when you were a kid." "This disciple thanks you, master." Yi Tiangxin was so touched she teared up. Lu Zhou looked at Yi Tiangxin, seeing a string of information. Name, Yi Tiangxin. Identity, commoner. Realm, nascent divinity. At the same time, Yi Tiangxin's loyalty was at 85%. A ridiculously high number. This completely exceeded Lu Zhao's expectations. She just got back to the Dark Sky Sect, and her loyalty is already as high as Yanner's. At that moment, a congratulatory voice came from outside. "Congratulations, 6th senior sister! Congratulations, 6th senior sister!" Yanher and Hailuo appeared outside the door. Lu Zhou waved for Hailuo to come in. Ye Tiangxin didn't recognize Hailuo. She looked at the little girl in confusion. Hailuo obediently walked up to Ye Tiangxin and greeted her. "Greetings, 6th senior sister." "6th senior sister, this is little junior sister Hailuo. Master just took her in." "You won't be little junior sister anymore," Yanquer said. Yi Tiangxin nodded and smiled. "So you're little junior sister." She carefully observed and assessed little junior sister Hailuo. Ye Tiangxin knew that her master was very strict when accepting disciples. Well, the one favored by master must have something special about her. "You guys go out first. I have something to say to your 6th senior sister." "Yes, 6th senior sister. I'll come find you to play tomorrow." The two skipped out of the room hand in hand. Hailuo's matter can be discussed later. Lu Zhou spoke. "When did you advance to the 8-leave stage?" Hearing this, Ye Tiangxin immediately recounted everything that had happened to her after leaving the Dark Sky Sect, from her devoted cultivation to recover from her injuries, to meeting second senior brother Yu Shangrong, then going southwest to the Moonlight Forest, and meeting Cheng Huang. She told him everything. She spoke very lightly and calmly, but Lu Zhou knew how much hardship was involved. Hearing about Cheng Huang, Lu Zhou asked in surprise, "Does this species really exist?" "It really does." This disciple ventured into the Moonlight Forest, originally thinking there was no chance of survival, but unexpectedly encountered Cheng Huang. Ye Tiangxin was usually a woman of few words, but when talking about these experiences, she seemed to have forgotten the wounds on her body, and spoke more and more enthusiastically, not forgetting to describe the appearance of Cheng Huang. She even mentioned the various exotic beasts in the abyss, mentioned the difficulties she encountered during cultivation, to the joy of opening her leaves. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and listened, sometimes showing surprise, sometimes nodding in agreement. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. After listening to the story, Lu Zhou opened his mouth and said, "I didn't expect there to really be a Cheng Huang in this world. It seems that the records in the books aren't just bragging." Ye Tiangxin nodded and replied, "It's a pity that Cheng Huang refuses to leave the Moonlight Forest. With that size, it really shouldn't leave. If such a huge beast entered the human world, it would probably be attacked by everyone." Lu Zhou said, "Master is right. The records say that riding Cheng Huang can extend one's life by 2,000 years. What do you think?" This disciple doesn't feel anything. This disciple has ridden on Cheng Huang's back many times, but it's no different from a mount, Ye Tiangxin replied. Cheng Huang is indeed not as simple as imagined. The records can write about it, which shows that the writer knew that Cheng Huang existed. But the cultivation world thinks it's not real. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Zhou stood up and said, "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Get some rest." "Master." This time the royal family provoked the Dark Sky Sect. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Zhou raised his hand to interrupt her. "I'll remember this debt from the royal family." With that, he turned and left. Watching Lu Zhao's back, Ye Tiangxian bowed and said, "This disciple respectfully sees off, master." At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Yu Zhenghai observed every trace of the battle. Besides shock, there was only worry and vexation. Am I too late? The ground was littered with blood and deep pits created by palm strikes. Yu Zhenghai frowned and said nothing, following the trail of blood. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Just then, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Eldest senior brother!" Ming Xinyin dragged a corpse as he ran over. "Eldest senior brother. I knew you wouldn't abandon the Dark Sky Sect." Cough. Yu Zhenghai immediately stood up straight, put his hands behind his back, and showed an extremely serious expression. "Old Fourth, what are you doing here?" Yu Zhenghai glanced at the corpse pile. Ming Xinyin replied, "You mean this? This is the corpse of that guard who followed Liu Guo here. I offed them in a fit of rage." Yu Zhenghai's eyelids twitched. Didn't know what to say. "Let's go see Master on the mountain." "I just happen to be passing by, won't go up," Yu Zhenghai said quickly. "Passing by? You just happen to pass by a place thousands of miles away?" Ming Xinyin glanced over and said, "Big brother, you're late. Master just came out of seclusion and blasted that old fart Liu Guo into ashes. As for that Su Sheng guy, his body's over there. Looks tragic, all flattened and stabbed through with a sword." "Oh, big brother, why are you sweating so much?" Ming Xinyin asked, surprised. "Really? Is that so? Must be a little hot?" "Hot? From the 8 meridian vast sea realm. If I say it's hot, then it's H-hot-T." Yu Zhenghai's voice cracked. Ming Xinyin immediately loosened his collar and fanned himself a few times. "Seems like it is a little hot, huh?" Yu Zhenghai said, "Old Fourth, isn't second brother at the Demon Sky Pavilion?" With Yu Shengrong's skills, even if Liu Guo brought Su Sheng, they couldn't pose a threat, especially since Huang Shiji came to help. Ming Xinyin said, "Didn't second brother go to Yum province to find you?" Yu province. Yu Zhenghai's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother, you should go up the mountain and talk to master. Standing here isn't good," Ming Xinyin suggested. "Let me think about it." "All right, big brother, take your time thinking. I'm heading back." Yu Zhenghai was silent, looking up at the Demon Sky Pavilion. He stood still, not leaving. Seeing Huang Shiji flying over from afar, Yu Zhenghai waved. "Huang Shiji, go up the mountain first." Huang Shiji was also shocked by the battle's aftermath. He originally wanted to say a few words, but seeing Yu Zhenghai's bad complexion, he turned around and flew up the mountain. As the sun set, Lu Zhou opened the system interface to check his stats. Lu Zhou: race, human. Cultivation, Yuanshen realm. Primal Chi merit points, 112,233 points. Avatar, 100 tribulations whole of light. Remaining lifespan, 20,596 days. Items: 1 Fatal Strike card, X1. Fatal Damage Block, X62. Passive Confinement Cage, XBN. By Zen, carries beyond. CT Quantity Absolute Land Heals, X2. Absolute Land Heals Enhanced Version, X1. Thunder Gang, X1. Disguise Card, X2. Grand Void Mirror Face Changing Card, X4. Reversal Card, X49. Weapon: Nameless. Life-Slaying Saber, Jade Dust Whisk. Cultivation Method: 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. The biggest gain from this comprehension was unlocking the Earth Scroll of Heavenly Writing. The rest is negligible. Lu Zhou checked the prices of the item cards. And, sure enough, they had all increased. The one-hit kill and damage immunity cards had increased to 10,000 points each. But thinking about how Lu Zhou now had the extraordinary power of the Heavenly Writing, he wouldn't need to use these 2 types of cards often, and his mentality was balanced again. Besides, when the time comes for a crisis, who cares if using a card is cost-effective or not? So where has the system increased its authority? Just as Lu Zhou was wondering, a voice suddenly came from outside. Disciple greets Master. Ming Xinyin bowed and said, "What's the matter? Island Master Huang has returned. Big brother arrived in time to provide support." "The Island Master killed Ji Yu Yiran," Ming Xinyin replied. "Where is he now?" "Disciple has arranged for Island Master Huang to rest in the southern pavilion." "As for big brother, he's at the foot of the mountain. Doesn't have the guts to come up, refuses to come up." Lu Zhou frowned and snorted. This old man gave him half a year, And he's not managing the Nether Sect, but running to the Demon Sky Pavilion to watch this old man's jokes? Master, you've got the wrong idea about eldest brother. I saw you were in closed-door cultivation and couldn't handle Liu Guo's matter, so I sent a flying letter to eldest brother and Huang Shiji for help, Ming Shiyin explained. Lu Zhou didn't reply. The time he spent comprehending the Earth Scroll had indeed exceeded his expectations. The 4 elders already chopped off their golden lotus, and are rebuilding it over 5 months. It's hard to get to the 8-leaf stage, let alone that no one knows if an 8-leaf without a golden lotus is stronger than one with. The other disciples, even if their cultivation improves quickly, are no match for the 8-leaf stage. This can't be blamed on Ming Shiyin. But it's also true that Yu Zhenghai doesn't respect the master. Tell him to GTFO, Lu Zhou said plainly. Master, eldest brother came all the way here with good intentions. Is it really okay to tell him to GTFO? Ming Shiyin hesitated. If you agree with him, go stand with him at the foot of the mountain. Disciple, I didn't mean that. I just feel, yes, eldest brother should GTFO. With that, Ming Shiyin bowed and retreated, then turned and went down the mountain. Sure enough, Yu Zhenghai was still standing there, hands clasped behind his back, neither arrogant nor humble, head raised, looking at the Devil Sky Pavilion, no idea what he was thinking. Seeing Ming Shiyin coming down, Yu Zhenghai smiled and nodded. I knew Little Fourth had a good heart. Come chat with me. Ming Shiyin was stunned. Huh? What's up? Eldest brother, what are you doing here? Feeling sentimental, reminiscing about the past, can't help but be a little sad. Yu Zhenghai sighed. Ming Shiyin thought, what's there to be sentimental about here? Yu Zhenghai said, when I first joined, I was even more mischievous than you guys. Every corner of Golden Court Mountain has my footprints. I really like this mountain. I could spend all day just looking at every tree and blade of grass. This sounded kinda sus, Ming Shiyin thought, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Eldest brother, are you really not going up the mountain to visit Master? Ming Shiyin probed. No, Yu Zhenghai said, clasping his hands. Master is old. I don't have any topics to chat about with Master. You haven't even tried. How do you know you won't? Ming Shiyin muttered. Yu Zhenghai laughed, saying, how long have you been a disciple? 60 years. Wei Hui has been a disciple for nearly 3,000 years. Yu Zhenghai lectured. No one in this world understands Master better than I do. Ming Shiyin thought for a moment, and finally said, if you really understand Master, you should talk to him. Little Fourth, you're not Master's spokesperson, are you? Yu Zhenghai turned his head and asked. Ming Shiyin put away his nonchalant attitude, clasped his hands and said, eldest brother, Master told you to GTFO as far as you can, and if you can't, then off yourself on the spot, and Master definitely won't save you. That's the exact words. What else did Master say? Yu Zhenghai glared, angrily asking. I'm afraid you'll hit me if I say it. Ming Shiyin chuckled. Just say it, I won't blame you. Master also said that in this life, Master accepted 10 disciples, and the worst one is you. Eldest brother, you said you wouldn't hit me. Let go, let go, let go. There's still the second half of the sentence. Ming Shiyin hurriedly backed away, straightened his collar, and continued. Master said you're the most useless, always timid and fearful, scared as a rabbit. Yu Zhenghai clenched his fist, rage burning in his heart. Little Fourth, get me a knife, I'm going up the mountain. With that, he threw out the jade green saber. The jade green saber spun a few times and landed in Ming Shiyin's hand. Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands behind his back, stepping into the barrier as if there was no one there. Ming Shiyin watched Yu Zhenghai's back, his heart pounding nonstop. Holy crap, that was a close call. The sun gradually set, and the shadows slowly covered the mountain. Ming Shiyin and Yu Zhenghai quickly went up the mountain, heading towards the Devil Sky Pavilion, even using great divine powers. Eden, eldest brother, wait for me. At this time, Yu Zhenghai had arrived outside the East Pavilion, returning to his old haunt. Yu Zhenghai should have felt sentimental, lamenting the changes in scenery and people, but for some reason, he felt nervous at this moment. Forget it, maybe next time. Yu Zhenghai just turned to leave, when he suddenly remembered what Ming Shiyin had just said, and felt unwilling. What do you mean timid and fearful? What do you mean scared as a rabbit? He turned back. Ming Shiyin came to Yu Zhenghai's side and said softly, eldest brother, why aren't you going in? Cough cough, Yu Zhenghai quickly thought of a reason. Little Fourth, it's getting late, I'll come another day. Ming Shiyin looked at the sky, thinking. The sun just set. Eldest brother, Master scolded you like that, and you're not angry? It's only right and proper for a master to scold his disciple. How can we disciples argue with Master? Yu Zhenghai patted Ming Shiyin's shoulder. You're still young and hot-tempered. You should be like me. Take it lightly and it'll be fine. I'll go first. Yu Zhenghai was just about to turn around and leave, when a deep voice suddenly came from inside the East Pavilion. Since you're here, come in. Yu Zhenghai was stunned, his heart pounding like it wanted to jump out of his chest. Even Ming Xiyin was surprised. No way. When did Master's hearing become so good? Bang! The door to Lu Zhao's room was suddenly pushed open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhao walked out calmly, one hand behind his back, one hand in front of him, his salt and pepper hair slightly moving, his robe fluttering, showing a Taoist demeanor. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Zhou used great divine power, instantly appearing in front of the East Pavilion. Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened, his whole body trembling slightly. Ding! Yu Zhenghai gained 2 points of merit. Ming Xiyin bowed and said, Master, this disciple takes his leave. In this situation, running is the best strategy. Don't be nosy and get hit by stray bullets. Lu Zhao ignored Ming Xiyin, glanced at Yu Zhenghai, then walked towards the back mountain. Yu Zhenghai understood, although he was nervous. But since it had come to this, he had no choice but to follow. The two of them, one in front and one behind, neither hurried nor slow, just walking like ordinary people. Fan Zhong and Zhu Qifeng were diligently cultivating on the back mountain. It wasn't even dark yet, so their vision was pretty good. Yo, Zhu bro, quick, someone's new here. Fan Zhong pointed towards Lu Zhou and Yu Zhenghai. If I ain't trippin', this guy's probably bros with the boss. WTF are you yapping about? One word. Dip. Fan Zhong nimbly slipped away. Zhu Qifeng nodded. Makes sense. Then also bailed, pretending he saw nothing. Yu Zhenghai followed Lu Zhao straight to the highest, chillest spot on the Demon Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhao casually turned, stroking his beard. You oft? Ji, yu yi? Yu Zhenghai stepped up next to his Shifu, gazing at the rolling mountains before them, quietly replying, Yep. Where were you when the 10 great experts sieged Golden Court Mountain? Lu Zhao inquired. Yu Zhenghai's heart skipped a beat. Turns out Shifu still holds a grudge about that. I sent one of the 3 great sword freaks, Chen Wenji, to assist. Turns out that guy was two-faced. Yu Zhenghai replied. Lu Zhao shook his head. What could a small fry like Chen Wenji even do? 10 great experts on a siege? Even a 7-leaf Chen Wenji would just be asking for death. How did they get wind of my location during the first siege? The snitch who leaked your location got murked by yours truly. Yu Zhenghai immediately denied. Yongshu. Lu Zhao kinda figured it was Liu Ge, this time fighting Liu Ge. Lu Zhao found out a bunch more intel. Can confirm that before his death, Ji Tiandao tried to ascend to 9 leaves, even had a shot at it. Liu Ge once said he could persuade him once, so he could persuade him twice. Can't persuade him now, so just kill him. Yu Zhenghai added, I admit I had ulterior motives. Ain't gonna BS my way out of it. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. You want this empire that badly? Yep. And then what? Lu Zhao pressed. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai suddenly fell silent. Night fell, stars twinkled, the back mountain became hella quiet. Haven't thought that far ahead? Yu Zhenghai finally said. Get it first, then figure it out. Lu Zhao slowly turned to face Yu Zhenghai, saying deeply, I remember when you first joined the sect, you were just a kid. You're different from the others. You've been through countless hardships, understand the suffering of the mortal world, and can endure what others can't. I remember being overjoyed when you stepped into the profound connection realm, cocky as hell, even swore to climb to the top. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's heart fluttered. He'd forgotten a lot. Didn't expect Shifu to remember. Maybe because he'd been through too much. The memories in his head were like a stagnant pool, unable to stir a single ripple. My bad was not teaching you properly, Lu Zhou said, making Yu Zhenghai jump. Shifu is a top-tier character. How could he ever admit fault? Yu Zhenghai knelt on one knee, hand to the ground, saying, Disciple wouldn't dare. You call yourself a disciple, but I wouldn't dare call myself Shifu. Lu Zhao sighed. Waste of effort teaching. Yu Zhenghai gained 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Maybe in a short time, you'll be king of a country. When that time comes, I'll have to give you a full bow. Yu Zhenghai was shook, both knees hitting the ground. Why would Shifu say that? Don't tell me, it ain't true? Lu Zhao stared at Yu Zhenghai, loudly saying, I have eyes and ears named Jiang Aijian, the 3rd prince of the great Yan imperial family. It wouldn't be hard for him to inherit the throne, but do you know why he ditched the court and the imperial family? Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Because he saw with his own eyes over 1,000 lives in the Jinghe Palace perish in a sea of fire, including his own mother. Lu Zhao paused, then continued. He could totally become emperor, wield immense power, and then avenge the 1,000 lives of the Jinghe Palace. But he didn't. He chose a smarter path. The rest doesn't need to be said. Lu Zhao believes Yu Zhenghai found out about Jiang Aijian's story through Si Wuya, and also believes what happened in Shuntian Garden has reached his ears. There was a tremor in Yu Zhenghai's voice. I'm not like him, Shifu. Disciple is bold enough to ask you a few questions. Speak. Lu Zhao met Yu Zhenghai's gaze. In his head, he kept remembering the time he was sold to Lu Lan. remembering the scene of people fighting over a small bun. Do you know what it feels like to eat mud for a whole month straight? This question was ballsy AF. When Yu Zhenghai asked, his palms were already soaked in sweat, his back cold. But remembering his oath, he persisted. Do you know what it feels like to have someone step on your face, unable to move? Do you know what it feels like to be stabbed in the heart by someone you trust the most? Lu Zhou could tolerate the previous questions, but the last one directly opened up his Shifu's scar. Lu Zhou coldly grunted, waving his hand. You little punk. Slap. Yu Zhenghai got smacked. Ding! Punished Yu Zhenghai. Gained 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai didn't dodge, forcing himself to take the slap. Then insisted. Shifu, you're high and mighty. You're the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. You're the #1 8-leaf of the time. Who would dare say no to you? But I'm not. Not. His trembling voice gradually became low and strong. I'm trash. Anyone can step on me, spit on my face. Are the lives of the rich and powerful precious, while the lives of commoners are just garbage? Even pigs and dogs that are tied up and see the butcher coming with a knife know to howl and struggle. Am I not even as good as pigs and dogs? Don't I even have the right to struggle? I just want to crawl up, step by step, crawl up, climb to the highest point. Yu Zhenghai suddenly points towards the distant rivers, mountains, and forests. Only by standing at the highest point can you make everyone look up in admiration. As soon as he finishes, Lu Zhou yells, Shut your trap! Yu Zhenghai is stunned, seeing his master's serious and angry face. He panics even more. Lu Zhou laments his disciple's worthlessness. Are you insane? Do you think you're the only one who's suffered in this world? Do you think I, as your master, didn't face scorn in my youth? 300 years ago, I was at peak 8 leaves, and in the remaining 700 years, do you think I suffered any less than you? Do you really think it was easy for me to reach 8 leaves? Only I know the bitterness and hardships I endured. Should I also go around whining like you? Raising an 8 leaves trash like you? Do you think it wasn't hard work for me? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. You're so shallow and ignorant. How could I have a disciple like you? Yu Zhenghai's mind goes blank, and he suddenly realizes something. Master. Yu Zhenghai suddenly realizes he's been taking himself too seriously. That's right. How can anyone easily reach 8 leaves? Which 8 leaves hasn't gone through endless hardships? Lu Zhou says sternly, Don't call me master. Yu Zhenghai kowtows heavily to the ground with a loud thump. The atmosphere freezes, and silence reigns. Lu Zhou stands with his hands behind his back, facing away from Yu Zhenghai, saying nothing. The two remain motionless in silence, one kneeling and one standing. Lu Zhou doesn't speak, and Yu Zhenghai doesn't say a word, and this continues for half an hour. When the moonlight reaches the treetop, and the night sky is filled with stars, Lu Zhou finally sighs. The sigh breaks the silence, and Yu Zhenghai's entire body trembles. All I've said is just to make you understand one thing. You can seek revenge, but don't let hatred blind your eyes. You can conquer Shendu, but don't let power corrupt your heart. Yu Zhenghai is startled, his heart aching, and he doesn't know what to say. Lu Zhou turns around, and Yu Zhenghai immediately kowtows to the ground with a loud thump. Yu Zhenghai had prepared himself for punishment. He mustered all his courage to speak the words deep in his heart. Even if his master wanted to punish him, he wouldn't complain. In the past, his master had a bad temper and didn't like reasoning. If a disciple dared to argue, it would be disrespect to the master, let alone how bold he was today. This kowtow is a sign of respect for his master, and also a hope that his master can understand his thoughts. Lu Zhou looks at Yu Zhenghai kneeling on the ground and shakes his head. Get up! Then says, This disciple wouldn't dare. What needed to be said has been said. If you like kneeling, then just kneel. Only then does Yu Zhenghai raise his head and stand up. He only listens when you say the opposite of what you mean. Yu Zhenghai's temperament has been like this since he was a child, never changing. It's just that Ji Tiandao was never one to reason with others. Most of the time he used his fists to subdue people. Fists are good and can solve many problems, but some things can't be solved, even if you smash them with your fists. Lu Zhou looks at Yu Zhenghai again. Even though Yu Zhenghai had forced himself to calm down, he still felt breathless when he stood up. The conversation just now made him feel a lot of pressure. He is the leader of a sect, yet he feels so nervous at this moment. Whatever. Lu Zhou waves his hand and walks in another direction. A real man can only shed blood. You simping like that doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. How can you conquer Shendu like that? Yu Zhenghai is shocked and quickly follows Lu Zhou. Master, you really agree? Lu Zhou says as he walks. I always keep my word. There's less than a month left in this half year. I'll settle your debts all at once. Yu Zhenghai is overjoyed and bows. If that's really the case, this disciple has something to ask. Speak. Now that the 9 provinces are controlled by the Nether sect, If possible, this disciple hopes that the Evil Sky Pavilion won't interfere in this matter. Yu Zhenghai says. Lu Zhou stops and turns to look at Yu Zhenghai. Are you confident? Of course, except for 7th junior brother. Yu Zhenghai says. There's never anything absolute in this world. I hope master agrees. Lu Zhou doesn't answer immediately, but calmly walks forward, and soon arrives at a large rock. There's a character Hai carved on the rock. Lu Zhou points to the character Hai. This is the mark you carved when you were young, do you remember? The crooked character Hai appears in front of Yu Zhenghai. Even though it's been eroded by wind, rain, and time, the writing is still clearly visible. Yu Zhenghai smiles and replies, I remember. Lu Zhou turns to look at Yu Zhenghai and says slowly, You are the eldest, and you should be tolerant of everything. I hope the iron rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion are like this character Hai, deeply engraved in your heart. Yu Zhenghai kneels on one knee again. Disciples must not kill each other. I have always kept this in mind and never dared to forget. The words carved on the rock remind Yu Zhenghai of when he was learning martial arts on the mountain. Time has passed quickly for 300 years, and the vegetation on the mountain has changed. The wind blows Lu Zhou's beard. Even though the reversal card has made Lu Zhou much younger, his appearance is still that of an old man. Lu Zhou looks at Yu Zhenghai with a sincere expression. Yu Zhenghai, I once had a disciple like you, and you will eventually become like me. If you could go back, what would you choose? Yu Zhenghai is stunned. Lu Zhou doesn't wait for him to answer and waves his sleeve, leaving. The back mountain becomes quiet again. After a long time, Yu Zhenghai whispers, If I could go back, I would still choose the same. On the mountainside of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Yin sees Yu Zhenghai off. Senior brother, how did your talk with Master go? Is Master much gentler than before? Yu Zhenghai doesn't answer Ming Yin's question, but strolls down the mountain, looking at the surrounding scenery, which makes Ming Yin feel anxious. Yu Zhenghai should want to leave this place as soon as possible, so why does he have time to appreciate the boring scenery around him now? Going down the mountain step by step like this is so damn slow. 4th, I heard Master recently accepted a little junior sister? Ming Yin nodded. That's right, this little brat has a natural Xuan Enlightenment realm physique. She's already at the late stage of the nascent awareness realm, after only 5 months of cultivation. Even faster than 9th junior sister back then. Oh, she's that talented? No wonder Master took her in as a disciple, Yu Zhenghai said. Even if Master didn't, other sects would be fighting over her. Yu Hai asked strangely, This little girl really has nothing to do with Master? Eldest brother, I get your meaning. Why bother asking me again? I'm just genuinely curious, okay? Moments later, Yu Zhenghai and Ming Yin arrived at the foot of the mountain, exiting the barrier. 4th, take good care of Master for me, Yu Zhenghai instructed. Eldest brother actually knows how to care about others? I'll definitely take good care of him, rest assured, eldest brother, Ming Yin said. Yu Zhenghai lightly tapped his toes, took off into the air, and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. At this moment, Ming Yin patted his chest and sighed. Damn, that was dangerous. So damn dangerous. Lucky I didn't slip up. As soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice came from behind a dense tree. Just fake sentiment. Ming Yin jumped, turning his head. Second senior brother, why are you here? Yu Shangrong asked. 4th, such a big thing happened to the Dark Sky Sect. Why didn't you send me a flying letter? Uh-oh. Ming Yin internally groaned. Life is hard. Damn hard. Was he supposed to say his 2nd senior brother was too weak, and coming would just be bait? He'd get his ass beat for that. 2nd senior brother? Your whereabouts are unpredictable. I couldn't contact you. Master complained last time, saying you never send letters back, so I sent one to eldest senior brother this time. Hearing this, Yu Shangrong finally relaxed his brow, nodding. I blamed you wrongly. No worries at all. If something similar happens in the future, I'll definitely let you know immediately, Yu Shangrong said. For sure. Seeing him about to leave, Ming Yin quickly said, 2nd senior brother, aren't you going back to the Dark Sky Sect to rest? Why not? I have things to do. With that, Yu Shangrong flew away. Farewell, 2nd senior brother. This time, Ming Yin was smarter. As soon as he saw him off, he ran back into the barrier and returned to the Dark Sky Sect. The next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that the speed at which he comprehended extraordinary power had increased. At the same time, his capacity to contain power had also increased greatly. Therefore, it would still take 5 to 7 days to reach a state of fullness. Lu Zhou didn't continue to study the celestial book, but stood up to observe the ancient sheepskin map, finding no new areas had appeared. So he sat back down cross-legged and continued to study the system. After the system upgrade, the extraordinary power was enhanced, and Lu Zhou also obtained a new divine power. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou recited the incantation. Earth Scroll's first celestial book, Divine Power. Sure enough,
he began to hear soft conversations in his ear. Master has come out of seclusion. He'll soon be testing the progress of the disciples.
This is no joke. Anyone who didn't meet the standard before would get a beating they'd never forget, and would have to be carried back to their rooms to recuperate. Zhu Honggong said I should be patient, so why does the chief seem so rash? The female disciples exclaimed in surprise. You don't understand. This is called knowing the face but not the heart. You can't measure the sea with a pint pot. You think I'm really an idiot? Haha, I am an idiot.
Zhu Honggong sighed helplessly. What can I do? I wasn't born smart.
Peeled. The female disciples snickered. Listening to old eighth speak is better than reading a book. Lu Zhou understood that the first divine power of the Earth Scroll was hearing. Let's see how far I can hear. At present, this divine power consumes relatively little extraordinary power. But the range of hearing is not wide enough. Lu Zhao's consciousness stirred, and the range of the divine power became wider. But at the same time, the consumption of extraordinary power increased even more. He heard a voice in his ear. Super heavenly grade Ling Shu. I have to find an opportunity to refine it, or use it to enhance the separation hook. Refining it is too difficult. I wonder if Maester has a way. No, he must have forgotten about this sword. I'd better hide it. If Master asks, I'll just say I lost it. Damn, I'm a genius. You trash. I almost forgot about that Ling Shu sword.
Lu Zhao didn't bother with Ming Xiyin, and once again increased the extraordinary power, expanding the range of his hearing divine power.
This time, Lu Zhao heard the sound of rushing water in his ear. The sound of the waterfall near the back mountain. Duanmu Sheng must be practicing his spear techniques. Old Third is still the most honest. As Lu Zhao was about to expand the range again, his mind suddenly ran out of energy. A wave of fatigue immediately hit him. Lu Zhou stopped using the divine power? Is the consumption that great? Although Lu Zhao currently only has 1/6 of his extraordinary power, according to the ratio, 1/6 can already insta-kill a 7-leaf expert. He didn't expect it to be almost completely consumed in just a moment. The divine power is good, but the consumption is too great. I must be careful when using it in the future. Lu Zhao didn't think any further, and called out, Someone! A voice came from outside. At your service, Chief. Order the disciples of the Dark Sky Sect to assemble at the East Pavilion. Yes. Not long after, Duanmu Sheng, Ming Xiyin, Zhu Yue, Zhu Honggong, Yan Shi, and Hai Luo appeared in the East Pavilion, arranged in a horizontal line according to their seniority.
Pan Zhong and Zhao Jifeng, although not Lu Zhao's disciples, also ran over to stand outside and watch, seeing if they could learn anything. Ye Tianqin was still recuperating in her room, and did not participate in the assessment. Creak, the door opened.
Lu Zhao, hands clasped behind his back, stepped outside, glancing over everyone. Disciple greets Master. The disciples bowed. Lu Zhao looked towards Ming Xiyin. Fourth, you have a disciple.
Ming Xiyin hurriedly stepped forward, excitedly taking out Ling Shu. Here, eh? Ming Xiyin flinched.
This master will say it only once. There will be no second time, Lu Zhao said calmly, his voice deepening. Disciple will go get it right away.
Ming Xiyin hurried back to the South Pavilion, brought Ling Shu, and respectfully presented it to Master.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Shu, their faces showing admiration. A heaven-grade weapon was already a treasure coveted by everyone, let alone a super heaven-grade one. Lu Zhao picked up Ling Shu, observing it carefully. The red array patterns on the sword were not engraved but refined, and were now integrated with the sword.
The delicacy of the array patterns was no less than that on the coffin.
Lu Zhao placed 2 fingers on the sword. Dangerous energy poured in, creating a resonant sound. Sadly, this sword is broken. The array patterns are incomplete, so it cannot emit red light, losing the power of the array pattern's amplification.
The grade of this sword has dropped a lot. Lu Zhao pieced the 2 parts of the sword together, mobilized his primeval essence, and again, the red array patterns lit up, but the light emitted was not strong.
Master, this sword is a super heaven-grade treasure, so we should find someone to repair it to avoid wasting it.
Zhu Honggong said. Eighth is right. Master Lu Ping of Luo Sect is skilled in this. How about we call him to repair Ling Shu?
Duanmu Sheng said. Let me think. Lu Ping can make this array pattern? Normal people can't refine it. He only has 6-leaf cultivation. He doesn't have this ability, Ming Xiyin said. Lu Zhao looked at Ming Xiyin. Do you have a way? No. Ming Xiyin bowed and replied. Then put it in the pavilion. Yes. Just because there's no way now, doesn't mean there won't be a way later.
Ming Xiyin swallowed his tears, took Ling Shu into the East Pavilion, and then obediently returned to stand in the courtyard. Eighth, Lu Zhou called. Disciple is here. Zhu Honggong said, how is your cultivation?
Disciple is fortunate not to disgrace his mission. After 5 months of hard cultivation, Disciple is now a nascent divinity realm 2-leaf, increased by a whole leaf. Before, disciple had no experience in opening leaves.